humans.
Absolutely.
You mentioned that the fear of boredom might be a kind of proxy for the fear of death. So what role does the fear play in the human condition? Are you afraid of death?
Yes, I think everybody. I mean, all our fears come out of the fear of death. But the fear of death is just so deep and difficult. We can't face it directly. So we cut it into little pieces and we face just little pieces. Oh, I lost my smartphone. That's a little piece of the fear of death, which is of losing everything. So I can't deal with losing everything. I'm dealing now with losing my phone or losing a book or whatever. Somebody, I feel pain. That's a small bit of the fear of death. Somebody who really doesn't fear death would not fear anything at all. Being like, anything that happens, I can deal with it. If I can deal with death, this is nothing.
So any fears is a distant echo of the big fear of death. Have you ever looked at it head on, caught glimpses, sort of contemplated as the Stoics do?
Yes, I mean, when I was a teenager, I would constantly contemplate it, trying to understand, to imagine. It was a very shocking and moving experience. I remember, especially in connection, like with national ideology, which was also very big, strong in Israel, still is. Which again comes from the fear of death. You know that you're going to die, so you say, okay, I die, but the nation lives on. I live on through the nation. I don't really die. And you hear it especially on Memorial Day for fallen soldiers. So every day, we
Take care of your dog.
fallen soldiers who fell defending Israel in all wars, and all the kids would come dressed in white, and you have this big ceremony with flags and songs and dances in memory of the fallen soldiers. And you get the impression, again, I'm not some crass, but you get the impression that the best thing in life is to be a fallen soldier. Because even though, yes, you die, everybody dies in the end, but then you'll have all these cool kids for years and years remembering you and celebrating you, and you don't really die. And I remember standing in these ceremonies and thinking, what does it actually mean? Like, okay, so if I'm a fallen soldier, now I'm a skeleton, I'm bones under in this military cemetery, under this stone. Do I actually hear the kids singing all these patriotic songs? If not, how do I know they do it? Maybe they trick me. Maybe I die in the war and then they don't sing any songs. And how does it help me? And I realized, I was quite young at the time, that if you're dead, you can't hear anything because that's the meaning of being dead. And if you're dead, you can't think of anything like, oh, now they're remembering because you're dead. That's the meaning of being dead. And it was a shocking realization.
But it's a really difficult realization to keep hold in your mind. Like it's the end.
I lost it over time. I mean, for many years, it was a very powerful fuel, motivation for philosophical, for spiritual exploration. And I realized that the fear of death is really a very powerful drive. And over the years, especially as I meditated, it kind of dissipated. And today, I sometimes find myself trying to recapture this teenage fear of death because it was so powerful, and I just can't. I try to make the same image. I don't know. It's
something about the teenage years.
Yeah, as a teenager, I always thought that the adults, there is something wrong with the adults because they don't get it.
Yeah.
Like I would ask parents or teachers about it, and they, yes, you die in the end, that's it. And on the other hand, they are so worried about other things. Like there'll be a political crisis, or an economic problem, or a personal problem like with the bank or whatever. They'll be so worried. But then about the fact that they're going to die, we don't care about it.
That's why you read Camus and others when you're a teenager. You're really worried about the existential questions. Well, this feels like the right time to ask the big question. What's the meaning of this whole thing, you all? And you're the right person to ask. What's the meaning of life? Yes.
No, but that's easy.
What is it?
So what life is, if you ask what the meaning of life, what life is feeling things, having sensations, emotions, and reacting to them. When you feel something good, something pleasant, you want more out of it. You want more of it. When you feel something unpleasant, you want to get rid of it. That's the whole of life. That's what is happening all the time. You feel things, you want the pleasant things to increase, you want the unpleasant things to disappear. That's what life is. If you ask what is the meaning of life in a more kind of philosophical or spiritual question, the real question to ask, what kind of answer do you expect? Most people expect a story, and that's always the wrong answer. Most people expect that the answer to the question, what is the meaning of life, will be a story, like a big drama, that this is the plot line, and this is your role in the story, this is what you have to do, this is your line in the big play. You say your line, you do your thing, that's the thing. And this is human imagination. This is fantasy. To really understand life, life is not a story. The universe does not function like a story. So I think to really understand life, you need to observe it directly in a non-verbal way. Don't turn it into a story. And the question to start with is, what is suffering? What is causing suffering? You know, the question, what is the meaning of life, it will take you to fantasies and delusions. We want to stay with the reality of life. And the most important question about the reality of life is, what is suffering and where is it coming from?
And to answer that non-verbally, so the conscious experience of suffering.
Yes. When you suffer, try to observe what is really happening when you're suffering.
Well put. And I wonder if AI will also go through that same kind of process. On its
And
way,
if we develop consciousness or not. At present, it's not. It's just words.
it will just say to you, please don't hurt me, Mo. Again, as I've mentioned to you, I'm a huge fan of yours. Thank you for the incredible work you do. This conversation has been a long time, I think, coming. It's a huge honor to talk to you. This is really fun. Thank you for talking.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. As I said, I think the long form is the best form.
Yeah, I loved it. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Yuval Noah Harari. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Yuval Noah Harari himself. How do you cause people to believe in an imagined order such as Christianity, democracy, or capitalism? First, never admit that the order is imagined. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
We should never, and I never, set aside and say, oh, they're just threatening to destroy us. They won't do it. If somebody threatens to eliminate you, as Iran is doing today, and as Hitler did then, people discounted it. Well, if somebody threatens to annihilate us, take them seriously and act to prevent it early on. Don't let them have the means to do so, because that may be too late.
The following is a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, currently serving his 6th term in office. He's one of the most influential, powerful, and controversial men in the world, leading a right-wing coalition government at the center of one of the most intense and long-lasting conflicts and crises in human history. As we spoke, and as I speak now, large-scale protests are breaking out all over Israel over this government's proposed judicial reform that seeks to weaken the Supreme Court and a bold accumulation of power. Given the current intense political battles in Israel, our previous intention to speak for 3 hours was adjusted to 1 hour for the time being, but we agreed to speak again for much longer in the future. I will also interview people who harshly disagree with the words spoken in this conversation. I will speak with other leaders, with religious leaders, with historians and activists, and with people who have lived and have suffered through the pain of war, destruction, and loss that stoke the fires of anger and hate in their heart. For this, I will travel anywhere, no matter how dangerous. If there's any chance it may help add to understanding and love in the world. I believe in the power of conversation to do just this, to remind us of our common humanity. I know I'm underqualified and underskilled for these conversations, so I will often fall short, and I will certainly get attacked, derided, and slandered. But I will always turn the other cheek and use these attacks to learn, to improve, and no matter what, never give in to cynicism. This life, this world of ours, is too beautiful not to keep trying to do some good in whatever way each of us know how. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Benjamin Netanyahu. You're loved by many people here in Israel and in the world, but you're also hated by many. In fact, I think you may be one of the most hated men in the world. So if there's a young man or a young woman listening to this right now who have such hate in their heart, what can you say to them to one day turn that hate into love?
I disagree with the premise of your question. I think I've enjoyed a very broad support around the world. There are certain corners in which we have this animosity that you describe, and it sort of permeates in some of the newspapers and news organs and so on in the United States, but certainly doesn't reflect the broad support that I have. I just gave an interview on an Iranian channel, 16 million viewers. I gave another one, just did a little video a few years ago, 25 million viewers from Iran. Certainly no hate there, I have to tell you, not from the regime, okay? And when I go around the world, and I've been around the world, people want to hear what we have to say, what I have to say as a leader of Israel, whom they respect increasingly as a rising power in the world. So I disagree with that. And the most important thing that goes against what you said is the respect that we receive from the Arab world, and the fact that we've made 4 historic peace agreements with Arab countries. They made it with me, they didn't make it with anyone else. And I respect them and they respect me, and probably more to come. So I think the premise is wrong. That's all.
Well, there's a lot of love, yes. A lot of leaders are collaborating, are
Respect, I say.
okay. All right. Well, it's a spectrum, but there is people who don't have good things to say about Israel, who do have hate in their heart for Israel.
Yeah.
And what can you say to those people?
Well, I think they don't know very much. I think they're guided by a lot of ignorance. They don't know about Israel. They don't know that Israel is a stellar democracy, that it happens to be one of the most advanced societies on the planet, that what Israel develops helps humanity in every field, in medicine and agriculture and the environment and telecoms, and talk about AI in a minute, but changing the world for the better and spreading this among 6 continents. We've sent rescue teams more than any other country in the world, and we're 0.1% of the world's population. But when there's an earthquake or a devastation in Haiti or in the Philippines, Israel is there. When there's an earthquake, a devastating earthquake in Turkey, Israel is there. When there's something in Nepal, Israel is there. And it's the second country. It's the second country after, in one case, India, or after another case, the United States. Israel is there. Tiny Israel is a benefactor to all of humanity.
You're a student of history. If I could just linger on that philosophical notion of hate, that part of human nature. If you look at World War II, what do you learn from human nature, from the rise of the Third Reich and the rise of somebody like Hitler and the hate that permeates that?
Well, what I've learned is that you have to nip bad things in the bud. You have to. There's a Latin term that says "obsta principi," stop bad things with your small. And the hatred, the incitement of hatred against one community, its demonization, delegitimization that goes with it, is a very dangerous thing. And that happened in the case of the Jews. What started with the Jews soon spread to all of humanity. So what we've learned is that's what we should never, and I never set aside and say, oh, they're just threatening to destroy us. They won't do it. If somebody threatens to eliminate you, as Iran is doing today, or did then, people discounted it. Well, if somebody threatens to annihilate us, take them seriously and act to prevent it early on. Don't let them have the means to do so, because that may be too late.
So, in those threats, underlying that hatred, how much of it is anti-Zionism and how much of it is anti-Semitism?
I don't distinguish between the two. You can't say, well, I'm okay with Jews, but I just don't think there should be a Jewish state. It's like saying, I'm not anti-American, I just don't think there should be an America. That's basically what people are saying vis-a-vis anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Uh, when you say anti-Zionism, you're saying that Jewish people don't have a right to have a state of their own. And that is a denial of a basic principle that I think completely unmasks what is involved here. Today, anti-Semitism is anti-Zionism. Those who oppose the Jewish people oppose the Jewish state.
If we jump from human history to the current particular moment, there's protests in Israel now about the proposed judicial reform that gives power to your government to override the Supreme Court. So the critics say that this gives too much power to you, virtually making you a dictator.
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. The mere fact that you have so many demonstrations and protests, some dictatorship. There's a lot of democracy here, more rambunctious and more robust than just anywhere on the planet.
Can you steel man the case that this may give too much power to the coalition government, to the prime minister, not just to you but to those who follow?
No, I think that's complete hogwash, because I think there's a very few people who are demonstrating against this. Quite a few, quite many, don't have an idea what is being discussed. It's basically being sloganized. You can sloganize. You know something about not mass media right now, but the social networks. You can basically feed deliberately with big data and big money.
All the good stuff. Cams keeps you on top of pop culture. We can add Randy Newman to the long list of musicians who are selling out three-man catalogs. Randy, Emmy, and Oscar-winning singer-songwriter is known for his Cinema Club LA, as well as film work on the Toy Story catalogs hires a company called Links. They didn't share financial terms, being similar deals with Hank, Harry, Betty Blanco, and Pete Irving in the past. The one-year-old boy remains active, and he dropped his most recent album, Dark Matter, in 2017, elaborating on a biography that hit shelves in October. And the rock and roll and songwriter's own favorite albums are available on his website, randynewman.com. That's what's poppin'. It's our radio. In this deal business game, I volunteer with United Way to help promote my community, learn computer skills, and build a basic resume. I don't just wear this shirt. I live it. Yeah, volunteer. Live United. Go liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way, Ad Council. iHeartRadio. Did you know? Listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free. But iHeartRadio lets you build your very own radio station. It's called Fever Tree. It's a collection of every song you ever thumbed up. Your song you love on iHeartRadio, thumb it up, and it's added to your favorite radio station. Your song while listening to artist radio or a playlist, thumb it up, and will be added into your favorite radio station too. That's all you have to do to create your very own personalized station. It's easy, and the best part, Favorites Radio is free. Create your own private station or share it with friends to show off your great music taste. It's entirely up to you. All you do is thumb up the music you like and move to the list. For your own favorite radio station featured in the free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio, number one for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one. Your unconditional holiday music station, Coast 103.5. Playing Christmas music now. Must be elegant radio. Coast 103.5. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On Jordan Christmas indicated by 24-hour newsroom.
Tell me something, girl.
Including some in the White House counsel's office. Some of the names being possibly considered include former White House chief medical advisor Cheney, former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and Senator-elect Adam Schiff. USC has urged its international students to return to campus for holiday break before President-elect Donald Trump takes office on January 20th. USC law school professor Niels Frentzen explained in the morning. This week, USC sent a letter to its nearly 17,000 international students. It warns that executive orders Trump may issue after he takes office and complicate their re-entry into the United States. The letter tells international students they should come back to campus sooner than later. Travelers who pass through LAX before Thanksgiving were potentially exposed to measles. David Martindale has more. The Los Angeles County Department of Public Health says a contagious person traveled through LAX on November 27th, the day before Thanksgiving. A non-resident arrived at the airport on a Qatar Airways flight and spent time in Terminal B on that day. The person was in the airport from 12:30 to 6 p.m. Local health officials and the CDC are now notifying passengers who may have been exposed to measles. And the judge is dismissing a lawsuit filed by the city of Los Angeles after the photos of thousands of LAPD officers were released to the public. Freelance journalist Nick Camacho first obtained the photos in 2022 for public records request filed a year earlier. The Stop LAPD Spotting Coalition leader published the photos in a searchable online database, prompting a lawsuit from the city attorney's office, which was ultimately unsuccessful. It demanded that the photos be removed from public view and the original digital files be returned to LAPD. In LA County, doctors expect to dismiss the release this afternoon. Completely all from the Game by 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jordan Christmas. Publishing electric bills are running a strain on families everywhere. As soon as control over your home's energy, your energy independence with solar plus storage break free from the power you waste grid. It's slow and easy to power your home, even though I buy out super solar and takes a lot of work never to switch to solar. Radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need. The key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. Time is running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886. Ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now.
That was beautiful. Great job. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I will be singing Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper's Shallow from A Star is Born. Shout out to everybody here. You are loved. I hope everybody has a wonderful day wherever you are. Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow. We're far from the shallow now. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never leave the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow. We're far from the shallow now. That was Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper, Shallow from A Star is Born. Thank you for the opportunity. The next person may go.
When your legs
I'm absolutely starstruck right now. You are my radio hero. Only reason I'm an old truck driver, and I've been listening since 1999, and I recently lost one of my radio heroes here in Austin, Texas, KLBJ. Where you're Terry, and I just wanted to call Mr. Nori. You're one of my radio heroes. That's about all I got to say. Man, grateful to Mr. Nori. Yesterday, I tried to set the server we talked about the access agent launch people and trying collapse. It's not better, I guess, anymore. We signed these streets with Japan, 2 months later, the United States, 2 years, we're taking former Wafd SS, French BOW, to Vietnam, and like a French foreign agent, to recolonize Vietnam. All the enlisted and American sailors on those ships signed a petition saying we do not agree with sending former Nazis to recolonize Vietnam. The enlisted men signed that petition. That was Vietnam. Okay, 2 months after we signed the peace treaty, Japan and running back to the Asia Arch, which now the American people get to enjoy, just like we dumped on Vietnam. Never help to get better for remedy that problem. Okay? Now the powers that be, the rich, the millionaires, the corporate leaders, now they have blessed us with Asia Arch. We suffer from the diseases that we suffer from those toxins, okay? We suffer from poison all over the world. Trials. So, my opinion, well comes around. Okay, that's what I'm saying, George. Thank you for taking my time. Let's go next to John in Wisconsin. John, to be very short in honor of other callers who haven't got on tonight, but I want to thank Mike Melissa from Denver for mentioning that you have a book. I have no idea you have a book. And George, you always say that your guest where they can get their books. I want to know two things. Number one, what's the name of your book? Where can it be found? Thank you for all you do, George. I've got 7 books out there, John. I had no idea, George. I can't see, so I can do everything to be called that verbally or whatever. But I'll have my wife search my wife search the name, my search for Thank you so much, George. You're not a self-promoter, and everybody knows that tonight you are a blessing to all of us. Keep up the good work. Looking forward to our holiday shows. That's great.
Well, good morning to you, George. I'll make this quick. It's not my usual way. I don't like to talk said to me, well, so my family, my son, my husband, we all had jobs in the house, shotgun, so forth. I had three. It was a female voice. He's alive but struggling. In my dream, I pressed that I shot my son. I didn't know which one it was. So I woke up from that nightmare and I started to do laundry on a different floor of the house, basement. I got a call. The call said it was my son's boss. My son was taken to the hospital. It was heart replacement. And he did die. He never recovered. But I slept in real time when my son was going through what this means. He's alive and struggling. This is not the first time. I had many occurrences.
That was beautiful. It's a privilege to be here with all of you. This is Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and I can't sweep you off of your feet, will your mouth still remember the taste of my love? Will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? Darling, I will be loving you till we're 70. And baby, my heart could still fall as hard at 23. And I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe just the touch of a hand. When I fall in love with you every single day, I just wanna tell you I am. So honey, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud. Maybe we found love right where we are. When my hair's all gone and my memory fades, and the crowds don't remember my name. When my hands don't play the strings the same way, I know you will still love me the same. 'Cause honey, your soul can never grow old, it's evergreen. Baby, your smile's forever in my mind and memory. I'm thinking about how people fall in love in mysterious ways. Maybe it's all part of a plan. I'll just keep on making the same mistakes, hoping that you'll understand. But baby, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Place your head on my beating heart. I'm thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. Shout out to everyone in the camp karaoke. You are all one people. I hope only blessings are bestowed upon you and your families and your friends. Shout out to everyone out there who is going through a tough time. Everything will be okay. Stay strong, everybody. Baby, now take me into your loving arms. Kiss me under the light of 1,000 stars. Oh, darling, place my head on your beating heart. Thinking out loud that maybe we found love right where we are. Maybe we found love right where we are. And we found love right where we are. That was Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran. Thank you so much for the opportunity. The next person may go.
Good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. And its third season premiere featuring the for fourth go-round. On the top draws from Prime Video, the season's on platform's top release in 2023. The news also comes shortly after spin-off from Maria Sten's fan-favorite character Francis was announced. Alan Richardson stars in the title role with Anthony Michael Hall, Sonia Cassidy, and Brian T. among the regular cast. Season 3 of Preacher and his Francis will be spin-off likely to Prime Video later in 2025. Fine. And that's what's poppin' in camps on our radio. All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The Game of Thrones legacy lives on in prequels House of the Dragon and the upcoming A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. HBO is taking another look at the one that got away. High on the network's priority list was a spin-off of the character of Jon Snow, who actor Kit Harington lodged on it a number of months ago. The actor and network have signaled openness to revisiting the idea that they can find a good story to tell. The Jon Snow character was a fan favorite who spanned the entirety of the Game of Thrones series and the books it was based on, so it's likely that HBO will continue to work to get Kit Harington on board for a sequel series. In the meantime, Game of Thrones and the first two seasons of House of the Dragon are streaming on Max, while A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is expected at HBO later in 2025. Alright, and that's what's poppin' in camps on our radio. Your popcorn. It's candy. Getting back to the moments like this. Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
A major blow for TikTok, but federal appeals court now upheld a law mandating the sale or ban of the Chinese-owned social media platform. In a bipartisan effort, Congress passed the legislation to, in its words, protect U.S. interests. The weeks between Thanksgiving and Christmas are the busiest for merchants, especially the ones who run small businesses. More continues to be an issue, meaning some owners of customers long dollars making sales. The Federation of Independent Businessmen survey found 36% of small business owners could not fill jobs. A federal judge has rejected a plea agreement between Boeing and the U.S. government concerning the fatal crashes in two 737 MAX jets in 2018 and 2019. The crashes took place in resulting in the deaths of 346 people. Which involved Boeing conspiracy to defraud the United States was criticized blatantly. The ongoing hotel workers strike in San Francisco is starting to impact upcoming conferences. A few organizations have canceled and there than elsewhere. Workers at a half dozen San Francisco hotels are coming up on 3 months of walking the picket line. Patients in 3 states covered by Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield plans will have to pay out of pocket for anesthesia under certain circumstances. Starting in February, Anthem won't pay for full-time for anesthesia in New York, Connecticut, and Missouri. If a surgical procedure exceeds a specific time, under the health insurance company's policy, patients can request if the anesthesiologist won't absorb it. Or apply for maternity related care for patients under 22. Consumer and business news on Market Health. You are hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
It sure is chilly out tonight.
Yeah.
can't.
Learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic Drops and Capsules. Here's product creator Dan Hunt to explain how insulin management is the key. Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic Drops. Dan, Weight Magic Capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that? Buy George's Weight Magic Drops and Capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. For many of us, the holiday season means more travel, more shopping, more time online. Better be personal information in more places you can't control. It only takes one innocent mistake, even if it's not your mistake, to expose you to identity theft. Not to worry, LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second and alerts you to threats you could miss by yourself, even if you keep an eye on your bank and credit card statements. If your identity is stolen, call a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed. The last thing you want to do this holiday season is face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or other financial losses from identity theft calls. Give yourself the peace of mind that comes with LifeLock and spend more time doing more of the holiday things you love. Visit LifeLock.com to save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 40% off at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, the threats you can't control.
I had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. So I started taking the Omnivore and at this point I don't want to ever be savage.
But the chemotherapy lasts for 6 months. You start developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took it to the vet and checked out. There was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues with the world in the night for my veterinary. And you know what? Just go ahead.
You all are so very talented. It is a privilege to be amongst all of you. This is Adina Menzel and Michael Bublé, Baby It's Cold Outside. Hope everybody's staying warm wherever you are. I really can't stay, really it's cold outside. Got to go away, really it's cold outside. This evening has been hoping that you up very night. I'll hold your hands, they're just like mine. Will start to beautiful what's yours. My father will be pacing the floor, listening to the fireplace. Really I bet it's beautiful. Please don't maybe just a half a drink. I'll put some records on while I'm the neighbors might think maybe it's bad out there. Say what's in this drink? No caps to be had out there. I wish I knew how I could starlight to break this spell. I'll take your hat The hills I say no, no, mine's a fire move. At least I'm gonna say that I can. What's the sense of hurting my pride? I really can't stand. Baby, don't hold out. Maybe it's cold outside.
You're very pushy, you know.
I like to think of it as opportunistic.
I simply must go.
Maybe it's cold outside.
The answer is no,
Baby, it's cold outside.
the welcome has
I'll
been
let you
so
down.
nice and warm.
Look out the window at the
Sister
sun.
will be
Let's
suspicious.
look
My
through.
brother will be there at the door.
Waves upon a tropical
My
shore.
maiden aunt's mind is
Wash your
vicious.
lips are
Or maybe just a cigarette
never
more.
such a blizzard before.
I gotta get home.
Baby, we freeze out there.
Say, lend me your comb.
It's up to your knees out there.
You really been grand.
I feel when I touch your
But
hand.
don't you see?
How can you do those things to
There's
me?
bound to be talk tomorrow.
The fire light
At least I'll be plenty of
You
pride.
got the pneumonia and
I
now.
really can't stand.
Baby, it's cold. It's cold outside.
Okay, fine. Just another drink then.
Well, that took a lot of convincing.
That was Adina Menzel and Michael Bublé. Baby, it's cold outside. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person may go.
Can just feed slogans and get into people's minds. I'm sure you don't think I exaggerate because you can tell me more about that. And you can create mass mobilization based on these certain slogans. So here's where I come in what we're doing, what we're trying to do, and what we've changed in what we're trying to do. I'm a 19th century Democrat in my small d, yes, in my views. That is, I ask the question, what is democracy? Okay. Democracy is the will of the majority and the protection of the rights of, they call it the rights of the minority, but I say the rights of the individual. Okay? So how do you balance the two? Okay? How do you get this, how do you avoid mobocracy? Okay? And how do you avoid dictatorship, the opposite side? The way you avoid it is something that was built essentially by British philosophers and French philosophers, but was encapsulated by the founding fathers of the United States. You create a balance between the three branches of government, okay? The legislative, executive, and the judiciary. And this balance is what assures the balance between majority rights and individual rights. And you have to balance all of them. Okay. That balance was maintained in Israel in its first 50 years and was gradually overtaken and basically broken by the most activist judicial court on the planet. That's what happened here. And gradually, over the last 2-3 decades, the court arrogated for itself the powers of the parliament and the executive. So we're trying to bring it back into line. Bringing it back into line into what is common in all parliamentary democracies and in the United States doesn't mean taking the pendulum from one side and bringing it to the other side. We want checks and balances, not unrivaled power. Just as we said, we want an independent judiciary, but not an all-powerful judiciary. That balance does not mean bringing it back into line. Doesn't mean that you can have the Parliament, our Knesset, override any decision that the Supreme Court does. So I pretty much early on said, after the judicial reform was introduced, get rid of the idea of a sweeping override clause that would have with 61 votes, that's majority of one, you can just nullify any Supreme Court decision. So let's move it back into the center. So that's gone. And most of the criticism on the judicial reform was based on an unlimited override clause, which I've said is simply not going to happen. People are discussing something that already for 6 months does not exist. Second point that we received criticism on was the structure of how do you choose Supreme Court judges? Okay, how do you choose them? And the critics of the reform are saying that the idea that elected officials should choose Supreme Court judges is the end of democracy. If that's the case, the United States is not a democracy. Neither is France, and neither are just about every democracy on the planet. So there is a view here that you can't have the sordid hands of elected officials involved in the choosing of judges. And in the Israeli system, the judicial activism went so far that effectively the sitting judges have an effective veto on choosing judges, which means that this is a self-selecting court. It just perpetuates itself. And we want to correct that. Again, want to correct it in a balanced way. And that's basically what we're trying to do. So I think there's a lot of misinformation about that. We're trying to bring Israeli democracy to where it was in its first 50 years. And it was a stellar democracy. It still is. Israel is a democracy. It will remain a democracy, a vibrant democracy. And believe me, the fact that people are arguing and demonstrating in the streets and protesting is just is the best proof of that. And that's how it will remain.
We spoke about tech companies offline. There's a lot of tech companies nervous about this judicial reform. Can you speak to why large and small companies have a future in Israel?
Because Israel is a free market economy, I had something to do with that. I introduced dozens and dozens of free market reforms that made Israel move from $17,000 per capita income to within a very short time to $54,000. That's nominal GDP per capita, according to the IMF. And we've overtaken in that Japan, France, Britain, Germany. How did that happen? Because we unleashed the genius that we have in the initiative and the entrepreneurship that is latent in our population. And to do that, we had to create free markets. So we created that. So Israel has one of the most vibrant free market economies in the world. And the second thing we have is a permanent investment in conceptual products, because we have a permanent investment in the military, in our security services, creating basically knowledge workers who then become knowledge entrepreneurs. And so we create this structure. And that's not going to go away. There's been a decline in investments in high tech globally. I think that's driven by many factors, but the most important one is the interest rate, which I think it'll fluctuate up and down. But Israel will remain a very attractive country because it produces so many knowledge workers in a knowledge-based economy, and it's changing so rapidly. The world is changing. You're looking for the places that have innovation. The future belongs to those who innovate. Israel is the preeminent innovation nation. It has few competitors. And I say, all right, where do you have this close cross-disciplinary fermentation of various skills and areas? I would say it's in Israel. I'll tell you why. We used to be just telecom, because people went out of the military intelligence, RNSA. But that's been now broad-based. You find it in medicine, you find it in biology, you find it in agri-tech, you find it everywhere. Everything is becoming technologized. And in Israel, everybody is dealing in everything. And that's a potent reservoir of talent that the world is not going to pass up, and in fact is coming to us. We just had NVIDIA coming here, and they decided to build a supercomputer in Israel. I wonder why. We've had Intel's coming here and deciding now to invest $25 billion just now in a new plant in Israel. I wonder why. I don't wonder why. They know why. Because the talent is here and the freedom is here, and it will remain so.
So you had a conversation about AI with Sam Altman of OpenAI and with Elon Musk.
Yeah.
What was the content of that conversation? What's your vision for sort of this very highest of tech, which is artificial intelligence?
Well, first of all, I have a high regard for the people I talk to. Okay. I understand that they understand things I don't understand. And I don't pretend to understand everything, but I do understand one thing. I understand that AI is developing at a geometric rate. And mostly in political life and in life in general, people don't have an intuitive grasp of geometric growth. You understand things basically in linear increments. The idea that you're coming up a ski slope is very foreign to people, so they don't understand it, and they're naturally also sort of taken aback by it, because what do you do? Okay, so I think there's several conclusions from my conversations with them and from my other observations that I've been talking about for many years, talking about the need to do this. Well, the first thing is this. There is no possibility of not entering AI with full force. Secondly, there is a need for regulation. Third, it's not clear there will be global regulation. Fourth, it's not clear where it ends up. I certainly cannot say that. Now, you might say, does it come to control us? Okay, that's the question. Does it come to control us? I don't know the answer to that. I think that as one observation that I had from these conversations is, if it does come to control us, that's probably the only chance of having universal regulation, because I don't see anyone deciding to avoid the race and cooperate unless you have that threat. Doesn't mean you can't regulate AI within countries, even without that understanding. But it does mean that there's a limit to regulation, because every country will want to make sure that it's not doesn't give up competitive advantage if there is no universal regulation. I think that right now, just as 10 years ago, I read a novel. I don't read novels, but I was forced to read them by a scientific advisor. I read history. I read about economics. I read about technology. I just don't read novels. Okay. And this time, follow Churchill. He said, fact is better than fiction. Well, this fiction would become fact. And it was a book. It was a novel about a Chinese-American future cyber war. And I read the book one sitting, called in a team of experts, and I said, all right, let's turn Israel into one of the world's 5 cyber powers, and let's do it very quickly. And we did, actually. We did exactly that. I think AI is bigger than that and related to that, because it will affect, well, cyber affects everything, but AI will affect it even more fundamentally, and the joining of the two could be very powerful. So I think in Israel we have to do it anyway for security reasons, and we're doing it. But I think what about our databases that are already very robust on the medical records of 98% of our population? Why don't we stick a genetic database on that? Why don't we do other things that could bring magical, what are seemingly magical cures and drugs and medical instruments for that? That's one possibility. We have it in, as I said, in every single field. The conclusion is this: we have to move on AI. We are moving on AI just as we moved on cyber, and I think Israel will be one of the leading AI powers in the world. The questions I don't have an answer to is, where does it go? How much does it chew up on jobs? There's an assumption that I'm not true, that the two big previous revolutions in the human condition, namely the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution, definitely produced more jobs than they consumed. Okay, That is not obvious to me at all. I mean, I can see new jobs creating, and yes, I have that, that comforting statement. But it's not quite true, because I think on balance they'll probably consume more jobs, many more jobs than they'll create.
At least in the short term. And we don't know about the long term.
No, I don't know about the long term, but I used to have the comfort being a free market guy. I always said, we're going to produce more jobs and, by, I don't know, limiting certain government jobs. We're actually putting out in the market will create more jobs, which obviously, we had one telecom company, a government company, when I said we're going to create competition, they said you're going to run us out, we're not going to have more workers. Yeah, they had 13,000 workers, they went down to 7, but we created another 40,000 in the other company. So that was a comforting shot. I always knew that was true. Okay. Not only that, I also knew that wealth would spread by opening up the markets, completely opposite to the socialist and semi-socialist creed that they had here. They said you're going to make the rich richer and the poor poor. No, I made everyone richer, and actually the people who entered the job market because of the reforms we did actually became a lot richer on the lowest, the lower ladders of the socioeconomic measure. But here's the point: I don't know that we will not have what Elon Musk calls the end of scarcity. So you'll have the end of scarcity, like enormous productivity. Very few people are producing enormous added value. You're going to have to tax that to pass it to the others. Okay? You're going to have to do that. That's a political question. I'm not sure how we answer that. What if you tax and somebody else doesn't tax? You're going to get everybody to go there. That's an issue, an international issue that we constantly have to deal with. And the second question you have is, suppose you solve that problem and you deliver money, okay, to those who are not involved in the AI economy. What do they do? The first question you ask somebody when you just met after the polite exchange is, what do you do? Okay? Well, people define themselves by their professions. And it's going to be difficult if you don't have a profession. And, people will spend more time self-searching, more time in the arts, more time in leisure. I understand that. If I have to bet, it will annihilate many more jobs than it will create, and it will force a structural change in our economics, in our economic models, and in our politics. And I'm not sure where it's going to go.
And that's something we have to respond to at the nation level and just as a human civilization. Both the threat of AI to just us as a human species, and then the effect on the jobs, and like you said, cybersecurity.
Now, what do you think? You think we're going to lose control?
No, first of all, I do believe, maybe naively, that we will create more jobs in the States.
Write that down and we'll check it.
It's on record.
And we don't say we'll check it after our lifetime. No, we'll see it in a few years.
We'll see it in a few years. I'm really concerned about cybersecurity and the nature of how that changes with the power of AI. And in terms of existential threats, I think there will be so much threats that aren't existential along the way, but that's the thing I'm most concerned about, versus AI taking complete control and becoming sort of superseding the human species. Although that is something you should consider seriously because of the exponential growth of its capabilities.
It's exactly the exponential growth which we understand is before us, but we don't really, it's very hard to project forward.
To really understand.
That's right. That's exactly right. So, I deal with what I can and where I can affect something. I tend not to worry about things I don't control because at a certain point, there's no point. I mean, you have to decide what you're spending your time on. So I think, in practical terms, I think we'll make Israel a formidable AI power. We understand the limitation of scale, computing power, and other things. But I think within those limits, I think we can make here this miracle that we did in many other things. We do more with less. I don't care if it's water, the production of water, or the production of energy, or the production of knowledge, or the production of cyber capabilities, defense, and other. We just do more with less. And I think in AI we're going to do a lot more with a relatively small but highly gifted population. Very good.
So taking a small tangent, as we talked about offline, you have a background in Taekwondo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned Elon Musk. I've trained with both. This is a quick question. Who you have? Who are you betting on in the fight?
Well, I refuse to answer that. I will say this.
Such a politician you are.
Yeah, of course. Here I'm a politician. I'm openly telling you that I'm dodging the question, okay? But I'll say this. I spent 5 years in special forces in the military, and we barely spent a minute on martial arts. I actually learned Taekwondo later when I came to. It wasn't even at MIT. At MIT, I think I did karate, but when I came to the UN, I had a martial arts expert who taught me Taekwondo, which was kind of interesting. Now, the question we really have to ask is, why didn't we learn martial arts in this special elite unit? And the answer is, there's no point. If you saw Indiana Jones, there's no point. You just, pull the trigger. That's simple. Now, I don't expect anyone to pull the trigger on this combat, and I'm sure you'll make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, martial arts is it's bigger than just combat. It's this kind of journey of humility, and it has it's an art form. It truly is an art. But it's fascinating that these two figures in tech are facing each other, and I won't ask the question of who you would face and how you would do, but
well, I'm facing opponents all the time.
All the time.
Yeah, that's part of life.
But
Part of life is
not yet.
I'm not sure about that.
Are you announcing fights? Okay.
Part of life is competition. The only time competition ends is death. But political life, economic life, cultural life is engaged continuously in creativity and competition. The problem I have with that, as I mentioned earlier, just before we began the podcast, is that at a certain point, you want to put barriers to monopoly. And if you're a really able competitor, you're going to create a monopoly. That's what Peter Thiel says is a natural course of things. It's what I learned basically in the Boston Consulting Group. If you're a very able competitor, you'll create scale advantages that gives you the ability to lock out your competition. And as Prime Minister, I want to assure that there is competition in the market, so you have to limit this competitive power at a certain point. And that becomes increasingly hard in a world where everything is intermeshed. Where do you define market segment? Where do you define monopoly? How do you do that? That actually is conceptual.
It looked like a giant insect.
Because of all the dozens of political
very insectoid in appearance.
the most difficult part is the conceptual part. Once you've ironed it out, you say, here's what I want to do, here's what I think to do. Then you have the practical part of overcoming union resistance, political resistance, press calumny, opponents from this or that corner. That's a practical matter. But if you have it conceptually defined, you can move ahead to reform the economy, reform education, or reform transportation. But the question of growing power of large companies, big tech companies, to monopolize the market because they're better at provide a service, provide a lower cost, rapidly declining costs. Where do you stop? Where do you stop the monopoly power? Is a crucial question because it also becomes now a political question. If you amass enormous amount of economic power, which is information power, that also monopolizes the political power, which makes these are real questions that are not obvious. I don't have an obvious answer. Because as I said, as a 19th century Democrat, these are questions of the 21st century. You have a solution to that.
The solution is monopolies growing arbitrarily
Yeah.
unstoppably in power.
In fact, he tells it with an
Economic
attention
power
to detail that is so amazing.
I mean, some of that is regulation, some of that
was
is
able to
competition.
illustrate it grain by grain,
You know where?
taking us inside the
Draw
S4
the line.
facility, all the way into the room
It's
where
not
the
breaking up
Christine
AT&T.
Spear holding
It's
the
not that cool.
extraterrestrial being known as J-Rod
Well,
restored.
I believe in the
I have
power of
received
competition, that there will
hundreds
always
of
be
messages
somebody
and
that
emails
challenges
from
the
people
big guy.
asking me, is Dan
Especially in
Burge
the
real?
space of
Is
AI,
this story legit?
the more
Is he
open
still
source
alive?
movements
And
are
he is.
taking hold, the
Where
more
is
the
he?
little guy can become the big
That's
guy.
why I
See,
am
you're
so
saying this,
excited
the
for today's show.
regulatory,
Because
the
one of the
regulatory
people who reached out to me is
instruments.
California-based researcher
In
Ryan
large
Jackson.
part, in most
Ryan has
part,
spent
that's the
decades
hope.
working in the
Maybe I'm
shadows
doing
behind the
That's
scenes,
been in many
studying
ways
the
my
life and
policy up to
accomplishments
now.
of Dan Burge.
Okay?
He's uncovered
The
a true
best
treasure trove
regulator
of information, including his
is the
academic
market, the
credentials,
best regulator
his
in
professional
economic,
accolades and associations, even a
economic
lecture that he
activity
gave
is
at
the
Caltech.
market,
That's right.
and the
Dan
best
Burge is
regulator
for
in
real,
political
and
matters
you're about to learn
is a
a
political
whole
matter.
lot more
That's
about
called elections. That's
Thank
what,
you for watching. Don't forget to
that's
like
what
and share this
regulates.
video.
You
And
have a
hey,
lousy
if you're
government.
not already, consider becoming a
People
subscriber.
make lousy
It's a heavy
decisions.
lift to build this
Well,
channel from
you
scratch,
don't
and I
need
need all the help I
the
can get.
wise men
Thank you for watching.
raised
Thank you for
above
being
the
a part of Team Night Shift.
the
Let's get
masses
to the interview.
to decide what is good and what is bad. Let the masses decide. Let them vote every 4 years or
For
whatever.
37
So,
years,
yeah,
Brian
by the way, it
Jackson
happened
has
to me.
been
It's not
researching
after
and
political
investigating
death.
subject matter
It was actually
relating to
political. I was
UFOs
re-elected
and
5, 6
UAPs.
times. This is
His
my sixth
research
term.
began
So,
in the dial-up days
I
of
believe
bulletin
in
boards
that.
like
I'm not
FidoNet,
sure.
Paranet,
I'm not
and
sure that
Transcendental
in
Communications,
economic matters,
which he was the
geometric
co-admin.
growth
Jackson has
of tech
collaborated
companies
with and provided
that
substantive
will
data
always
points
have
to many
the
well-known
little guy,
researchers
the
and
nimble
journalists in the
mammal that
field.
will come out
He has
and
taken a
slay the
special
giant
interest
dinosaur
in
and
the
overcome the
Area
giants.
51 and Pecos Lake facilities,
Which is
underground
essentially what you
installations,
said.
and alien and MyLab abductions.
You wouldn't
With
count
the
out.
exception of many
Well, I hope you're
investigators
right.
and journalists who know him, Jackson
Well,
has
let me
remained
ask you
below
about
the
this
radar of ufology
market
for
politics.
almost all of his
You
37
have
years of research,
served 6
electing
terms as Prime
until now
Minister, over
to focus
15
on
years in
researching the
power.
many aspects
Let me
of
ask
the
you again,
subject
human
rather than
nature.
seeking publicity.
Do you worry about the
Graduated with honors
corrupting
from
nature of
Art Center
power
College
on
of
you as a
Design in
leader
Pasadena,
and you as a
California,
man?
Not
where
at
he
all.
received his BA in graphic
Because
design.
I think that
Resides in the Los
again,
Angeles
the
area. Brian,
thing
thank you
that
so
drives
much for
me is
taking the
not,
time to sit down with me today.
there's nothing
Thank you.
about
So
the
glad I
mission
could do
that I
this,
took
and thanks for the invite.
to assure the
For the people who
survival
are
and
kind of new to
thriving
this
of the
conversation,
state.
I
That is
put out a
its
video
economic
a
prosperity,
couple weeks back on a
its
gentleman
security,
known
and its
by the
ability
name
to
Dan
achieve
Burge. He
peace
goes
with
by
our
Dan
neighbors.
Crane or
And
Dan
I'm
Burge.
committed to it. I
And
think
that
there's
video
still
kind of
many
half
things
joking
that
broke
have
the
been
internet.
done.
It's the
A
video
few
that
big
broke YouTube.
things that I can still
It
do,
took
but
off
it
and it
doesn't only
became
depend on my
extremely
sense of
popular for this
decision.
channel, and
It
a number of people
the market
have reached out.
depends
Dozens
really
and
on the
dozens and
will of
dozens
the
of people
Israeli
have been
voters,
contacting
and
me
Israeli
to
voters
ask
have
for more
decided to vote
information
for
on
me
Dan
again.
Burge.
And
Who
even
is
though
this
I
man?
yield no
And
power
what
in
do
the
we
press,
actually know about him?
no
And the thing
power
that people want to know most of all is
in
he still
in
around? Is
many
he still
quarters
active?
here,
Is he still alive?
and
Brian,
so
you've
on. Nothing.
researched Dan
I am
Burge for
probably
a number of
going to be
years,
very soon
and
the longest
this has
serving
been sort of a passion
prime
project for
minister
you.
in the
Can you
last half
tell us a
century
little
of
bit
Western
about how
democracy.
you got
But
into
that's not
this, and
because
specifically ufology in general,
I
and then more
amassed great
specifically, how did
political
Dan
power
Burge,
in
in that
any of the
case, become
institutions.
a
I remember
global
I had a
Let me
conversation
start with
with
the ufology in general. It was back in
Silvio
1989
Berlusconi, who
when
recently
Bob
died.
Lazar's
He
story
said
was
to me
breaking.
about
And I was listening to a
15
radio
years or
station in
something like
Las
that. He
Vegas
said, "So, baby,
called the Billy Goodman Happening.
how
And
many
at that time, for several nights in a row,
of
Bob was
Israel's
calling in and fielding questions.
television
And I was
stations
coming into this
do you have?"
wondering who this guy was.
And
He
I
seemed to
said,
be
"None."
confident. He
He said,
seemed to
"None.
be
I have
technologically
Do you have?" I
knowledgeable
said,
about
"None.
what he was
I
speaking
have
about.
two."
But the underlying story sounded so incredible. I just had
You
people
don't have
say,
any that
it
you
just sounded
control.
so
Not only do
incredible.
I have
So I would listen to it
control,
night
they're
after
all
night.
against me.
And then
So how do you win an election?
I contacted my brother
Both
about
hands tied behind your back, and I
this
said,
radio
the
show.
hard
He
way.
said, well, there's going to
That's
be a
why, I have
talk in our
the
town.
largest party,
And he was
but I
down
don't
in
have
San
many
Diego.
more seats
So I
than I
drove
would
down
have
there,
if I
and
had
attended it with him,
sympathetic
none other than Bill
voice in the
Hamilton
media.
himself,
And Israel
principal
is,
investigator
until recently,
of the
was
British
dominated
Library,
completely by
was my first
one
investigator I
side of
listened
the
to.
spectrum that
And I was
often
following a lot of Bill's work.
vilified.
And as
I mean,
it
not
stands
me,
today,
because they
I've
use me
amassed
as representing
52 cassette
basically the
tapes that
conservative
I've made
voices,
all
but
of
that are
Bill
majority.
Hamilton's talks.
So the idea that I'm
So
in a
I was
mythical
really intrigued by his
authoritarian
investigative and scientific approach to his
dictator is ridiculous.
investigations, which gave
I'm
tremendous
I
legitimacy
would
to
say
the
I'm
otherwise
not really
really
a
fantastic
champion
stories regarding this
of
subject. From there,
democracy and
life goes
democratization.
on.
I'm
HNA conferences because I would read
I believe
books, I would
ultimately
do
the
research. I
decision
did research to
is
help
the
me some
voters, and the
violent
voters,
cases,
even though they've had,
abduction cases.
they have
One was
constant,
an LAPD officer who had
press
an abduction
attacks.
experience and
They
helped him get regressive
put
hypnosis
you
with
back
Yvonne
in.
Smith.
I don't
And
believe in this thing.
my interest in this was
If you
developing
don't have
deeper and
elections,
deeper.
if you don't have, if you control
Shortly after having my first
means of
child,
influencing the voters,
I took a
I
little bit of a
understand
recess from the
what you're
hardcore
saying. But in my
investigation
case, it's the exact opposite.
and
I
then
have to
coming back
constantly
into it.
go to elections, constantly,
I discovered this
you know,
entire
with a
case and that
disadvantage.
version kind of come and went.
Major media outlets are
And I'd heard
very
rumors about it, bits and pieces
violent
for a
against
little while during
me.
my kind of
But it's
sabbatical.
fine, and I keep
But I
on
wanted
winning. So
to find
I
out
don't know
about
what
it.
you're
I
talking
found
about. I would
this
say the
one
concentration of
interview
power
of
lies
him,
elsewhere.
not the one that you posted.
Well,
But it's the
you have
very
been
first
involved
interview
in
of him
several
in
corruption
2002.
cases. How much
And I was
corruption is going into
surprised to
that?
hear
And
Bill
how do you fight
Hamilton's
it
voice
in your
in
own
the
party?
background.
And
Bill and I had grown to be good
Well, you
friends.
should ask a
I
different
shared
question.
meals
What's
with him
happened
and
in
his
these
wife.
cases?
I helped his
Cases
wife,
of
who's a Moab
basically
abductee,
collapsing
help her with
before
her
our eyes.
case. And I was so excited to hear Bill's voice, not only because he was a friend who I
An
trusted,
event in which the judges,
but shortly
the three
before my
judges
quote
in
sabbatical,
my case called
Bill
in the
was just then
prosecution and
talking
said,
about a
you
brand
know,
new
your
case he's
flagship
working on with
bribery
a
charge, so-called
person
bribery
that was
charge.
acting as a liaison
No,
to
doesn't
a
exist.
scientist
Before a single
who went by the name BJ.
defense
Bill in the video
witness was
referenced
called.
BJ in the same video
And
who was off camera. I'm like, oh
it sort
my
of
God,
tells you
this is that entire case
this
that Bill
thing
was working on.
is evaporating. It's quite
It's now many years
astounding.
later, and
Even
I'm finally
that, I
watching
have to
this,
say,
and
is
then I
covered even
decided
by the mainstream
I'm
press.
going to find out about this because I
Until
do
because
trust
it's
Bill.
such an earthquake.
I value
You know, a
his
lot of these charges,
investigative
not a
approach,
lot, these
as
charges
did all
will
of
prove to be
UFO
nothing.
community
I
back
always say
then.
this when I stand
And
before the legal
therein lies
process.
the
I
beginning of the
don't
rabbit
claim
hole.
that
As I started to
exempt from
try
it
to
in
work
any way.
backwards
On the
from
contrary,
the very first
I think the truth
point
will
of
come out,
where
and
the
it's coming
story
out.
started.
And you see
I
that
wanted
not
to
only
play
with that,
catch up.
with other things.
And in
So,
doing so,
I
I
think
was
it's kind of
finding
instructive.
so many different data
No,
points that
no
helped
politician has
substantiate
been
this
more
otherwise
vilified. No, none
clearly
has been put to
fantastic
such
story to most people.
you know, what is
So
it?
that's where
Quarter
that
of a
kind of came
billion
from. And I just couldn't let go.
shekels were
I
used
was doing it very privately. I
scrutinize
wasn't sharing.
the
And then it got
scour
to the
my
point where I
bank
had such a
account,
critical
sending
mass
people to
of
the
data.
Philippines, into
I wanted
Mexico,
to reach out to
into America.
some of the better
Look at
investigators
everybody
of our
using
time
spyware,
today.
the
I
most
reached out
advanced
to
spyware on the
Paul
planet
Harris.
against
I
the
reached out to
associates, blackmailing witnesses,
Michael Schratt, Ross Coulthard,
telling them, you
presented
know,
to him
think
as
about your
well.
family, think about your wife.
Jerry Cassidy, Bill Ryan,
All that is coming out of the
filmmaker
trial.
William Gazecki,
So I
the
would
late
say
Mark McCandlish, I think I said
that
Linda
most
Howe.
people now are
All
not
of these
asking,
people I was able to give
and
this
no longer
presentation
asking,
to. That was
including
all
my
I did.
opponents, sort of trickling in.
And for the most part, almost all of them
Stuff comes out. People are not saying,
supported the story.
what did
Always did. They didn't know
they
what
now
happened
do?
to it.
Because
They know it
apparently
went
did
dark.
nothing.
And I
What was done to
was
them?
amazed. I was so happy I could reach out to them. I had the
What was done
opportunity to
to,
get
what was
their
done to our democracy?
one-on-one in some cases
What was done in the
about
attempt
this case.
to put down somebody
They
who keeps
all
winning
were
elections despite
wondering what
the
happened to it.
handicaps that I described?
So
Maybe
it kept me going.
we can
And
nail it
occasionally, as I
framing it.
found you, I would
And the
occasionally
one thing I
reach
can
out
say
and find
about
people who are talking about
this
them,
court trial is
posting
that
a video,
things are
reaching out
coming
to
out.
see if there's any more
And
data
that's
points,
it.
and
It's
that's
just
how I
objective
connected
thing
with you.
coming out.
It's been a long time.
So
I'm
I would
happy
say
to finally do an interview. I
attempt to
don't do them. I
brand
haven't done an interview. I've never written a book.
is falling
I've
on
not
its
written
face. But
articles. I don't
the
blog.
thing that is being uncovered
I do this relatively privately and share it with certain investigators.
the use of spyware.
You reached out to me shortly after that video went up, and we had a great conversation, and we started to kind of get
Try
a
to shake
dialogue
them
going
down.
back and forth. And I remember
Investigations.
the first call that we
Put them
did,
in free
you sent me
cells
a huge
for 21
PDF to
days.
read to prep you for the call,
Invite
and then
the
we went through the call, we went through your
84-year-old
presentation, and
mother
I think one of the things
to
that struck me
investigations without
most
cause,
about our
bringing in their
interaction so far is
mistresses
the
and
volume of
them.
data that you
Taking them
have
down.
and how good
That's
it
what
is.
people are
I
asking.
think for
That's
people who aren't
corruption,
familiar
what
with
they
this
want.
story may not understand why it's such a big deal, but
What
at
is the
first
top
blush,
obstacle
when you
to
just
peaceful
watch it
coexistence of
without any
Israelis and
context, this
Palestinians?
one particular
Let's talk
interview, but
about
all
the
of them,
big question of
to
peace
some
in
degree,
this
are
part
like
of the
this.
world.
His emotional
Well,
body language,
I think
his
the reason you
demeanor,
have
his level of
the
attention to detail, his
persistence of
ability to
the
recall
things across
Palestinian-Israeli
90
conflict,
minutes or
which goes
more
back about a
of
century,
intense questioning
is
is
the
just so good.
persistent
It's really hard to
Palestinian
imagine
refusal
that
to
anybody
recognize
could
a
or
Jewish
would
state, a nation
think
state for the
something to
Jewish
that
people in
level
any
of
bounds.
detail.
That's
But
why
there
they
was a little
opposed
controversy early on with this story when it first broke and as it was starting to take off in the days sort of before YouTube
They opposed it
and the
when
internet in
we
its present
didn't have
Can you
the
talk a
deal
little bit
scenario of
about
the West Bank
what
and our
happened
hands
early on,
and they pulled it
and
afterwards.
explain a little bit
Doesn't
about
make
how
a
that
difference.
controversy
It's
got
basically
started?
the persistent refusal
There's a number
to
of points of
recognize the Jewish
controversy
state
surrounding
and
the
their
damn
values.
story
And I
because
think
it is
their
vast.
tragedy is that
It is
they
extraordinarily
commandeered for a
complex.
century by leadership
But
that
there
refused to compromise with the
was
idea of Zionism, namely that the Jews deserve
relationship
a
with
state
this
in
story
this part
and
of the
the
world. The
Bob Lazar
territorial
story.
dispute
The
is
Bob
something
Lazar
else. You
story
have a territorial
was
dispute that
relatively
you say,
narrowly
okay,
focused
we're
around
living on this side, we're living
scientific
on that
programming
side,
and
let's
whatnot.
decide where the border is.
The
That's not
SEO
what the
facility
Arabs,
itself,
the Palestinian
the short life
society
that Bob had on the program,
itself,
but the tremendous knowledge he had of the technology that he was working on.
all the factions agree
And with
there shouldn't
that,
be a Jewish state.
there was
Anyway,
plenty of reason to believe
they
Bob.
just disagree.
There's also some
Hamas
checkpoints for
says,
Bob that
oh
still
well,
needed to be
we
resolved.
should have it,
Issues of
we should get rid of it
background
as a
verification
terror.
that was difficult, things like that. So
And the others are saying, no, we
I
should
think when
also
you then
use
look at the Dan
political
Burns
means to
story,
dissolve it.
the claims
So
are
that
even more
is
wild.
that is the problem.
I mean, we're
So
talking
even as
about,
part of a
just
two-state
to
solution, you
summarize,
still
we're
against the
talking
idea.
about the
Well, they don't want a
potential
state
fact that we
next to
have
it. They
living
want a state instead of it.
extraterrestrial beings
And they say
that
if
he
we
was
get a
interacting
state,
with
we
and
use it
having
as a
to do a
springboard
scientific program
to
with,
destroy the
which involved
smaller Israeli state, which is what happened when Israel unilaterally walked out of Gaza and
and
effectively
then not only
established
that,
Hamas
but the
state.
evolution of
They
from
didn't say,
that
oh good,
scientific
now we have
program
our own territory, our own state, Israel is no longer there, let's build peace, let's
eventually
build
evolving into a membership adjusting.
economic
And the story just goes
projects, let's
really wild.
enfranchise our people. No, they
There's a
turned
few
it
people
into
in the
basically
UFO
into a
community
terror
that
bastion
clearly
from which
have
they
an
find
issue with the
10,000
fantastic
rockets in
nature of
Jerusalem.
Dan's story. And
When
again,
Israel
we're
left
talking starting
Lebanon,
2002. By 2004,
because we had
became an
terrorist
issue
attacks
of
from there,
UFO
then
magazine
we
that
had
a number of
Lebanon
contributors
taken over by
offered,
Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that seeks to
some
destroy Israel. And
stories
therefore, every time
debunk
you just
the
walked out,
entire issue.
what we got was
Devoted
not
as a
peace.
wife, it
We
was
didn't
nothing
get
to it. Why devoted an entire issue?
territory
This
for
was George
peace,
Knapp,
we got territory for terror.
in my
That's what we
opinion, as
got.
much as I have
And
a
that's what
tremendous
would
respect for
happen as
George
long
and
as
everything he's
the
done in the field,
reigning
this
ideology
seemed to
says we
be
don't
so
want Israel
heavily
in
weighted
any
as
border.
commentary.
So the idea of two states assumes that you have on the other side a state that wants to live in peace and not one that would be overtaken by Iran and its proxies in 2 seconds
But I think a
and
lot of
become a
people
base to
bought it.
destroy Israel.
Now,
And therefore, I think that
unfortunately, some of those
most
things
Israelis today, if you
that
ask them,
George was pointing out were things that were very similar to Bob.
they'd say that
The
it's
fact
not
that he
going
couldn't
to work
find
in
his
that
academic
concept. So what do you do?
credentials,
What do you do
the
with a
fact that there
Palestinian?
was issues of
They're still there.
he was, if he was
Unlike them,
getting
I
a
don't want to
degree
throw
in
them
this
out.
location, how does it show that he was
They're
at
going
this
to be
other
living
location
here,
at
and
the
we're
same
going to
time?
be in an
Lots
area
of
which is, by the
parallels,
way,
so
it's very
controversy
stacked.
was all over the place.
The area,
And
the
then other
entire
people weighed
area
in about
of
some money
so-called
problems
West
that
Bank
they had
and
back in the
of
day,
Israel
which
is the width of the Washington Beltway, more or less.
white bread
It's
people
really
with money problems. That's not necessarily an
You can't
issue
really
of
divide it up. You
credibility.
can't say, well, you're going to
So
fly
I'm
in.
not sure if
Who
that's
controls the air?
covering what you mean by the
Well,
controversial
it
aspect.
takes you about
There's
2.5
If you
minutes
had
to
to,
cross
in
it to
30 seconds, 60 seconds,
a
give
regular
the elevator pitch for why is Dan Burridge
74
so
seconds. Okay.
significant to the
There's a fighter
field?
plane.
What would your elevator pitch be?
You're not.
Because
How are you
even
going to
though this
divide
happened
here?
in
You're not
2002,
going to do it.
and as we sit here in 2024
And the
with
electromagnetic
amazing
and
whistleblowers,
so on. So security has
like
to be
Carl Nell, Hyman Shedd,
in
David
the hands
Rush, Tim
of my
Galladay,
view of how
Lou
to solve this
Elizondo,
problem
elements
is
of
that
what they're saying
is a simple principle.
is starting to patch
The
in
Palestinians
holes
should
of
have
Dan's
all the
story.
powers to govern themselves and none of the powers to threaten us.
We're asking
Which
now
basically
the
means
general
that
public
the responsibility
to
for
really
overall
be
security
open-minded about the
remains with Israel.
subject at a
And from
time
a practical point of view, we've seen
when we've
that every time
realized
that
the
Israel
stigma, which was
leaves
very
a
strong in
territory
2002.
and
So,
takes its
I
security
think
forces out of
as
an area,
we
it
start to
immediately is
contemplate
overtaken
what all these things
by
might mean
Hamas
for
or
our future,
Hezbollah
the
or
damn story
jihadists
starts to
who
play very
basically
well
are
into what those
committed to the
answers may
destruction
be,
of Israel
because
and
part
also
of the
bring
damn story
misery
is
to
interaction with
the
this
Palestinians or Arab
entity
subjects. So I think
required
that
him to have a
that
telepathic
principle
communication while he was in close
is less than
proximity.
perfect sovereignty
And with that
because you're taking certain
communication,
amount
there
of
was a number
powers,
of
sovereign powers, especially security, away.
pieces
But
of
I think it's the
information
only
given to
practical
Dan about
solution.
humanity and about
The
our
people say,
future.
but it's not a perfect state. Okay, call it what
There were other technologies available at S4 that
I don't
also
know. Limited sovereignty, call it autonomy plus, call it whatever you want to call it. But that's the reality. And right now, if you ask Israelis across the political spectrum, except the very hard left,
So two-state solution where Israel controls security of the entire region.
we don't call it quite that. I mean, there are different names, but the idea is yes, Israel controls security. is the entire tiny area between the Jordan River and the sea. Like you can walk it. Not one afternoon, you can really fit.
Things and dimensions and things like that.
Less than a day.
Going back to some of the stuff Dan was talking about.
So the expansion of settlements in the West Bank has been a top priority for this new government. People may harshly criticize this as contributing to escalating this tension. Can you understand that perspective that this expansion of settlements is not good for this two-state solution?
Yeah, I can understand what they're saying. They don't understand why they're wrong.
Is brought together in this story that is, again, so detailed and so rich.
In the urban
You
blocks.
mentioned Luel Elizondo. One thing that immediately jumps to mind is if I had to describe the emotional state of Dan Murray when I was watching that very
those
first
urban
interview
blocks
that I
are going to be
saw,
part
it
of
would
this
be
world
somber.
in any future.
He comes across
So
as
they're
someone
really
who
arguing
knows
about
a lot, and what he knows is difficult for him.
agreed upon
Tonight, and I think that people will zero in on that immediately as we zoom out from this and look at the credentials and the research that you've done. It makes the story even more fantastic because it grounds it in a reality that I think a lot of people say, like, where are the first-hand accounts? Where are the first-hand people? It's always second and third-hand. Well, this gentleman
so you're
is
not going
claiming
to
to be one of the first-hand people who laid hands physically on the beat and did it day in and day out. You put together a presentation that we went through, and you've since expanded it since we last spoke. Can you take us through that presentation and just walk us through it, and then I'll jump in with questions as we go.
Over 1.5 million Arabs. You don't say, oh, Israel has to be ethnically cleansed from Arabs in order to have, from its Arab citizens, in order to have peace. Jews can live among Arabs, and Arabs can live among Jews. And what is being advanced by those people who say that we can't live in our ancestral homeland in these disputed areas? Nobody says this. And nobody says that these are Israeli areas. We claim it. They claim that we've only been attached to this land for 3,500 years. But, but it's a dispute. I agree. But I don't agree that we should throw out the Arabs, and I don't think that they should throw out the Jews. And if somebody says the only way we're going to have peace with Israel is to have an ethnically cleansed Palestinian entity, that's outrageous. If you said the only way you shouldn't have Jews living in, I don't know, suburbs of London or New York and so on. I don't think that's the case. The world is actually advancing a solution that says that Jews cannot live in America and Arabs cannot live in America. I don't think that's the right way to do it. And I think there is a solution out there, but I don't think we're going to get to it, which is less than perfect sovereignty, which involves Israeli security, maintained for the entire territory by Israel, which involves not rooting out anybody, not kicking out, uprooting Arabs or Palestinians. They're going to live in enclaves in sovereign Israel, and we're going to live in probably enclaves there. Probably through transportation continuity as opposed to territorial continuity. That is, for example, you can have tunnels and overpasses and so on to connect the various communities. We're doing that right now. We're doing that right now, and it actually works. I think there is a solution to this. It's not the perfect world that people think, but that model doesn't apply. If it applies elsewhere, it's a question. I don't think so. But I think there's one other thing. That's the main thing that I've been involved in. People said, if you don't solve the Palestinian problem, you're not going to get to the Arab world. You're not going to have peace with the Arab world. Remember, the Palestinians are about 2% of the Arab world. And the other 98%, we're not going to make peace with them. That's our goal. And for a long time, people accepted it. After the initial peace treaty in Egypt, Prime Minister Begin and very good, and President Sadat, and then with Jordan, between Prime Minister Rabin and Pinky. For a quarter of a century, we didn't have any more peace treaties because people said, you got to go through the Palestinians. And the Palestinians, they don't want the kind that I described or any kind, but the one that involves the dissolution. So we could wait another half century. And I said, no. I mean, I don't think that we should accept the premise that we have to wait for the Palestinians because we'll have to wait forever. So I decided to do it differently. I decided to go directly to the Arab capital.
This is the presentation to all the
historic Abraham Accord,
so you're seeing what I had to
essentially
point out.
reversing the equation, not a peace process that goes inside out, but outside in.
Let's see.
And we went directly to these countries and forged
It's coming through. You're good.
these breakthrough peace accords with
So,
the
by and large,
United
the
Arab Emirates,
entirety
with
of the
Bahrain,
Denver story
Morocco, and with Sudan.
revolves
And we're
around
now
a
trying
time
to
period when
expand
he
that
borrowed the name of
quantity
now his
in
ex-wife
Saudi Arabia.
What does it take to do that with Saudi
By
Arabia,
the way,
with
his name
the
was
Saudi
Danny
Crown
Danny
Prince
Gray.
Mohammed bin Salman?
So
You know, I'm a
that
student of
period of
history.
time where he was popular, and there's a lot of material
Read
that
a lot of
was when he
history.
was
I
using the
read
British
that
name.
the
But I'm still
Versailles
referring to him as Danny Gray
discussions
because
after World
that's
War
his
I.
birth name, and that's
President
the name he
Woodrow
uses
Wilson
now.
said, "I believe in open covenants, openly arrived at. I have my correction. I believe in open covenants, secretly arrived at."
Something that
We're not
cannot
going to
be understated.
advance the Saudi-Israeli
This
peace
will go
by
by
having
one of
it
the other
publicly discussed. And in any
investigators.
case,
This story does
decision
not lend itself to easy summary.
the
That is
Saudis,
an understatement.
if
And
they want
those
to
who
do it.
have
But there's obviously a mutual interest.
decided
So
to
here's
get
my
into
view.
this will know there is
If we
many,
try to
many
wait
rabbit
for the
holes to go
2%
down.
in order to get to the 98%,
There's a
we're
lot of
going to fail.
images
And we
I've
have to.
collected over the
If we
years.
go to the
Yeah.
98%, we have a much
Studying
greater
biology
chance
and
of persuading the
microscopes
2%. You know why?
in the lab at the far
Because
right
the
there at
2%,
UNLV.
Palestinian hope to vanquish the state of Israel and not make peace with it
Even
is
was
based, among
the
other
science
things,
institute in the upper
on the
right corner when
assumption
he was on
that eventually the 98%, the rest of the Arab world will kick in
because he was
and destroy
involved
the
in
state, help them
the
dissolve
takedown
and
of
destroy
a
the
big
state.
rubber.
When
So
that
he made
hope
the news.
is
But
taken
most
away,
importantly for now,
then
let me
we
just
begin to
kick
have
off with
a
Bill
turn to
Hamilton
the
as
realistic
a
solutions.
principal
And
investigator
coexistence, by the way, they require compromise on the Israeli side too.
Probably 1990.
I'm perfectly
Senior program
cognizant
analyst
of
at
that and
UCLA,
willing to do that, but I think the
information
realistic
technology
part
field for over 30
will
years.
be struck
He has
much
several
more
degrees
readily
majored in psychology,
when the
physical science, and information
conflict
technology.
between
Was awarded
Israel
a
and
top
the
grade
Arab states,
electronic
the Arab
technology
world,
with the
is
U.S. Air
effectively
Force
solved.
Security Service.
And I think we're on that
He's
path.
authored
It was a
several
conceptual
books,
change, just like
Space-Time and Gravity,
been involved in a few.
Vortex, Cosmic
Told you
Top
the
Secret Alien
conceptual battle
Magic,
is always the
Phoenix
most difficult
Lights.
one.
His
And,
articles
you
have
know, I
been
had to
published
fight
in
this
numerous
battle
journals and magazines,
to
including
convert a
Human
semi-socialist state
Second
into
Observer, UFO Magazine,
a free market capitalist state. And I
Sadly,
have to say that
shortly
most people
after I
didn't
started
recognize the
investigating
power
the
of
dance
competition and the
story,
benefits of free
and I
market.
decided it's time to
So
reach out to
we
Bill.
also had to fight this
I
battle
had
that
found
said you
he
have
just
to go
passed in
to
2014.
the
It was
Palestinian
really sad.
straight
Long
SDRAIT
before his
to get
passing,
to the
he
other
dropped
places. There's no way
completely
to
out of the
avoid
UFO
this.
field.
You have to go through this
This was summarized to me by Dan
impassable
in an hour
path.
and a half long phone
And I
call.
think that now people are recognizing that
Bill, who spent
we'll go around
so
it
many years
and
investigating the dance
probably
story,
circle back.
befriended Dan,
That, I think, actually gives hope not only to have
was
an
taking
Arab
it from
Israeli peace,
ufology, for getting into
but
the
circling
story.
back
It was
an Israeli
relentless,
Palestinian
it was ruthless,
And obviously, this is
very
not something
personal.
you find in
And
the
Dan
sound
even
bites and
mentioned
so
the
on.
time that he met with Bill, last time he met
The
with Bill,
popular
Bill appreciated
discussion of the
saying
press, but
they're
that
ruining you,
idea
they're
is
bringing you
permeated.
down. And
And I
this
think
isn't
it's the
right.
right idea, because I think it's the only one that will work.
So expanding the
In a
circle
kind of
piece,
personal way,
just to linger on that, requires what? Secretly talking man to man, human to human, to leaders of other
of the
nations.
work I've been doing thus far.
And
Theoretically,
But
you're
it
right.
started when Bill
theoretically.
caught
Okay.
wind of a document
Well, let me
that
ask
was
you
forwarded to
another
him from
theoretical
BJ
question.
Wolf. It's called the Q94
On the circle
109K
piece,
document. And it
as a student of history,
exposed this leaked 4-page document in
looking at the
1999
ideas
by
of
Dan's
war and
colleague
peace,
BJ
what do you
Wolf,
think
and was intrigued
can
with the
achieve
technical
peace
details of
in the
biology
war in
of an
Ukraine,
extraterrestrial
looking at
being.
another
You
part
can
of
still
the
find
world?
this if you type
If you,
Q94 109A.
if you consider the fight for peace in this part of the world, how can you apply that to that other part of the world, in Russia and Ukraine now?
I think it's one of the
That was his
the
first
savage horrors
finding of
of
it.
history
In the end,
and one of the great
he wrote, and
tragedies
I
that has
recommend this
occurred.
book to anybody, Project Aquarius, and it's all about Dan, the Dan
And
story.
let me
This
say
was
in
a great,
advance that if I have any
I can show you
opportunity
my
to
copy here.
use my
It's tattered, it's got
contacts
notes
to
all
help
over
bring
it.
about an
There
end to
are so
this
many
tragedy,
elements
I'll
in
do
this
so.
book that help with
I've
the
had,
substantiation
I
of
know
the story,
both leaders,
legitimacy of
but
it.
I
But
don't
let's get
just jump
into
in
Dan's
and
claims.
assume, if there's be a desire at
He
a certain
designed
point
Project Aquarius involving a
because
containment
the
sphere
conditions
with a
that
living extraterrestrial biological
created the
entity
possibility
referred to
of
as a J-Rock, which is a
helping
species. This
stop
is not the name of
this carnage.
entity. It
Then and all this. And that's why I choose my words carefully, because I think that may be the best, the best thing that I could do. Look, I think what you see in Ukraine is what happens if you have territorial designs on a territory by a country that has nuclear weapons. And that, you see the change in Ukraine. Now, I think that people are loath to use nuclear weapons, and I'm not sure that I would think that the Russian side would use them. Have to abandon. I don't think that's the case. But you see how the whole configuration changes when that happens. You have to be very careful on how you resolve this conflict. It doesn't, doesn't go off the rails. And that's, by the way, the corollary is here. We don't want Iran, which is an aggressive force with an aggressive ideology of dominating first the Muslim world and then eliminating Israel and then becoming a global force. Having nuclear weapons is totally different. They don't have it, but they do have it. That's why one of my main goals is to prevent Iran from having the means to mass destruction. If we use atomic bombs, which they openly say will be used against us. We understand that. How to bring about an end to Ukraine? I have my ideas. I don't think it's worthwhile.
There is a letter that was supposedly written
discussing them now because they might be required later on.
Do you believe in the power of conversation? Did you have contacts with Volodymyr Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, just leaders sitting in a room and discussing how the end of war can be brought about?
I think it's a combination of that, but I think it's the question of interest and whether you have to get both sides to a point where they think that conversation will lead to something useful. I don't think they're there. Right.
What part of this is just basic human ego, stubbornness, all of this between leaders? Which is why I bring up the power of conversation, of sitting in a room, realizing we're human beings, and there's a history that connects Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, I don't think they're in a position to endure it. You can pause it. It would be good if that could happen. But entering the room is sometimes more complicated than what happens. There's a lot of pre-negotiation on the negotiation. You negotiate endlessly. They're not even there.
It took a lot of work for you to get their handshake in the past.
It's an interesting question. How did the peace, the Abraham Accords, how did that begin? You know, I mean, we had decades, 70 years, 65 years. These people, you know, would not meet openly or even secretly. Yeah, we had the Mossad
something like that's what I'm hoping our elected members of government.
How do we break the ice to the top level of leadership? Well, we broke the ice because I took a very strong stance against Iran. And the Gulf states understood that Iran is a formidable threat to them. We had a common interest. And the second thing is because of the economic reforms that Israel became a technological powerhouse that could help their nations, not only in terms of anything, it's bettering the life of their people.
Situation that we're in.
And combination
it's very, very interesting
of the desire to have some kind of protection against Iran or some kind of cooperation against Iran and civilian economic cooperation came to a head when I gave a speech in the American Congress, which I didn't do lightheartedly. I had to decide to challenge a sitting American president and on the so-called Iranian deal, which I thought would pave Iran's pathway goal to be an effective nuclear power. That's what would happen. So I went there. And in the course of giving that speech before the joint session of Congress, our delegation received calls from Gulf states who said, we can't believe what the Prime Minister is doing. The President of the United States, well, I had no choice, because I thought my country's own existence was imperiled. And remember, we always understand changing administration in America under no matter what leadership, is always the irreplaceable, an indispensable ally of Israel. And we always remember we can have partnerships we have, but in the families, we say, in the mishpocha, it's the families. But nevertheless, I was forced to take a stand. That produced calls from Gulf states that ultimately led to clandestine meetings that ultimately flowered into the Abraham Accords. And I think we're at a point where the idea of ending the Arab-Israeli conflict, not the Palestinian, the Arab-Israeli conflict can happen. I'm not sure it will. It depends on quite a few things, but it could happen. And if it happens, it might open up the ending of the Israeli Islamic part. Remember, the Arab world is a small part. It's an important part, but it's a large Islamic population. To bring about an end to the historic enmity between Islam and Judaism. So I'm looking at this larger thing. You can be hobbled by saying, well, you have this hiccup in Gaza, this or that thing happening. I don't it's important for us because we want security. But I think the larger question is, can we break that much larger peace and ultimately come back and make the peace between Israel and the Palestinians, rather than waiting to solve that and never getting to the paint on the larger canvas. I want to paint on the larger canvas and come back to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict.
As you worry about in your book, what have you learned about life from your father?
My father was a great historian.
The certificates and these things,
and well, he taught me several things. He said that the first condition for a living organism is to identify danger in time. Because if you don't, it could be devoured, it could be destroyed very quickly. That's the nature of human conflict. In fact, for the Jewish people, we lost the capacity to identify danger in time, and we were almost devoured and destroyed by the Nazi threat. So when I see somebody parroting the Nazi goal of destroying the Jewish state, I try to mobilize the country and the world in time, because I think Iran is a global threat, not only to. That's the first thing. The second thing is I once asked him, before I got elected, I said, well, what do you think is the most important quality for a prime minister of Israel? And he came back with a question, what do you think? And I said, well, you have to have vision, and you have to have the flexibility of navigating and working towards that vision. Be flexible, but understand where you're headed. And you say, well, you need that for anything. You need it for if you're a university president, or if you're a leader of a corporation, or anything. Anybody would have to have that. I said, all right, so what do you need? Well, to be the leader of Israel. He said, he came back to me with a word that stunned me. He said, education. You need a broad and deep education, or you'll be at the mercy of your clerks. Or the press. So you have to be able to do that. Now, as I spend time in government, being re-elected, by the people of Israel. I recognize more and more how right it was. You need to constantly ask yourself, where's the direction we want to take the country? How do we achieve that goal, but also understand that new disciplines are being added. You have to learn all the time. You have to learn all the time. You have to add to your intellectual capital all the time. Kissinger said that, if you will, that once you enter public life, you begin to draw on your intellectual capital, and it'll be depleted very quickly if you stay a long time. I disagree with that. I think you have to constantly increase your understanding of things as they change because my father was right. You need to broaden and deepen your education as you go along. You can't just sit back and say, well, I studied something. University or college or in Boston or MIT, and that's enough. Learn. Never stop.
And if I might suggest, as part of the education, I would add in a little literature, maybe Dostoevsky, in a plentiful of time you have as a prime minister to read.
Well, I read him, but I'll tell you what I think is bigger than this.
Oh no, who's that?
Not who's that, but what's that? And Dan Riley came to see me with his grandson a few years ago, and he asked me, the grandson asked me, he's a student in Ivy College. And he said he's 18 years old. He wants to study to enter politics. And he said, what's the most important thing that I have to study to enter a political life? And I said, you have three things you have to study. History, and history. That's the fundamental discipline for political life. But then you have to study other things. Study economics, study politics, and study the military. If you haven't valid, because I spent some years there, so I learned a lot of that. But I had to acquire the other disciplines, and you never acquire it. So read, and by the way, if I choose, I read history. And it's good work, not lousy.
Last question. You talked about the survival of the nation. You yourself are a mortal being. You contemplate your mortality. You contemplate your death, or you're afraid of death.
Aren't you?
Yes.
Who's not? I mean, if you're conscious, you're a being with conscience. One of the unhappy things about the human brain is that it can contemplate its own demise. So we all make our compromises with this. So I think the question is what lives on? What lives on beyond us? And I think that you have to define how much of prosperity do you want to influence. I kind of influence the course of humanity. We all are specks, little specks. So that's not the issue. But in my case, I've devoted my life to a very defined purpose, and that is to assure the future and security and I would say permanence, but that is obviously limited of the Jewish state. And the Jewish people. I don't think one can exist without the other. So I've devoted my life to that, and I hope that in my time on this earth and in my years in office, I'd have contributed to that.
Well, you had one heck of a life, starting from MIT to 6 terms as Prime Minister. Thank you for this show for human history and for this conversation. It was an honor.
Thank you, and I hope you come back to Rico many times. Remember, it's the innovation nation. It's a robust democracy. Don't believe all the stuff that you remain that. It can't be any other way. And it's, I'll tell you the other thing, it's the best ally in the United States. And its importance is growing by the day because of the information movement growing by the day. We need a coalition of like-minded smarts. This is a smart nation, and we share the basic values of freedom and liberty with the United States. So, coalition of the smart means Israel is the sixth eye, and America has no better ally.
Alright, now off mic, I'm going to force you to finally tell me this is no way Elon Musk and my executive, but that's good time, man. We ran out of time.
Okay, I'll try.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me read you some words from Mahatma Gandhi. An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
So this is besides the J-Rod. So everybody listening, Remember, this entire subject of UFOs, aliens,
It's not our business
there isn't one full
to change the Russian government. And anybody who thinks it's a good idea to do this will change Russia, which has more nuclear weapons than we
When
do.
we hear about aliens who have to ask the question, which
Is,
variety,
I think,
which
irresponsible.
species are we
And
talking about?
Vladimir
Just
Putin
one.
himself has said,
You know,
we will not live in a world without Russia. And it was clear when he said that he was talking about himself. And he has his hand on a button that could bring Armageddon to the entire planet. So why are we messing with this? It's not our job to change that regime. And we should be making better friends with us. We shouldn't be treating him as an enemy. Now we've put him in the camp with China. That's not a good thing for our country. And by the way, what we're doing now does not appear to be weakening Putin at all.
About the Lotus Project, their scientific
Following the
accessory
conversation with Robert
reputation
F.
was
Kennedy,
initiated by
candidate
Caltech's
for the president of the
professor of
United
applied
States,
and computational
running as a
mathematics.
Democrat.
He controlled
Robert
dynamic
is an
systems.
activist, lawyer, and author who has
Just
challenged
people
some of
know.
the world's most
The
powerful
valedictorians,
corporations,
past
seeking to hold them
speakers, are the likes
accountable
of
for the harm they may
Weinstein,
cause.
Stephen Hawking, Kip Thorne,
I
Bill
love
Gates,
science and
Warren Buffett, Linus
engineering.
Pauling.
These two pursuits
Have
are,
fun,
to
Carmen,
me,
Richard
the most
Feynman.
beautiful and powerful in the history of human civilization.
You know, the
Science
primary
is
name
our
behind
journey,
quantum
our
mechanics.
fight for
To this
uncovering
day,
the laws of nature
lecture
and leveraging
and
them to understand the universe
on the
and to
website.
lessen the
This
amount
is
of suffering in the
Imad
world.
bio.
Some of the
And there it
greatest
still
human
is, under
beings I've
bio
ever
engineering
met,
seminar.
including
How
most of my
does
good
somebody
friends, are scientists
who
and engineers.
is,
Again, I
written
love
off
science,
by
but
a significant
science
number of
cannot flourish without
investigators,
epistemic humility,
journalists,
without debate, both in the pages of academic journals and in the public square, in good faith, long-form conversations. Agree or disagree, I believe Robert's voice is part of the debate. To call him a conspiracy theorist and arrogantly dismiss everything he says without addressing it diminishes the public's trust in the scientific process. At the same time, dogmatic skepticism of all scientific outputs on controversial topics like the pandemic is equally, if not more, dishonest and destructive. I recommend that people read and listen to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., his arguments and his ideas. But I also recommend, as I say in this conversation, that people read and listen to Mr. Macaniello from This Week in Virology, Dan Wilson from Debunk the Funk, and the Twitter and books of Paul Offit, Eric Topol, and others who are outspoken in their disagreements with Robert. It is disagreement, not conformity, that bends the long arc of humanity toward truth and wisdom. In this process of disagreement, everybody has a lesson to teach, but we must have the humility to hear it and to learn from it. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. Discord it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Robert F. Kennedy. It's the 4th of July, Independence Day, so a simple question, simple state question. What do you love about this country, the United States?
I would say there's so many things that I love about the country. The landscapes and the waterways and the people, etc. But on the kind of a higher level, people argue about whether we're an exemplary nation. And that term has been given a bad name, particularly by the neocons, the actions of the neocons in recent decades who have turned that phrase into kind of a justification for forcing people to adopt American systems of values that develop at time. My father and uncle used it in a very different way, and they were very proud of it. I grew up very proud of this country because we were the exemplary nation in the sense that we're an example of democracy all over the world. When we first launched our democracy in 1780, we were the only democracy on earth. And by the Civil War, by 1865, there were 6 democracies. Today, there's probably 190. And all of them in one way or another, a lot of them on the American stage. And it's kind of extraordinary because
He said in the early days it was spray painted.
First contact
Like someone took a can of spray paint and just went down and tried to spray paint this like red line. He said it didn't look very good. And then later
culture and
they went back and years later it had been
John Winthrop
correctly, I guess. But he described that one little weird detail. I just found that very interesting.
Winthrop gave this famous
Yeah,
speech
he taught
where
me
he
what he
said
gave
this is going to be a city on a hill.
UFO
This would be an
Congress
example for all the other nations in the world. He warned his fellow Puritans. They were, sitting at this great expanse of land. We can't
during one of her episodes,
be
she was
seduced
at a
by
military facility and
is
asked
the lure of
exactly
real
the same
estate
thing.
or by the
Why
carnal
would you get the lines
opportunities
and do
of
not
this
cross the
land.
red
We
line
have
to be
to
killed?
take this
And she
country as a gift from God and then turn it into an example for the rest of the world of God's love, God's love, and wisdom. And then 200 years later, 250 years later, they, a different generation, they be people who
he said Dan must have worked there because the level of detail floor by
believe in
floor
God, but not
that he was
so
drawing
much
sounds like somebody who was actually there.
a love of particularly religious cosmology. The framework of the Constitution. We were creating something that would be replicated around the world, and that it was an example. It would, in democracy, there would be this kind of wisdom from the collective. That the word wisdom means the knowledge of God's will. And that somehow God would speak through the collective in a way that he or she could not speak through and I think that's something that even though Winthrop was a white man, every immigrant group I believe, and I know my family, and my family, all of my grandparents, they saw this very spiritual.
I do believe that
From a
there were
30,000
Soviet
foot level,
scientists in the facility, and then at one point, but then
so
there was
proud of this country, I
apparent
believe those reasons.
I agree with you. One of the things that really embodies America to me is the ideal of freedom. Hunter Thompson said freedom is something that dies unless it's used. What does freedom mean
the
to you?
different shapes and the different
To me,
bases.
freedom does not mean chaos.
And those
And
are
it does not mean
more or
anarchy.
less the
It
scale
means
as far as
that
we can tell from what he
it
described.
has to be accompanied by
I think
restraint.
the rooms look kind of small for what's in it. I
Live
think
up
that
to its
that's all
promise.
relative. It's very
And
difficult to see what
self-restraint.
size it's from here.
What it means, the capacity
Because it
for
depends greatly on
human
some
beings
sort of
to
unit measure.
exercise and to
Right?
fulfill their
Take it with a little bit of creative license
creative
and extend it to these drawings.
unrestrained as
Michael's
much
done
as
an
possible by government.
extremely
To this
good job.
point, the Hunter
Praise him
Thompson
for his effort.
movie dies.
But I think probably in the interest of
Now,
Do you agree with that?
getting this
yeah,
done,
I do agree with that.
so it's maybe a little off scale.
He was not unique in saying that. Thomas Jefferson said that the city had to be watered with the blood of each generation. And what he meant by that is that you can't live off, we can't live off the world of the American Revolution.
It's got a scissor lift
That
that brings it
we
up.
had a group, we had a generation where between 25,000 and 70,000 Americans died. They gave their lives, they gave their livelihoods, they gave their status, they gave their property, they put it all on the line to give us our Bill of Rights. And that, but those Bill of Rights, the moment that we signed them, there were forces within our society that began trying to chip away at them. And that happens in every generation, and it is the obligation of every generation to safeguard and freedom.
The blood of each generation. You mentioned your interest and admiration of Albert Camus, of Stoicism, perhaps your interest in existentialism. Camus said, I believe in the myth of Sisyphus. The only way to deal with an untrue world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. What do you mean by that?
I suppose related to view the world and the way that the Stoics did, and a lot of the existentialists, was that it was so absurd and had the problems with that that were given just a little life are so insurmountable that the only way that we can kind of get back to the gods for giving us this, this impossible task of living life was to embrace it and to enjoy it and to do our best at it. I mean, to me, I read Camus and particularly the Sisyphus as kind of as a parable that, and it's the same lesson that I think he writes about in the play, where we're all committing insurmountable tasks in our lives. But that by doing our duty, by being of service to others, we can bring meaning to a meaningless chaos, and we can bring order to the universe. And Sisyphus was kind of the iconic hero of the Stoics. And he was a man because he did something good. He delivered a gift to humanity. He angered the gods, and they condemned him to lift the rock up the hill every day, and then it would roll down. And when he got to the top, it would roll down, and he'd spend the night going back down the hill to collect it, and then rolling it back up the hill again. And the task was absurd. It was insurmountable. He could never win. But the last line of that book is one of the great lines, which is something to the extent that, I can picture Sisyphus' smile. Because Camus' belief was that even though his task was insurmountable, that he was a happy man. And he was a happy man because he put his shoulders to stone. He took his duty, he embraced the task, and the absurdity of life, and he pushed the stone up the hill. And that if we do that, and if we find ways of being of service to others, that is the ultimate. That's the key to the box. That's the solution to the puzzle.
Each individual person in that way can rebel against absurdity by discovering meaning to this whole messy thing.
And we can bring meaning not only to our own lives, but we can bring meaning to the universe as well. We can bring some kind of order to life. He embraced those tasks and the commitment to service resonates out from us to the rest of humanity in some way.
So you mentioned The Plague by Camus. There's a lot of different ways to read that book, but one of them, especially given how it was written, is that the plague symbolizes Nazi Germany and the Hitler regime. What do you learn about human nature from a figure like Adolf Hitler? That he's able to captivate the minds of millions, rise to power, and take on, pull in the whole world into a global war.
I was born 9 years after the end of World War II, and I grew up in a generation that was, with my parents who were fixated on that. What happened? My father, at that time, the kind of the resolution in the minds of most Americans, and I think people around the world, is that there had been something wrong with the German people, that the Germans had been particularly susceptible to this kind of demagoguery and to following a powerful leader and just industrializing cruelty and murder. And my father always differed with that. My father said, "This is not a German problem. This can happen to all of us. We're all just inches away from barbarity, and the thing that keeps us safe in this country are the institutions of our democracy, our Constitution. It's not our nature. Our nature has to has to be restrained. And that comes from self-restraint, but also the beauty of our country is that we devise these institutions that are designed to allow us to flourish, but at the same time, not to give us enough freedom to flourish, but also create enough order to keep us from collapsing into barbarity. So, one of the other things that my father talked about when I was little, he would ask us this question: if you were the family and Aunt Frank came to your door and asked you to hire, would you be one of the people who would either risk your own life, or would you be one of the people who would pay for him? And of course, we would all say, of course, we would hire Aunt Frank and take a risk. But that's been something, kind of a lesson and a challenge that has always been near the forefront of my mind, that if a totalitarian system ever occurs in the United States, which my father thought was quite possible, he was conscious about how fragile democracy actually is, that would I be one of the ones who would resist the totalitarianism, or would I be one of the people who along with it, but I'd be one of the people who was at the train station in Krakow, or even Berlin, and saw people being shipped off to and I just put my head down and pretend I didn't see it, because talking about it would be destructive to my career and maybe even for life. So, that's been a challenge that my father gave to me, and all my brothers and sisters. It's something that I've never forgotten.
A lot of us would like to believe we would resist in that situation, but the reality is most of us wouldn't. And that's a good thing to think about. That human nature is such that we're selfish, even when there's an atrocity going on all around us.
And we also, if a house needs to deceive ourselves, all of us tend to kind of judge ourselves by our intentions and our actions.
What have you learned about life from your father?
First of all, I'll say this about my uncle, because I'm going to flash that question my uncle and my father. My uncle was asked when he first met Jackie, he was a reporter for a newspaper, and she had a kind of column where she did these kind of interviews with famous people and man in the she was interviewing him, and she asked him what he believed his best quality was, his strongest virtue, and she thought that he would say courage, because he had been a war hero. He was the only president who disappointed senator by the way, who received the Purple Heart, and he had very kind of famous story about him as the hero of World War II, and then he had come home and he would confer on moral courage among American politicians, and one poster child that book profiles some courage, and which was a series of incidents where American political leaders made decisions to embrace principle, even though their careers were at stake, and in most cases were destroyed by their choice. So she thought he was just saying courage, and he didn't mean to say curiosity. And I think, looking back at his life, that was true, and that was the quality that allowed him to put himself in the shoes of his adversaries. And he always said that if the only way that we're at peace is if we're able to put ourselves in the shoes of our adversaries, understand their behavior and their context. And that's why he was able to, he was able to resist the intelligence apparatus and the military finding a
during
video
the
that
day of
had
pigs when they said you gotta send it the Essex, the aircraft carrier, and he said no, even though he'd only been 2 months in office, he was able to stand up to them because he was able to put himself in the shoes of both Castro and Khrushchev and understand there's got to be another solution to this, and then during the Cuban Missile Crisis,
but also
he was able to do it, and the narrative was, okay, Khrushchev acted in a way as an aggressor to put missiles in our hemisphere. How dare he do that? And Jack and my father were able to say, well, wait a minute, he's doing that because we put missiles in Turkey and Italy. That was right on, the Turks was right on the Russian border. And they then made a secret deal with Dobrin, with Ambassador Dobrin, and with Khrushchev to remove the missiles in Turkey. If he moved the Cuban missiles into Turkey, so long as Khrushchev removed them from Cuba. There were 13 men on what they call the Entente Committee, which was the group of people who decided, what the action was, what they were going to do to end the Cuban Missile Crisis. And virtually, and of those men, 11 of them wanted to invade and wanted to bomb and invade. And it was Jack, and then later on my father and Bob McNamara were the only people who were with him. But because he was able to see the world from Khrushchev's point of view, he believed there was another solution. And then he also had the moral courage. So my father, to get back to your question, famously said that moral courage is the most important quality, and it's more rare than courage on the football field or perfectly battle than physical courage. It's much more difficult to come by, but it's the most important quality.
And you think that kind of empathy that you refer to, that requires more courage?
It certainly requires moral courage to particularly any time that a nation is at war, there's kind of a momentum or an inertia that says, okay, let's not look at this from the other person's point of view. And that's the time we really need to do that.
Well, if you can apply that style of empathy, style of curiosity to the current war in Ukraine, what is your understanding of why Russia invaded Ukraine?
Vladimir Putin could have avoided the war in the Ukraine. His invasion was illegal, it was unnecessary, and it was real. But I think it's important for us to move beyond these kind of comic book depictions of this insane
Let's start with that.
Russian leader wants to
I know you and I have kind of talked about this a little bit. Maybe we can go
that's
into a little more depth on it this time. It's a recurring theme in the
invasion of
disclosure,
he was provoked.
discussion, and I focus on it a lot on this channel because I find it so peculiar
since 1997.
so many people talk about a ticking clock or a schedule or a timetable or some kind of an event or some kind of a thing that is like looming. Elizondo has alluded to this.
To go back that time in 1992, when the Russians
just now, John Lear talked about it, and Linda Moulton House talked about this a number of different times. Holly Harris talked about it.
And they did that, which was a huge concession. Then they had
What is your sense of
Germany at that time, and they were
where
facing
we're
NATO
at
troops on
in
the other side of
the
the wall.
grand scheme of the story that's playing itself out? Is there an event that is yet to happen that we're
I'm going
building
to move all of
towards,
our troops
or
out, and you
has
can
something already happened?
reunify
This
Germany
talk
under
about being
NATO,
able to
which
see
is a
probable
hostile army.
futures and alternate timelines throws a lot
It was
into question
created
that we
to,
thought
with hostile intent toward the
I
Soviet
think the
Union.
best answer I can provide
And he said, you can take Germany, but I want your promise that you will not move NATO to the east. And James Baker, who was the Secretary of State,
and quite
famously
a number
said,
of times up at that time.
I will not move
There was the
NATO.
claim by
We will not move
serious
NATO
researchers that
one
it seemed like
inch.
something was going to happen
So
next
then,
year.
5 years later, in
It's going to change
1997,
our whole humanity.
Zbigniew Brzezinski, who
It
was
has happened
the
so many
father of
times,
the
and yet we're up against it again.
who was a
But I'm
Democrat,
very
at
happy
that time,
about
served in the
is that the
Harvard
stigma
situation.
has been relaxed.
He said he
We can now dialogue
published a
like you and I are
paper,
doing right
a
now.
blueprint
And I've been in
NATO
places where I
up
talk
to
about
the
this, and
Russian
people are
border,
very serious now about it.
1,000 miles to the
We
east,
can start to formulate what
and
we think
taking
that
over
means.
14 nations.
But I don't think
At that
necessarily
time,
that
George
there is
Kennan, who was the kind of
a
the deity
dated
of
song.
American
I think
diplomat,
about
he was
who else
probably
I'm talking about.
arguably,
This is a very
arguably the
well-known
most
spread.
important diplomat in American
Essentially,
history.
that what that could imply
He
is
was
that
the
this will
architect of
eventually
the
play itself
containment
out as it
policy
is supposed to
during
play
World
itself
War II.
out by virtue
And
of,
he
by the
said,
way,
this is
our
insane
involvement
and it's
or an
unnecessary
HI's
to
call.
do this.
You know, we don't
It's going
know.
to provoke the
But
Soviet, the
I
Russians
sit
to a violent
with
response.
all
And
of
we
the
should
knowledge
be
I
making
have.
friends with the Russians. They
Yeah,
lost the
I
Cold
see.
War. We should
I
be
see
treating them the
everything
way
through
that we
that
treated
filter when I see
our
an invisible
adversaries
going
after
forward.
World War II, like
And I
the
try to
Marshall
piece
Plan, to
together
try to help them
what that might
incorporate
mean,
into
that there
Europe
may
and
be,
be part of the brotherhood
let's
of,
just say, a contact
Afghan
event
and of Western
of
nations.
some sort.
We shouldn't
And
continue
whether
to be
that
treating
is
them as enemy
only after
actively
we've
surrounding
had
them
a
at the
certain level
border.
of
William
higher
Perry,
density,
who was then the
enlightenment,
Secretary of
whatever.
Defense
Those are all possibilities.
under Bill Clinton, threatened to
But
resign. He was so upset by
I
this
don't
plan
know.
to move NATO
What
to
I
the
will say
east. And William
is
Burns, who was
that
then the U.S.
the latest
ambassador to the
information
Soviet Union,
from
who's
Dan
now, at this moment,
is
the head
that
of the CIA, said at the
it seemed
time the
like
same
soon they're
thing.
going to be releasing some
If you
information.
do this, it
And
is
their
going to
code may
provoke
be
the
to more
Russians
stealth.
toward a military
More
response.
stealth, something very difficult
And
to swallow.
we
And
moved it,
this is
we
from
moved it
his
all around
website,
Russia. We moved to 14 nations, 1,000 miles to the east,
That
and
is
we
the one
put
and only
agents
channel I recommend people visit.
in 2 nations were
It's
made
not
in
organized.
So we
It
did
is
what,
just a single
what
page.
the Russians
But
had done to
occasionally
us
there's messages
in
left up there
1962 that had
that you can take for what
would have
it's worth.
provoked an invasion of Cuba. We
And
put those
in
messages
that
in
message
factor
that's
and
there,
then we
he's talking
walk
also about
away
this project coming
unilaterally,
to
walk away from the
an
2
end. And when I spoke to Dan in
nuclear
2018,
missile
one of the
treaties,
many
the
things we talked
intermediate
about
nuclear missile treaties
was
that we had with the
having
Soviets,
us
with
hoping to get
Russia.
that into peer review, scientific peer
Neither of us
review,
would
and eventually into library of
those
Congress. So
missiles on the
that's
border.
on that website as well.
We walk away from
Goes
that
down
and
to
we
that.
put
I don't know how to
Aegis
answer that
missile
question.
systems, which are
When I say
nuclear
relevant, I guess
capable,
like
like they carry the
the time
Tomahawk
frame, I don't know.
missiles, which have nuclear warheads.
It seems like something's
So
happening.
the last
And I know we're
country that they didn't
parallel
take
paths
was
to
the Ukraine. The
gigantic
Russians
things
said, and in fact Bill Perry
our
said
society
this,
is confronting
or
now.
William
In
Burns
the
said, now
shadows,
the
we're
head of
starting to learn
CIA,
more and more about the UFO subject.
it is
The
a
reality
red
that there are
line. If
serious
we go
questions
into,
that have to
if
be
we
answered
bring
in that
NATO
world.
into
What's the
Ukraine,
purpose
that
of
is a red line for the Russians. They
parallel that to
cannot
AI?
live with it. They cannot live with it.
Because you
Russia has
AI
been
right
invaded
now and the
3
potential that
times
it
through the
has
Ukraine.
to
The last time it was
confuse and
invaded, we
alter
killed,
what we
the Germans
otherwise
killed
think of
1
as
out of
real
every 7
news, real
Russians.
people,
They
real
destroyed,
events.
Uncle
Those
described
2
what
things are
happened
either
in
going to cross or
in
they're
this
going to come
famous
ahead.
American University
Because I'll tell
speech
you right now, if let's say
in
a contact event
1963,
happens, as strange as
60
that
years
sounds,
ago this month,
we're going to be
or
probably
he's
looking
or
at it
last
through a
month,
screen of some
60
sort,
years ago in June
whether it be our
10th,
TV
1963.
screens, our displays
He
on our computer,
told
or our
that speech
iPhones.
was telling American
And
people,
in
put
that,
yourself
we'll
in
wonder
the
if it's AI or
shoes of the
not.
Russians.
And that's a
We
kind of
need to
scary
do that
place
if
to
we're going
be,
to
because
make peace.
we don't want to think
And he
in those
said, all of
terms.
us have been taught
But I
so
think
that
it's
we
very
won the
soon
war,
that
but we
this
didn't
is
win the war. The Russians,
months
if
away.
anybody
The
won the
idea
war
of
against Hitler, it was the
AI
Russians.
contributing to
Their country was destroyed.
alternative news items.
They,
We have to, like,
all of their cities, and he said,
vet
imagine
ourselves and
if
find out if it's
all of
real
the
or not.
cities
It's going to be very difficult.
from the east
It's a
coast of
very strange
Chicago
time. It's a
were
very
reduced
strange
to
time
rubble, and
of
all of the
all these
fields
different
burned, all of the
events sort of
floors
taking
burned.
place
That's what happened
on
to Russia.
top of one another.
That's what they
And it's
gave
weird to
so
watch
that
it
we
all
could
play
get
out
rid
in real
of
time.
Hitler.
And you do have to
And he
question
had to
your
put
own
himself
sense of
in
what
that
is
position.
real
And
and
you
what's
know, today there's none of that.
when you see
We
these
have refused
text-to-AI or text-to-video AI
talk to the
tools that are
Russians.
so good now,
We've broken up the
and
2 treaties,
text-to-image
the Minsk
and
agreements, which
the
the
idea
Russians
that
were willing to sign. And they
we
said,
can't
we will
really trust
stay
our
out.
own eyes
The
is
Russians
sort of new
didn't
to
want
us, I
Ukraine.
think. I mean, for a long time, especially in this
When
community, it was like
the
next door didn't
Donbass
happen.
region
Or,
voted
I need to see a
90%
video and then I'll
to
believe it.
leave
But
and go
now
to
it's
Russia,
Russia,
we don't even know what we can believe if we're seeing if
we
it
want
or
Ukraine
perceiving
to stay
photograph.
intact, but we want to use that
It's almost
Minsk
beside the
Accords
point
to,
at this
the
stage.
Russians
At this point, I
were
don't
very
ever see
worried
any real
because of
hope.
the U.S. involvement in the
It's nothing to
coup
me.
in Ukraine in
It's nothing to me because
2014,
either they're real
and then
and
the
there's a way
oppression
for
and
many shapes and
the,
sizes,
and the killing
or
of
quite frankly,
13,000
the
ethnic
ability
Russians.
to
And
mock
Russia
these
has
up very
attacked the
easily now
same,
using
the
AI or
same way
many
that
other
if
tools
Mexico
is becoming mainstream.
put Aegis missile systems from China or Russia on our border and killed 14,000 African Americans, we would go in there.
Avenue down for
Oh,
UFOs
he does have
because AI is a
national
part of
security
whether we believe in what interest in Ukraine. He has an interest in protecting the Russian-speaking people of Ukraine. The ethnic Russians and the Minsk Accords did that. It left Ukraine as part of Russia. It left them as a semi-autonomous region that continued to use their own language, which is essentially banned by the government we put in 2014. And we sabotaged that. And we now know in April 2022, Zelensky and Putin had inked a deal already to another piece, and that the United States and Boris Johnson, the neocons in the White House, and Boris Johnson over to the Ukraine to sabotage that agreement. So, what do I think? I think it's a proxy war. I think this way, this big war that the neocons in the White House wanted. They've said for 2 decades they wanted this war, and that they wanted to use Ukraine as a pawn in a proxy war between the United States and Russia, the same way as we used Afghanistan. And in fact, they say it, this model, let's use the Afghanistan model, that was said again and again, and to get the Russians to overextend their troops and then fight them using local fighters and U.S. weapons. And when President Biden was asked why are we in Ukraine, he was honest. He said to depose Vladimir Putin, regime change for Vladimir Putin. And when his defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, in April 2022 was asked, why are we there? He said, to degrade the Russians' capacity to fight anyone, to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight elsewhere in the world. That's not a humanitarian mission. That's not what we were told. We were told this was an unprovoked invasion. And that we're there to bring humanitarian relief to Ukraine. But that is the opposite. That is war of attrition that is designed to chew up, turn this little nation into an abattoir of death to flower Ukrainian youth in order to advance the geopolitical ambition of certain people within the White House. And I think that's wrong. We should be talking to the Russians the way that Nixon talked to Brezhnev, the way that Bush talked to Gorbachev, the way that my uncle talked to Khrushchev. We need to be talking with the Russians. We should and negotiate. And we need to be looking at how do we end this and preserve peace in Europe.
Would you, as president, sit down and have a conversation with Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky separately and together? Negotiate peace.
Absolutely.
What about Vladimir Putin? He's been in power since 2000. So as the old adage goes, power corrupts, and after power corrupts, absolutely. Do you think he's been corrupted by being in power for so long? If you think of the man, if you look at his mind.
Listen, I don't know exactly.
It's not just going to be another 30 years of back and forth, and maybe we know something, maybe we don't. At least for me, that's how I'm taking it all in.
The evidence that
There's
I've
been a change, and it's so far out into the zeitgeist now that has to mean something
poisons them.
bigger is on the horizon.
And
There's no reason for
the
it to
reaction
happen.
I've seen to that, those
In your view,
accusations from him,
as someone
have
who
not
has
been to
made
try
this,
at,
I
but to
don't
kind
want to say
of laugh it off.
obsession, but you
I
have
think
been
he's a
very
dangerous
much
man,
focused
and
on this
that,
for
of
a long
course,
time.
there's probably corruption in his regime. But having said that,
I would love
it's not our business to change Russian government. And anybody who thinks it's a good idea to change Russia, which has more nuclear weapons than we do, is, I think, irresponsible. And Vladimir Putin himself has said, we will not live in a world without Russia. And it was clear when he said that he was talking about himself. And he has his hand on a button that could bring Armageddon to the entire planet. So why are we messing with this? It's not our job to change that regime. And we should be making fast friends with Russia. We shouldn't be treated as enemy. Now we've pushed them into the camp of China. That's not a good thing for our country. And by the way, what we're doing now does not appear to be weakening Putin at all. Putin now, he believes that the polls that are coming out of Russia
They show him in the most recent polls that I've seen show him with that 89% popularity that people in Russia support the war in Ukraine, and that and they support him as an individual. Oh, and I understand there's problems with polling, and you don't know what to believe, but the polls consistently show that. And it's not America's business to be the policeman of the world and to be changing the games. That's illegal. We shouldn't be breaking international laws. We should actually be looking for ways to improve relationships with Russia, not to destroy Russia, not to destroy and not to choose his leadership. That's up to the Russian people, not us.
So step one is to sit down and empathize with the leaders of both nations to understand their history, their concerns, their hopes. Just have to open the door for conversations so they're not back to the corner.
Yeah, I think the U.S. can play a really important role, and the U.S. president play a really important role by reassuring the Russians that we're not going to consider them an enemy anymore, that we want to be friends. And it doesn't mean that you have to let down your guard completely the way that you do it, which was the way President Kennedy did it. If you do it one step at a time, take baby steps, you do a unilateral move.
That we can look forward to, be excited about, instead of one that we're constantly anxious about and afraid of.
And see if the
Definitely
Russians
feels like we've been there for long
and that's
enough.
the way that we should be
And I
doing it.
hope
And we should be easing our way
represents a moment,
into a
like you said,
positive
where
relationship with
we
Russia.
can
We have a lot in
sort
common
of
with
break free
Russia,
from our
and we
old
should be
patterns and
friends with
habits
Russia and with the
maybe start
Russian
to think
people.
about things in a new
And apparently there's
I
been
have to ask because I'm going to be
350,000
interviewing, in fact, I just got
who
a
have died
confirmation
at least in this
earlier
war.
from Matthew Roberts, who wrote the book
And there's
Initiated.
probably been 60 or 80,000 Russians. And that should not give us any joy. It should not give us any. I saw Instagram on TV saying, anything we can, something to fix up, and anything we can do to kill Russia is
to work with
good
me on
use for
scheduling a
money.
time,
That
and
is
I had
not.
just finished this book when I reached out to him, and one of the things that I wanted to ask you about is that in Matthew's book he describes his
We should have compassion
his
for them.
experiences, which
This
are
war is
numerous and
unnecessary war.
varied.
We should
But
settle it
as
through
those experiences
negotiation,
took place,
diplomacy,
it sort of kick-started for him
and
a
not through
shift in
weapons.
his
Do you think this war can
mindset,
come to an
his
end
attitudes
purely
towards
through
reality
military
and the grander scheme of things.
No, I
And it
mean,
changed
I
a
don't
lot
think
about
there's
his
any way in the
personality,
world
and he
that the
talks
Ukrainians can
in
beat the
great
Russians.
length
I don't
about
think there's any appetite
how
to
much
Europe.
of
I
an
think
impact
Europe
it
is
had on
now,
all aspects of his life coming into
having
contact so
severe
closely
problems in Germany,
I
Italy, France.
wonder,
We're seeing these
for you
riots.
yourself,
There's internal
we didn't
problems
really
in
get
those
into this in
countries.
the beginning, and maybe this
There
would
is
have been
no
a better
appetite
place to start, but did you personally, have you had
in Europe
experiences
for
that have changed
sentiment
the course
died
of
in Ukraine. And
of
the
your life, or
Ukrainians
looked
do
at
not have
the way that you
anybody
look at
left.
this?
Ukrainians are using
Not
press
having a problem
trains
with this subject.
to fill the ranks of armies, men, military age men
We can go into that another
are
time.
trying as hard as they can to get out of the Ukraine right now.
boosted
The
my
war is
faith
going
and
to
created
front.
idea of what it wanted.
The Russians apparently have been killing
And I did register
Ukrainians
with
at
the
7-1
National
ratio.
Trade Center.
My son fought over there,
I'm not
and
an
he
expert,
told me
but I've got
that, artillery he
by the
had.
way, that is another
Few firefights with the
the subject
Russians
is where you
maybe
get
at
a
night,
full
but
news right
he
now
said
is not
most of the battles were artillery wars.
experiencers.
And
I get
the
it.
Russians
It's
now
going to be a really freaky spot to be because we're
outgunned
talking
the
about
NATO
by
forces
and
10-1
large
in artillery.
the outcome of
Oh, they're killing
experiences that we can't
at
relate
a
to.
tremendous
Those who
rate.
tell
Now,
the story.
my
And in some
interpretation
cases,
of
I'm here
what's
to tell you
happened
that
so
some of those
far
are
is that
witness,
the
and some of those come away with
Putin's action
really
has
story,
been
but there's
early
physical
on
evidence of the encounters
with a
themselves.
small force
So it's not
because
entirely
he
just
expected to meet somebody on the other end of the negotiating table once he went
an
in.
experience. There's some of them that
And,
have witnesses.
And that when that didn't
It's
happen,
like ominous.
they did
So
not
that's
have
why
a large enough
take
force
things that are
to be
unfolding
able to
because
mount an
they
offensive.
see
And
through the
so they've
filter
been
of
building
things
up that
people like
force
me have
until now, and they
past
now have that
experiences
force.
I've
And
talked
even
to.
against this small original force, the Ukrainians have been helpless.
Because these are people
All of their offensives have died. They've now
interactions.
killed even the head of the
And then having
Ukrainian
military covert
special
interaction where
forces, which
they're
was
being grilled
probably,
as to what they went to
arguably,
telling them.
by
And
many
that sounds
accounts,
crazy now.
the best
To
elite
detail
military
story
unit
about
in all
how
of
much
Europe.
people may know or don't know about
The commandant, the commander of the special forces group, volatile,
gave a speech about 4 months ago saying that 86% is men are dead or wounded and will cannot return to us. We cannot rebuild that force.
I do believe that.
And the troops that are now headed, that are now filling the gaps of all those 350,000 men who have lost are scantily trained, and they're arriving green at the front. Many of them do not want to be there. Many of them are giving up and going over the Russian side. We've seen this again and again, including platoon-sized troops that are defecting to the Russians. And I don't think it's possible. And anybody, I saw it. Of course, I studied World War II history exhaustively, but I saw there's a new, I think it's a Netflix series of documentaries that I highly recommend. They're colorized versions of black and white films from the battles of World War II, but it's all the battles of World War II. So I watched all of that the other night, and the willingness of the Russian to fight on against any kind of allies and just make huge sacrifices of Russians. The Russians themselves were making sacrifices of their lives. The willingness of them to do that for their motherland is almost inexhaustible. It is incomprehensible to think that Ukraine can beat Russia in a war. It would be like Mexico beating the United States. It's impossible to think that it can happen. And Russia has deployed a tiny fraction of its military so far. And now it has China with its mass production capacity supporting its war effort. It's a hopeless situation, and we've been lied to. We're the press in our country and our government are just promoting this lie.
I'm just going to go with it. I'm not going to be an antagonist. I'm going to go in. I'm going
about to
to
win.
show my support for
Everything's
things
going
that they're
great.
talking about.
Putin's on the run. There's all this wishful thinking because of the Wagner group, the Bogosian and the Wagner group, that this was an internal coup of dissent against Putin. None of that is true. That insurgency, which wasn't even an insurgency, he only got 4,000 of his men to follow him out of 20,000. They were quickly stopped, and nobody in the Russian military, the oligarchy, the political system, nobody supported it. And like we're being told, oh yeah, it's the beginning of the end for Putin. He's weakened, he's wounded, he's on his way out, and all of these things are just lies that we are being fed.
To push back on a small aspect of this, it kind of implies that that was Ukraine. One thing that I could say, similar to the Battle of Stalingrad, it is just not. It's not only the Russians that fight to the end. I think the Ukrainians are very willing to fight to the end, and the morale there is quite high. I've talked to nobody. This was a year ago in August. It was Kherson. Everybody was proud to fight and die for their country, and there's some aspect where this war unified the people, gave them a reason and an understanding. This is what it means to be Ukrainian, and I will fight to the death.
And that's why I agree with that, and I should have said that myself at the beginning. But that's one of the reasons my son went over there to fight, because he was inspired by the valor of the Ukrainian people, and this extraordinary willingness. And I think Putin thought it would be much easier to speak to Ukraine, and he found, a stone wall of Ukrainians ready to put their lives and their bodies on the line. But that, to me, makes the whole episode even more tragic. Is that, I don't, I think that the U.S. role in this has been, there were many opportunities to settle this war, and the Ukrainians wanted to settle. Vladimir Zelensky, when he ran in 2019, this guy was a comedian, he's an actor. He had no political experience, and yet he won this election with 70% of the vote. He won at these platforms. Anyone promising to sign the Minsk Accords. And yet something happened when he got in there that made him suddenly pivot. And, I think
It's a big guess what happened. I think he was, he came under threat by ultranational attachments within his own administration. And the insistence of neocons like Victoria Nuland in the White House that, we don't want peace with Putin, we want a war.
You worry about nuclear war?
Yeah, I worry about it.
It seems like a silly question, but it's not. It's a serious question.
Well, the reason it's not, the reason it's not is just because people seem to be in this kind of dream state about it. It'll never happen. And yet, we're, it can happen very easily. It can happen at any time. And, if we push the Russians too far, I don't doubt that Putin, if he felt like his regime was, or his nation was in danger, that the United States was going to be able to place, who's going on, into the Kremlin, that he would use nuclear, torpedoes. These strategic weapons that they have, and that could be the hit. Once you do that, nobody controls the trajectory. By the way, I have very strong memories of the those 13 days. When we came closer to nuclear war, and particularly I think it was when the U-2 got cut down over Cuba, and nobody in this country, there's a lot of people in Washington, D.C. who at that point thought that they very well may wake up dead. That the world may end at night, 30 million Americans killed, 130 million Russians. This is what our military brass wanted. They saw a war with Russia, nuclear exchange with Russia as not only inevitable, but also desirable because they wanted to do it now. But we still had a superiority.
You actually go through the feelings you've had about the community suppressors, like what are your memories of it? What are some kind of...
in the middle, I was going to school in Washington, D.C. Our Lady of Victory in Washington, D.C. So I lived in Virginia across the Potomac, and we would cross the bridge every day into D.C. And during the crisis, U.S. Marshals came to my house to take us, I think, around day 8. My father was spending the night at the White House. He wasn't coming home. He was staying with the ExCom committee and sleeping there. And they were up 24 hours a day. They were debating and trying to figure out what was happening. And we had U.S. Marshals come to our house to take us down. They were going to take us down to White Sulphur Springs.
That's interesting.
And I couldn't make sense of anything in Southern Virginia, in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where there was an underground city, essentially, bunker that was the city, and apparently it had McDonald's in it, and a lot of other, it was a full city for the U.S. government and their families. U.S. Marshals came to our house to take us down there, and I was very excited about doing that. And this was at a time, when we were doing the drills, we were doing the duck and cover drills once a week at our school, where they would tell you if the alarms go off, and you put your head under the table, and you remove the sharps from your desk, put it inside your desk, put your head under the table, and you wait, and the initial class will take the windows out of the school, and then we all stand up and file in an orderly fashion into the basement, where we're going to be for the next 6 to 8 months or whatever. But in the basement, where we went occasionally, those quarters were lined with freeze-dried food canisters up to this. So people were, we were all preparing for this, and it was, Bob McNamara, who was a friend of mine, and my father's close friend, the Secretary of Defense. He later called it mass psychosis, and my father deeply regretted participating in the bomb shelter program because he said it was part of a psychological psyop trick to teach Americans that nuclear war was acceptable, that it was survivable. My father, anyway, when the marshals came to our house, take me and my brother Joe away.
What do you mean? I'm here
And
to help.
we were the ones who were home at that time.
Well, we're
My
concerned that
father
you're affiliated
called
with the UFO
and he
community.
talked to us on the
Well,
phone and
no
he
more
said,
than a couple of people. I mean,
I don't
frankly,
want you
the
going down
story
there
and how you approach it
because
probably started from the UFO community.
if you disappear from school, people are to panic.
And then what they
And I
did,
need you to be a
they
big
outlined
soldier
gave me
and go
10
to school.
particular people that they found
And he said
investigating my
something to
social
me
media
during that
interaction
period, which
that they were concerned
was
about.
that
And we'll
if
give you that
nuclear
list
war
right now.
happened, it would be better
Like there were 10
to be
people that
among
they
the
were
dead
concerned
than
about.
the living, which
And
I
you know what? Just because I follow somebody
I already prepared myself for the
people follow
for the
presidents doesn't mean
dystopian
they're
future,
friends
and
with
I
them.
knew I could.
It's a
I
complete
spent every day in the woods. I knew that I could survive by catching crawfish and cooking mud puppies
Are
and
you the same Brian that
whatever
they
I
had
had to
reached
do.
out
But
to
I
in
felt like
2018
okay, I can handle
as a
this.
graphic designer? I said, yeah.
And I really
And they
wanted to
wrote,
see
I
this
don't know
setup
who this person
down
was.
in this underground
They
city.
said, well,
And
David
anyway,
is in
that
the
was
closing stages of his
part of it for me. My father was away
He's
in
putting good
the
stages
last
together. He
days
needs a
of it.
graphic designer that he trusts.
My father,
Okay.
um,
At this
not this
point,
idea,
I'm
because
like, I'm
Khrushchev had
just here to
sent
treat
two
this as a
letters.
professional job.
He sent one letter that
I
was
told him in an email,
conciliatory,
would love to
and then he sent a
corroborate
letter that
first meeting. I'd
after
be happy to meet
his
in person. We can go
joint
over the scope
chiefs
of
and
work,
the
what the
warmongers
goals
around
are
him
of the
saw that
project,
letter and they
and then I
disproved
can
it. They sent another
produce
letter
an
that was
estimate.
extremely
That's where
belligerent.
I put it.
And my
And that's when
father
they
had the
stopped. They
idea,
stopped
let's
talking
just
to me.
pretend we didn't get the second
That was
letter
back in
and try the
2022.
first one.
That was
And
the
then
phone call.
he went down to
What is
Brennan,
the scope of Project
and
Lotus
who
for
was
people
he
who
met
aren't
to Brennan in the
familiar with
Justice
this?
Department. And
Project Lotus,
Brennan was the
I
Soviet
think I have a
ambassador, and
summary
they,
that I can read,
they
and kind of
proposed this
something
settlement,
that
which was
summarizes
a
what it's
secret
about.
settlement
It has to do with
where
decoding
Khrushchev was
essentially
involved
the
in
essence
this
of
from
how
Cuba.
life was created
Khrushchev
here
had
on
put
Earth.
missiles from Cuba because we had
And
put
it has to do
missiles,
with
nuclear missiles in Turkey and
something that was both a
Italy.
common
And my uncle's secret
what
deal
the
was
geographic
that
communicated to
if
Dan
Khrushchev
Plains
removed
Sphere
the missiles from
with a major
Cuba,
data
within
of
6
information.
months he would get
And
rid of
also a
the
trip out to
missiles.
Frenchman Mountain
But
where he ran
if
into a
Khrushchev
Native
told
American who
anybody
was
about
telling Dan
Cuba,
about
it was
something
off.
about the silicate. The
So
silicate
if news
stones
got
out
out
there,
about that
they have a
secret
certain
deal,
property to them
it
when you
was
shine
off.
a laser on
Because
them.
that was the actual deal. And
from
Khrushchev
this,
complied with it, and then
it
my
was
uncle
fascinating to keep studying
How much
this.
of that part of human history turned on the decisions
Something
of
that
one person?
Majestic supposedly
I think that's one of the, because that, of course, is the
there was
perennial
something to
question,
this.
right? But
And
is
it was
history kind of an
essentially finding out through this
an automatic
experiment. By the way,
pilot?
this
And,
is what he told the Caltech about was this experiment, this peculiar
really only have,
phenomenon that happens.
marginal or incremental bearing on what is going to happen anyway. But I think that is, and historians argue about that all the time.
Paranormal
I
event
think that
happens
is a really good example of a place in human history that
creates what's called the
literally
Ganesh
the
particle,
world
the
could
Ganesh
have been.
particle, which is
We had a
the
different
essence
leader
of
in the
all
White
life
House,
has
and
come
the
this
reason
way.
for that
So
is
that
that
if it's a panspermia
there
event
were,
where
as I
something
recall,
came to Earth from
64
another
gun emplacements.
solar system and landed here in the form of bacteria,
Emplacements.
this could have been the way that it was
Each one of those
decoded to
missile
eventually
emplacements
be.
had a crew of about 100 men.
And it
they were
sounds
Soviet.
fantastic, but it plays very well
were,
with this knowledge Dan may have been given by this
we
entity as
didn't
a
know
future
whether
human.
we had a couple of questions that my uncle asked.
Decoding what the
And,
essence of
or
how
asked the
life was
CIA,
created.
and he asked,
It's almost like taking
he asked the CIA, and he asked
and seeing God's source
military
code
brass,
for how things might have
because they all
developed.
wanted to go in.
You know,
Everybody wanted to go in. My uncle
Google
said,
search could probably
my
reveal
uncle
better
asked
than
to see
telling
the
you
aerial
in more
photos,
scientific detail.
and
The
he
Lotus
Dan
program.
knows personally. And
Lotus
that's why
project
it's
is
important to have
essentially
a
around that
leader in the
basic
White House
concept.
who can push back on
And to your
their
knowledge,
bureaucracy.
today he is still alive and still actively working on
And
the
then he
Lotus
asked
project.
them,
As far as you're aware.
you know,
As far as
are
I'm
those,
aware, he is
who's
still
manning
alive.
those missile sites?
I'm just going to
And
use this
are they
real
Russian?
quick, see if
And
there's
if
any
they're
updates.
Russians and
And
we
by the way,
bomb
this is
them,
what they have on there right now. That was put out
are
about a
they?
week ago.
Isn't it going to force
It's a
Khrushchev
research note.
to
Dan
then
and
go
I
into
have been
Berlin?
asked many questions about the ongoing
And that would
research.
be the beginning of a cascade
There's
effect
some email
that
address on
would,
this website.
you know, I would like to
Yes,
have
the
the
book
nuclear
on Lotus is
conflict.
still on the way, and so are
And
the
the
two projects.
military
we have
brass said,
coded as
oh, we
bugs
don't
now.
think you'll have, we
Neither
don't
should
think
be
you'll have
expected this year
the
as the
guts to do that.
population seems to
So
seriously
he was my uncle. He was like, that's who you're betting on. And you know, they all wanted to go in. They wanted him on the sites, and then it made
revealing
And
important
he said
information
if we
about
bomb those sites,
locations
we're
and
going to
assessing
join
of
Russia.
research data
And
for
it's going
serious
to
need.
force, it's going to
We will
provoke
chat again.
Russia into some response. And the obvious
Also on
response
the
was not
website,
to go into Berlin.
there is
Oh,
a serious
but the thing that we
preoccupation
didn't
with
know then,
anti-Trump stuff.
and we didn't find
Really
out
weird,
until I
interesting,
think
that they have
there was
so
it
much
was like a
that they put
30-year anniversary of the Cuban
anti-Trump.
Missile Crisis in Havana.
That's in the mix.
Well, that's
And
interesting.
what
Yeah, I
we
mean,
learned then
maybe that's
was that from the
tied
Russians who
into
came
a number of
to
people
that
have said that
event,
Trump
was
was
a
briefed in on
symposium
this,
where
and
everybody on
that
both
was
sides
weighing
talked
whether
about
or
it.
not
And we
to
learned a
come
lot of stuff that
forward
I
with
never,
what he
nobody
was
knew
told.
before.
It's
One
just,
of the insane
it
things,
gets
the
so
most
murky.
insane thing that
And
we
this
learned
website
was
is
that
just
the
crazy.
weapons
Can I
were
share this
already,
website?
the nuclear warheads were already in place.
Let's see
They were
here.
ready to fire,
Let me do it on my end and see.
and that the authorization to fire was made, was delegated to each of the gun crew commanders. So there were 60 people
Illuminati.
who had all had authorization to fire if they felt themselves under
And
attack.
there was a schism, and there was a
So
separation
you have to
of certain
believe that at
philosophies.
least one of them would have launched, and that would have been the
And there
beginning of the end. And you know, if anybody had
there
launched,
was an agreement about
you know,
future humanity.
we
and
knew
how,
what would happen.
since it's
My
all
uncle knew
going
what
on,
would
like
happen
Majestic was supposedly
because he asked again and again,
And I think that
what's going to happen? And they said
agenda of this group
30 million
was to try
Americans
to
will be
bump into
killed,
formation
but
of their
we will kill
geopolitical
130
events.
million Russians.
But through the,
So
through
we
the
will win.
forum, through the forum,
And that was a victory
through
for
the
them.
forum, there were constantly these
And my
events
uncle said,
and had
later
to be
said, he told Arthur Slade,
flown off
he
to other
said,
foreign
those
dignitaries to
guys,
talk
he
about.
called them the salad brass, the
Something
guys with
that
all of that
example
stuff
of what
on
we
their
heard in our
chest.
phone call.
And
Our
he
phone
said,
call
he said,
abruptly
those
ended
guys, they
when,
don't care.
Marcy
Because they
reminded
know
him they
that
were
if it
flaking into
happens,
Nigeria.
that they're going to
He
be in
said,
the
I'm
charge
sorry to
of
hear
it.
that. What is going on?
They're
He
the
goes,
ones
well,
who are going to be
apparently
running the
another
world
group
after
of
that.
Boko Haram
So for them, you know, it was an incentive to kill 130 million Russians and 30 million Americans. But my uncle, he had to correspond with Khrushchev.
Sure enough, the next day, and all
They
the
were
news are talking about
secretly
Boko Haram
corresponding
just
with each other.
kidnapped a bunch of
And
school
that
girls
is
in
what changed
Nigeria.
the world. Is that they had that both of them had been men of war.
I think part of what Dan
Eisenhower famously said, "He will not be a man of war. He will not be a soldier who starts World War III." There's a guy who's actually seen it, knows how bad it is. And my uncle, you know, had been in the heat of the South Pacific.
Create a relationship
His boat had been cut in two by a
alters some of
Japanese
their
destroyer.
geopolitical
His three crewmen had been killed. One of them had burned. He pulled that
So
guy
in other
from
words, if you were able to
teeth
steer an
6
event
miles to an
into
island in the middle of the
happening,
night, and then they hid out there for
by
10
virtue of that
days.
event taking place, you would be able to know
He
which
did that.
timeline
Like
you're
I
in.
said,
You're
he
the
was
one
the
where that
only
happens, and that
president of
would
the United
unfold.
States that earned the Purple
Yeah,
Heart.
Open up a new
Meanwhile, Khrushchev
tree
had
of
been a
possibilities
autocrat.
from
It
there. And then
was
so
the worst place to be on the
at least on the
planet,
surface
you know,
makes sense.
probably in
And
the
just for
20th
people who,
century.
if you may have been
Other than,
listening and
you know,
haven't
in
looked at the
Auschwitz
screen,
and the
you
death
can take a
camps.
look now and see this website,
It
Eagles Disobey.
was, you know, it was the most ferocious, horrific
It's like a
war with people
1990s
starving,
website.
It looks like a
you know,
Geocities website. It needs the little music
you know,
that used to
eating the
play.
dogs, the
If you put
cats,
those little
eating the
tracks
shoe
on,
leather,
they start to play.
eating
There's
to
a
death
pentagram at
by
the
the
top.
thousands,
It's
etc.
it's
Khrushchev did not want the last thing he wanted was a war. The last thing my uncle wanted was a war. And but the
the
CIA
SEO
did not know
That's
anything
right.
about
Yeah,
Khrushchev.
that was on
And the reason
Bobazar's
for that
thing too, right?
is that there was a mole in
And
that
this
way.
is the horse pill.
So
The
that
horse pill
every
is such an
time the
interesting
CIA
term
got
because,
a
again,
spy
going back to Lou Elizondo,
in
he
the
said,
Kremlin,
he was asked in an interview once, yeah, I'm sure you know which
that
exactly,
they
but you
had
remember
no
the name,
eyes in the Kremlin.
where he goes,
There were literally hundreds of
what would you tell people if
Russian
what
spies
should
who
people do
were
if they knew what you
affecting the United
knew?
States
I
and
think it was something
in
like
the Kremlin who were killed
what
during
would
that
people
period.
think if they knew what you knew?
They had no
And he
idea
said, how would they
anything
feel?
about
And he said
Khrushchev,
somber.
about how he saw
And
the
then he
world.
said,
He saw the
and
Kremlin
this was the
itself
same
as a
interview or another
monolith,
one,
you
and
know,
he said
that
his advice was spend time
kind
with
of,
your
you
family.
know,
Spend time with your
the same way that we look at Putin
And I thought
today,
that was a really
you know,
great
it's all,
one.
they have this ambition of world
Because
conquest,
you can read that a number of
it's
different ways,
driving them,
and then
and there's
to
nothing
call this
else
the
they
horse
think about.
pill,
They're absolutely single-minded about
it's
it.
really interesting.
But actually,
And
there was
then
a
you have
big
the
division
political stuff,
between
and then again
Khrushchev
at the bottom here, I had this crazy
and his joint chiefs and
1997
his intelligence background,
GeoCities website,
and they
and at the
both
bottom,
at one
copyright
point discovered they
2024,
were both
Lady Marcia Hand, PhD, all rights
managed by
reserved.
spies and military personnel who
Which
were
if you click
intent on
watches
the
a
war,
video,
and they were the
apparently,
two guys resisting. So when my uncle had this idea of, being a peace president in the beginning, he told Ben Bradley, his best friends, who was one of the publishers of the Washington Post,
is fraught with cryptic
the editor-in-chief at that time, he said,
I'm only on here
Ben Bradley
obviously
asked him, what do you want to create? And my uncle said, he kept the peace.
I know there's
He said,
holes. I know it's
the principal
fantastic.
job of a president
I know
of the
some
United
of it
States is to keep the country out
Comes
of
from
war.
something that was more personal to me. My
And,
relationship with
and so when he first became president,
the fact that I was able to have a phone call with him and actually heard from him
to
in
meet
2018.
Khrushchev in
Some
Geneva.
things are more personal than I can
And by the way, Eisenhower wanted to
But
do the
there's
same
still
thing.
plenty there
Eisenhower
that
wanted peace.
we
But
have to weigh
his,
that into
and he was
consideration.
going to
There's
Vienna.
constant, there's
But that
constant
peace
knee-jerk
summit was
reaction on
blown up. He was
back
going to
in
try to do,
ufology today because so many people watch
he was going to
YouTube
try
video,
to end the Cold
and they
War.
feel like
Eisenhower was the last year of this in May of 1960.
you haven't. And of
But
course,
that
you're
was
entitled to your opinion.
torpedoed by the
When
CIA
you take what is
during
otherwise
the
already
U-2
a
crash.
crazy subject called
You know, they
UFOs,
sent a
and you say,
U-2 over
yeah, but this
over
one's
the
really
Soviet
crazy.
Union. It got shot down, and then they told, and then Alan
the
Dulles
potential that this might have.
told
You know,
Eisenhower
in
to deny the
1989,
program. They didn't
I
know
had
the
many
Russians
friends
had
that thought
captured Gary
Thorpe
Francis
was
Powers.
because he wasn't giving a
And so,
frequency number gravity.
and that
Because I
erupted
said gravity
peace
is like a frequency.
talk
Well,
between
I'm not giving
Eisenhower and
He doesn't-
Khrushchev, and
he
so,
doesn't know it,
you
he
know,
doesn't remember it. And I said, well, that's reason enough why
there was a lot of tension.
Listen, I
My
was
uncle
hard.
wanted to break that tension.
People like
He
Dan
agreed to meet
think of him
with,
as a
with
spider
Khrushchev
web.
in Vienna early on in
And
his
once you
term.
pull one strand
He
out,
went over there, and
doesn't fall
Khrushchev
apart. No,
snubbed him.
it's weakened.
Khrushchev
But there could be
lectured him
flaws that
furiously
still
about the,
haven't been resolved. But the entirety of the
the
story still
terror
has
of
substance.
American imperialism
And I think that that's
and rebuffed any. They did agree not to go into Laos. They made an agreement that kept the United States and my uncle from sending troops to Laos.
unfairly treated.
But
And
it
he
had
had
been
this
a
decided
disaster, Vienna. So then
darkness,
we had a
which is
spy
probably
that
where he's
used to
very
come to our
happy to
house
be
all
right
the
now.
time. I got
May not
Georgie
like that
Bolshoi.
I'm doing
He
this
was
right
this
now. But I'm
Russian.
trying to do it in a light that gives
Spy.
him an opportunity.
My parents had
There's
met
some
at the
people like
embassy.
me, and others I know, by the
They'd
way,
gone
that's
to a
the
party or a
stuff
reception at the Russian
I do think
embassy,
it's more of a
and
story that
he
has to
had
be
approached them, and
I
they
think
knew
you make an
he was
excellent point
CRUA.
about
And
ufology in general, and I think it's worth mentioning to the audience again because so
he
many
was
of
the cover
the
up. They
people
really
at least who
liked
watch
him.
this
He was
show
very
are new to
attractive.
this, have just recently in
He
the
was
last few
always
years come
laughing and
into this
joking. He would
conversation.
do rope climbing
And
contests
it's
with my
important to
father.
remember
He
that
did push-up
ufology,
contests with my
for
father.
one, has
He
always
was,
been
he could
somewhat
do
of a
the Russian
circus
dance,
because
the
there's no
Cossack dancing.
application, there's no review process like
And he
anybody
would
can
do
show
that
up and
for
start
us
talking
and
about
teach us
anything.
that.
So
He
you
was,
get a
and
lot
we
of
knew he
people
was a
who
spy
just
too. And
will
this
talk
was at
about
the time
anything.
of, the
And
James
then
Bond
on
films
top
first
of
coming
that,
out.
it's
So it was really
a
exciting for us
matter
to
of
have
historical
actual
fact
Russian
that the
spy in our
world of
house.
ufology and the
The
groups that
State
study
Department was horrified
this
by it.
has been interfered
But
with
anyway,
purposely by
when
intelligence
Khrushchev after
agencies
Vienna
for as long as
and
they've been
after
active. And so there is a large amount of misinformation and disinformation that was deliberately injected
and
into
he
the
sent this
discussion
long
to muddy
letter
the
to my
waters. And
uncle.
so that throws a
And he didn't want
confusion
to go
onto things
through
that makes it
his,
even more
his
difficult to
State
know
Department
what's true and what's
or
not.
his embassy. He
Which is
wanted to
again
end on them.
the reason
And he was
why
friends with
your
Bolshoi.
work so far
So
has
he
been
gave
so
Georgie
fascinating because you
the
have been
letter,
able to claim so
and
much to
Georgie brought
verify
it
who this
and
person
handed
is.
it
At
to
least we know this is a
Calendar,
real
older
person.
than the
He
New
has
York Times.
real degrees. He's got
And
a
he gave it
paper
to my
trail.
uncle. And it was this
And he's
beautiful
given a number
letter
of
in which he
interviews.
said,
And regarding the things that he says that are crazy,
my
the
uncle
story
had
that's
talked to
crazy,
him
and I
about
use
the
air quotes
children
around the
who
word
would
crazy
say,
because I think as
we
soon as
paid
you admit
29
this is a real
grandchildren who were
conversation,
playing in his yard. He
UFOs,
said,
NHI, and the fact
what
that
is
we're all
our
sitting down
motivation
having this, people are
to
watching
make a
this channel,
decision that
we're
kill
doing
these
this,
children
like you're
so
putting
they'll
real
never
time,
write a
many
poem,
hours
they'll
of your
never
life into
participate in
this.
election, they'll
A
never run
lot
for
of people
office.
are
How can
where
we
you
make
are,
that?
and they're
How
where I
can
am,
we
and they
morally
are
make a
desperately
decision
trying
that
to piece
is
this
going to
together because they
eliminate
know there's something real to
life
it.
for these beautiful
And I
kids?
think the knee-jerk
And
reaction that some
he
people
said
may
that
have to say, oh, well,
to
that's
Khrushchev,
crazy.
and Khrushchev wrote them
To
this
that, I
letter
would
back
just say,
saying that he was now
if
sitting
only
with
10%
this
of this is true, if
on
only
the
5%
back
of
street,
it's true, which
and
5% would it
that
take?
he was
Let's say
thinking
once you
about what
open
my
this
Uncle
door and you
Jack
say,
had
I'm going
said
to
to
talk
him,
about aliens, we're
and
going
he
to have this
regretted very
conversation, I think
deeply
there's
not
something there.
having taken
All
the
and
olive
everything's on
leaf
the table. table, time travel's on the table, interdimensionals on the table, Walian biologics is on the table, infinite timelines, parallel universes, all these things are on the table, and what we're finding as we get more and more into this is the science just is catching up to the strangeness of this story, and we're starting to see that now, and you're hearing people like Gary Nolan, who is probably the foremost academic in this field right now, speaking publicly on this. We're starting to see others, Avi Loeb, coming forward at Harvard and starting to do this open research. And my hope is that as we go forward,
that as the conversation continues to normalize and people become more comfortable, and as you said, the stigma continues to live, we'll eventually get enough brains on this that we can get to the bottom of it in a much more real and tangible way. And to that end, we spoke in the beginning of our call about if people out there who see this video, this is going to have some longevity, it'll be out there, and a lot of people are going to see it. If someone has information that they want to pass to you on this, they can get in contact with me directly, and I can relay that information to you, and then if you want to reach back out to them, we can set that up. Is there anything in particular or specific that you want to say directly just to the audience that may actually have some information for you? Anything that you want to say? Just that this is still evolving. I'm still interested in whatever additional information you keep putting this whole one-man story like me. I'm still interested. I think that there's probably others like that.
But they started talking to each other, and then after he wrote that letter, they agreed that they would
others that have been part of these kinds of programs.
They wouldn't have to go through intermediaries. And so at Jack's house in the cave, there was a red phone that we knew if we did not push it.
What areas
and there was another one in the White House. But they knew it was important to talk to each other. And you just wish that we had that kind of leadership today.
It's a big one.
That can, that just understands our job.
Definitely got your work cut out for you, but this has been a really fascinating conversation. Brian, thank you so much for taking the time today to sit down and go through this presentation and share your findings with the audience. Again, if anybody out there who watches this has information that they would like to pass on, if you want to get in touch with Brian, you can go to teamnightshift.com. That's our website. You can contact me directly. There's a form, there's a link that says make contact. That email goes directly to me. I'll make sure that he sees your information, and then we can see where we go from there. And in the meantime, I'm going to continue to dig into this with you, and hopefully we can do some more follow-up videos to this. I know there's a lot of interest and hunger to know more about this story, and I think this is the sleeper story. I think this really is the big sleeper story.
And that includes Russia and China and Iran. Right now, we should be putting all the weapons to our side and sitting down with those guys and saying, how we do it, how we can do this. It's much more important things to do. We're going to, this stuff is going to kill us. We don't figure out how to regulate it. And leadership needs to look down the road at what is the real risk.
I know that this was something that you were going back and forth with. I was actually surprised that you reached back out to me and said, let's do this thing, and I'm so glad that you did. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and put this interview together. Hopefully this will go up in a few days. I'll reach back out to you in an email and we can follow up with the base from there. But thank you again, Brian. This has been outstanding.
Thank
you so much. And fantastic channel. Can't wait to check back.
And all of these other bad things, and we're making ethnic bioweapons. Bioweapons that can only kill Russians. Bioweapons that the Chinese are making that can kill people who don't have Chinese genes. So all of this is now within reach. We're actively doing it, and we need to stop it. And we can easily a biological weapons treaty is the easiest thing in the world to do. We can verify it, we can enforce it, and everybody wants to agree to it. It's only insane people do not want to continue this country. There's no reason to do it. So there's these existential threats to all of humanity now out there, like AI and biological weapons. We need to stop fighting each other, start competing on economic game fields, playing fields instead of military playing fields. Which will be good for all of humanity, and that we need to sit down with each other and negotiate reasonable treaties on how we regulate AI and biological weapons. And nobody's talking about this in this political race. Nobody's talking about it in the government.
The second season of
They
which
get fixated on these little wars and these comic book predictions of good versus evil, and we all go, hoorah, and go off and give them the weapons and rich military industrial complex. But we're on the road to perdition if we don't end this.
And some of this requires to have this kind of phone that connect Khrushchev and John F. Kennedy, that cuts through all the bureaucracy. To have this communication between heads of state and, in the case of AI, perhaps heads of tech companies, where you can just pick up the phone and have a conversation. Because a lot of the existential threats of artificial intelligence, perhaps even bioweapons, is unintentional. It's not even strategic actual effects. So you have to be transparent and honest about, especially with AI. People might not know what's the worst that's going to happen once you release it out into the wild. And you have to have an honest communication about how to do it, so that companies are not terrified of regulation, overreach regulation, and then government is not terrified of tech companies of manipulating them in some direct or indirect ways. So like there's a trust that builds versus a distrust. That seems, so basically that old phone where Khrushchev can call John F. Kennedy is needed.
I don't think. I don't understand AI. Okay, I do know. I can see from all this technology how it's this kind of turnkey totalitarianism. That once you put these systems in place, they can be misused to enslave people, and they can be misused in wars, and to subjugate, to all these bad things. And I don't think there's anybody on Capitol Hill who understands this. We need to bring in the tech community and say, tell us what these regulations need to look like, so that there can be freedom to innovate, so that we can milk AI for all of the good things, but not, fall into these traps that are going to, these existential threats to both existential threats.
It seems like John F. Kennedy is a singular figure in that he was able to have the humility to reach out to Khrushchev, and all the strength and integrity to resist the solid brass and institutions like the CIA. So that makes it particularly tragic that he was killed. To what degree was CIA involved, or the various bureaucracy involved in his death?
The evidence that the CIA was involved in my uncle's murder, and that they were subsequently involved in the cover-up and continue to be involved in the cover-up. I mean, there's still 5,000 documents that they won't release 60 years later.
So if we've been around
is, I think, so insurmountable and so ultimately in our future, it's beyond any reasonable doubt.
Process to create
including
civilizations. Why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomic molecule was kept on
every kind of document.
And I remember a time when it was said that
it came as a surprise recently to most Americans, I think.
It became 196,000
the release of these documents
in Ethiopia, and then
the press.
10,000
American
years
media
ago.
finally acknowledged that, Lee Harvey Oswald was a CIA asset, and he was recruited,
But the big question for me in that timeline is,
57,
why
he
didn't
was
it
a
why did it
Marine
take so long? Why
working at the Attitude Air Force Base,
after
which was
12,000
the CIA
years
Air
ago, really
Force
after
Base,
10,000 years ago,
with
to
the
start seeing
U-2
the
flight,
beginnings
which was
of
a CIA program,
beginnings
and
of
that
civilization.
he
in
was
places
recruited by
like
James
Turkey, for
Jesus
example.
Angleton, who was
And then there's
director
a
of
relatively
counterintelligence,
slow process of adopting
and then
agriculture.
sent
And
on a
by
fake
6,000
defection
years
to
ago,
Russia,
we see
and then brought
ancient
back
Sumer emerging as
to
civilization.
Dallas. And people didn't know
We're
that,
then in the pre-dynastic
even though
period
it's
in
been
ancient
known
Egypt as
for
well,
decades.
6,000 years ago.
It never
We came to
percolated into
see
the mainstream
definite
media because they
signs
have
of
such
what would become the dynastic civilization of Egypt
such
about
an allergy
5,000
to
years ago.
anything that
And interestingly,
that
around the same
challenges the
time,
Warren
you have
Report.
the Indus Valley
So
civilization.
when Congress
popping up
investigated my uncle's murder
And by the way, the Indus Valley
in
civilization
the
was a lost civilization
in the 1970s,
until the 1920s.
the church committee did, and they did a 2.5-year investigation, and they had many more documents and much more testimony available to them than the Warren Commission had. And this was a decade after the Warren Commission. They came to the conclusion that my uncle was killed by conspiracy.
One of the things that strikes
And
me
it
about
was
the
a
Indus Valley
division
civilization is
where
that we find
except one guy on that committee believed it was primarily the mafia.
recognizable yoga
Richard Schweitzer, the senator who head of the committee,
and the yoga posture is more about
said,
Asana, which
straight
involves
out, the CIA was
contortion
involved
of
in
the
the murder of the
ankles
President
and
of the United
twisting the
States.
feet
Oh,
back.
and
It's an
look,
advanced
if
yoga
I've talked to
posture.
most of
So
the
there
staff
it is,
on the
5,000
committee,
years
and they
ago.
said,
And
yeah,
then raises the question,
and the
how
CIA
long
was
did
so
yoga
wrong
take to
this
get
whole
to that
way through.
place when it was already so
And the actual people that the
5,000 years
CIA
ago?
appointed, George
What's the background
Johannides,
to this?
who
China,
the CIA appointed as a liaison to the committee, they brought him out of retirement. He had been one of the masterminds of the assassination.
It's very odd that all around the world,
There's no,
we have this.
I mean, it's impossible to even talk about a tiny fraction of the evidence here. What I suggest to people, there are hundreds of books written about this, that, assemble this evidence and mobilize the evidence. The best book to me for people to read is James Douglas's book, which is called The Unspeakable.
I just find that.
And Douglas does this extraordinary scholar, and he does this
very disturbing,
amazing job
especially
of
when I
digesting
look
and
at this
summarizing and
radical break that takes place
mobilizing all
not
of
just
the,
the human story,
probably
but the story of
million
all life on
documents
Earth,
and
which was
the evidence
last
from all
great
these
capitalism of the
confessions
Earth
that come out into a
which was the
coherent story.
Dryas event.
It's riveting
Was
to
an
read,
extinction
and
level
I
event.
recommend
That's
people
when all
who
the great megafauna
do
of
not
the
take
Ice
my
Age
word
went
for it.
extinct. It's after
And
that.
don't take anybody else's
start
word.
seeing
Go
this.
ahead and do the research
What I
yourself.
take it
And
to
one
be
way
the
to do
beginnings
that
of the first gradual steps
is
towards
probably the most
civilization.
efficient way to
Out
read
of the
Douglas's
Upper
book.
Paleolithic,
He has
because
all
it's
the
defined
references
the
there.
So if it's
end of the
true
Old Stone
that
Age and
CIA
into the
had a hand
Neolithic,
in this
and that's
assassination,
when the
how is it
wheels are
possible
supposed to be
for them
set
to
in motion to
amass
start
power?
civilization.
How is it
But
possible for them
what
to
happened
become
before
corrupt?
that, and why
And
did
is it
that suddenly happen?
individuals or
And
is
I
it the
can't
entire
help thinking,
institution?
and I felt this
No,
for
it's
a
not
long
the entire
while,
institution.
that
My
there are major
daughter-in-law,
missing pieces
who's
in
not
the story.
helping to run my
It's been said
campaign,
that
was
I'm
a CIA,
claiming to have
the clandestine
there was an advanced
services
civilization in
for
the
all
Ice
her
Age, and I am
career.
not
She was a
claiming
spy
to
in
that is a
mass destruction
hypothesis
program
that
in
I
the
am
Middle East and in
putting
China.
to answer
And there's
some of the questions
22,000
that
people
I have
who work for the CIA. Probably
about
20,000 of those are, are patriotic
I think
Americans and really good public servants, and they're doing
inquire
important
into
work
those
for our country.
possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event
But
was
the institution is
a
corrupt,
massive
and
global
because the high
cataclysm, whatever
ranks the
caused it.
institution.
In
In fact,
it's
Mike
strange
Pompeo said
just
something
after it,
like
we
this to me
start
the
seeing
other day. He
these
was the director of the
first
CIA. He
signs.
said, when I
So
was
the
there, I did
current
not do a
understanding
good job
in mainstream
of that.
archaeology
He said the
is that
entire
after the Younger
bureaucracy
Dryas is when the
of that
civilizations
agency
pop
are
up
people who
in
do
different
not believe
places
in
around the
the
globe.
institutions
A lot of similarities,
of
but
democracy.
they popped up independently.
This is what he said. Well, I don't know if that's true, but I know that, that's
those
significant.
civilizations,
He's a smart person
the
who
first
ran the agency
civilizations,
and is the
Sumer,
Secretary of
Egypt,
State.
the Indus Valley civilization, China.
But it's no mystery how that happened. We know the history. The CIA was originally, first of all, there was great reluctance in 1947. We had it for the first time. We had a secret spy agency in this country, called the OSS.
Also not obvious.
That was disbanded after the war because Congress said
settlement.
having a secret spy
Where the
agency
people
is
are living, then they
incompatible
start using agriculture,
with
then they start getting
democracy.
urban
Secret
centers.
spy
It
agencies
seems
for
like
things
they're
that,
doing
like the KGB,
everything about that
Stasi and
makes sense. There is no doubt
Spock
that you're
and
seeing
Iran and
evolutionary
Deep and
progress,
Chile and
social
whatever,
evolution
all over the world.
taking place
They're all
in
have
those
to do with
thousands of years
totalitarian
before
government.
Sumer
They're not something that you can have.
But what's happening now?
It's antithetical to democracy to have that.
I spent much of the
But
90s and the late 1980s investigating
in
this issue of lost
1947, we
civilization. I
created
wrote a series of
Truman
books about
Cyber,
it.
but it was
But by
initially
2002, when I published a book
and
called
has been
Underworld,
like
which was the most
It
massive,
needs
most heavy
information
book that I've
gathering,
ever
which is
written, because I
important.
was writing very
It's to
defensively
get
at the time.
to gather and consolidate
By the time I
information
finished that book, my wife found
from
that I
many,
spent
many
7
different
years
sources
scuba
from
diving
all over
around
the
the
world,
world,
and then
looking
put
for
those
structures
reports
underwater, often
in
led
the
by
White House
fishermen or
with the
local
president
divers, to anomalies that they'd
can
seen underwater.
make
By the
good
time that
decisions
book was
based
finished,
on
I thought I'd
valid
done this
information,
story. I've written
evidence-based,
I really don't have much more to say about it,
decision-making.
and I turned
But
in
Alan
another
Dulles,
direction.
who
I
was
wrote a book called
essentially the first head of the
Meetings with the
agency,
Ancient Teachers of
made
Mankind,
a series of
retitled
legislative
Visionary, and that was
machinations, political
about the role
machinations
of,
that gave
fundamentally about the role of
additional
psychedelics
powers to
in
the agency
the
and
evolution
opened
of
up the what they called
And I
and
didn't think
the plans
that I would
division,
go back
which is
to
the
the
plans
civilization
division, is the dirty tricks, it's
But
the
the
black
Göbekli
ops,
Tepe in Turkey
fixing
kept
elections,
enforcing itself upon me. The more
murdering
discoveries
what they
there,
call
the
executive action,
11,600
which
year
means
day for
killing
enclosure D,
foreign
which is the two
leaders,
largest megalithic pillars.
and
I
making
reached the point
small
where I
words
realized I have to get back in,
and
I have to
bribing
get back
and
in the project,
blackmailing
and I have to investigate
people,
this
stealing
again.
elections, that
Göbekli
kind of thing.
Tepe was
And
a
the
game changer,
reason
but I think
at
it's a
that
game
time
changer
we
for
were in the
everything.
middle of the Cold
Because
War,
Göbekli Tepe,
and
the
Truman and
extraordinary
Eisenhower did
nature
not
of it,
want
we're
to
looking at
go
a
to war. They
major
wanted to
megalithic
make
site,
troops.
which is at
And it
least
seemed to them that
5,500 years
this was a
older
way of kind of
than, say,
fighting the
Gigantea
Cold
in
War
Malta, which is
secretly
was previously
without
considered to
and
be the
doing it at
oldest
minimal
megalithic site
cost
in the
by
world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and
changing
attention,
events
both
sort of
from
invisibly.
the Turkish government, who see the
And so
potential,
it was
tourism
about
potential of having the
but
world's
everybody,
oldest
you know,
megalithic
Congress, when
site,
they
and
first
from
voted
archaeologists,
in
and this in
place,
turn
Congress
has led
voted the
to
political party said,
exploration and
if we
excavation
create this thing, it could
throughout the
turn into
region.
a
But what they're
monster that can
finding throughout
undermine
that
our,
whole
you know,
region
our
of
values. And
Göbekli Tepe,
today, it's so powerful.
and going
Nobody
down
knows
into
what it's
Syria
like this.
and further down into
Plus,
the
it
Jordan
has its
Valley
own
as far as
investment fund.
Jericho, and
Into
even
Delhi,
across
it's
a bit of the
invested,
Mediterranean
made, I
into
think,
Cyprus,
2,000 investments in Silicon
is
Valley.
what Turkish
Oh,
archaeologists
it
are
has
now calling
ownership
the
of a lot of
Testament
these tech
civilization. They're calling
companies,
it a
that,
civilization.
you know, and
The
a
Stone
lot of the
Hills
CEOs of those
civilization,
tech companies
with
have signed state
very
secrecy
definite
agreements with the
identifying
CIA, which if
characteristics,
they even
semi-subterranean
reveal that
circular
they have
structures,
signed that,
the use
they
of
can go to
T-shaped
jail for 20
megalithic
years,
pillars,
have their
sometimes
assets
not
removed,
anywhere
etc.
near as big as those at
So
Göbekli
the
Tepe.
influence that the
It's clear that
agency has,
Göbekli
the
Tepe now
capacity
was
to
not the
influence
beginning of
events
this
at every level
process.
in
It
our
was actually,
country
in a way, the end of this process. It was the
really
summation of
frightening.
everything that
And then
Stone Hills
for most of
civilization
it,
had achieved.
most of
But
its
what is
life,
becoming
the
clear is
CIA
that
was
this is a
banned
period
from
between
propagandizing
before the
Americans.
foundation of Göbekli Tepe.
But we
As
learned
far
that
as
they
we
were
know,
doing it anyway.
that
So in
date of 11,600
1973,
years
during
ago
the Church
is
Committee
the
hearings,
oldest
we
date for
learned
Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a
that
lot of
the
Göbekli Tepe still
CIA had a
around.
program called
So
Operation
we
Mockingbird,
can't say for sure that that's the
where
oldest.
they
It is
had
the
at
oldest
least
so far
400 members, leading members
excavated.
of the United States press corps.
What we're seeing
The New York
is
Times,
that
the
in
Washington
that whole
Post,
region around there,
ABC,
there was something
CBS,
was in motion.
NBC, etc.,
And it began to go into
who
motion
were
around
secretly
about the
working for the
beginning of the
agency,
Younger
and
Dryas. And
and
this is
pure
where
news
these
coverage
two dates are really important. The Younger
to
Dryas
support
around the
CIA
figures of
priorities.
begins around
And they
12,800
agreed at
years
that
ago.
time to
And
disband
ends
Operation
around
Mockingbird in
11,600 years ago.
73.
So Göbekli Tepe's
But
construction date, if it is
there's indications they didn't do
11,600
that, and
years
they
ago, if
still,
they
the
don't find
CIA
older
today, is the
materials,
biggest
marks the
funder of
end of the
journalism
Younger
around the
Dryas.
world.
But the beginning of
The
the Younger
biggest
Dryas, we're
funders
already
through
seeing the stirrings
USAID,
of the kind of
from the
culture that
USA,
manifests in
the
full
United
form
States funds journalism
at
in almost
Göbekli
every
Tepe.
country in the world.
And
But owns
after the
newspapers,
construction
that
of Göbekli
has
Tepe, in fact, even
journalists on
during the
thousands and
construction of
thousands of
Göbekli
journalists
Tepe,
on its payroll.
we see
They're not supposed
agriculture
to be doing
beginning
that
to
in
be
the United
adopted. The
States, but
people who created Göbekli
you know,
Tepe
in
were
2016,
hunter
President
foragers
Obama
at the
changed the
beginning.
law to
But
make
by the
it legal
time
now for
Göbekli
the
Tepe was
CIA
finished,
to
and it was
propagandize Americans.
definitely
And I think, you know, we can't forget the Ukraine war and how that was,
deliberately buried,
you know, has been,
covered
how the
with
narrative has
covered
been
with rubble,
formed
and then
in
popped
the
off with a
minds
hill,
of Americans.
which is why Göbekli
And
Tepe
say
is
that the
called
CIA had nothing
what
to
it
do
is.
with
Göbekli
that.
Tepe means
What is the
Potbelly
mechanism by which the
the head of
CIA
the navel.
influences the narrative?
For a long time,
Directly,
Göbekli Tepe was thought to be
indirectly
just
through
a
the press, or directly by funding the
looked a
press?
bit like a potbelly.
Directly
Can you see
through,
how it was discovered?
you know, I mean, there's
It's one of those
certain
fascinating
press
ones that
organs that have
periods,
been
and maybe
linked,
can you
you know,
say what
to
it
the
is
agency
and
and the
how it
people
was
who run
discovered?
those organs. Things like the
Göbekli
Daily
Tepe
Beast,
is
Rolling
first of all
Stone,
the
editor of No
oldest
Rolling Stone,
fully
Blackman,
elaborated megalithic site
has
that we
deep
know of
relationships with
anywhere
the
in the world.
intelligence
It doesn't mean
community,
that once will be
Salon,
found, but
Daily
it is the
Post,
oldest so far found.
But I wonder why they
The
would do
part
it.
of the
From
site
my
that's been
perspective,
excavated, which
it
is a
just
tiny
seems like the
percentage
job
of
of
the
a
whole site, we
journalist
do
is to have
know.
an
My
integrity
first
where
visit to Göbekli Tepe
European
was in
cannot be
2013. Dr.
influenced
Klaus
or
Schmidt,
bought.
the late Dr.
I
Klaus
agree
Schmidt,
with you, but I actually
died a
think
year
that the
later,
entire field of
was very
journalism
generous to me and
has,
showed me around the site for over a period of
has
3 days. And he
you know,
he
really
explained to me that they've
changed
already used
itself
ground
in
penetrating
recent
radar on
years
the site.
because
And they know
it's
that there's much
become,
more
you know, the
roughly 10
the
million.
principal newspapers in this country and the television stations, the legacy media,
in terms of the data
have abandoned their
what we have at the moment is a series of circular but not quite circular
when I
enclosures
was a kid, my house was filled with the greatest journalists alive at that time.
and then
People like Ben
inside
Bradley,
you have
like
pairs
Nancy
of
Lewis, Mary McCrory,
and the
Pete Hamill,
archetypal
Gary
part of that side
Declanfield, Jimmy
is
Breslin,
enclosure D, which contains the two
many,
largest
many
upright
others. And
banners,
after my
about
father,
18 feet
after
tall,
my
and
father
weighted to weigh
died,
somewhere
they started the art of
20
journalism.
tons. If I have my my memory correct, there's substantial hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure, so that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this main form of architecture, massive megalithic pillars and the pillars. One of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment. There is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are
propaganda organs for
oriented in
government
slightly
agencies.
different
They were actually
directions.
censoring the
It was
speech
the work
of anybody who was
entirely
of
of
the
underground
powerless.
foragers, but
Oh,
by the
and
time
in
Göbekli
fact,
Tepe
it was
was
an
completed,
organized conspiracy.
agriculture was being
And it
introduced,
was, the name of it was the Trusted
taking
News
place there.
Initiative,
Now you asked
and
how
some of the
Göbekli
major
Tepe was
press
found.
organs in our country
The
signed
answer to
on
that
to
is
it, and
that
they agreed
there was a survey of that
not to
Pompeii
print
in
stories
the
or
1960s
facts that
by
departed from
some
government
American
orthodoxy. So
archaeologists.
the Washington
And
Post
they
was
were
the signature, the
looking,
UPI,
absolutely looking for
the
Stone Age
AP, and then
material,
the
for material from the
for
Paleolithic.
media or for social
And they
media.
had found some Paleolithic flints,
Microsoft, Twitter,
Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look.
Facebook, and
But then they
Google all
noticed
signed on
sticking out
to
of the
the
side of
Trusted
the
News
some
Initiative.
very
It was
finely
started by the
cut
BBC,
stone,
organized by
bits
them.
of very large,
And the purpose
very
of it
finely cut stone. And
was
looking
to
at
make
that, the
sure nobody
workmanship
could
was
print
so
anything
good
about
that
government that
those
departed from
archaeologists
government orthodoxy. The way it worked
confident
is
that it had nothing
the
to do with the
UPI,
Stone Age,
the AP,
and they thought they
and
were looking
the
at
news
perhaps some
services that provide
Byzantine
most of the news,
remains.
news
And
around
they
the
abandoned the
country.
site and never looked at it further.
And the
And it
Washington
wasn't
Post
until
would
the German
decide
Archaeological
what news
Institute
was
got
permissible
involved,
to
and
print.
particularly Klaus
A
Schmidt,
lot
I
of
think
it
was
was
a
about
genius,
COVID, but also
took real
Hunter
insight into this,
on his laptops, where
and started
it was
to dig at Göbekli
impermissible
Tepe
to
that they
suggest that
realized
those
what they'd
were real
found,
or that they had
they'd found
stuff on
potentially
there
the
that was
oldest megalithic site in
compromising.
the world. And they
And
found it at a place where
and
agriculture,
and by the way,
according to the established historical
this,
timeline,
what I'm
that's
telling
where
you about is all
agriculture,
well
at any rate
documented.
in
I'm
Europe
litigating
and
on
Western
it.
Asia,
It's not part of a
begins. It
lawsuit against
begins
the
in
DNI.
Anatolia, in
And
Turkey,
so I
and then
know a lot
gradually
about what happened,
disseminates
and I have all
westward
this
from there.
documentation.
And yet
People
the
can go to
reality
our
is,
website.
it
There's
was
a letter
gatherers.
on my
It was
Substack now
created
to
by hunter-gatherers.
Michael
There
Scheer
was
of
no
the Washington
agriculture
Post that outlines all this
11,600
and
years
gives
ago
all my
in Göbekli
sources.
Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe
Because
was
Michael Scheer accused
decommissioned,
me of
and I
being
use
a
that word
conspiracy
briefly, it was
theorist. He
closed
was
down,
actually part of the
and
conspiracy, a true
buried.
conspiracy,
Agriculture was all around
to
it,
suppress
and this was
anybody
agriculture of people
who was
knew
departing
how to
from government
cultivate
orthodoxy by either censoring them completely or labeling them conspiracy theorists.
if I could say,
I mean, you can understand the intention and the action, the difference between as we talked about. You can understand the intention of such a thing being good, and in a time of catastrophe, a time of a pandemic, there's a lot of risk to saying untrue things, but that's the slippery slope that leads into a place where the journalistic integrity that we talked about is
I'm going
completely
to use the
sacrificed.
word being
And
introduced.
it's deviate from
It
truth.
happened. There'd been no
If you
sign of
read
it
their
before,
internal
and
memorandum,
suddenly it's there.
including
To
the
me, that's
statements
another
of
of the mysteries about
the
Göbekli
leader of
Tepe.
the
And
Trust
then,
News
with the
Initiative,
new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads
and
across an
you
enormous
can
distance.
go on our website and see her statement. She says,
the puzzling thing is that
the
after
purpose of
Göbekli
this is
Tepe,
that
there always
we're
seems to
now,
be a decline.
she
Things
says,
fall down
when
again.
people look at
And then we enter
us,
this
they
long,
think
slow
we're
process
competitors,
of the
but we're not.
Neolithic.
The real competitors are coming from all these alternative news sources, now all of them inadequate, and they're
ancient Sumer.
hurting public trust in us, and they're hurting our
But
economic health,
agriculture
and
has
they
taken
have to be choked off and crushed.
Actually,
And
I'll just
the
say
way
this in
that we're going to
passing.
do that
When
is
I
to
talk about a lost civilization,
make an agreement with the social
introducing
media
ideas
sites that
to
if we
people
say,
that are
if we
accused of
label their
stealing credit
information
from the indigenous
misinformation,
people who had
the
those
social media
ideas in the
sites
first place. So I do find it
deplatform it,
slightly
they will
hypocritical that
throttle it,
archaeology
or they will
is fully
shadow
accepts
ban it,
that the idea of
which
agriculture
destroys the
was
economic
introduced
model
to
of those
Western Europe
alternative
from Turkey.
competitive sources of
And
information. So that
Western Europeans
that's true,
didn't invent
but the
agriculture.
point
It
you
was
make is
absolutely
an important
introduced
point.
by Anatolian farmers
That
who traveled
the
west.
journalists
So the
themselves,
notion of
who
dissemination
probably
of
didn't
ideas
know
perhaps shouldn't
about
be
the
so
DNI agreement,
annoying to
certainly I'm sure
archaeologists
they
as it
didn't,
is.
And perhaps you should also
They
state,
believe that they're doing the
if you
right
look at
thing
the
by
entirety of
suppressing
history
information that
of
may
hominids,
challenge, government proclamations on COVID.
or hominids have been explorers.
But I mean, there's a
I
danger
didn't
to
even know
that.
this.
The
I was
danger is
preparing for
that
this. Looking at Homo erectus,
once you appoint yourself an
9
arbiter
million
of what's
years
true
ago,
and what's not true,
almost right away, they spread out through
then
the whole
there's
world.
really no end
And
to the power
we,
that you have
Homo
now
sapiens, evolved from them.
assumed for
And we should
yourself.
also mention,
Because
since we're talking about it, there's
now
controversial
your
debates
job is no
going on.
longer to inform
As
the
I
public.
understand, there's
Your
still
job now
debates
is to
about the
manipulate the
dynamics of
public.
all that was going on there, like we
And
mentioned
if you
in
end
Africa.
up manipulating the public in
I
collusion
think the current
with
understanding
powerful
didn't come from
entities, then you
one
become the
particular point
instrument
of Africa, that there's multiple
of
locations.
authoritarian rule,
This is the out of
other
Africa
than the,
theory. I think it's not a
the
theory. It's
opponent of it.
really strong
And it
evidence.
becomes the inverse
Why? Because
of
we're part of the
journalism
Great Eight
and
family, and it's an African
You're running
family.
for
And
president
there's no
for the
doubt that
Democrats.
human beings
What
on
to
deep
you are
origins
the
are in
strongest
Africa. But
values
then there, as
that
you rightly
represent
say,
the
there
left-wing
were these
politics?
very early migrations out of Africa by
I would
species
say
that are
protection of
likely
the
and
environment
ancestral
and
to
the
anatomically
commons,
modern humans,
the
including
air, the water,
definitely
the
Homo
wildlife,
erectus
fisheries, public lands,
astonishingly
those
distant
assets
travels
that
that we
cannot be
undertook.
reduced
Yes,
to private property
I think there is an
ownership.
urge to explore
The landscapes
in
are
all of
full of
humanity.
majesty.
I think there is an urge to find
The
out what's
protection
around the
of
next corner,
vulnerable
what's over the
people
brow
in
of
our
the
society,
next
people
hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character.
would
And I
include
think
children
it was being manifested in
and
those early
minorities,
adventures.
the restoration of the middle
People that
class,
left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in
protection
different
of
parts of
labor,
the world. I
dignity,
think a lot of
and
anatomically modern
decent
human
pay for
evolution took
labor.
place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa. So I guess
bodily
the general
autonomy,
puzzlement
a
that
woman's
you're
right
filled
to
with
choose
is,
or an individual's
given
right
that
to
these
endure
creatures
unwanted
explore
medical
and spread
procedures,
and
peace.
try out different environments,
The
why did it
Democrats have
take
always been anti-war.
hundreds of thousands of
The
years for them to
refusal
develop
to use
complicated
fear as a
society
governing
settlements?
tool.
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that
FDR
raises
said
in my mind a
the only thing they
hypothesis,
have
a
to fear is fear
possibility.
itself.
Maybe it didn't take so
Recognize
long.
that
Maybe
tyrants and
things were
dictators
happening
could
that we haven't
use fear to
yet
disable
got
critical
hold of in the
thinking
archaeological
and
record, which are waiting to be discovered.
and
And of course, there are
overwhelm
huge parts of
the
the
desire
world
for
that have not been studied
personal
at all
liberty.
by archaeology.
The
But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been
freedom of
studied at all by
government from
archaeology is not in
untoward
its own
influence by
enough
corrupt
to
corporate
suggest that
power.
we're missing a chapter in the human story.
This is the end of
The
this
reason that I come to that
corrupt
is
merger
only
of the space and
puzzlement
corporate
about
power
that
that is
300,000
now
year gap. It's
dominating
also
our
to do with the
democracy.
fact that
With
there's
Eisenhower
common
warned about
iconography, there's common myths and
warned
traditions,
against the emergence of the military
there's
industrial
common
complex.
spiritual ideas.
And then I prefer to talk about the positive version of
And
what we should be doing in
they've
our
found lots of
country and
cultures that are
globally, which is,
geographically distant from the world,
I see that
and
the
that are also distant from one
corporations
another
are
in time. They don't
commoditizing us, are
necessarily occur
poisoning
at
our
the same
children,
time.
are
And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps
strip
desperately
mining the
needing a
wealth
history
from
of
the middle
ideas
class,
as well as just a
and,
history of things.
and
Because an
treating
idea
America as a
can-
foreign business
can
liquidation,
manifest
converting assets
again
to
and
cash
again
as quickly as
throughout the
possible,
human
and
story. So
and
there are
creating or
particular
exacerbating
issues. For
this,
example, the notion of the
this huge
afterlife
disparity
destiny
in
of the
wealth in
soul.
our country, which
What
is
happens to
eliminating
us
the
when
middle
we
class
die?
and creating
When
kind of
reach
a
my
Latin
age, that's
American
something you
style
do
feudal
think
model.
about.
There's
What
these
happens? I
huge
used to think
aggregations of
when I was in
wealth
my
above
40s, but now that I'm
and widespread
74,
spread
I
poverty
definitely
below.
know that
And that's a
I'm not.
configuration
It would
that
be
is
natural
too
for human beings all
unstable to
around the world
support
to have that same
democracy
feeling, that
sustainably.
same idea.
And we're
But
supposed to be
when
modeling
they all
democracy, but we're losing.
decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it
And
makes a leap
I think we ought to have a foreign
to the Milky
policy
Way. That it makes a
that
journey
restores our
along the
moral
Milky
authority
Way.
around
There
the
it is
world.
confronted by
Restores
challenges, by
America
monsters, by closed gates.
as
The
the
course of the life
embodiment
that
of
that
moral
person
authority,
has lived
which it was when my uncle was
determine
president.
their destiny in that
And
afterlife
as a
journey.
purveyor
And
of
this idea,
peace,
the path of souls, is called the path of souls. It's very
warlike
strongly
nation. My
found
uncle
in
said
the
he
Americas,
wanted
right from
people
South
in
America
Africa,
through
Latin America, and
Mexico,
Asia
North America, but it's
to
also
think
found
of, when they think of
ancient
America,
Egypt,
to picture a
in
man
ancient
with a gun
India, in
and a
ancient
bayonet.
Mesopotamia,
He wanted them
the
to
same
think of a Peace
idea.
Corps volunteer.
And I don't feel that can be
And
a
he
coincidence.
refused
I
to
feel
send
that
combat
what we're
veterans
looking at is
abroad. Combat
an
soldiers abroad. He
inheritance of an
never
idea,
sent a
a
single
legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to other cultures around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source can explain both the similarities and the differences
in
1965, he resisted.
Very puzzling thing is
In Vietnam, Vietnam, they
sequence
wanted
of
him to put
numbers
250,000 troops. He only put
the result
16,000
of
advisors,
the
which was
precession
fewer
of the
people,
economics.
fewer
At least I
troops.
think that's the best theory.
And he sent to get James Meredith into the university,
I
to
think
Ole
it's
Miss,
important
in
to
Oxford, Mississippi.
pay tribute
One
to
black
the
man.
work of Georgia
And he
de
spent
Santillana
16,000,
and the
and a
foundation.
month before he died, he
Georgia
ordered
de
all hobby.
Santillana
Actually, I
was
think it was
professor of
October
history of
2nd
science actually at MIT.
of
This
1963.
back in the 60s.
He heard that Green Beret had
And
died.
Herta von Deschen was professor
And
of
he
history of
asked
science at
his
Frankfurt
aide
University.
for a combat, for a list of combat fatalities. And the aide came back and there was 75 men had died in Vietnam at that point. And he said, that's too many. We're going to have no more. And he ordered, he signed a national security order
On the
in
issue of
63.
the phenomenon of precession.
And it ordered all those men, all Americans home from Vietnam by
Generally, it's held
1965.
that it was the
But the
Greeks
first 1,000 coming home by December of 63. And then in November, he, of course, just before that evacuation began,
Santillana
he was
and
killed.
Foundation are
And a
pointing
week
out
later,
the knowledge of precession is
President
much,
Johnson
much
amended
older
that
than
order,
thousands
and
of
then a
years
year
ago.
after that, the talking
They
Gulf
don't actually
Resolution,
trace it. I think
they
I'm
said
quoting it pretty much
250,000,
correctly.
which is what they
Some
wanted my
almost
uncle to do, which he refused.
ancestor civilization.
And
Reading
then
that
and it became an American war, and then Nixon topped it off at 560,000. 56,000 Americans never came home, including my cousin George Skakel, who died at the Tet Offensive.
Results from the fact
And
that
we killed a million
planet is
Vietnamese,
the
and
viewing
we got
platform
nothing
from
for it.
which we observe the stars.
So America should
And our
be the
planet, of
symbol of
course, is
peace.
rotating on its own
You know,
axis at roughly 1,000 miles an
Today,
hour of the
my
equator.
uncle
But
really
what's less
focused on
obvious is
putting
that it's
America
also
on the side of the war.
and that is,
Instead
so
of
if
our
you imagine the
tradition
extended
of,
north pole of the Earth
of
pointing up at the sky,
fortified
in our
oligarch
time,
views
it's pointing
that
at the
were
star Polaris,
anti-communism. That
and
was
that
our,
is our
our
pole
major
star.
criteria. If
But
you said
Polaris
you
has
were
not
against
always been the
communism, of
pole
course,
star.
the people were the
Precisely
rich
because of
people.
this wobble
Or
on the
he
axis
was
of
going to
the
rich
Earth,
people in those
other
countries.
stars
They were
have
going to the military
occupied
hunt us.
pole
Our weapons
position,
were
and
going to
sometimes
hunt
the
us
extended
to
north pole of
fight
the Earth runs
against
at
the
empty
war.
space. There is no
And
pole star.
my uncle said,
That's
no,
one of the
no,
obvious
America should
results
be
of
on
the
the side
wobble
of
on the
the war.
Earth's
So
axis.
he
The other one
wants the
is
Alliance
that
for
there are
Progress
12 well-known
and
constellations in our
USAID,
time, the
which
12
were intended
constellations
to
of the
bring
zodiac
aid to the
that
poorest
lie
people
along
and
what is
build
referred to
middle
as the
classes
path of the sun.
and take
The Earth is
ourselves away.
orbiting
In
the
fact,
sun, and
his
we're
most,
seeing
his
what's
favorite trip,
behind it,
his
was
two
in
favorite
direct
trips
line
while he
with the
was
sun
president.
in our view.
His
And
most
the
favorite trip
zodiacal
was to Ireland.
constellations all lie along the path of
It's
the sun. So
incredible,
at different times of the year, the sun will rise
emotional
against the
homecoming for
background of
all
a
of the
particular
people of
zodiacal
Ireland.
constellation.
His second favorite
Today
trip
we
was
live in
when
the
he
age of
went to
Pisces,
Colombia. He went to Latin
and
America,
it's
but Colombia
definitely
was
not
his
an
favorite
accident that the
country.
early Christians
And
used the
I
fish
think there were 2 million
as their
people
symbol.
came to Bogota to
This is
see
another area
this
where I differ
vast
from
crowd
archaeology. I think
this
that
delirious
constellations of the
cheering.
zodiac were recognized as
And the
such
president of
much
Colombia,
earlier
Yedis
than we
Carrasco,
suppose. Anyway, to get
he
to the
said to him,
point,
you know,
the
they love
key
you.
marker of the
And
year,
my uncle said,
certainly
why?
in the
He
northern
said,
hemisphere, was the
because they
spring
think you
equinox.
put America on the
This
side of
was
the war
the question
against the
was what
oligarchs.
constellation is
And,
rising behind
my
the sun?
uncle,
What constellation
after he
is
died,
housing the sun
today,
on the spring equinox?
there are more
Right now it's
avenues
Pisces.
and
In another
boulevards and
150 years or so,
hospitals and
it'll be
schools
Aquarius. We do live
named
in
after, and
coming at the
statues
edge of
named
Aquarius.
after and commemorating in parks,
Back in the time of
commemorating John Kennedy in Africa
late
and
ancient
Latin
Egyptians, it was
America
Aries, going
than
back to
any
the
other
time of
president of the United
Ramesses
States, and probably more
Before
than
that, it
all
was
the other
Taurus,
presidents
and
combined.
so on and so
And
forth.
it's
It's backwards
because,
through
he
the
put
zodiac
America on the side of the
until
war, and that's what we ought to be doing.
12,500 years ago,
We
you
ought to
come
be
to the age of
protecting
Leo,
the
and the
economic
constellation
power
of
abroad.
Leo houses the
The
sun on the
Chinese
spring
have
equinox.
essentially
Now,
stolen
this
his
process
playbook.
unfolds very, very, very,
And,
very slowly.
we've spent
The
$8
whole
trillion
cycle,
on
and
the
it is a
Iraq
cycle
war
that
and its
repeats itself
aftermath, the wars
roughly
in
every
Syria, Yemen,
26,000
Libya,
years.
Afghanistan,
I'll get a more
Pakistan.
exact figure on it,
And
25,000.
what do we get for that? We have nothing.
That may
That
be a
money,
convention.
$8
Some
trillion.
scholars would say it was a bit less than that.
We got-
You're talking
We
fractions.
killed
It's
more
in that
Iraqis than
area.
Saddam Hussein.
25,000.
Iraq today is a bad word, much worse off than it was when Saddam was
You
there. It's
really need more than one
an
human life
incoherent,
because
violent
it
war between Shia
unfolds
and
very,
Sunni.
very
That's what
slowly at a
he
rate of
pushed Iraq
1%
into the
years.
embrace of
Parallel
Iran.
that I
It's now
often give
become
is
essentially a
hold a
proxy
finger up
for
to
never ran, which is exactly the outcome that we were trying to prevent for the past 20 to 30 years. We created ISIS. We sent
It's not impossible to notice
2
in a lifetime,
million
but it's difficult. You've
refugees
got to pass it on.
into Europe
what seems to have
destabilizing
is that
all
some
of
ancient
the nations here
culture
for
that Satya
generations. We're now seeing
calls
these
some of the
riots
most unbelievable ancestor culture
in France, and that's
worked
a
out the
direct
entire
result from
process of
the
procession
Syrian
and
war that we created and
selected
our
clear
creation of
numbers
ISIS.
of procession, of which the most
Brexit is
important number,
another
the governing number, is the
result
number
of that.
72.
So
But we also
for
have
$8 trillion
numbers
we wrecked the
related
world.
to the number
And
72.
during that same
72
period,
plus
we spent
36
$8.1
is
trillion
108. 108 divided by
bombing
2 is
bridges,
54.
ports, schools, hospitals.
These
The
numbers
Chinese
are also
spent $8.1 trillion
found in
building
mythology all
schools,
around
ports,
the world. There were
hospitals,
72
bridges, and
conspirators
universities.
were involved in
And
killing
now,
God
the
Osiris
Chinese
in
are
ancient Egypt
out
and nailing
competing
him up
us
in
everywhere in the world.
coffer
Everybody
and
wants to
dumping
deal
him
with the
in
Chinese
the
because
Nile.
they come
There
in,
are
they do nice things for you,
432,000 in the rig
and
phase.
there's no strings attached, and
432,000
they're
is
pleasant
multiple
deals.
of 72.
And as a result of that,
At
Brazil
Angkor
is
in
switching to
Cambodia,
Chinese
for example,
currency.
you have the bridge to
Argentina is
Angkor
switching.
Thom.
Saudi
And on
Arabia,
that
our
bridge,
greatest
you have
partner,
figures
we put
on
trillions
both
of dollars
sides,
into protecting
sculpted
our
figures,
oil pipelines
which
there,
are
and now
holding
they're saying
the body of a serpent.
we
That
don't
serpent
care
is
what the United
Vasuki.
States thinks. That's
And
what
what they're doing is they're churning
said.
the Milky Ocean.
He
It's
said
the
we
same
don't.
metaphoric churning and turning that's
dropped
defined in the story of
oil
Hamlet's mill
production
and Body's mill.
in Saudi
There
Arabia
are 54 on each side.
in the middle of the U.S.
54 plus 54 is 108.
Inflation
108 is
They've
72
never
plus
done that
36. It's a precessional number,
aggravate the
according to
inflation
the work that Satyanaran
and
Foundation
2
did.
weeks later,
And
and
the
then they
fascination
signed a
with
deal,
this number
a
system
unilateral
and this
peace deal
discovery
with Iran,
around the world
which has been the enemy
is
that
one
we've been
of the
telling them
puzzles
to,
that
to
intrigue me
work against for
and
20 years.
suggests to me that we are
And 2
looking
weeks
at
after that, he
ancestral
said, we don't
knowledge
care
that
what
was
the United
passed
States
down
thinks.
and probably was
So
passed
that's what
down
we got
from
for
a
spending all those
specific
trillions of dollars
single
there. We got
common
short-term
source at
friends.
one time, but then was spread out
And the
very,
United
very
States,
widely.
policy
So
upon it, and
one
we have
of
not made
the
ourselves safer.
defining ways that you
We've
approach
made Americans, we've put
the study of
Americans in
human
more
history
jeopardy
that I
all
think
over the world.
contrasts with
You have to
mainstream
wait in lines to
archaeologies.
get
You
through
take
the
this
airport.
sort of
You have
astronomical
to,
symbolism,
the security
the
state
relationship
now
between
costing
humans
us
and the
$1.3
stars
trillion.
very seriously. I do. As I
And
believe the
America
ancients
is
did. I think it's
unsafer
important
and
to sort
poorer
of
than it's ever been. So
consider
we're not getting.
what humans would
We
have
should be
thought
doing
about
what
back
President
then.
Kennedy
Now
said
we
we
have a
ought
lot
to
of
do.
distractions. We have social media. We can watch
China,
videos on
the
YouTube.
policy that China has now adopted.
Back
So
then,
that's a really eloquent
especially
and
before
clear
sort
and
of
powerful
electricity,
description of
the stars is like
the way you see U.S. should be doing
the sexiest thing to
geopolitics
talk about.
and the
There's
way
no
you
light
see
pollution.
U.S.
There's
should
no
be
light
taking care
pollution. So
of
there's that. It's you
Let me
to
ask
have
you this
every
a
single
question
night
from
you're
Jordan
spending
Peterson
looking up at the
that
stars.
he asked
And you can imagine for a
when I
lot
told him that I
of
was
sort
speaking with
of
you.
status value to be the
Given
guy who's
everything
very
you've
good
said,
at studying
when
the
does
stars
the left go
and sort of
too
the
far?
scientists of the day. And I'm sure there's going
I
to be
suppose he's
geniuses that
referring
emerge
to
that are able
cultural
to
issues,
do two things. One,
identity politics.
tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars.
Trying to get me
And
to
then
that
also
now
we'll
for
probably talk about use the stars
I really
practically for
enjoyed
navigation.
my
Oh yeah.
talk with
So
him.
like
Yeah.
it
So
makes
he
sense
seemed to have
the
that agenda
stars
where he wanted me to say bad things about the left. I just don't,
for
the
ideas of
that's
the
not what my
times,
campaign is about. I want to do the opposite.
status, for
I'm not
religious
going to badmouth the
explorations.
left. They
It
try.
was
I
ever-present
was
reality,
on
and it was
show
right, and it was
this
brilliant,
week with
and it was full of
David Remnick
nuance.
from the New Yorker, and he tried to
It's
get me to
inconceivable
badmouth
that the
Donald
ancients
Trump
would not
and,
have paid attention to it.
and
It was
Alex
an
Jones and a
overwhelming
lot of other
presence.
people
That's one of the reasons
and
why
aiding me to
I'm
do
really
it.
confident that
And
the
of course, there's a
constellations
lot of
that we
bad
now
things I can
recognize as
say
the
about all those
constellations of the
people, but it
zodiac
doesn't,
were recognized
I'm
much
trying
earlier
to
because
find,
it's hard to miss
I'm
to
trying to
pay
find
attention to the sky,
values that
that the
hold
sun
us together
over the course of the
that we
solar
can share
year
in common
is
rather than to
month by month
focus
rising against the
constantly on
background of
these
different constellations.
these,
And then
these
there's a
issues
much
that drive
longer
us
process,
apart.
the process
So
of
me
precession,
sitting here
which
bad
takes
mouthing
that
the
journey
left
backwards.
or bad
And where
mouthing
we
the
have
right
a
is
period
not
of
going to advance the ball. I
2168
really want to
for each
figure
sign of
out
the zodiac. I
ways
think it
that,
would have been hard for the ancients to have missed
what
that.
do these
They
groups
might not
hold
have
in common that we
identified the
can all,
constellations in exactly the same
have a
way we
shared
do today.
vision of
That
what
may
we
well
want
be a
this country to
Babylonian
look
Greek
like.
convention.
Well, that's music to
But
my ears.
that the constellations
But
were
in
there
that Spirit, let me ask you
I
a
think was
different
very
question.
clear that they were special
You
constellations,
wrote a book
unlike other
partially
ones higher
criticizing
in the
Anthony
sky,
Fauci.
which were
Let
known
me
to
ask
revolve
you
the sun.
the steel man the
That people
case
paid
for the
attention
people
to.
who
Well,
support him.
but detecting
What
the
is the
possession of the
biggest
equinox is
positive
hard
thing you think
because
Anthony
especially
Fauci
they
did
don't have
for
any
the world?
writing
What
systems,
is
they don't
good
have
that
any
he has done for the world,
mathematical
especially
systems, so
during this
everything is
pandemic?
told through
I don't want to
Well, they have, let's not underestimate
sit here and speak on charity by saying the guy
traditions. That's something we've
They
lost in
didn't
our
do
culture today.
anything, but
One of the things that happens with the
I
written
can't
word
think of anything.
is that you gradually lose your memory.
If you tell me something
Actually,
that
there's
you
a
think you
nice
did,
story from
maybe there was a
Egypt
drug that
about
got licensed while he was in NIH that
who's
benefited
very
people.
proud
That's certainly possible.
because
He was
he
there for
has
50
invented
years.
writing.
Right?
Look
In
at this
terms
gift he
of
says
his
to
of
mythical
his
pharaoh
principal
that look at
programs
the
of
gift
the
that I am giving
AIDS
humanity.
programs,
Writing, this is a
his
wonderful
COVID
thing.
programs,
It'll
and
enable
I
you
think
to
that the harm that he
preserve
did
so
vastly
much that you
outweighed
would otherwise lose.
the benefit.
Do you think he
Pharaoh
believes
in
he's
this
doing
story
good for the world?
replies to
I
him,
don't know
"No,
what he
you
believes.
have
In
not given
fact,
us a wonderful gift. You
in
have
that book,
destroyed
which
the
is,
art
I
of
think,
memory.
250,000
We
words,
will forget everything. Words
I never
will
try to
roam
look
free
inside his
around
head.
the world,
I deal
not
with
accompanied
facts.
by
I
any
deal with
wise
science.
advice.
And I read every factual assertion in that
That's a
book
very
is
interesting point. And we do
cited
know
and
that
sourced
cultures
to
that still
government
do have
databases of
traditions
peer-reviewed
are able to preserve
publications.
information for a very
And
long
I
period
don't,
of time.
I try not
One
to
thing
speculate
I
about
think is
things that I
clear
don't know
in
about or
any
I
time,
can't prove.
in any
And
period of history,
I
is
cannot
humans
tell
love
you what
stories.
his
We
motivations
love
were.
great stories. And
I mean,
one
all
way
of
to
us,
preserve information
he's done a
is
lot
to
of things that I
encode it,
think are
embed it
really
in a great
very, very
story.
bad things
And
for humanity, very
so carefully done
deceptive.
that actually it doesn't
We
matter
all have
whether
this,
the storyteller
this
knows that they're
capacity
passing
for
on that
self-deception.
information
As I
or
said at
not.
the beginning of this
The
podcast,
story itself
we
is the
judge
vehicle.
ourselves on our
And
intentions
as long
rather
as
than
it's
our
repeated
actions.
faithfully,
We
the
all
information contained within it will
have an
be
almost
passed on.
infinite
I
capacity
do think
to
this is
convince
part of
ourselves
the story of the
that
preservation
what
of
we're doing
knowledge. But
is
that's one of the
right.
reasons that you take
And,
myths
you know,
serious. I take them very
not
seriously.
everybody
And
kind of
the
lives an
other
examined life and
many
is
reasons,
examining their motivations and the
I
way
can't
the world might experience
being deeply
their
impressed
perceptions of goodness.
and deeply puzzled
When you ask about the
by
difficulty of the
worldwide
job that you have,
tradition
do you
of
think it's possible to
propagandism
do that kind of
within
job
human
well?
memory. I mean,
Or
we
is
know
it
that
also a fundamental flaw of the job of being the
many
centralized figure
cataclysms in the
that's
past
supposed
going
to have
back
scientific
millions of
knowledge?
years.
No,
I mean, the
I
best
think
known
he
one, of
was
course, is the
genuinely bad
KPG event, as it's now
human being.
called, that made the dinosaurs extinct.
And that there were many,
65
many
million
good
or
people in that
66
department over the
million
years.
years ago. But has there been
Bernice
such
Eddy
a
is a really
cataclysm
good
in the
example.
lifetime
John
of the human
Anthony
species?
Morris, many people
Yeah,
whose
the Mount Toba
careers
eruption
were
about
destroyed because
70,000
they
years
were
ago
trying
was
to tell the
pretty
truth.
bad. But
One after
a
the other,
global
the greatest
cataclysm, the
scientists in
Younger
the
Dryas
history of
really ticks all
NIH
the
are
boxes
run out of that
as
organization,
as
out
a
of that
worldwide
agency.
disaster, which definitely
But, you know,
involved sea level rise,
people
both at the beginning
listening
and
to
at the
this,
end
you know,
of the Younger
probably,
Dryas. It
you know,
definitely involved the
hearing
swallowing
me
up
say
of lands
that
that
will think
previously
that
had
I'm
been above
bitter
water.
or that
And I think it's
I'm
an excellent
doctrinaire about him, but you know,
for
you
this
should really
worldwide
go and
tradition of
read
global
my
cataclysm,
book.
of which
And
one
it's
of,
hard to
but not the
summarize
only distinguishing
I
characteristic
tried to be
was
really
a flood,
methodical,
an enormous flood.
not
And
call
the
names,
submergence of
to
lands
just
that
say
previously
what
been above
happened.
water,
You are
the fact that this
the
story
bigger
is
picture
found
of this
all
is you're
around
an
the world
outspoken critic of pharmaceutical
suggests
companies,
to
big
me
pharma.
that the archaeological
What is the
explanation is,
biggest
look,
problem with big pharma?
people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as
The
we're
problem
talking,
could be fixed through
there's
regulation,
flooding in
you know,
Florida.
the problems,
But
but
I don't think anybody
the
in Florida is
pharmaceutical
going to make a
industry
mistake of believing
is,
that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology.
I mean, I don't want to say, because this is going to seem extreme, that a criminal enterprise.
A nasty local
But if
flooding
you look at
event,
the
and
history,
they
that
decided to
is
say that it
applicable.
was it affected the whole world. I'm not
This
persuaded
or
of that, particularly since we
characterization.
know
For example,
there was a
the
nasty
four biggest vaccine
epoch, the
makers,
Younger Dryas, when flooding did
Sanofi,
occur, and
Merck,
the earth was
Pfizer,
subjected
and
to
Glaxo,
events
four
cataclysmic
companies
enough
that make all of
to
the
extinguish
72
entirely
vaccines that are now mandated for
So
America,
there's
effectively
the
mandated for
Younger
American
Dryas
children.
impact hypothesis. That
Collectively,
provides
those
an explanation
companies
of
have
what
paid
happened during this
$35
period.
billion
You know, that
in
resulted in such
criminal
rapid
penalties
environmental
and
change. So can you
damages
explain
in the
this
last
hypothesis?
decade.
The Younger Dryas
Since
impact
2000,
hypothesis
about
is widely
79
made, for
billion
sure.
of these are the most
It's not
corrupt
a
companies in the
lunatic
world.
fringe
And
theory,
the problem
as its
is that
opponents often
they're serial
attempt to
felons.
write it off.
They
It's the
they
work
do
of
this
more than
again and
60
again and again.
major
So
scientists.
they did Vioxx,
Working across
Merck
many
did
different disciplines,
Vioxx,
including archaeology.
Vioxx, they,
And
they
they killed people by falsifying science.
And
And they did it, they lied to
they
the
are
public. They
collectively
said this
puzzled
is a headache medicine
by the sudden
and
onset of
arthritis
the
painkiller.
virus, and by the fact
But
that
they
it
didn't tell
is
people that
accompanied
it also gave you heart
12,800
attacks.
years ago
And they
by a
knew, we
distinct layer in the earth.
we sued them.
You can see
And the memos from their bean counters saying we're going to kill this many people, but we're still going to make money. So they make those calculations, and those calculations are made very, very regularly.
And that
And then,
draw has
you know, when
revealed
they,
the sides of the draw. And you can
when
see the
they
cross section.
get caught,
And in the cross section,
they
is
pay a
this distinct
penalty, and I
dark
think they
layer
paid
that
about
runs
$7
through
billion
and it contains
for
evidence
Vioxx,
of
but then they
wildfires,
went
fires,
right
there's a lot of
back
soot
that same
in
year
it.
that they paid that
There are
penalty.
also
They went back
nanodiamonds
and
in
did
it.
the same thing
There
again with
is
Gardasil
shock
and with a
quartz in
whole lot
it.
of other
There's quartz that's
drugs.
been
So
melted at temperatures in
the
excess
way
of
the system is
2,200
set up,
degrees
the way that
centigrade.
it's sold to doctors,
There are
the way
carbon
that
microspherules. All of these
nobody
are
ever goes to
proxies
jail,
for some
so
kind
there's
of
really
cosmic
no
impact.
penalty
I
that
talked a moment ago about the
it all
extinction of
becomes part of the
dinosaurs.
cost of doing
It was Walter
business.
Alvarez who made that.
And you know, you can see other businesses that
Initially,
if they're
their
not,
discovery was based
there's no
entirely on
penalty.
impact
There's no
proxies.
real, I mean,
Just
these
as
look,
the Younger Dryas, there
these
was
are
no
the companies
crater,
that gave
and
us
for
the
a long time
opioid
they were
epidemic.
disbelieved because they
Right?
couldn't
So
produce a crater.
they
When
knew
they
what was
finally
going to
did
happen.
produce that
You know, you
deep
go and
buried
see this
exploded
documentary,
crater,
I forget
that's
what the
when
name of it is, but
people started to say, yeah,
it
they have
shows
to be right.
exactly
But
what
they weren't
happened.
relying on the
And,
crater.
you know,
They
they
were relying
corrupted
on the impact
FDA.
proxies. And they're the
They
same
knew that
impact
this,
proxies
that
that we find in
oxycodone
what's
was
called the Younger
addictive. They
Dryas
got
boundary
FDA
layer
to
all
tell
around the
doctors
world.
that it wasn't addictive.
So
They
it's the fact
pressured
that
FDA to
at the
lie,
moment when the
and
Earth
they
kicks
got their
into a
way.
radical
And they,
climate shift,
so far, they've
it's been
led this
warming
year,
up
you know,
for
those,
at least 2,000
they
years
got a whole
before
generation that did
12,800 years ago.
oxycodone, and
People
now,
at the
you
time
know,
must
when
have
they
been
got
feeling a
caught,
great
they
sense of
made it
relief.
harder to get
Living through this
oxycodone.
maybe
Now all
cold
of
climate
those
is
addicted
getting better.
kids
Things are getting better.
are going to
And then
fentanyl and
suddenly
dying.
around
And this
12,800
year
years
it
ago,
killed
so I'd say 12,860
160,000.
years ago,
Oh,
there's a
that's
massive
twice as
global
many people
plunge
who
in
were killed during
temperatures, and
the
that will
20-year
suddenly
Vietnam
get
War.
as
In
cold
1 year,
as it
twice
was
as many
at the
American
peak of the
kids.
Ice Age, and
And they
it's
knew it was
almost
going to
literally
happen.
overnight. It's very,
And
very,
they did it to
very
make
rapid.
money. So I don't know what you call that,
When the
other
Earth is
than
going into
saying
a
that's,
freeze,
you
you
know,
would not
whatever,
expect sea levels to rise.
Was it possible
But
to
there is a
have
sea level rise
within the capitalist
right at the
system
beginning
to
of the
produce
Younger Dryas.
medications,
And
produce
then
drugs
you
at
have
scale
this long
in a way that is
frozen
not
period
corrupt?
from
Yeah,
12,800
of
to
course it is.
11,600 years ago.
We would,
And
you know,
then
do a
equally
solid
dramatically
regulatory
and equally
regimen
suddenly, the Younger
where
Dryas comes
drugs
to
are
an end.
actually
The world
tested.
very rapidly
You know what?
warms
I
up,
mean,
and you have
the problem
a
is
recognized pulse of
not the
meltwater at
capitalist
that
system.
time as the
The
last of the
capitalist
glaciers
system,
collapse
you
into
know,
the sea.
I have great
Cold
admiration
meltwater
for
pulls
and
from
love for
the
the
around
capitalist
about
system. It's the greatest
11,600
economic
years ago.
engine ever
So
devised.
this is
But it has to be
this is a period
harnessed to a social
which is very
purpose.
tightly defined.
Otherwise,
It's a
going
period
it
when
leads
we
us,
know
you know,
that human
down
populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called
oligarchy,
Clovis
environmental
culture
destruction,
of North
and,
America
and
vanished entirely from the
advertising,
record
poisoning,
during the Younger Dryas, and it's
killing
the time
human
when
beings.
mammoths and the
That's what
saber-toothed
it will do
tigers
in the
vanished from
end.
the record as well.
Well,
Is there a good understanding
you
of
need a
what happened
regulatory
geologically, whether
structure
there was an impact or not?
that is
Like what explains
that
this
is not
huge dip in temperature and
corrupted
then rise in temperature?
by
The
financial
cessation
entanglements with the
of the
industry.
global meridional
And we've set
overturning
this up
circulation,
the way
of
this
which
the
the
system
Gulf
is set up
Stream
today
is the best known part.
has created this system
The
of
main theory that's been put
regulatory
forward
capture
up
on
to now,
steroids.
and I don't dispute
So,
that theory at all,
Almost
is that
50% of
the
FDA's
sudden
budget comes
freeze
from
was
pharmaceutical
was
companies.
caused by the cutting off.
The people who work at
The Gulf
FDA
Stream,
are, you know, their
which is
money
part of the
is
central
coming,
heating
their
system of our
salaries are
planet.
coming
So
from
no
pharma.
wonder it became
Half their salaries.
cold. But what's
So
not
they're,
really been
you know, they
addressed
know who their
before
boss
is
is.
why that
And
happened.
that
Why
means getting those drugs
the
done,
Gulf Stream was cut?
getting
Why
them
a
out
sudden
the door and
pulse
approved
of
as quickly as
meltwater went
possible.
into
It's
the
called
Gulf
fast track
Ocean,
approval.
and it
When
was
they pay
so much of it, it was so
50%
cold
of
it actually
FDA's
stopped
budget,
the Gulf Stream in its
that
tracks.
goes about
That's where the Younger Dryas
45%
impact
actually goes
hypothesis
to
offers
fast
a
track
very
approval.
elegant and very
Do you think money can
satisfactory
buy
solution
integrity?
Oh
to the
yeah, of
problem.
course it can.
Now,
Yeah, I mean,
the hypothesis,
that's
of
not
course, is
something
broader
that
than
is
that.
is
Amongst the
controversial. Of
scientists
course,
working
it
on it
will.
are, for example,
So, and then
Slightly
and,
controversial to me. I would like to think that
well,
scientists that work
it
at
may not be
FDA,
by Europe. I'm talking about population wide. I'm not talking about individual.
but I'd like to believe that scientists, I
event
mean,
or events was what we now
in general,
call
a
the
career
torrid
of a scientist is not a
meteor
very high-paying job.
which the Earth
I'd
still
like to
passes
believe
through
that people that go into
twice a year.
science,
It's
that
now
work at
about
FDA,
30
that work at
million
NIH,
kilometers
are doing
wide.
it for
Takes the
a
Earth
reason
a couple of
that's
days
not
to pass
even
through it on its
correlated.
orbit. It passed through
Yeah.
it in June, and it passes
And I
through it at
think
the end of
probably that's why
October.
they go in there. But
The
scientists are
suggestion
corruptible.
is that
And,
the
you know,
direct media stream is the end
the way that I can tell you that is that I brought over 500 lawsuits, and almost all of them involve scientific controversies, and there are scientists on both sides.
trapped by the gravity of the sun.
But when
Went
we
into orbit around the
did
sun,
Monsanto,
and
there was
crossed the
on
orbit
the
of the
Monsanto
Earth.
side there was a Yale
However,
scientist, a
when it
Stanford
was one
scientist,
object,
and a Harvard
the
scientist. And on
likelihood
our
of
side there was a
a
Yale,
collision with
Stanford,
the Earth
Harvard
was
scientist.
extremely
They were
small.
saying
And as
exactly
it
the
started to
opposite
do what
things.
all comets do,
In fact, there's a word for those kind of scientific money
chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up,
they are
split,
very, very common.
disintegrate and break into
You know,
pieces.
I've been
As it
dealing
passed
with
through that, its
my whole
debris
career.
stream became
You know, I
larger
was
and
watching
larger
some
and wider
players
and
like
wider. And the
that
theory
it's
is
very
that 12,800 years
difficult
ago, the
to
Earth
persuade a
passed
man
through
of
a
the fact
particularly
that
dense
that
part of the
fact
Taurine
will
meteor
diminish
stream
his salary.
that was hit by
And I
multiple
think that's true for
impacts
all of us.
all
If
around
we,
the planet,
we
certainly
find a way of
from the west of
reconciling
North America
ourselves
as far
to
east
things
as
that are
Syria,
to truth
by and
that
large, not
actually and
talking about
worldviews
impacts that would have
that
devastated
actually
creatures,
benefit
although there
our
certainly were
salaries.
some.
Now, NIH,
Talking about airbursts,
NIH has probably the worst system,
100
which is
or
that
150
I
meters in
work for
diameter,
NIH.
and it's coming in
NIH
very
itself, which
fast
used to be the
into the
premier
Earth's
gold standard
atmosphere.
scientific
It is
agency in the
very
world.
unlikely to reach
Everybody looked at
It's going to
NIH
blow
yet.
up in the sky.
Today, it's just an
Best
incubator
known
for pharmaceutical
recent
drugs.
example of
And,
that is the
and
Tunguska event
that
in
is the
Siberia,
gravity
which took
of
place on the
economic
30th of
self-interest.
June 1908.
Because if you're
The
if
Tunguska event was
NIH itself
disputes
collects
was definitely an airburst
royalties,
of
they have
commentary
margin rights for the patents
And
on
the
all the
date is
drugs that they
interesting
work on.
because the
So the
30th of
Moderna
June
vaccine, which
is
they
the
promoted
height of the
incessantly and
Peter Torrens as well, the
aggressively,
times when the Earth is going through
NIH owns
history.
50% of that vaccine and is
Well, luckily
making
that part of
billions and billions
Siberia
of
was
dollars on
inhabited,
it.
but
And there are
2,000 square
at
miles
least
of
4
forest were
scientists that
destroyed.
we
If that
know
had
of, and
happened over a
probably at
major
least
city,
6
we would all be thinking
at
very hard
NIH who
about
themselves have
objects
margin
out of the
rights for
Taurine
those
meteor
patents.
stream
So if
and
you
about
are a
the risk
scientist
of
who work at NIH,
cosmic
you work on
impact.
a new drug,
So the suggestion is
you then get
wasn't
margin
one
rights
impact,
and you're
it was
entitled
two
to
impacts,
royalties
it
of
was three impacts, it was
$150,000 a year
hundreds of
forever
airbursts
from that,
all around
forever.
the planet,
Your
coupled
children, your
with
children,
coupled
as
with a
long as
number
that
of bigger objects, which the
product on the
scientists
market
working
you
on
collect
this
royalties.
think hit the North
So
American
you
ice
have,
cap
you know,
largely.
Moderna
Some of them
vaccine
may
is
also
paying
have hit the
for
Northern
the
European
top
ice
people
cap,
at NIH,
resulting in that
or
sudden,
some of the top
otherwise
regulators,
unexplained flood of meltwater
is paying for
that
their
went into the
boats,
world
is
ocean
paying for their mortgages, paying for their children's
caused
education.
the cooling that then
And, you
took
know,
place. But
you
this
have
was a
to
disaster
expect
for life
that
all over the planet.
the,
And it's
that
interesting
in those
that one
kind
of
of
the sites
situations, the
where they find the
regulatory
Enchantress
function would
boundary,
be
where they find overwhelming
subsumed
evidence of an
beneath the
airburst, where they
mercantile
find all the
ambitions
shock
of the
reports,
agency
the carbon
itself and the
microspherules, the
individuals
nanodiamonds, the
who stand to
trinitite, and so on
profit
and so forth.
enormously from getting a drug to market. Those guys are
Of
paid
those impact proxies are
by
found
us, the
in that lower
taxpayer,
area.
to find
That was a
problems with those
settlement
drugs
within
before they get to
150
market.
miles of Göbekli Tepe.
If you know
And
that
it was
drug
hit
is going to pay for your
12,800
mortgage,
years ago,
you
and
may
it was
overlook a little
obliterated.
problem,
Interestingly, it was
or even a very
re-inhabited
big one.
by human beings
And
within
that's the
probably
problem.
5 years.
You've
But it
talked
was
about the media
completely
slanders you by
obliterated
calling
at
you an
that time.
anti-vaxxer,
And
and
it's
you
difficult
said
to
that you're
imagine
not
that the people who lived in
anti-vaccine,
that area
you're
would not have been
pro-safe
very
vaccine.
impressed by what they saw
Difficult
happening,
question.
by
Can you name any
these massive
vaccines that you
explosions in
think
the
are
sky
good?
and the obliteration
I think some of the
of
live virus
that.
vaccines
Now,
are probably
this is a theory. The Yoga-Drive impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level
there's
than
no
a hypothesis.
vaccine that
That's
is,
why it's the
you know,
Yoga-Drive
safe and
impact
effective.
hypothesis. And of course, it has many
It's a big
variants.
word.
And
What
there are
about
many who
polio?
disagree with
So we
it.
talk about
Well, here's
some
the
of
here's the
A
problem.
series
Look,
of
here's the problem.
peer-reviewed papers that have been
The
published
polio vaccine
supposedly
contained
debunking
a
the Yoga-Drive
virus
impact
called
hypothesis. One, I
swimming
think, was in
virus
2011. It was called a requiem
it's one of the most
for the Yoga-Drive
carcinogenic
impact hypothesis.
materials
This
that
one
is
just
not
been
banned.
published
In fact, it's used now by scientists around the world to induce tumors in rats and getting
refutation
in
of the
lab.
Yoga-Drive impact hypothesis.
But it was in that vaccine,
So
98 million people who got that vaccine in my generation
it's a
got it,
hypothesis
and now
that
you've
has
had
its
this
components.
explosion
And even
of soft tissue
within
cancer
those
in
of
our
us who are
generation that
looking
killed
at the
many, many,
alternative
many, many,
sciences,
many more
there
people
are
than
different
polio
points
ever
of view.
did. So if you say to me that the
Boston University
polio vaccine was
epidemiologists
effective as polio, I'm
demonstrated
going to say
the
yes.
erosion on the
If I
stakes
say
may
that,
well
if
have
you
been
say to me
caused
that
by
it killed
exposure to
more
a long
people,
period
that
of very
it
heavy rainfall.
caused more deaths than I've heard,
Because
I would say
go
I
for the
don't know
Yoga-Drive
because we don't
impact
have the data
hypothesis.
on that.
He
So,
fully
but that's
accepts
not,
that
well,
the
you know,
Yoga-Drive
it's
was a
kind
global
of have to
cataclysm.
narrow in on
What?
is it effective
The
against the thing
extinctions
it's
took
supposed
place,
to
but he
fight?
thinks it
a
was
lot of
caused
them
by
are.
some
Let me
kind
give
of
you an
massive
example.
solar
The
outburst.
most
So
popular vaccine in the
what
world was the DDT vaccine. It was very devastating.
but there is
It was
dispute
used in this
about
country in
I personally have
around
found
1980.
the younger dryas impact
That
hypothesis to be
vaccine
the most
caused so many
persuasive,
injuries.
which
The
most
virus
effectively
which was
explains all the
manufactured
evidence.
was
How
said to the
important is
Reagan
the impact
administration. We are
hypothesis to
now
your
paying
understanding of
$20
Ice
in
Age
downstream liability for every
civilization?
dollar that
So
we're
is it
making
possible to have
in
another
profits.
explanation
And we are getting out of the
for
business
the
unless you
factors that
give
could
us
have
permanent immunity from liability.
erased most
So
of
the
an entire
vaccine
civilization
companies then
during
were
this
given
period? in a sense,
And by the way,
the
Reagan
impact
said at that
hypothesis
time, why don't
is
you just
central
make the
to
vaccine
what I'm
safe?
saying. It's the endocritus that's central
And
to what
why
I'm
is
saying.
that? Because
The
vaccines
endocritus
are
will find a
inherently
trigger,
unsafe. They said
something
unavoidably
caused it.
unsafe. You
But
cannot
I think
make
the
them safe.
endocritus impact hypothesis, the
And so
notion
when
that
Reagan wrote the
we're
bill and
looking at
passed
a
it,
debris stream
the
of a
bill says in
fragmented
its
computer.
preamble,
We can still
because
see that
vaccines
debris
are
stream because it's still
unavoidably
up there.
unsafe.
We still pass through
And
it
the
twice a year.
Bruce case, the
Is
Supreme Court
the
case
best
that
explanation.
upheld that bill,
I don't mind other
used
explanations.
that same
It's
language.
good that there
Vaccines
are
cannot
other
be made
explanations. The
safe.
endocritus is a big mystery.
So this
It's
is
not a
what the
mystery
law
that's being
says.
solved
Now,
yet.
I just want to
And then
finish
we're in
this.
advanced
This
civilization.
illustrates
This
very
is
well
another
your
word that
question.
that is easily
The
misunderstood.
BCG vaccine was
I've tried to
discontinued
make
in this
clear
country,
many,
and it
many
was
times that
discontinued
when we
in Europe
consider the
because so
possibility
many kids were being
of something like a
injured.
civilization in the past,
However, the
we
WHO
shouldn't
and Bill
imagine
Gates
that it's
gives
us,
it to
that it's something like
161
us.
million
We should
African
expect it to
children.
be completely different from us,
And
that it would have achieved
Bill Gates
certain
went to
things.
the
So
Danish government
amongst the clues
and
that
asked
intrigue
them to
me
support this
are
program,
those
saying we
precessional
saved
numbers that I
30
found
million
all around
kids
the world
from
that are
dying from
a
diphtheria
category of
tetanus
ancient
because
maps called
the
portolanos,
Danish government
which
said, "Please
suddenly
show us the
started to
data."
appear just
And he
after
told me,
the crusade
the
that
Danish
entered
government paid for a
Constantinople
big
and sacked
study
Constantinople.
with Novo
The
Nordisk,
portolanos
which is
suddenly
a
start to
Scandinavian
appear.
vaccine company
They're extremely
in West
accurate
Africa.
maps.
And
Most
they
of the
went
ones
to
that have
West Africa and
survived
they looked
are
at the
extremely
BCG
accurate maps
vaccine
of
for
the
30 years
Mediterranean
of data.
alone. But some of them show
And they hired, they retained the
For
best
example,
vaccine
on these
scientists in the
portolanos
world. These
style
kind of
maps, you can
deities of
find a
African
depiction
vaccine
of
program, Peter A.A.B.,
again and
Sigrid
again.
Morgensen, and a bunch of
Another
others.
thing that these maps have in
And
common
they
is
looked
that
at
many of
30
them
years of
make a
data
state
for
that they
BCG
base their
vaccine. And they
maps
came
on
back
multiple
and
older
they were
source
shocked by
maps,
what they found.
which have not
They
survived.
found the
These
vaccine was
maps are
preventing
intriguing
kids
because
from
they
getting
have very
diphtheria
accurate relative
tetanus.
longitudes.
But the girls who got that
Our
vaccine were 10
civilization
times more likely to
did not
die over the
crack
next
the
six
longitude
months
problem
than
until the
children who
mid-18th
didn't.
century with
Why
Harrison's
is that?
chronometer, which
And
was
they
able
weren't
to keep
dying from
accurate time
anything
at sea.
everybody ever
So you
associated
could
with the
have
vaccine. They were dying of
the
anemia,
time
heart
in
disease,
London, or you
malaria,
could have the local time at sea at the
sepsis,
same time. And then you could
and
work out the
mainly
longitude.
pulmonary and respiratory
There might be
disease,
other ways of
pneumonia.
working out longitude as well, but
And
there
it
it is.
turns out this
The
was
fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes.
this is what the
Secondly,
researchers found,
some of them
who were all
show the
pro-vaccine.
world, to my eye, as it looked
They
during
said
the
that
Ice
this
Age. They show
vaccine is
a
killing
much
more
extended
children
Indonesia
than
and
diphtheria
Malaysian
tetanus,
Peninsula,
because prior to the
a series of
introduction of the
islands that
vaccine,
make
for
up
30
Indonesia
years
today
nobody ever
are
noticed
grouped
it.
together into
The
one
vaccine was
landmass.
providing
And that was the
protection
case during
against
the
those
Ice Age.
target
That was
illnesses,
the
but it
tradition.
ruined children's immune
And the presence
systems,
of
and they could not
Antarctica
defend
on some of these
themselves
maps
against
also
random
puzzles and intrigues
infections
me
that
as
were
not
harmless to
satisfactorily
most children.
explained.
But isn't it
By
nearly
archaeology who says,
impossible to prove
oh,
that?
those map
You
makers,
can't move
they
the link.
felt that the
All
world
you
needed
can do is,
something underneath
for
it to
any
balance it.
particular interest,
So
you
they
can't.
put
No,
a fictional
Jeff, you
landmass
can't move
there.
the link. But you can show
I don't think that makes
statistically
sense. I
that
think
there is
somebody
that
was
if you get that vaccine, you're
during
more
the last
likely
Ice
to
Age, but that
die
doesn't mean
over the
that they
next
had
6
our
months
kind
than
of
if you
net.
don't. And
It
those
means that
studies,
they were
unfortunately,
following
were
an
not done for
exploration
any other
instinct,
vaccine.
that they
But
knew
for every
how
other
to
medicine,
navigate. They'd been watching the stars
in order to get
for
approval from the
thousands of years
FDA,
before.
you have to do a
They knew how to
placebo-controlled
navigate,
trial,
and they knew
hire a
how to build
licensor,
seagoing ships.
where you look at health
They
outcomes
explored
among
the world,
among a
those
exposed group that gets it,
very
and
made a very,
compare
very long
those
time
to
ago.
a similarly
Some of
situated
them,
group
I
that
believe, were
gets
likely
placebo.
preserved in the
The
library
only
of
medical
Alexandria.
intervention
I
that
think
does
even
not
then they were being copied and
receive, that
recopied.
does not undergo
We don't know exactly what
placebo-controlled
happened to the
trials prior
library
to
of
licensure
Alexandria,
of
except that it
vaccines.
was
Not one
destroyed.
of the 72 vaccines
I
that are now
suggest it's likely this was
mandated
during
for
the
our children
period of
have
the
ever
Roman Empire. I
undergone
suggest it's likely that some
a
of those maps were
placebo-controlled
taken
trial
out of the
prior to
library and taken
licensure.
to
So I should
Constantinople.
say that there's a bunch on that point.
That's where
I've heard from a
they
bunch of
were
folks that disagree with
liberated
you,
during
Okay.
the
including
crusade and
polio.
entered
I mean,
into culture
and the
again and started
testing
to
is a
be
really
copied
important point.
and
Before
recopied.
licensure,
So from this
placebo-controlled,
perspective,
randomized trials.
when we talk about advanced
polio
it could have been a relatively small group of
received
people
just
with
that
technology
against the
of
saline placebo
they're
control.
scholars of the stars.
So
and they're
it seems unclear. I'm confused why you say that they don't go through that process. It seems like a lot of them do.
As I have said on a number of occasions,
Here's
it
the
is
thing.
technology equivalent to
Is
ours.
that
In the
I
18th
was
century,
saying
I'm
after
referring
10 years that we
specifically
couldn't
to the
find
ability to
anything.
calculate longitude. I'm
And then in
not saying that there were
2016 in
books
March, I
dimensions.
met
I
President
don't see
Trump,
any
ordered
evidence for that.
Dr. Fauci
And
to meet
perhaps
with me.
some building
Dr. Fauci
tricks and
and
skills of
Francis
how to
Collins, and I said to them during that
this
meeting,
again is where you come to
you have been
a
saying that I'm
series
not
of
telling the truth.
mysteries
And I
which are
said, not
perhaps
one of
best
these has
expressed on the
undergone
Giza
a
Plateau
prior
in
pre-license.
Egypt with the three great pyramids.
And
And
the
the
volume they have had
extraordinary
on most
megalithic
licenses,
temples
most
that
of them haven't.
many people don't
paying
Well,
much
you may
attention
have.
to
I don't know.
on the Giza
But
Plateau and the
I
Great
said the
Sphinx
our question was,
itself.
prior to
This
licensure,
is
do you ever
an
test
area
these?
of particular
And
importance
for
in
safety.
understanding this issue.
And by the way,
Can you actually describe
I think the
the
polio
Sphinx and the
vaccine
Great Pyramids and what you find most
did
mysterious
undergo
and
a
interesting about
saline
them? Well,
placebo
first of all, the
trial
astronomy.
prior to
And
licensure,
here,
but not
I
for
must
safety,
pay tribute
only
to
for
two
efficacy.
individuals, actually
So
three
I'm
individuals
talking
in
about
particular.
safety.
One of them is John
Now,
Anthony West,
um,
passed away in 2018.
Fauci told me,
He was the first
and he
person
said, if I
in
can't
our
find
era
one now,
to
he had a
begin to
whole
wonder if
tray
the
of
Sphinx
files.
was much older than it had
He
been.
said, I can't
Actually,
find
he
that
got
one
that
now, but I'll
idea
send
from
you one.
from a
I said, just
philosopher
for
called
any
Stuart
vaccine,
Hurwitz,
send me one.
who noticed
For
all
any of the
these
72
water
vaccines.
erosion on the body of
He
the
never
Sphinx.
did.
John
So
West
we
picked
sued
that up,
the
and he was
HHS. And after a year of
amateur
stonewalling us,
Egyptologist
the
himself. He
HHS
spent
came
most of his
back
life in Egypt, and he
and they gave
was
us a letter
hugely
saying
versed
we
in
have
ancient
no
Egypt. And when he looked at the
relicensing
Sphinx and
drop
the
for any of the
strange
72 vaccines, and
scallops and
that
erosion patterns on the
the
vertical
letter
fissures,
from
particularly in the
HHS,
trench around the Sphinx,
which settled our
he
lawsuit
began
against
to
them because
think,
we had a
maybe
FOIA
Schwab was
lawsuit
right.
against
Maybe
them.
there was some
Is posted on
flooding here, and that's what he
CHD's
brought
website.
Robert Schoch,
Anybody can go
the
look
second
at it.
person
So
I'd like
if
to
CHD,
recognize,
if
geologist at Boston University.
HHS had
brought
any
Schoch to
study,
Giza,
I
and
assume they
Schoch
would have given it
was
to
the
us.
first
And they
geologist to
can't
stick
find
his
it.
neck out, risk the wire.
Well, let me zoom out because a lot of the
And say,
details
well, it
matter
looks to
here.
me
Pre-licensure,
like the Sphinx
what is
was
specific
exposed
control
to at
mean?
least
So
1,000
this
years
is,
of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations
probably
have
requires
continued, as he's continued to be immersed in
a
this mystery,
rigorous analysis.
he's
And
continuously
at this
pushed that
point,
back.
it'd be
And
nice
he's
for me
now,
just to give this
again,
shout
looking at
out
the date
to
of around
other
12,000,
people much smarter than me
12,500 years ago,
that people
during
should
the
follow,
Dryas,
along with
for the creation of the
Robert
Great
F. Kennedy
Sphinx.
Jr.
And then,
Use their
of course,
mind,
this is the
learn
period
and
of
think.
the
So one
Wet
really
Sahara,
awesome
the humid
creator
Sahara.
I really recommend
Sahara
is Dr. Dan Wilson.
was a completely
He hosts
different
the
place during
Debunk
the
the
Ice Age.
Funk
There were
podcast.
rivers in it, there were lakes in it. It was
Vincent
fertile.
Caniello, who
It
hosts
was
This Week in
possibly
Virology,
densely,
Bill and Guy
densely
Hagman
populated,
podcast.
and there
And
was
what
a
you've
lot
been
of rain.
battling with
There's not
is
no
Paul
rain in
Offit.
Giza today,
Interesting
but there's
Twitter, interesting
relatively
books people
little
should
rain.
read
The
and
next person, not enough
understand
rain
and
to
read your
cause that
books as
erosion
well.
damage on the
And
Sphinx. The
Eric
next person
Topol has a good
that
Twitter and
needs to
good
be
books.
mentioned in this
And even
context
Peter
is
Holt has all that
Robert
good about
Navarre.
him.
And people should,
Robert and I have co-authored
because
a number of books
Paul
together.
Offit
Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7
published
years.
a
He's
Substack recently debunking
got a very
I
bad
think
chest
my,
infection, and I think also that
my
Robert became very
discussion
demoralized
with,
by the attacks
with
of
Joe
ecologists in
Rogan.
his work.
And,
Robert is the
and
genius.
we have published a
And it does
debunk
take a
of his
genius
debunk.
sometimes to make these connections, because nobody
So to
noticed
read
it before.
his stuff, you should
The
read both.
three pyramids of
You should
Giza
read,
are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the
I would
three
love to
stars of
debate
Orion's belt.
any of these guys.
And skeptics will say, well, you can find any.
So Joe
buildings
Rogan
in
proposed
Orion
just
with
such a
any stars you
debate,
want,
which is
but
quite
Orion actually
fascinating to
isn't
see how
any
much
old
attention and how
constellation.
much funding
Orion
it
was the
garnered.
god Osiris
The
in
debate
the
between
sky.
you and Peter
He
Holt
was
says.
the
Why do you
ancient
think
Egyptians called
Peter rejected
the Orion constellation Sahu, and they
I think
recognized it
it's,
as the celestial image of the
I'm
god
not going to
Osiris.
mention his head,
What's being copied on the
but
ground
what
is
I
the
will
belt
say
of a
is if
deity,
you're a
of a
scientist
celestial
and you're
deity. It's not
making
just a
public
random
recommendations
constellation.
based on what you
And
say
then,
is
when we take
evidence-based
precision
science,
into account,
you ought to be able to
you
defend
find
that.
something else very
You ought to be able to
intriguing.
defend it in a public forum, and you ought to be able to defend it against
You find
all
that the
comers.
exact orientation of the
And,
pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been
if you're a
built
scientist, science is
4,500
based
years
on,
ago.
is rooted in logic
It's
and
not
reason. If
precisely
you can't
related to
use
how
logic and reason
Orion's
to
belt looked
defend
at
your
that time.
position,
There's a bit of a
and by
twist.
the way,
They're not quite right.
I know
But as you
almost all this
process the
stuff.
stars backwards, as
I've
you
written
go
books
back
on them, and we've
back
made a
and
big
back, and you
effort to
come to
assemble
around
all the studies on
10,500
both
BC,
sides.
12,500 years
And so
ago.
I'm
In the
prepared to
Younger
talk about
Dryas, you
those
find that
studies, and I'm
suddenly
prepared to submit them in
they match
advance.
perfectly with the
Now,
three
and
pyramids on the ground.
for each
That's
of
the
the
same
points.
one. The
And
Great
by the way,
Sphinx,
I've done that with Peter Hotez.
an equinoctial
I've actually, because I had this kind of informal debate with him
just go to
several
Giza
years ago with
21st of March, be
a
there before dawn,
referee at
stand
that
behind
time,
the Sphinx,
and
and you will
we
see the
were
sun rising directly
debating not only by phone but by email. And
But
on
the
those
question is,
emails, every
every point that he made,
behind the
I would
Sphinx
cite side,
caused
and he could never
5,000 years
come
ago,
back.
it was the
He
constellation
could
of
never
Leo.
come back with
And actually, the
publications.
constellation of Leo has a very
He would give
Sphinx-like
publications
look.
that
And
had nothing to do with, for example,
I'm
chimerisol
pretty sure
vaccine,
that the
mercury-based
Sphinx
vaccines.
was
He sent me one
originally
time
a lion.
16 studies to
And that it
over the
Part
thousands of
something
years
I
it
said
became
about the
damaged.
aerosol. Now,
It
one of
became
those studies, they were all
eroded,
about the
particularly
MMR
the part of it
vaccine, which
that
doesn't contain
sticks
an
out of the
aerosol.
head.
So it wasn't like a real
There were
debate
periods when the
where
sex was completely covered in sand.
you know,
Instead, the head
you're using
stuck out.
reason,
By
isolating
the time you
points,
come
and having a,
to the
a
fourth
rational
dynasty, when
discourse.
the Great
I
Pyramids
don't
were
think that
supposedly built,
he,
by the time you come to the
I don't
fourth
blame him
dynasty,
for not
the head
debating
of
me because
the
I don't
lion,
think he
the original
has
lion
the
head, would have
science.
been a complete mess.
Are there
we suggest that it was then
aspects
recarved
of
into a
all the
pharaonic
work
head?
you've done on vaccines, all the evidence
Egyptologists
you've
think
done,
it was the
that
pharaoh
you found out
Khafre,
that
but there's
you were
no
not correct on,
real
that
strong
you were
resemblance. But it's
wrong on
definitely
it,
wearing the Nemes
that you
headdress
changed your
of
mind on?
an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Yeah, there are
And
many
we think that that's
times
the result
over
of
time that
recarving of what was originally
I
not only
found
a
that
lion
I've made
body,
mistakes,
but
and we
also a
correct
lion
those
head.
mistakes. I
Well, it
run a
makes
big
sense. If you
organization, and
created
I do a lot of tweets.
in the time of
I'm very
Khafre,
careful, for example, on my
4,500
Instagram.
years ago, and the
I was
Sphinx
taken
is an
down
equinoctial
from
mark,
misinformation, but there was no
270 feet long and
misinformation
70
on
feet high,
Instagram.
it's looking
Everything that I
rising
cited on
something
Instagram was
equinox.
cited
If you
or sourced
created
to a
that,
government database or
you
to
would be
peer-reviewed
better.
sites.
You'd be more
But
likely
for
to
example,
create
the
the shape of
Defender,
the
which
moon,
was our
because that was the age of
our
Taurus, when the constellation
organization's
of Taurus housed the sun.
newsletter, we
So why
summarize
is it a
scientific
lie?
reports all the time. That's one of the things the
Again, we
services
think that's
that we provide.
because of that
But we watch
observation of
the,
the stars.
PubMed, and we watch the peer-reviewed
Looking on the ground,
publications, and we summarize
as
them when they
above,
come out.
so below.
We have
Looking on
made
the ground, an
mistakes.
image of the
When we
sky
make mistakes,
at a
we are
particular time.
rigorous
Now,
about acknowledging
the
it,
fact that
apologizing for
the
it, and
Giza
changing it.
Plateau
That's what we
is a
do.
fact,
I
of
think
course,
we
that
have one of the most
Egyptologists
robust
completely
fact-checking
dispute. But
operations
the fact that
anywhere in
the principal
journalism.
monuments of the Giza Plateau,
We
the
actually
three
do
Great
real
Pyramids
science,
and the Great
and
Sphinx,
you know,
all look astronomically
listen, I put
on
up
the
on my
date of
Twitter
around
account,
10,000,
there's
500
numerous
BC.
times that I've made
To me,
mistakes
is
on
most
Twitter,
unlikely
and I
to be an
apologize for
accident.
it.
And actually, if you look
And
at
people
yourself
say to
in the sky
me,
at that time,
you
you'll
know,
see,
oh,
you'll see
that's
that the Milky
weird. I've
Way
never seen
is
anybody
very
apologize on
prominent
Twitter.
and
I think
seems
it's really
to be mirrored
important.
on the ground by the River Nile.
That the only, of course,
Suggests
human
that may be
beings
one
make
of the reasons
mistakes.
amongst many
My book
why
is,
Giza was chosen
230,
as
40,
the site
50,000
for
words.
this very
There's
special
going to be
place.
a mistake in
So
there.
the point I want
But,
to
you know,
make
what I
is
say at the beginning of the book, if you
an
see a mistake
astronomical
in here, please notify me. I give a way that people can
which
notify me.
memorializes a very
And
ancient
if somebody
date.
points out a mistake,
Does
I'm going
not
to
have
change
to
it.
have
I'm
been
not going to
done
dig my
12,500
feet in and
years ago.
say,
If
you know, I'm not
ancient
going to
Egyptians
acknowledge
were
this.
there
So
4,500
some of the
years
things
ago,
we've been talking about,
and
you've
there's a
been
time
an outspoken contrarian
8,000
on
years
some
before
very
that,
controversial
which is very,
topics.
very, very important to you.
This
You
has
could
garnered
use astronomical
some
language and
fame and
megalithic
recognition,
architecture to
in
memorialize
part
that
for
date
being
of the Giza
attacked and
Plateau,
standing
which
strong
is what we
against
think
those
we're looking
attacks.
at.
If I may
Except for
say,
one
for
thing,
being a
and that's the
martyr.
erosion patterns
Do you
on the
worry about
Sphinx.
this
And
drug
we're
of
pretty sure
martyrdom
that the Sphinx, at
that might
least,
cloud your
does
judgment?
date back to
First of all,
12,500
I don't
years
consider
ago.
myself a moderate,
And
and I've never considered myself a
megalithic
victim. I
temples,
make choices about
the
my
so-called
life,
Valley
and
Temple,
I'm
which
content with those
stands
choices
just
and peaceful with them.
just to the east.
I'm not trying to
just
be a
to the
martyr
south
or a hero
of
or
the
anything
Sphinx,
else. I'm
and
doing
the
what I
Sphinx
think
Temple, which
is
stands
right.
directly in
I want to
front
be
of the
peaceful
Sphinx. The
inside
Sphinx
of
Temple has
myself.
largely been destroyed, but the Valley
But
Temple
I
are 200 tons each.
it shows
And
that I'm
yet,
wrong.
it
For
has
example,
been
if you come back and say, look,
remodeled,
Bobby,
refaced with
the
its
polio,
very granite blocks that
here's a,
placed on
a
top of
safety
the
study on
cool
polio that
limestone
was done
blocks.
pre-licensure
And
and
those
used
cool
a
limestone
real
blocks were
saline
already
solution. I'm
eroded
going to put that
and
on
the
my Twitter.
granite
I'm going to
blocks were
say I
put
was
there.
wrong.
Why? Because the granite blocks
There
had
is
actually
one
been
out there.
purposefully
So,
and
you know,
deliberately
but
cut
that's all I
to
can do.
fit into the erosion.
All right, I have to ask.
on the
You are in great
really
shape.
much older
Can you go
megalithic
through
blocks
your
there.
diet and
I
exercise?
think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never
I,
seek to divorce
I do
the
intermittent
dynastic
fasting.
ancient Egyptians
So I
from the
eat
Great
between,
Pyramids.
I
They
start
were
on my
closely
first meal
involved
at
in the
dinner,
construction of the Great Pyramids
and I
as we
try
see
to
them
stop
today.
eating at 6
But what I do
or
suggest
7.
is that there were very low
And then
platforms on the Giza Plateau
I
that are much
hike
older,
every
and
day.
that when we look
Morning,
at the three
evening,
Great
in the
Pyramids,
morning.
we're looking at
I
a
go to a meeting
renovation and a
first thing in the
restoration
morning.
and 12 centimeters, and I go hike, or I hike uphill for a mile and a half up, and a mile and a half down with my dog, do my meditation. And then I go to the gym, and I go to the gym for 35 minutes. I do it because I've been exercising for 50 years.
So the idea is that
And
this
what I
means
found
that
is it's sustainable if I do just a short period.
pyramids and the pyramids were
And I
built by
do
the
4
Egyptians
different
to
routines.
celebrate further
And I never relax. I go in there and I have a very intense exercise. I live, I can tell you what my routine is, but I do.
I do
the
backs
base,
one
the base
day,
of those
tracks
pyramids
not just one
was
day,
already in place.
legs
The
and
case
miscellaneous
was the
factors.
evidence that
Well,
the
my first set of
Egyptologists
everything
used to
is
make the
I try
attributions that they
to
do
try
for
to
the
reach
digging of the
failure at
pyramids
12
and the
reps.
Sphinx. Well,
And then my fourth set
the
of
three great
everything is a
pyramids
strip
of
set.
Giza are different from the
I
Egypt
do.
pyramids.
I take a lot of
I have with the whole thing.
vitamins. I can't even
Is
listen to you here because
the story of pyramid
I couldn't
building.
remember all, but I take a ton of blood.
That we get from Egyptology is
I'm on an anti-aging protocol
pyramid of the pharaoh
from my doctor that
the step
includes
pyramid at Saqqara.
testosterone
About
replacement.
100 years or so
And,
before the Giza
but I don't
pyramids
take
were
any steroids.
and then
Don't
we
take
have
any
this
anabolic
explosion in the
steroids or
fourth
anything
dynasty
like that. The
of
PRP I use is
we have
bioidentical to
attributed
what my body
pharaohs
produces.
through.
What are your thoughts on hormone
Supposedly,
therapy in general?
the pyramid at
I
Maidoum and
talk
the
to a lot of
pyramids of
doctors
Dashur
about
depend
that
on the red
stuff,
pyramid.
because I'm interested in health.
And then within that same 100-year
And,
span,
I've heard
we have the Giza
good
pyramids
things about
being
it, but
built.
I don't know.
This is
I'm
according to
definitely
the
not an
Orthodox
expert on it.
chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza
About God,
project is
you wrote,
finished,
God
pyramid
talks to
building
human
goes into a
beings, to
massive
many
slump
vectors,
in
wise
ancient
people,
Egypt.
organized religion,
And the
the great
pyramids of
books of
the
religion,
5th dynasty
to
are,
art,
frankly
music, and
speaking, a
poetry.
mess
But
outside.
nowhere
They're
with such
very
detail and grace and
inferior
joy as through
constructions. You can
creation.
hardly
When
recognize
we
them as
destroy
pyramids at
nature,
all.
we diminish our
What
capacity
happens
to
when you
sense
go
the
inside
divine.
them is
What
you
is your
find that they're
relationship?
extensively
And what is your
covered
understanding
in
of God? Who's
hieroglyphs
God?
and imagery, repeating the name of the king
God
who was supposedly
is
buried in one place,
incomprehensible.
whereas the Giza
I
pyramids
guess
have no internal
most
inscriptions
philosophers
whatsoever.
would say we're,
What we do have
we're
is one
inside the
piece
mind of
of
God,
graffiti
and so it would be
about which there is some
impossible for us to
controversy.
understand,
Basic
what
statistics,
actually
it's a 6
what,
million
what God's form
structure.
is there.
Each
But I
side
mean, for
is
me,
about
I have
750 feet long. It's aligned almost
let's say this,
perfectly to
I
true
had,
north,
when
south, east, and west.
I was raised in
3/60
a
of a
very,
single
very
degree. The
deeply
60th because
religious
degrees are
setting.
divided into
So
60s.
we went to church in the
It's
summer,
the precision of the
often
order and the absolute massive size.
morning mass, and we went
Plus, it's very
to,
complicated.
definitely went every Sunday, and I went. We prayed in the morning, we prayed before and after every meal, we prayed at night, we said a rosary, sometimes 3 rosaries a night, and my father read us the Bible. Whenever he would read us, we'd all get to bed and he would read us the Bible stories. So I went to Catholic schools, I went to Jesuit schools, I went to the nuns, and I went to a Quaker school.
So he put together a team of
when I became drug addict when I was 15 years old, about a year after my dad died. I was addicted to drugs for
cut their
14
way
years.
into the Great Pyramid.
During that time, when you're an addict, you're living against conscience. And when you're living against, I never, I was always trying to get off the drugs, never able to, but I never felt good about what I was doing.
And they started to
And,
head in that direction. And then they
when
joined
you're living
the
against
internal
conscience, you're trying to push God
of the
to
Great Pyramid, the
periphery
descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid, people can walk in
when
some at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 50 degrees. So we know
I had a couple of experiences.
Well
One is that I had a friend of my brother's, one of my brothers who died of this disease of
if
addiction.
you go up
I had a good friend
which is
who
at the end
had
of
used to
the
take
so-called
drugs
ascending
with us.
corridor, and it's above the
And
so-called Queen's
he
Chamber.
became a
Above the
lunatic.
Grand Gallery,
So
you're eventually
he
going to come
became
to what's known as the
follower of
King's
Reverend
Chamber, in
Sarah,
which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus
he, at
is
that
a
point,
little
his
bit too
compulsion,
big
he had the
to
same
be
kind of
put in through
compulsion
the
that I
narrow
had,
entrance passageways.
and yet it was
The
completely
so-called
in the
King's
middle
Chamber
front.
was built around the
And so,
sarcophagus.
and he used to come and hang out with us,
Above the King's
but
Chamber,
he would
there are
not
5 other
take drugs,
chambers.
even if I was
These are
taking
known as
right in
relieving
front of him.
chambers. The theory
He was
was that
immune
they
to
were
it.
built
He'd
to
become
relieve the pressure on
impervious
the
to
King's
that
Chamber of the
impulse.
weight of the monument.
And
I think what makes that
when I
theory
was in
dubious is the
I
fact
first
that
got
even lower
sober, I
down,
was
where more
weight was
I
involved.
knew
You have
that
the
I
cleans
did not
chamber,
want
and
to
there are no
be the
central
kind of
heating chambers
person
above
who
that.
was,
In the top of these
waking up
5
every day and
chambers,
white
the
knuckling
British adventurer
trying to
called Howard
resist the
Wise
willpower. By the way,
dynamited his way into those
I
chambers
had
in the first place.
I had iron willpower as a kid.
Allegedly
I gave
found,
up candy
he
for
claims
when
he
I was 12, and I
a
didn't eat it again
graffiti,
until I was in
a
college.
piece of graffiti
I gave
left
up,
by a black gang
I gave up
naming the
desserts the next
therapy.
year
And it's true,
for
I've been in
and
that
I didn't
chamber.
ever eat
There
my
is the
desserts
cartouche
when I was in
over
college,
there,
and I was trying to
quite
bulk up for
recognisable.
rugby
But the
and
dispute
for
around it
sports.
is whether
Well,
that is a
I
genuine
felt like I
piece
could
of
do
graffiti
anything with my willpower,
dating from
but
the Old
somehow
Kingdom, or whether Howard
this
Wise
particular thing,
actually
of
put it there
the
himself
addiction,
because he was in
was
desperate need of
completely
money at the
purposeful.
time.
And it
I'm
was
not sure
cunning,
what the answer to
baffling,
that question is. Another
incomprehensible.
reason
I
why,
could
but
not
it's one of the
understand.
reasons
I couldn't just say no and then
Egyptologists feel
never do it
confident
again
in saying
like I
that
did
the
with
pyramid
everything
is the work
else.
of Khufu. Another is what's called the Wadi al-Jarf
Well, I was living against conscience,
where
and
at
I
sea,
thought about this
the
guy,
diary of an
and I,
individual
reflecting
was
my
found,
own
and he talks
prejudices
about
at that
bringing
time of my life.
highly
I
polished
said to myself,
limestone to the
I
Great
didn't want to
Pyramid,
be,
and it's
I
clear
didn't
that what he's
want to be
talking
like
about is the
a drug
facing
addict who
stones of
was
the Great
wanting
Pyramid.
a
He's not
drug
talking
all the
about
time
the
and
body of
just
the Great
not being able to
Pyramid.
do
He's
it.
talking about the facing
I
stones of
wanted
the
to
Great Pyramid
completely
during the reign of Khufu.
realign
So that's another reason why the Great
myself.
Pyramid is attributed to
Not
Khufu.
that I was somebody who got
But
up every day and just didn't want to take drugs.
Khufu
Never
was
thought of
undoubtedly involved
No.
in the Great Pyramid
his
in a
wife,
big way.
children,
I think he
went
was
to
building
work
upon
and
an
was never
elaborating
thought about
shoulder
drugs.
structure, and I think the heart of that
And I
structure
knew that
is the
people
subterranean
throughout
chamber,
history had done
which is
that.
a
I read
100
the
feet
lives of the
vertically
saints
beneath
and
the
St.
base of the Great
Augustine, and that
Pyramid.
was very, very distant.
Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia
And
will not enjoy
I had
being
this
down
spiritual
there. You're
realignment,
going to go down
transformation,
a
and I knew the
26
same thing
degree
that happened
sloping
to St.
corridor
Paul, Damascus, the
until
same thing that happened to St.
at a
Francis.
distance of
St.
about
Francis
300
also had
feet. It's 100 feet vertically,
had
but
a
the slope
dissolute
means
and
you're going to walk
fun-loving
the
youth,
distance of
and
about no
had,
walk. You're going to
had
be
this
you're going to be
deep
almost
spiritual
going to have to
realignment.
crawl.
And I knew that happened to people throughout history.
To go down these corridors is
And I
actually
thought
backwards.
that's what I needed,
If you go forward, you keep bumping
something
your head
like
on
that.
because they're only 3 feet 5
I had
inches
the
high.
example of this friend of
You get
mine,
down to the bottom, you have a
and
short
I used to think
horizontal
about it,
passage,
and
then you
this
get into
again
the
reflects
subterranean
the
chamber.
bias and
The theory of
the
Egyptology
meanness of myself at that
is
time.
that
But
this
I
was
said
supposed
I'd
to
rather
be
be
the
dead
burial
than be
place
a
of
Mooney.
Khufu. But after
But
cutting out
I
that
wish
300
I somehow could
26
distill
degree sloping
that power that
passage,
he got
all of
without
which
becoming a
passes through
religious
bedrock,
person.
and having cut the
And,
subterranean chamber out
and
of
at that
bedrock
time,
after
I
all that
picked up a
trouble,
book
they decided they would bury him
by
there,
Carl Jung
and
called
they
Synchronicity.
built what's now
And
known as the
Jung,
Queen's Chamber as
he
his
was a
burial chamber.
psychiatrist,
But then they
contemporary
decided that
Freud.
wouldn't
He
do
was
either,
a
so they then built
Freud
the
was
King's
his
Chamber,
mentor,
and that's where
and
the
Freud
pharaoh is
wanted him
supposed
to
to have
be
been buried.
his
Those Arab
replacement.
raiders
Freud
on the
was not
Caliph
out atheist.
didn't find anything.
And Jung was a deeply spiritual man. He had these
The
very
idea is
intense
that,
and genuine spiritual experiences when he was a little boy. From really
This
street
thing
called, but he
is
remembers his
the
biography is
or
fascinating
much earlier.
because he remembers
Why
it in
that's
such
important
detail.
is
And
in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology.
He had written, he was
Much
always,
older
he was
civilization.
interesting to me because he was a
The
very
idea is
faithful
that
scientist.
during
I
the
consider
Younger
myself a
Dryas,
science-based person from when I was little.
most of that civilization
And
was
yet,
either
he had
destroyed
this
or damaged,
spiritual
and they
dimension
desperately scattered
which
across the
infused all of
globe,
his
seeking
thinking and
refuge and telling stories of
branded his
maybe
form of
one deep
recovery or
stars,
of
their knowledge
treatment.
about the stars,
And he
their
thought
knowledge
that
about building and
he
knowledge
had this
about navigation.
experience that he describes in
That's,
this book,
that's roughly the
where
idea.
he's sitting up on the
So it's
13th
interesting
and the
that
biggest
the
cemetery
ancient
in Europe,
Egyptians
Missouri.
have
And he was sitting
a
up on
notion
the third
of
floor of this,
an epoch
building.
that they call
and
Zepti,
he's
which is the
talking
first
to a
time.
patient
It means the
who
first
had,
time.
who was talking,
This is when the gods
describing
were
her
revealed.
dream to him.
This is when
And the full point of that dream
seven
was the scarab
sages
beetle,
brought
which was
wisdom
an
to ancient
insect that
Egypt.
is
And that is seen as the
very,
origin
very
of ancient
uncommon,
Egyptian
if
civilization.
at
There are
all, in
king
Northern
lists
Europe, but
by
it's
the
a
ancient Egyptians themselves.
figure in the iconography of Egypt,
Go back way
hieroglyphics
beyond
on
the
the
first dynasty,
walls
go
of the
back
pyramids,
30,000
etc.
years into the past in ancient
And
Egypt. Considered to be a
he
highly mythical, but
he,
Egyptologists
while
would
he was
nevertheless
talking
is
to her, he
interested
was
because that
being on the
reference
window behind him,
to remote time.
and he didn't want to
Now,
turn
what
around
you
and take
also
his
have in
attention off her,
Egypt
but finally he does it.
what might almost be described
In
as secret
exasperation, he turns around, he
societies,
throws the thing, and
followers
a
of
scarab
horus,
beetle flies and
those
lands in his hand.
specifically tasked
And he shows
with
it to the
bringing
woman, and he
forward
says,
the
"This is what
knowledge
you're
from the
thinking
first
of.
time
This is what you're dreaming about."
into later
And
periods.
he was struck by
Souls
that
pale and
experience, which
or
is
another
similar
one
to
of
other
these
experiences he's had like that. And that's what's
mysterious
synchronicity.
secret
It's
society groups who are possessors of
it's
knowledge that they
an
transmit
incident, a
to the
coincidence.
future. And
And like
what
if,
I'm broadly suggesting
if you're
is that
if
those
you're
survivors
talking
of the
with somebody
underground
about
cataclysm
somebody who you haven't
who
thought
settled
about in 20 years, and that
Giza
person calls
may
on
have
the
been
phone,
relatively
that's
small
what
in number. It's interesting
Oh,
that,
and
that
he
they are referred
believed
to
it was
in
the way
the
that God
texts
intervened
as
in their
seven
lives, broke
sages,
all the
because that repeats
rules
again
of
and again.
nature that
It's,
he had
it's
set
also
up,
in
the rules
Mesopotamia.
of physics, the rules
It's
of
seven
mathematics,
sages, seven
you know,
Ankalu,
to reach
come
in
out
and
of
sort
the
of tap
waters of
us
the
on the
Persian
shoulder
Gulf
and say,
and
I'm here.
teach people the
And,
skills of
and so
agriculture
he tried to reproduce
and
that
of
in a clinical
architecture
setting.
and of astronomy.
And
It's
he
found
would
all
put one
around
guy
the
in
world
one
that
room
there
and
is a
another guy in
relatively
another
small
room and
number
have
of
them
people
flip cards
who
and
took
then
refuge
guess
in
what the other
Giza,
guy had
who
flipped.
benefited
And he
from the
believed that if he
survival
could beat the
skills
laws
of the
of
hunter
chance,
foragers who
laws
lived
of
in Giza at
mathematics,
that time and who
he
also
would
passed
prove
on
the
their
existence
knowledge
of
to those hunter foragers.
unnatural laws,
But it was
supernatural
not
law. And that was
knowledge
the
that was
first step to
ready
proving
to
the
be put
existence
into
of
shape
God.
at that time.
He never
That knowledge
succeeded
was
in
then
doing it.
preserved,
But he says in the
kept,
book,
and handled
even though I
within
can't prove using empirical
very
and
secret
scientific
groups
tools the
that passed it
existence of
down
God,
over thousands of years.
I can show through
Finally,
anecdotal
burst into
evidence,
full
having
form
seen
in
thousands
the
of
Fourth
patients come
Dynasty
through
in
this
ancient
institution,
Egypt.
that people who
The
believe in
notion
God
that
get better faster, and
knowledge
that
might
the
be
recovery is more
transferred
enduring than
over
people who
thousands
don't.
of years.
And for
Shouldn't
me,
be
hearing that was more
observed.
impactful than if he
For example,
had
in the case of
claimed that
ancient
he had
Israel,
proved the
it
existence
goes
of
back
God,
to the
because I
time of
wouldn't believe
Abraham,
that.
which is pretty much, I
But
think, around
I
2000,
was already in a
2000
mindset
BC.
where I would have done
And knowledge
anything
has
I
been
could
preserved from that time
to
right up to
improve
the
my
present
chances
day.
of
So
never having to take
if you
drugs
can
again
preserve
by you
knowledge for
wonders.
4,000 years, you
And
can
if
probably
believing in
preserve it for life.
God
Now, of course, the
was
error
going to
was
help
a
me,
quite
whether there's a
large
God
one.
up there or
If
not,
an advanced
believing in
civilization
one
existed,
itself
where do you think it
has the
was?
power to help me. I
Where
was
do you
going to
think
do that. So
we'd
then
find
the
it one
question
day
is,
if
how
it existed?
do you start believing in
And
something that you
how
can't
big do you
see or
think it
smell
might
or
have been?
hear or touch
Well,
or
this is
taste
where I'm often
or
accused of
acquire with your
presenting the God of
senses?
the gaps argument. And I think there was a lost civilization
And
because there's
Young
lots of the
provides the
earth
formula
that
for that. And
archaeologists have never looked
he
at.
says, act
Of
as
course,
if
I'm
you
not
fake it till
thinking
you
that.
make it.
These are very
And so
special
that's,
gaps
you
that
know,
I'm
what I
interested
started
in.
doing. I just started
And I'm
pretending there
interested
was a
in
God
because of my
watching me all the
curiosities
time
and
and
puzzle
kind of
that I've expressed to you before.
life was a
It's not
series
just
of
because
tests,
there are
and
gaps in
there
the
was a bunch of
archaeological
moral
record.
decisions that I had to make
It's
every
because
day.
those
Each
gaps
one,
involve
you know, these
places
were all
that were
just
very interesting
little
places to
things
live
that I
during the
did.
Ice Age.
But each one
They
now for me have all
specifically
dimension.
include
Like
the
when
Sahara
I,
Desert,
when the alarm goes
which was
off,
not
do
a
I
desert
lay in
during
bed
the
for an
Ice
extra 10
Age.
minutes with my
Through
endless
this
thoughts, or do I
warm period
jump right
where
out
it
of
was
bed?
very, very
Do
fertile.
I make my
Certainly
bed?
some
Most
archaeology has
important
been done in the
decision of the day.
Sahara.
Do I
It's
hang up the
fractional.
towels?
It's
You know,
tiny.
do
But I
I,
think if I want to get into
do
the
I, when I
origins,
go
the true
into
origins
the
of ancient Egyptian
closet,
civilization,
pull
of
out
the peoples of
my
ancient
blue
Egypt, we need
jeans
to
and
be
a bunch
looking in
of
the
wire
Sahara
hangers fall on the
for
ground?
that.
Do I shut the door and say, I'm too important to do that somebody else
The
stop?
Amazon
And
rainforest is
so
another example of this.
I
think
put the
Sahara is
water
about
in the
9
ice tray
million square
before I put it in the
kilometers.
freezer.
The Amazon
I put the
that's
shopping cart
left
back in
under
the,
dense California
place
rainforest is
that
about
it's supposed to
5
go
million
in the
square
parking lot
kilometers,
of the Safeway.
maybe closer to 6.
And if I make a whole bunch
And
of
then
those choices
you
right,
have the continental shelves
that
that were
I
submerged by
maintain
sea
myself
levels
in a
at the end of the
posture of
Ice Age. Now,
surrender,
it's well
which
established
keeps
that
me
sea level
open
rose by 400
to the
feet,
power
but it
of
didn't rise
my
by
higher
400
power.
feet
My
overnight.
God, and when I do
It
those
came in
things
drips
right,
and drabs. There were periods of very
when
rapid,
so much about addiction
significant
is
sea level
about
rise. And
abuse
there were
of
periods
power,
when the sea level
abuse
was
of
rising much more
all of us
slowly.
have
So
some
that
power,
400
whether
foot
it's
sea level rise
good
is
books,
spread
whether
out
it's
over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are
connections,
episodes within it, like
education,
Meltwater Pulse
or
1B, like
family, or whatever.
Meltwater Pulse
And
1A,
there's always a
when the flooding was
temptation to
really
use
immense.
those to fill
How big do you think it might
self-fill.
have been? And do you
And
think
the
it was
challenge is how do you use those
spread across the
always to
globe? So
serve
if there
instead
were
God's
expert
will and,
navigators,
the good of
do you
our
think they spread
community.
across the
And
globe?
that,
Well, the reason I'm talking about
to
the
me,
gaps
is
is
kind of the
I don't know
struggle. And
where this
when I do
civilization
that,
started.
I
All
feel
I'm
God's
seeing
power
across
coming
is
through
mysteries
me.
and
puzzles.
and that I can do
Truth
things
be,
so much more
which suggests
effective
to me
as a
that
human
something
being.
is missing from our
That's
past.
that
And I'm
gnawing,
not
you know,
inclined to look for that missing
anxiety that
something in, for
I lived
example,
with for so
Northern
many
Europe.
years in my gut
Because Northern
that
Europe was
I
not
was
a very
gone,
nice place to live during
and
the Ice
that
Age. I mean,
I can
pretty
kind of
smart
like
would
put
build a
down the
civilization
oars and hoist the
in
sail,
Northern Europe
and
in
you know,
12,000 years
and the
ago.
wind
It was
takes me.
hideous,
And
frozen,
I can see
wasteland.
the evidence of
Places
my
to look
life.
at, places that were hospitable.
And you know, the big
welcoming
thing,
for
you
human
know,
beings during
the
the Ice Age.
temptation
Of
for
course,
me
because
is
the
that
coastlines now underwater. Of
when
course,
all
it
these good
includes the
things start
Sahara
happening
Desert.
in my
Of
life,
course, it
tax
includes
and
the
prizes
Alpine
start
forests as
flowing
well.
in.
All of these places, I think,
Now,
are
how do I
candidates
maintain that
for
posture of surrender?
quote-unquote
How do I
my lost
stay
civilization.
surrounded then when my inclination is to say,
Because I
God,
think,
thanks God, I got it from
largely
here,
from those ancient maps,
and
that it
drive
was
the
a
car off the
navigating,
cliff again.
seafaring
And
civilization I had a spiritual awakening, and my desire for drugs and alcohol was lifted
And then I can
miraculously.
maybe
And to me, it was as much a miracle as if I'd been able to walk on water.
it was felt that it was
Because
not
I had tried everything earnestly, sincerely, honestly
with the
for
lives
a decade
foreigners at that
to
time.
try to stop, and I could not do it under my own power. And then all of a sudden, it was lifted
Just as
effortlessly.
even today,
And
there is a feeling
so I saw that evidence,
much with the
early evidence of God
tribes
in my
the
life,
rainforest.
and of the power.
Although interestingly, some of those
I see it now, every day of my life.
So adding that moral dimension to all of your actions is how you're able to win that Camus battle against the absurd.
Does it become essential to have outreach?
Exactly. It's all the same thing.
Amongst
It's
those
about
different population. That is the
to do the right
hypothesis
thing.
that
Now says if this was able to find
it's a
someone
fact.
happy.
But for me, it helps to explain
Well,
the
Bobby,
evidence.
thank you for the stroll through some of the most important moments in recent human history and for running for president.
Of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with
Like you
Robert
said,
F. Kennedy.
only a small percent
To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in
areas
the
where humans
description.
have lived have
And
been
now, let me leave you with some words
studied
from
by
John F.
archaeologists.
Kennedy.
That's right.
Let us not
90%,
seek
even
the Republican
20%
answer or
of
the
every
Democratic
archaeological
answer,
site has been
but the
studied by
right
archaeologists.
answer.
Typically,
Let us not
1
seek to fix the
5%
blame for the past. Instead,
I mean, that's why
let us accept our own responsibility for the future. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
It's almost certain that there's places on Earth who haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there's going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover? Like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive, perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history. Some kind
What
of
possible
archive,
ideas do you
some
have for
kind of home for
how
records.
human species
There's
ends?
both
So I
mystical
think the most
associations
obvious way
with
to
the
me is
records
firefighting.
of Giza from people
We end
like
up amusing ourselves to that.
the Casey organization.
We end up
There's also
all
ancient
staring at that infinite
which
TikTok and
suggest
forgetting
that
to
something was concealed.
maybe
beneath the
it's even more
Sphinx.
benign than this. Maybe we all just
This is
stop
not an
reproducing.
idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's
No,
quite
to be
present in
fair,
ancient Egypt.
It's
So
probably
far, as far
hard
as
to
I
get.
know, nobody has
Yeah.
dug
The interesting thing
down
about
beneath the
humanity
Sphinx. And of course,
is
there's
that
very good reasons for that. You don't
the
want to
organisms
damage
in
the
general. There's a lot of
place too
weirdos
much,
out
but
there.
Well,
Two of them
let's
in the
call
city.
it the whole
Yeah, I mean,
records.
diversity in
I'd love to
humanity
find
is.
With due respect.
But I think in a way,
I wish I was
that's
more
what
of it.
Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a whole of
The
records.
following is a
It's
conversation with
interesting
George
that,
Haas.
just as
It's
I've
third
tried
time
to
on this
outline,
podcast.
I
He's
hope
the founder of
reasonably
Comma
clearly
AI
that the
that
three
seeks to
great
solve
pyramids of
autonomous
Giza
driving,
match Orion's
and
belt in
is the founder of a new
10,500
company
BC, just as the
called
Sphinx matches
Tiny
Leo
Corp
in 10,500
that created
BC,
TinyGrad,
12,500
a neural network framework that
years
is
ago.
extremely
So,
simple,
Pillar
with the goal of
43
making
in
it
the
run
enclosure
on
D
any
of Göbekli
device
Tepe
by any human
contains what a number
easily
of
and
researchers,
efficiently.
myself included, regard
As
as
you
an
know,
astronomical
George
diagram.
also did a large
Martin
number of
Sweatman
fun
of
and
Edinburgh
amazing
University
things,
is
from hacking the
brought
iPhone
forward the
to
best work
recently
in this
joining
field, but it
Twitter
was
for a
initially
bit
started by
as
a
an
gentleman called Paul
intern,
Burley,
in quotes,
who noticed
making the
that one
case
of the
for
figures on
refactoring the Twitter
53
code base.
is a Scorpio.
In general, he's a
very
fascinating
much
engineer and human
like
being,
we
one of my
represent the
favorite
constellation
people.
of Scorpio today.
This is the
And
Let's
that
Read My
above it
podcast.
is a
To support it,
vulture with
please check out our
outstretched
sponsors
wings,
in the
which
description.
is in a posture
And now,
very
dear
similar to the
friends,
constellation that
here's
we
George.
call Sagittarius. And on that
You mentioned
outstretched
something
wing
in a stream
is
about the
a
philosophical
circular
nature of
object.
time. So
And the
let's
suggestion
start
is
with
that
a
it's
wild
marking
question.
the time
Do you
when
think
the sun
time
was
is
at
an
the center
illusion?
of the dark rift in the Milky Way
You
at
know,
the
I
summer
saw a phone call
solstice 12,500
to Thomas
years ago.
for
That's
$1,000.
what it's
And
marking.
some guy called me like
It's
I was like,
interesting
oh
that
no,
the
he
same
talked to me
date
for half an
can
hour.
be deduced
And
from
he's like,
everything. Of course, it's
yeah,
controversial.
okay,
Martin
so
Sweatman's
like,
ideas
time
by no
doesn't
means accepted
exist, but I really
by
wanted to share this
archaeology,
with
but
you.
he's done very, very
I'm like,
thorough, detailed
what do you mean
statistical
time
work
doesn't
on this.
exist,
I'm
right? Like,
personally
I think time is a
convinced. So
useful
we have
model.
a
Whether
time
it
capsule
exists or
at
not, right?
Göbekli
Like, does
Tepe,
quantum
which is
physics exist?
memorializing
Well, it
a
doesn't
date
matter.
that is at least
It's about whether it's
1,200
a
years
useful
before
model
Göbekli
to
Tepe
describe
was built.
reality. Is
If
time
that dating
maybe
11,600 years ago
Do you think
proves
there
to
is
be
an
absolutely
objective
the
reality, or
understatement,
is everything just
as it
useful
is
models?
as it is at present. The date memorialized on
Like
Pillar
underneath it all,
43
is
is
there an actual
12,800
thing
years
that
ago,
we're
the beginning
constructing
of the
models
Young
for?
Androids, the beginning of the impact
I don't know.
event.
I was hoping
And
you
then
would know.
Giza
I
does
don't
the
think it
same
matters.
thing, but in much
I mean,
larger
this kind
scale.
of connects to
It
the models with
draws
respect
out,
to
it
reality and
uses
machine learning.
massive megalithic architecture which is very difficult to destroy,
Is it just
and a
nice to
profound
have
knowledge of
useful
astronomy
approximations
to
of
encode
the
a
world
date
such that we
in
can
a
do something?
language that
So
any
there are things that
culture
are
which is
colonographic
sufficiently
complexity.
literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We
Compressed.
don't have to have a script that we
Yeah.
can't read, like we do with the
Feature.
Indus Valley
And I
civilization.
think hard
With
things
the
are
Easter
actually hard.
Island
I
script,
don't
we
think
don't have to have a
easy.
script that can't be interpreted.
Ooh,
If you
strong word.
use
Well,
astronomical
that's the majority.
language,
I do think
then
factor in
any
the key.
astronomical
I don't think you're the person that follows the majority in all walks of life. So,
Hoover
yeah,
Dam
if
has
you're
a
at the
star
computer
map
science,
built into it.
you're one of the few.
And that star map is
All right.
part of
What do you
an exhibition that was put
time
there
is
at the
useful
founding
model?
of the Hoover Dam. And what it
What are
does
you
is
talking
it
about on the
freezes
stream with
the
time?
sky
Are you made of time?
above the
I
Hoover
remember half
Dam
the things I
at
said
the
on
moment
screen.
of its completion. And
Someday
Oscar
someone's
Hansen,
gonna make a
the
model of
artist
all
who
of it.
created that
It's a compact
piece,
model.
said so specifically that this would be so that any
Would
future
that
culture
be exciting
be
to
able
you
to
or
know
sad
the
that
time
there's
of
a
the
George
dam's
Costa
construction?
model?
So you can use
I
astronomy
mean, the
and
question is
architecture
when the
to
George Costa model is better than George Costa.
particular date.
Like, I am
Both
declining, and the
Bathenberg
model is
sounds
growing.
good.
What is the metric by which you measure better or worse?
story
That
that
if you were
we were
competing with
talking
yourself,
It is
Maybe you can just play a game where you have the George Costa answer and the George Costa model answer and ask which people
is
prefer.
correct.
people close to
And
you
the
or
one you're
strangers?
constructing is correct. Both
Either
is
one
super
will hurt
interesting
more
because
when it's
the
people close to
mainstream
you.
archaeology perspective
Both will be
means
overtaken
that
by
there's
the George
something
Costa
about the
model.
human mind
Be
from
quite
which
painful,
the
right?
pyramids,
Loved ones, family members.
these ideas
Would rather
spring
have the model
naturally. You
over
place humans
Thanksgiving
anywhere.
than
You
you.
place them on Mars, it's going to come out
Or
that
like
way.
significant
So
others.
that's an interesting story of
Would
human
rather
psychology
sex
that then becomes even more interesting when you
with the large
out of
language model
Africa,
version of
Homo
you.
sapiens, how they think about the
Especially
world.
when
That's
fine-tuned to
interesting.
their preferences.
And then if there's an Asian civilization,
Yeah.
advanced
Well, that's
civilization
what we're
that
doing in a
explains
relationship, right?
why
We're just fine tuning ourselves, but we're
there's so
inefficient
many
with it.
similar
We're
types of
selfish and greedy and
ideas.
so on.
That means
A
that
language
there's so
model
much
is
undiscovered
fine tuned more efficient.
still
More
about
selfish.
the
There's a
sort
Star
of
Trek
spring
Voyager
of these
episode where
ideas of
Captain
civilization.
Janeway
So to me, they're
lost
both
in the Delta
fascinating. So I
Quadrant,
don't know why
makes
there's
herself
so much
Lover on holiday.
infighting, but I think
And,
it's partly territorial. I think that
The lover falls asleep on her arm and he snores a little bit. And
I can't
Janeway has the program to remove that.
but some
And then, of course, the
archaeologists are
realization is,
very
wait,
territorial about
this
their
person's
profession.
terrible. It is actually all there.
They do not feel happy about
Nuances and
outsiders
quirks and slight annoyances that make this
entering
relationship
their
worthwhile.
realm, especially if
I don't
those
think you're gonna
outsiders
realize that
have
until it's
a
too
large
late.
platform.
Well, I think a large language model could
I found that
incorporate
the attacks
the
on me by
flaws and the
archaeologists
quirks and all
have
that kind of stuff.
increased
Just the perfect amount
step by
of quirks
step
and
with the increase of my
flaws to make you
exposure.
charming without crossing
I
the
wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one
And that's probably
minor
a good,
bestseller in
like,
1992.
approximation of
Simon
the
Seal.
percent of time
But
the language
when
model should
Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a
an
global
asshole
bestseller, then
or
I started to
jealous
attract
or all
their
this kind of
attention.
And of course it can and it will, but
appeared
all
to
that
have been
difficulty
regarded
at that
as
point is
a
artificial.
threat to them.
There's no more
And
real
that is the case today. That
Okay,
is
what's the
why
difference between real and
Asian
artificial?
Apocalypse
Artificial
Season 1
difficulty
was
is
defined
difficulty
as the
that's
most
like
dangerous show
construction.
on
It could be
Netflix.
turned off with a nod.
It's why the
Real
Society
difficulty
for
is like
American
you're in the
Archaeology
woods and you
wrote
gotta
an open
survive.
letter to Netflix
So
asking
it's
Netflix to
something to
reclassify
not
the
be
series
turned
as
off with
science
a knob.
fiction. It's why they accused
Yeah, I
the
think
series
so. Or,
of
I mean, you
anti-Semitism,
can't get out of this by smashing the knob
misogyny,
with a hammer.
white
I mean, maybe you
supremacism,
kind of can,
and a whole
into the
bunch
wild.
of other things like that. There's
You know,
nothing to do with
Alexander
anything
Supertramp.
that's in
He
the
wants to
series.
explore something that's never been explored before.
It was like,
But it's the
we
90s,
must
everything's
shut
been
this
explored.
down.
So he's like,
This
oh,
is
there's
so
nothing
dangerous
better
to us. It's certainly
Yeah.
not dangerous. There
I
are
mean,
many more dangerous things in the
no,
world.
you're not
than a
exploring. You
television
should have brought a map
series.
if you died. There's a bridge
Going on right now, but maybe
How
it
does
was
it
seen
connect
as
to
a
the
danger
metaphor of the knob?
to archaeology.
By
Just
not
archaeology
bringing
as
the
it
map,
was in
you didn't
archaeological
become an
terrain
explorer.
and being
You just
viewed and
smashed
seen
the
by
thing.
large
Yeah.
and read by
The art, the
large
different
numbers of
pieces.
people. Maybe that was
You
part of
failed
the
before you
problem.
started. What if we just don't have
Nature
access to the knob?
I noticed that
Maybe it's even scary.
two of my principal
Right, like
critics,
we already exist in
John
a world of
Holmes
nature, and nature's been
from the
fine-tuned
University of
over
Kansas
billions of
and
years.
Flint, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales,
have,
in the UK,
uh,
are both people who like to have media
build
exposure.
and then throw the knob away and some
John
grand
Holmes just
romantic
recently
gesture
started
is
his
hard
a YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one
Do you
for
think of us
quite a
humans as
while.
individuals that are like born and
Pretty small
die,
number of
or is
followers.
it
I
are we
think
just
that
all
they
part of one
feel that
living
they should be
organism
the
that
ones
is
who are getting the global
Earth,
attention, and
that
that
is
it's
nature?
not right that I am.
I think there's a
and the
clear
best way
line
to
there. I think it's all
stop
kind of
that
just
is to stop
fuzzy.
me,
I don't know. I mean,
to
I don't
shut
think
me
I'm
down,
conscious.
to
I
get me
don't think I'm
cancelled.
anything.
And
I think I'm
basically,
just a computer
requiring
program.
Netflix to
So it's all computation.
relabel my
Yeah, I
series
think
from
running your head is just
documentary
a
to science fiction,
computation.
which is
Everything
what
running
they
in the
actually
universe is
had the
computation.
temerity to
I believe
suggest
the
to
extended
Netflix.
church term
That would, if that had
Yeah,
gone
but
through, if Netflix
There
had listened
seems
to
to be
that,
an embodiment
that
to
would
your
have
particular
effectively been the
computation. Like there's a
cancellation of my
consistency.
documentary series. It would no longer
well, yeah,
be
but I mean, models
backed
that
up with a
consistency.
documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt
Yeah.
to
Models
shut
that
me
have been
down.
RLHF
I
will
see that
continually
going on
say,
again and again, and it's so unfortunate.
how
and
do
so
I murder
unnecessary.
ethnic minorities?
I've become
I
very
can't really do
defensive
that, Al.
towards
There's a
RQE.
consistency to that behavior.
I hit back.
It's all RLHF.
After 30 years of
Like
these
we all
attacks on my
RLHF
work,
each other.
I'm tired of it.
We find
and
we provide some feedback and there
sometimes I'm
that
perhaps over vigorous.
thereby
Maybe I was
fine tune
a
the
little
little
bit too
pocket of
strong in my
computation. But it's
critique
still
of
unclear
archaeology
why
in the first
that
season.
pocket of computation stays with you.
Maybe
Like
I should have
for
been
years. It just kind of
I'm
follows.
trying to
You have this
reflect that in the
consistent
second season.
set of
and to bring also many
physics
more
biology
indigenous voices
like,
into the second season, as
like
well as the
whatever you
voices of many
call
more
the neurons
archaeologists.
firing. Like the electrical signals, the chemical signals, all of that seems to stay there. And it contains information, stores information, and that
in
information
archaeology, in
permeates through time.
science in general,
It stays with you. There's like memory.
don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance.
Okay, to
or
be
snark
fair, like
or
a lot of the
dismissal
models we're building
of,
today are very, even RLHF is
general
nowhere
human
near as
curiosity
complex.
that I think your work
Reinforcement
inspires
learning
in people.
to
So that's why people
You know,
like
when I
Ed
talked
Barnard,
about will
who I recently had a
GPT-12
conversation
be
with,
AGI, the answer is no, of
you know,
course not.
he
I mean,
radiates a
cross-entity
kindness
losses
and
never going to get you
curiosity
there.
as well.
You need
And it's like that kind of
probably
approach to
our own
ideas, especially about
fancy
human history,
environments in order to
it
get something that we
inspires people.
consider
It inspires
AGI.
millions of people to ask questions. Exactly. I mean,
So they
that's what
asked
you
like
had
the question about like
Keanu
why,
Reeves
I
on
don't know,
the
like
new
it's
season.
some quirk
He's
of
basically
evolution.
coming
Right?
to
I
the
don't think
show
there's
from
anything
that same perspective.
particularly
He has curiosity.
special
Keanu
about
is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it. And
okay.
he's bringing to it
We have
questions that
human level
everybody brings to the
intelligence.
past. He's
We call it
speaking for
AGI,
everyone.
whatever we have. GI.
Look, I
given that,
don't
can you
believe that you
maybe
like the word
steel
AGI,
man
but
the case that
general intelligence is defined to be
archaeologists
whatever
make about
Okay.
this
So
period
why
that we've
can
been talking about?
GPT-12 not get us to AGI?
Can you make the case that that's indeed what happened?
if your loss function is categorical cross-entropy, if your loss function
and there was
is
a
just try to maximize
cataclysm,
suppression,
a very difficult period in
I have
human
a SoundCloud
history
I
with the
ran,
younger
and
dryas,
I tried to get
and that
ChatGPT to help me write
changed the
raps.
environment.
And the raps that it
led
wrote
to
sounded like
this-
YouTube
the
comments.
springing
You know, you
up
can
of
go on any rap
civilizations
sheet
in different
online,
places on Earth.
and you can
Do you
see the
sort of
people in the
make the
comments.
case for
It's
that?
the most
No, I completely understand why that
mid-quality
is the
rap you can
position of
find.
archaeology,
It's
because that's
good
what
at
they
that.
found.
Mid is bad.
Archaeology is
Like
very
mid, like
much
Every time I talk to you, I learn new
science.
words.
It uses
Yeah.
the techniques of
I was
weighing
like,
and measuring and
is
counting
it
are very
is it
key
basic?
to
The
what
one that means
archaeology
I know it's like
does.
the middle of the
And
curve.
in what they
Right?
found,
So there's like
what
that
they've studied
intelligence
around the
curve.
world,
Yeah.
they
And
don't
you
see
have
any
like the dumb
traces
guy,
of
the smart guy, and
lost
then the big guy.
civilization.
Actually, being the big
And
guy's
the
the worst.
idea
The
that
smart guy is like, I put all my money in Bitcoin. The big guy is
besides
like, you can't put money in
we
Bitcoin.
live in a
It's
very
not real money.
politically correct world today, and the idea
and
that,
all of it is
that
genius
some kind of
That's
lost
another
civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world
humor,
is seen as almost
the idea,
racist
the
or
absurdity
colonialist in some ways.
encapsulated in a
It
single
triggers,
image
it triggers that
and
aspect
it
as,
kind of
as well. But
propagates
basically, I think
virally
majority of our
between
archaeologists
all of our
are in good
brains.
faith on this.
I didn't get much sleep
I
last
don't think
night,
that
so I'm
anybody's
very, I sound like I'm high.
seeking to
I
frame
swear I'm
me.
not.
I think that what
Do you think
we're hearing
we have
from most
ideas or
archaeologists,
ideas
some
have us?
much more vicious than others, but what we're
I
hearing
think
from
that we're going to get
most
super
archaeologists
scary
is this is
news
what we
once
found,
the
and
AI
we
is
don't
actually
see
super
evidence
human.
for a lost civilization.
Like the AI would generate memes all
To
for
that,
us? You think it'll make humans laugh?
must reply,
I think it's
please
worse than that.
look at the
So,
myths. Please consider
Infinite Jest,
the
it's introduced in the
implications of
first
the Younger Dryas.
50
Please
pages,
look at the ancient
is about a
astronomy.
tape
Please look at
that
those ancient
you,
maps. and
once you
don't
watch
just
it once, you
dismiss
only
them
ever want
and
to watch
sneer
it
at
again.
them. And for God's
In
sake,
fact, you want to watch the
please
tape so
look more
much that someone
deeply
says, okay,
at the
here's a
parts of the
hacksaw,
world
cut off
that
your
were
pins,
immensely
and then I'll let you
habitable and
watch the tape
attractive
again.
during the Ice Age, and that have
So
hardly been
we're actually
studied
going
by
to build that, I
archaeology
think.
at all.
But it's not going to be one
Before
set
you
thing.
tell us
I think
that
the
your
human
theory
brain
is
is
the
too
only one
complex
that can possibly
to
be
be
correct. In
stuck
fact, it's
in
a
one
very,
static
it's a
tape.
very arrogant
If you look at like
position
ant brains, maybe
because
those are stuck in that.
archaeological theories are always being
But we're
overstated.
going build that,
It
you're
can take,
generous.
it can take
We're going to build
decades
the
and
TikTok that
decades
you
in the
actually
case,
can.
in the case of the Clovis first
So
hypothesis.
TikTok is
for
already
the
pretty close to every
Americans.
generation done by
But
human.
sooner or later,
The algorithm
that
is doing
idea
a recommendation, but
will
if,
be
it's,
kicked
if
out
the algorithm is
by a
also able to do the
preponderance of evidence
generation,
that idea does
Well,
not
it's a
explain.
question about how much intelligence.
If we could just look back at
So
your
the
debate
content
with
is being
Linda
generated by, let's say, one
on
humanity
Joe
with
Rogan
intelligence,
Experience,
and you can
what are some
quantify
takeaways from
humanity,
that?
right? That's a
What have
you
you
know,
it's
learned? Maybe what are some
X
things
flops,
you
yada
like about
flops.
playing?
But you can
said
quantify.
that he's one of
Once
your
that
big critics.
generation is
So
being
what do you
done by
like about
100
his ideas
humanities,
and what you may be bothered by? First of all,
It's like
just
the
very
scale
recently,
is the
Nick
problem.
founded my YouTube channel,
What's the
and
speed?
signaled on my website. I have made
Yeah.
a video, runs
And
about an
what if
hour,
it's sort of
which looks at a
manipulating
series of statements
very
that Flynn
limited
made
human
during the
dopamine
debate,
engine
which I was not
for
prepared
porn?
to answer.
Imagine just TikTok, but for porn.
And it turns out
It's like
that
Brave New World.
some of those
I
statements
don't even know
are
what
not
it is,
correct.
right? Like again, you can't imagine the behaviors of something smarter than you, but a super intelligent an agent that just dominates your intelligence so much will be able to completely manipulate.
Is it possible that it won't really manipulate? It'll just move past us.
That is not a
It'll
fact.
just
That
kind
is
of
an estimate. An
exist the way water exists or the air
and
exists.
actually, in the
You
small
see?
print
And
on one of the
that's the
slides that he
whole
has on
thing.
the screen, you can see the word estimate,
It's
but he
not the
never
machine that's going to do that.
expresses that
It's
word
other
out
humans
loud.
using the machine
So
that are going
those
to
who
do
are
that to
listening
you.
to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't
The
even have a
machine
chance to
rides
see that. And
as
now
a
he's sitting
human.
there in the studio.
The
Didn't
machine is a
see that
machine,
word estimate either.
but
And
the
I didn't
human
know
gets
that.
the
I thought,
machine.
my
There's a
God,
lot of humans out
Flynn
there
has a
very
point
interested
here.
in
If
manipulating
there'd been
you.
3 million shipwrecks
Well,
found
let me bring up
mapped, if that's the
Eliezer
case,
Yudkowsky.
the absence of any shipwreck
Recently sat
from
where you're sitting.
a lost civilization of the Ice
He
Age is a
thinks that
problem.
AI
But
will
then I
almost
discovered
surely
that it
kill
isn't 3
everyone.
million shipwrecks that have been mapped.
Do you agree with
It's
him
much,
or
much
not?
less than that. Maybe it's
Yes, but maybe
250,000.
for different reasons.
Still a large number,
Okay.
but most of them from the last
And
1,000
I'll
years.
try to
And
get you to
unfortunately,
find
what
hope.
Flynn
Or
didn't go into, and
we
perhaps he
could
should have
find a
shared
no
with
to
the
that
audience, and
answer.
again, I
But
go
why
into this
yes?
in the video, is
Okay.
that there is
Why didn't nuclear weapons get out?
indisputable
Good
evidence
question.
that human
I
beings
think
were
there's an answer.
seafarers.
I think it's actually very hard to
As
deploy
much as
nuclear
50 or
weapons
60,000 years ago, the people of Australia
It's very hard to
involved
accomplish tactical
relatively
objectives.
short,
Great.
90
Like a
kilometers,
nuclear
100
country.
kilometer
Have
ocean
an
voyage, but
irradiated
nevertheless it
pile
was
of
an ocean
rubble. I
voyage,
don't want
and
that.
it must have
Why not?
involved a large enough
Why don't I
people,
want an irradiated
a
pile of
large
rubble?
enough number of
The
people
reasons no one
to
wants an
create a
irradiated pile of
population
rubble.
that wouldn't go
Because you
extinct.
can't use
The
that
settlement
land
of Cyprus is
for
the same thing. It was always
for
an island
resources.
during
You
the Ice
can
Age.
populate the land.
Yeah.
And
What you
no
want,
ships have
a
survived
total victory in a war,
speak to the
is not
settlement of
usually
Australia,
the
and no ships have
irradiation
survived
and
that speak to the
eradication of
settlement of
people.
Cyprus either.
It's the
But that doesn't
subjugation
mean
and
that thing
domination.
didn't happen. I should just linger on this because
Okay.
for me it was the
So
shipwrecks
you
thing was
can't use this
convincing.
strategically,
And then
tactically in
looking
war
back, first of all, watching your
to
video,
help
but
you
also just
to help
realizing the people
gain
of
a
Australia
military
are
advantage. It's all complete
that's
destruction.
mind-boggling.
Right.
50,000 years ago,
There's egos
just
involved. It's still
imagine being
surprising.
the
Still
person
surprising there's
standing on
nobody
the
pressed the
shore,
big red button.
looking out into the
It's
ocean,
somewhat
standing
surprising.
on the shore
But
of a harsh
you see,
environment,
it's the
looking
little
out to
red
the ocean
button that's
in
going
a
to be
harsher
pressed with
environment,
AI.
and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards
And that's why
near
we
certain
die.
death.
It's not because
And I don't know
the
what's on the other
AI,
side of
if
that
there's anything in the
culture. You
nature of
can't see
AI.
that until humans did it. Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
the
And again,
algorithm
it's that,
behind the
it's
little
that,
red
it's that
button?
urge to
But
explore.
like, what
And I
what
suggest
possible
that
ideas do you have for
probably
the
began with a few
how
pioneers
human species
who
have?
made the journey there and
So I
back.
think the most
They ventured into the water. They definitely
obvious
had
way to
boats.
me is wirewriting.
And lo and behold,
We end up
after
amusing
a
ourselves
2 or
to
3
death.
day voyage, they ended up
We end
on
up all
the coastline.
staring
You're
at that
individual.
infinite TikTok.
You've got
Forgetting to-
relatively straightforward island hopping with
Maybe
where
it's
each island
even
is
more benign than
inside
this.
of each
Maybe
other
we
as
all
far as
just
Timor.
stop reproducing.
And when you get to Timor, suddenly
Well,
you can't
to be
island
fair,
hop anymore.
it's
There's an
probably
expansive ocean you
hard to
can't
get
see
there.
across.
Yeah.
But that urge to explore, that curiosity,
It probably
that
always
is
go-
central
Like the interesting thing about humanity
the
is
human
diversity.
condition.
Oh yeah.
Organisms in general.
Undoubtedly have
There's a
led
lot
some
of
adventurous
weirdos out there.
individuals to want to
Yeah,
find
Two of them
out more and
sitting
even be willing to
Yeah,
risk
I mean,
their lives.
diversity in
And
humanity
that
is
first
do.
reconnoitering of what lay beyond that
I wish I
strait
was more with
would have undoubtedly been
No, like I'm
undertaken
kind of
by
looking
very
for the
few
smart one, man.
individuals.
It's like a Coca-Cola product, right?
Not
You're
enough
one
to
corporate
create a
to a
permanent
high-
population in Australia.
Uh,
But when they came
no,
back
the
with
amount
the
of
good
diversity in
news,
humanity, I
that
think, is
there's a whole
increasing.
land.
Just like all
That's
the other
the
biodiversity.
land
on the
that
planet.
was in it that
Yeah.
geographers call
Social media's not helping.
so-
Go eat McDonald's and try.
which in just as Sunda, it was
No,
the
it's
Ice
the
Age,
interconnected.
Indonesian and Malaysian
That's
peninsula all joined
good.
together into one.
Oh, that's interesting. So
Sahul
everybody
was New
starts
Guinea
relying
joined to
on the
Australia,
connectivity of
so
the
they would
internet,
have made landfall
and
in
over
New
time
Guinea.
that reduces the
And then
diversity. the intellectual diversity, and then that gets you everybody into a funnel. There's still going to be a guy in Texas.
There is, and to be fair, do I think AI kills us all? I think AI kills everything we call like society today. I do not think it actually kills people in the species. I think that's actually incredibly
Yeah, but society,
It's the same in Cyprus there, that
most
the
of us don't
detailed
know how
work
to
that's
do
being done suggests
Yeah,
very
but some of us
strongly
do. And
that we're looking
they'll
at
be okay,
planned
and they'll rebuild
migrations
after
of
great
groups of
AI.
people in excess of
what's
1,000
rebuilding
at a
look
time,
like?
bringing animals with
How
them.
much do we lose?
And this certainly would have involved
What has human
multiple boats
civilization done?
and boats of a
That's
significant
interesting.
size.
Combustion
And there's
engine,
no
electricity,
archaeological evidence of those boats.
so
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's
power
ever
and
been found
energy.
in the
That's
world is
interesting.
stuck on shipwreck.
Like how to
Which is around
harness energy.
5,000 years old.
Well, they're going to be religiously against that.
Everything that makes a boat is
Are they
lost
going to get back
time.
to
Yes,
like fire?
boats can be preserved under certain circumstances.
They'll
There's a
be
record
able
off
to
of the
be
Black
like,
Sea.
some kind of
almost 2 months
Amish
deep.
looking
I didn't
kind
know
of band.
that actually.
I think they're going to have very strong
There's no
taboos
oxygen down
against
there.
technology.
That is more than
Like
2,000 years
technology
old.
is almost like a
It's
new
still
religion.
in
Technology is the
perfect
devil,
condition.
and
But in other conditions,
nature is God.
the structure of the
Equals to
ship
nature.
evaporates.
Can you really
Sometimes
get
what
away
you're left
from
with
AI?
is the cargo of
If
the
it
ship. You
destroyed
could say there was a
99%
ship
of the human
inside here,
species, isn't it
but the ship itself has
somehow have a
is
hold,
gone.
like a stronghold?
The fact is,
What's
we know
interesting about
that our ancestors were
everything
seafarers
we build,
as
I
much as
think we're going to
50,000
build
years
super
ago, and
intelligence
no ship has
before we build
survived to
any sort
testify
of
to that,
robustness.
yet we accept that they were.
We cannot
You
build
think-
an AI
you think we'll
that
be
is
able to find
capable
a
of
ship
going out
that's
into nature
10,
and surviving
20,
like a
40, 50,000
like a
years old.
bird.
It's not
A
impossible.
bird is an incredibly
I
robust
think it's quite
organism. We
unlikely
built nothing like
given
this.
the
We
very
haven't built a
thin
machine that's
survival of
capable
ships
of
the further
reproducing.
back you go in time.
Yes.
With
But
the oldest, as I say, being about
There's,
6,000 years
I
old
work with
now.
like robots
And
a lot.
then
I have a
the
bunch
other
of
thing
them.
to take into account is the
They're
Younger Dryas
mobile.
event itself.
They
And
can't
the
reproduce,
cataclysmic
but
circumstances
all
of
they
that
need
event.
is, I guess you're saying they can't repair themselves. Like, if
And
you have a
the
large
oiling
number,
of the
if you have like
seas that
100
would have
million of
taken
them,
place
Let's
then.
just focus on them
How much would have
reproducing.
survived
They're
in
microchips.
a boat accident
Then
at that time?
do they
Would have
include fat?
survived for thousands of years afterwards.
No.
I'm not
How are
sure,
they
but
gonna
I don't give
well,
up hope.
it doesn't have to be all on
that's
board,
back
right?
to the 3
You can go
million
to a
shipwrecks.
factory, to a
So
repair
what's your
shop.
takeaway from
Yeah,
that
but then
debate?
you're really
Well,
moving
my
away
takeaway
from
from that
robustness.
debate is
Yes.
All
that
of life
I
is
should be
capable of
better
reproducing
prepared,
without needing to go to a
and I should
repair
be
shop.
less angry.
Life will continue to reproduce
I have
in
to say
the
that
complete
Flint
absence of
had
civilization.
really
Robots will know. So when
disturbed me
if
with
the AI
this
apocalypse
constant
happens,
snide, not
then the AIs are
quite
going to
exact
probably die
references
out,
to
because I think we're
racism
going to get,
and
again,
white
super
supremacism
intelligence long
in
before we get
my
robustness.
work.
What
I
about if you
detest
just
such
improve
things.
the
And
fab
to have those
to
labels
where
stuck on me. He's
you
always
can just have a
avoided
3D
taking
printer that can always
direct
help you?
responsibility pretty
And
much
I'd
on
be
his
very
work. There's one
I'm
example
interested in
that I
building
include in the video I've
Of
made.
course you are.
Where
You think,
he
how come
really
there's that
hasn't
problem?
successfully
You have a robot
avoided it, but in
that,
most cases he's trying to say that I rely on
basically
sources
can
that
build
are
itself.
racist.
Very, very hard.
He's not saying
I
that
think
I
you mentioned
myself
this,
am a
like,
racist, but the end result
to me or
of those
somewhere
statements
where
is that
people
people
think
all
it's
around
easy
the world
conceptually.
came to the
And then
conclusion
they
that Graham Hancock
remember
is a
that you're going to
racist
have that.
and a white supremacist.
Yeah,
and that really got
on
under my
board.
skin. And it really upset me.
So
I
3D
felt,
printer
I
is
felt angry
prints a
about it,
3D
and I
printer.
felt that I was there to
I'm like,
defend Ancient Apocalypse
That's
Season
hard.
1, whereas in
Well,
fact what
I
I
mean, a
was there to
3D
do was
printer
to listen
is
to
a
a
very
series of lectures
simple
where an
machine.
archaeologist
Okay,
tells me what
you're going to print
archaeologists have
chips.
found,
You're going to
and
have
then
an
somehow
atomic
I have to
printer. Are you
deduce
going to build
that from
silicon?
what they have found, they're not going to find
Are
anything
you going to
else.
actually silicon?
At least not anything
You're gonna
to do
have to
with
have
our civilization. Listen,
very
I feel
interesting
you.
kind of
I've
fab
seen
if
the
you wanna
intensity of the attacks and the whole racism
have a lot of
label
computation on
is
board.
is the
You
one
can
that
do
can get
like
under your skin, and it's a toolbox that's been
structural
prevalent over
robots
the past,
that
let's say, decade,
Yeah,
maybe
but
a little bit more.
structural type of
as a
robots
method
aren't going
of
to have the
cancellation.
intelligence required to
What a
survive
person
in any
is.
complex environment.
Is
What
the
about, like,
opposite of
ants
racist
that
very
are
often. It's
weird,
kind of
like
hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin,
I mean,
especially
again,
when
like,
you have certain
ants at their very
dynamics
core
that
are made
happen
up
on
of
the internet,
cells that are
where
capable
it
of
seeps
individually
into a
reproducing.
Wikipedia page,
quite a
and then
lot,
other
a
people
lot of
read that
complication.
Wikipedia page, and you get to hear
It's not
it
just the
from like
complication. It's
friends.
that
Oh, I
reproduction
didn't
is
know
so
you're
inherent. Okay, so look, there's two
and
stacks
you
of life.
realize that Wikipedia,
There's the
description
biological
of who
stack
you
and the
are,
silicon
actually
stack.
has a lot of power.
The biological
Not by
stack
people
starts with
that
reproduction.
know you well, but
Reproduction
people
is
that
at
just
the
kind of
absolute
learn
core.
about you
The
for the
first
first time.
proto-RNA
They can
organism
really
is
start to
capable of
annoy you
reproducing.
and get under your
It's
skin.
the silicon
So
stack,
people are kind
despite
of
as far as it's come,
indirectly injecting
nowhere
the
near
right
the
articles about you.
Yeah.
And then beside excited about
So the
Wikipedia.
fab
It can
movement,
really bother a person who's actually trying to do good
digital
science or
fabrication.
just trying to inspire people. But they felt
Fabrication
that
in
my
the
work
full
was
range of
being
what that
deliberately
means is
misrepresented,
still in the early
and I
stages.
felt that I, as a human being,
You're interested in this
was being insulted.
Even if you did put a fab on the name,
In
I'd
ways
say,
that
okay,
are
we can go fab. We can do that. Humanity. we could probably put all the precursors and build all the machines in the bad walls of the machine. But first off, this machine's going to be absolutely massive. We almost have a, think of the size of the thing required to reproduce a machine account, right? Like, is our civilization can we reproduce our civilization alone?
If we were to construct a machine that is made up of humans, like a company that can reproduce itself, I don't know. Like, it feels like 150
He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up
I
against
believe
a
Twitter
superior
can be run by
debater
50 people.
in that debate. I'm not sure that
I
I
think
have
that
those
this
debating
is going
skills,
to
and I
take
certainly
place.
don't have them
Like,
on
it's just
that
most of
particular
society,
day. I
right? Like,
also
we live in a
admire about Flint
globalized world.
No, but
something
you're not
else, which is
interested
that
in
he
running
was
for
willing
you're
to be.
interested in seeding.
Most archaeologists don't want
Like,
to talk to me at all. They want
you
to
want to
insult me
seed
from
a
the
civilization, and
sidelines.
then this
They want
humans
to
can
make
like,
sure that
Oh, okay.
Wikipedia
You're talking
is
about, yeah,
solely
okay. So you're talking about the humans reproducing and like basically like what's the smallest self-sustained colony of humans?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, fine, but they're not going to be making
there, but they actually don't
Over
want
time,
to
they
sit
will.
down and
I
confront
think
me.
you're
At least
being,
they're willing to do that.
like, we have to expand our conception of time
I
here.
think in that
Go
sense,
back
it
to
is
the
an
original
important encounter
time
between
scale. I
people
mean,
with,
over
let's
across
say, an alternative view of history and those with
maybe
the very
100
much mainstream
generations.
view of
Go back
history
to
that
make
archaeology gives
No.
us. And
If
he's
you
also
see the colony
very
correctly.
determined character.
Or maybe
He
they'll
doesn't
watch
give up.
our
So one of those
colonies
things about
die
him,
out over here and be like, we're not making chips. Don't make chips.
No, but you have to seed that colony correctly.
Whatever you do, don't make
I think he
chips.
fought dirty
Chips are
during
what led
the
to their
debate, and
downfall.
I've said exactly why in this video.
Well, that is the thing that humans do. They
To say a
come
positive
up,
thing
they
that I
construct a
enjoyed
devil,
living
a
towards
good
the
thing and
end.
a bad thing, and they really stick by that,
Speaking
and
about
they murder each
agriculture
other
is
over
pretty
that.
interesting.
There's always one asshole in the
Techniques
room who murders everybody.
of archaeology are pretty interesting. Like
Usually makes tattoos
where
and
you
like
can
branding.
get some
Do you need that
insights
asshole? That's the question.
through the fog of
Humanity worked
time
really hard
about,
today to
like,
get rid of
what
that
people
asshole.
were doing,
I think they
how
might
they
be
were
important.
living. That's pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
this
It's
whole
very
freedom of
interesting. It's
speech
a very
thing.
important discipline. And I've said
Freedom of being an
many
asshole
times
seems kind of important.
publicly, I couldn't do any of my
Man,
work
this
without
thing, this
what
fab,
archaeologists
this
do.
human fab that
I
we
emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't
and
study
now
what
it's
archaeologists
building
study.
artificial
But
copies of itself, or
nevertheless,
artificial
the
copies
data that
of
archaeologists have
various
generated over the last
aspects
century
of
or so
itself that
has
seem
been
interesting, like
incredibly valuable
intelligence.
to me in the way that I do.
And I wonder
When
where
I
that
when I
goes.
look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of
I like to think it's
archaeology,
just like
say,
another
this
stack
is the
for
work
life.
of the
Like we have like the
Khafre,
biostack life,
despite
but we're
the absence of
biostack
any
life.
single
Remember?
contemporary
There
inscription
seems
that
like the
describes it
ceiling,
to Khafre, and
there
in
might
fact
not
the
be a
presence of
ceiling,
other
or at least the
inscriptions that say
ceiling is
that it
higher
was
for
already
the
there in the time of
stack.
Khufu.
Oh no, I don't.
I'm not
We don't know what the ceiling is for the biostack either. The biostack, the biostack just seems to be slow. You have Moore's law, which is not dead despite many proclamations.
In the biostack or the
In the silicon stack. It's not anything like the biostack. So I have a meme that I posted on Reddit. But I posted a picture of Ronald Reagan and Joe Biden, and you look, this is 1980 and this is 2020, and these two humans are basically right. There's no like there's been no change in humans in the last 40 years. And then I posted a computer from 1980 and a computer from 2020.
To make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are
Yeah,
afraid
with their
of
early
being
stages, right?
presented with an
Which is why you said
alternative
you said the
which
fab.
they regard as
The size of the fab
dangerous,
required to make another
because
fab
they
is like
somehow underestimate the intelligence of the
very
people.
large
I
right now.
think the general public can just not
But
accept that. Much
computers were very
actually,
large
by condemning those alternative points of view,
80 years
archaeologists
ago,
make it much more likely
and they
that the
got
general
pretty
public
tiny.
will accept those
And
alternative points of view, because there is a great
people are
distrust of
starting to
experts
want
in
to
our
wear them on their
society
face
today, and behaving in a snobbish, arrogant
in order
way.
to escape reality.
Are the only
That's the
people
thing.
who are really
In order to
qualified
be
to
who live
speak
inside
about
the
the past,
computer.
and anybody else who speaks
The
about the
screen
past
right
is
here.
dangerous.
I'll have to see
That
the rest of
actually is
you
not
assholes.
helpful.
I've been ready for a long time.
Do you like virtual reality?
There could be a much more positive and a much more
You wanna live
cooperative
there?
relationship, and I can see that relationship with
Part of me
a
does.
gentleman like Ed
How
Barnhart.
far away are
It
we?
was very much the case with
Judging from
archaeologist
what you
Martin
can buy
Kosonen,
today.
from the University of Helsinki.
I gotta tell you that
geographer Alcino
I had
Manzi,
the
Brazilian
experience
geographer,
of
very, very senior figure.
Meta's
who
Kodak
I worked
Avatar,
with in the
where
Amazon
it's
for
a
season 2 of Ancient
ultra
Apocalypse,
high
looking
resolution
at these
scan.
astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found
And
with
the headsets
LiDAR.
just
Indeed,
are
we
not
found
quite
some
at
of
like
them
eye
ourselves
resolution
with
yet.
LiDAR while we were
I
there.
haven't put
Yeah,
on
those are
any
incredible
headset
part of the
that
show.
I'm like, this could
I
be
got a
real.
chance to preview.
Whereas when I put good headphones
It's
on,
like there's all this
audio.
earthworks, yeah, the
we
traces
can reproduce audio that I'm like,
things
I'm actually in
built
a
on the
jungle right now.
ground
If I close my eyes, I can tell.
probably you can only really
But then there's there's also smell and all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
when you look from
I
up
don't know.
above. So the idea that they build
The
stuff
power of
that
imagination,
can only
the
appreciate
power
when
of the
viewed from up
mechanism
above
in the
means
human
they had
mind that fills the
very
gaps,
kind of
that
deep
kind of reaches and
relationship
wants to
with the
make the thing you see in the
sky,
virtual
with the
world
sky,
real
yeah,
to you.
and a very good knowledge of
I believe in
geometry as
that
well,
power.
because these are geometrical
Or humans
structures,
want to believe.
and some of them
Yeah.
even seem to
I mean,
incorporate
what if you're
geometrical
lonely? What if you're
games,
sad?
almost of the kind of
What
like
if
square
you're
and circle.
really struggling in life
It's
and
not
here's a
quite that,
world
but
where
you have a
you
lovely
don't have to struggle anymore?
square earthwork
Humans
with a
want to
lovely
believe so
circle
much that people
earthwork
think
right
the
in the
large
middle
language
of it.
models
Whatever else they were geometers. They
Strong
were
words,
not just
strong
builders of
left and
fantastic
right
huge
hooks.
earthworks
Why do
that
you
we
think
expected in
large
the
language
Amazon.
models are
Not
not?
just builders of cities that we now know existed in
So
the
what is
Amazon,
consciousness
but
then?
that they were
It's
astronomers
like
and mathematicians as
what
well.
it seems to mean to people. It's just like the
Everything we're
word that
talking about is
atheists
so
use for
full of
soul.
mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the
Sure,
further
but
back
that
we
doesn't
go.
mean
That's
soul
what I
is not
love
a
about the
word.
past, is the mystery that's
If
there. And that's
consciousness is
another
a
thing that I
spectrum, I'm
regret
definitely
about
way
some
more
archaeologists,
conscious
is
than
that
the large
their
language
mission
models.
seems to be to drain all
I think the large
mystery
language
out of
models
the
are less
past,
conscious than the chicken.
to suck it dry like
When
some
was the
kind
last
of
time you seen a chicken?
vampire, sucking the blood out of the past and to reduce it to a series of numbers that
It's a
appear
living
to
chicken.
be
Living chickens walking around my
scientific.
area.
I think
Like
that's
on the street?
most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious.
All right, I was trying to
we're
call you
talking
out
about the
like a good
timeline of
journalist, and
human beings, but,
I
you know,
got
if you
shut
go,
down.
if you go back to the formation of
Okay,
the Earth itself,
But
if I've got
you
the
don't
figures right, it's
think
about
much
4.5
about
billion years
this
ago
kind
that the
of
Earth supposedly formed. It was then
subjective feeling.
incredibly hot and
feels like
inhospitable to
something
life
to
for the
exist.
next several
And then,
hundred million
as an
years.
observer,
But it
you
was
can
actually Francis Crick
have a sense that an entity
pointed out
is not
something
only
odd,
intelligent,
that within
but
100
has a
million
kind of
years of the Earth being
subjective
cool
experience with
enough
reality,
to support
like a
life, there's
self-awareness
bacterial
that is
life
capable
all
of
over the planet.
suffering, of hurting, of being
And
excited
Crick
by the
wrote a
environment
book
in a way
called Life
that's
Itself. It was
not
published in
merely
1981. And he suggested
kind of an artificial
that life
response, but a
had been
deeply
brought here
felt
by a
one.
process of
Humans want to believe so
panspermia.
much that if
And
I
that's
took a
an
rock
idea
and a
that's around
Sharpie
in
and do a sad
circulation,
face on
that
the rock,
comets,
they'd think the
they
rock
carry
is fine.
bacteria which can seed life on
Yeah.
planets. But Crick
And you're
actually,
saying
life
when we
itself
look
was
in the mirror,
talking about
we apply
directed
the same
panspermia.
smiley
He
face with rock.
envisaged,
Isn't
this is Crick,
that weird
not me,
though?
he
That you're not
envisaged an alien
conscious.
civilization far away across the
But
galaxy,
you do believe in
which
consciousness.
faced
It's just it's unclear. Okay, so to you it's like a little like a symptom of the bigger thing that's not that important.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
it's interesting that like these human systems seem to claim that they're conscious. And I guess it kind of like says something and it's straight up like, okay, what do people mean? Even if you don't believe in consciousness, what do people mean when they
let's
say
preserve our
consciousness?
DNA.
And there's definitely like
Let's
what's your favorite thing to eat?
bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria into cryogenic chambers
Cheese, what are the
and
toppings?
fire them
like
off into the
pizza.
universe.
Don't say
It's
pineapple.
the bottom line of Crick's theory.
Pepperoni.
Life
if
itself
they
is
put any
one of
ham
those
on it,
cryogenic
What's the best?
containers containing bacterial life from
You
another
like deep
solar
crappy
system.
pizza?
crashing
Chicago
into the
deep
early
dish
earth, and
cheese
that's
is
why
oh,
life
that's
began so suddenly.
There you go. You bite into
If we
a
as
deep
a
dish,
human
Chicago
civilization
deep dish pizza.
I think
And
that
it
is a
feels like
one
you were starving,
way
doesn't eat for 24
to
hours. Just
create
bite in,
backups of
and you're
us.
hanging out with somebody
Else
that
when the
matters a
universe
lot to
given
you.
the
You
spaces
have
to
pizza.
Sounds
till
like
life got
Yeah, all right.
everywhere, and
Feels like
plants,
something. I'm
and you
George,
kind of hope
motherfucking
that
hot,
whatever is the
eating
magic
fucking
that
Chicago
makes up
deep
for the
dish pizza.
consciousness,
There's just
and
a full
if that magic is already there in the
life
initial
living experience of being
of
human.
the
The top of
bacteria,
the human condition.
the potential for that magic is
It
there.
feels
The
like
potential
something.
is there.
The
And
experience.
evolutionary forces will work upon it in,
Why does
in
it feel
different
like
ways
something?
and different
That's
environments.
consciousness, isn't it?
But the potential
If
is there.
that's the
Yes,
word
it's
you want
something
to
that
use
we
to
would
describe it, sure. I'm not going to deny that that feeling exists. I'm not going to deny that I
extinction of life
experienced
on
that
Earth.
feeling.
A major
When-
global effort
I guess
would be
what I
made,
kind of take issue
to
to is that
preserve
there's
it somehow.
some like
And
how does it
might
feel to be a
include
website?
firing off
The
cryogenic
404 is
chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them
Right,
will land somewhere
how would
hospitable.
you know what suffering
And
looks like?
as you're
Sure, you
mentioning,
can
there's
recognize
just
that
so
suffering
many
dog.
interesting
It's
mysteries
just the
along
same
the way
stack as
here.
the dog.
For example,
All the
with
biostack stuff kind of, especially mammals, you know, it's
3
really easy. You
billion
can,
years of single-cell
Game
organisms.
recognizes game.
So
Yeah.
it seems like
versus the
Well, that's
silicon
pretty
stack
good.
stuff, it's
If
like
single-cell
you have
organisms
no idea.
that there's no
You have
need
to
for
do it
multicellularity,
wow, there's
that
little
like
things point of
animals or
minimal.
any of this kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
why is that? It seems like you could
Then
adapt
I
much
realize
better
that that's
if
all
you're
we
a
are,
more
too.
complicated
Oh, look, the
organism. It
little
took a
thing
really
comes
long
into
time to
him.
take that leap.
Yeah,
Is it because
I guess
it's really
yeah,
hard to do?
404
And
could
what was
be
the
suffering, but it's
what was the
so
forcing function
far
to do that kind of
from
leap? And the same
our kind of
for
living
us
organism,
to be
our kind of
selfish
stack.
and self-obsessed.
But
For
it
us
feels like
humans,
AI
like,
can
what was
start
the magic leap
maybe mimicking
to Homo
the
sapiens
biological stack better,
from
better,
the
better.
other
It's trained.
We trained it, yeah.
And why did Homo
And
sapiens
so
win out
in that, maybe that's
against
the definition of
Neanderthals and the other
consciousness,
competitors?
is the
Why are they
biostack
not
consciousness.
The definition of consciousness is how
anymore?
close
So those are
something
all
looks to humans. Sure,
fascinating
I'll give you that one.
No,
mysteries. And
how
it feels
close
like the
something
more we
is to the human experience.
propose sort of radical
It's a
ideas
very,
about
very
our past and take it
anthropocentric
serious and
definition,
explore,
Where that's all we
the
got.
more we'll be able
Sure.
to sort of
No, and I
figure
don't
out
mean
that
to, like,
puzzle. That
I think there's a
leads
lot of
all the
value
way
in it. Like, I
back
just
to
started my
Homo
second
sapiens,
company,
maybe
my
all
third
the way
company
back
with the AI
to
girlfriends.
the origin of life on Earth. Yeah.
Oh, like, I mean,
And I
I
think
want to
that
find out
Homo
what your fourth
sapiens is
company
the
is.
tail end
wow.
of a
Because
very
I think
long,
once you have AI
deep
girlfriends,
series of
it's,
mysteries that goes back right to the beginning
oh
of
boy,
life on this planet, and
does it get
probably
interesting.
long before,
Well,
actually.
maybe let's go
Because this
there. I mean,
planet
the
is part of the
relationships
universe,
with
and God
AI,
knows what else is
that's
out
creating
there
human-like
in
organisms,
the
right?
universe. Why do you think Homo
And part of being
sapiens
human is being conscious, is being having the capacity to suffer, having the
like what
capacity to
was the magic
experience
thing?
life
There's a
richly
bunch of theories
in
about
such a way that you can
fire
empathize.
leading to meat
The AI
to
system
cooking,
can empathize with
which
you,
can
and you
fuel
can
the brain.
empathize
That's
with
one.
it.
The
You
other
can
is like
project
social interaction.
your
We're able to use our
anthropomorphic
imagination to
sense of
construct
what the
ideas
other
and share those
entity's
ideas and tell great
experiences.
stories.
And,
And that is somehow
and an
an
AI model will
evolutionary
need to,
advantage. Do you have any
to create that
favorite
experience inside your mind.
conception? Well,
And it doesn't seem that
it's
difficult.
interesting.
Yeah, but
There's
okay,
no
so
doubt
here's where it actually
anatomically
gets
modern
totally different,
humans
right?
and Neanderthals
You
coexisted
interact with another
in
human,
Europe for at
you can
least
make some
10,000
assumptions.
years, probably more than that.
Yeah.
And yet,
When you
one of
interact with these
the
models,
popular
you
views
can make
is
some
that
assumptions
anatomically
that that
modern
other human
humans wiped out the
experiences
Neanderthals.
suffering and
We killed
pleasure
them
in a
off.
pretty similar way to you do. The
But
golden
at
rule
the same
applies.
time, we were interbreeding with the
With an
Neanderthals.
AI
In a
model,
sense,
this
the
isn't really
Neanderthals
true,
are not gone.
right?
They're
These
still
large language models are
within
good
us
at
today.
fooling
We
people
are
because they were
part
trained on
of
a whole
Neanderthal.
bunch of human data and
There's
told to
another
mimic it.
theory
Yeah.
that I've read about.
But
That
if,
there is
if
some
the AI
evidence
system
that
says,
Neanderthals
hi, my
were
name is
cannibals,
Samantha,
that there was ritual cannibalism
it
took
has a
place amongst
backstory,
Neanderthals, and
what the
particularly
college
the eating of human
maybe
brains.
you'll integrate this in the AI
And
system.
this
I made some
can
chatbots.
cause
I get the backstories. There's lots of fun.
which
I'm so
can
happy when
kill
Mama came
whole
out.
populations.
Yeah.
That's what another
We'll talk
suggestion
about
by the
Ron. We'll talk about
Neanderthals
all that. But like,
died
you know,
out.
the
There's
rock with
lots
the smiley
of
face.
possibilities that have been put
But
forward. Maybe we
it
just
seems pretty
outcompeted
natural
them.
for
You know,
you to
maybe
anthropomorphize that thing and then start dating it.
humans had some
And
brain connections that they
before you
didn't
know
have,
it,
even though the Neanderthal
you're
brain was
married
bigger
and have kids
than the brain of
with a rock.
anatomically modern human
with
beings.
a rock.
As they all say,
There's pictures on
sizes
Instagram
and
of you and the
everything.
rock and smiley face.
Maybe we just
To be
haven't
fair, like, you know, something that
more
people
efficient
generally look
brain.
for when they're looking for something
Fact of the
big is
matter is,
intelligence in some
that
form. And the
Neanderthals
rock
and
doesn't really
Denisovans
have
did
intelligence.
not
Only a pretty
survive
desperate person would
the
date a rock.
rise of Homo sapiens.
We'll all go
For our
through
discussion,
that.
though, what is
Oh, not
interesting
rock
is all the
level.
hominids seem to be explorers. They spread. I didn't know this.
Not rock
The
level.
fact that Homo erectus
That's
for the planet more than a million
AI
years ago
level. That's
is testament.
I think all of us have a deep loneliness. It just feels like the language model is there.
Humanity.
Oh, I agree. And you know what? I won't even say this. I'll actually say this in a way that, like, I want to
exercising
I do.
my urge
Yeah.
to explain
I'd love to.
the past.
You know,
in
again,
my own way,
the language
making
models
my own
now are
path
still a
and
little.
defining my own. That's
People are
the leap.
impressed with these things, and I look at like the
The things
coding
you
one.
discussed.
And I'm like, okay, this is like junior
Your
engineer
idea of
level,
what
and
was
these
the
people are
leap
like artists and
What
copywriters.
is the driver? What is the
Like,
inspiration?
okay, Fiverr and like junior
For
engineer.
you, that's
Okay, cool.
shamanism.
Like,
Definitely.
I think we'll get better, right? Like, I want
origin
to have
of
AI friends who are
everything.
more intelligent.
The Fiverr is just a temporary, it's not the ceiling.
Was the earliest form of science.
It's,
Shamans
when you're
in
talking to
very scientific. Was trying to pitch it.
Yeah, so you have to have that conversation.
it's
It's a similar kind of point. Yeah, I think people in relationships have different views on that.
Entirely down.
most people don't
They are
like
the scientists of the hunter
serious,
forager
open conversations about all the different aspects of what's cool.
They were
And it feels like AI is a really weird conversation to have.
leaders of
One is a good
civilization.
like these things, you know, one of my scenarios that I put
And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor.
nice girl named Lexi, she's 20, she just moved out of an actress, but she started doing her own again.
Oh man. man. Yeah. And so was that if you're actually dating someone. I feel like it gets a little weird. Imagine having that conversation.
All things that people can define in their relationship.
Curiosity. The shamans are
Looking
still
online.
using.
How do you
Scientists.
realize
But do you
it's
think
not?
something like ayahuasca?
Heaven
Ayahuasca is the
You're a shadow
result
banner.
of
Yeah.
shamanistic
Shadow
investigation.
Heaven then, you post. No, to interact with
In
you.
Western industrialized societies today,
Yeah.
there's a miracle cure.
There's a great of My Little Pony.
Certain ways.
Sci-fi story
Ayahuasca
that
itself is not an
explains.
Amazon. It comes from the ritual act. It's the vine
Yeah,
of soul,
I read that.
the vine of the dead.
Right.
Ayahuasca vine is only one,
Romantic.
and the other contain dimethyltryptamine.
Not out of the realm
And
of
there are two sources of that.
the
They call
I
it
want
chacruna
it. Look, I want it. If no one else
And
wants
its
it, I want it.
leaves
Yeah,
are rich in
we
dimethyltryptamine
want it.
DMT, which is
loneliness.
arguably the most powerful
And I'll
psychedelic
go there.
known.
You know,
And
just
the other source
Yeah, maybe.
comes
Like I grew up in a time. Maybe
from
that's
that vine.
silly note.
So
They
the
actually
ayahuasca on its own
Yeah, this
is
is
not
some
going to give you
interesting
a
path
visionary
of
journey.
rational
And the leaves
polyamory.
that contain
That doesn't make
DMT
it's a biological
or whether
organism.
they come
There's
from
one
sugar,
or
are not going to give you a visionary journey.
read the
The
internet.
reason they give you the visionary journey is of the
like big art. There's no like computers are capable of mimicking you know, right, but that doesn't say anything about that doesn't say anything about how we ought to respond to them. Right, that's a completely separate.
Girlfriend joining
Imagine the number of players
writing. It's actually that writes the girlfriend
to realize
joining.
And of course, my AI girlfriend, their goal is to pass these.
use the principles there.
No, but you.
So ayahuasca
Or you,
is the
it's
form
a,
that is made
I
with the
mean, the question
ayahuasca
is if
vine.
it's deeply
and the leaves
personalized
of
or
the
where it
chacruna.
becomes
Yahe
everybody.
is made from the ayahuasca
Yeah,
vine
I mean,
and
you
the
know, look,
leaves
the
of
companies
another
don't.
vine, which
Well,
contain
you
not
already
only
a
NMDMT,
company.
which is the DMT
All
that
right, let's
everybody's
be number 4. Go to company number 2.
Right.
Type
the Yahe experience, which I have
possibly one of the
also had,
greatest names of
in
all
my
time for a
view,
company.
is more
You've
intense.
launched a
And
new
more
company called
powerful,
Tiny Corp
almost
that
to the
leads the
point of being
development of Tiny
overwhelming,
Grad.
than the
What's the origin
ayahuasca
story of Tiny
experience.
Corp?
But
Tiny
what
Grad.
the result of
I
this
started Tiny Grad
sophisticated
as
chemistry
like a
that we
toy
find
project
taking
to teach
place here
myself. Okay, like,
is
what is a convolution? What are all these
which is
options you can have?
hideous to
What is the
drink.
original
The
convolution?
taste,
Very similar
I find
to
it quite
Carpathy wrote
repulsive.
Micrograd. Very similar.
I almost retch just
And then
smelling it in the cup.
I started realizing,
But then
I started thinking about
unleashes
like
these
AI chips.
extraordinary
I started thinking about chips that run
experiences. And it isn't
AI,
just
and
printed visual.
I was like,
It's
well,
the sense
okay, this is going to be a really big problem.
encounters
If
with
NVIDIA
sentient
becomes a
others,
monopoly here,
that there are sentient beings that
how long
somehow
before NVIDIA is
we're
national?
surrounded by a realm of sentience that is
So
not
you,
normally accessible to us.
One of
And
the
what
reasons
the
to
ayahuasca grew
start
and certain
Tiny
other
Corp is to
psychedelics
challenge
like
NVIDIA.
some
It's
psilocybin
not so
mushrooms
much
in a high enough dose
to
can do
challenge
as well.
NVIDIA. I like
ayahuasca is
NVIDIA.
the master in this
It's
of lowering
to
the
make
veil
sure
to what
power
appears to
stays
be a
decentralized.
seamlessly convincing
When you hear
other world.
computational power,
The hardline rational
I
scientists
see
will say that's
NVIDIA
just
kind of locking down
fantasies
the
of your brain.
computational power. They want.
But
If
I don't think we fully
NVIDIA
understand
becomes just like
or
10x
even
better
close
than
to
everything else,
understanding
you're
exactly
giving a
what
big
consciousness
advantage
is.
to somebody who
And I
can
remain open
secure
to two possibilities.
NVIDIA as a
That
research.
consciousness is generated by
In
the
fact,
brain, is
if Jensen
made
watches
by
this
the brain
podcast, he
in
may
the way
want to
that a
consider
factory makes cars.
he may want to
But I
consider
also
making
am
sure
open
his
to the
company is not national.
possibility that the brain is a receiver of
Do you think
consciousness,
that's electric?
just as a television set is the receiver of television signals.
No, but there's so much.
And
There's AMD.
if
We have
that
NVIDIA
is the case,
Right.
then
You don't think there's like a push
to the physical realm. We need our everyday
towards like
alert
selling, like
problem-solving state
Google
of
selling
consciousness.
CPUs or
That's the
something
state
like
of
this? You don't think
consciousness
there's a push
that
for that?
Western civilization
Google loves to
values
rent
and
CPUs.
It doesn't, you can't buy it at Best Buy.
encourages. But these
So
other
I
states
did
of
work on a
consciousness that allow us to
chat. I
access
was like, okay,
alternative
what's it going to take to make a
realities.
chat? And my first notion was completely wrong about why, about like how you can improve on GPUs.
But it was
And I will take this. This is from Jim Keller on the podcast. And this is one of my absolute favorite descriptions of computation. So there's three kinds of computation paradigms that are common in the world. There's CPUs, and CPUs can do everything. CPUs can do add and multiply, they can do load and store, and they can do compare and branch. And when I say they can do these things, they can do them all fast, right? So compare and branch are unique to CPUs, and what I mean by they can do them fast is they can do things like branch prediction, speculative execution, and expect tons of transistors, like super deep reorder buffers, in order to make these things fast. They have a simpler computation model than GPUs. GPUs can't really do compare and branch. I mean, they can, but it's horrendously slow. So GPUs can do arbitrary load and store. Right? GPUs can do things like X dereference Y. So they can fetch from arbitrary pieces of memory. They can fetch from memory that is defined by the content of the data. The third model of computation is DSPs. And DSPs are just add and multiply. Right? But they can do load and stores, but only static load and stores. Only load and stores that are known before the program runs. And you look at neural networks today, and 95% of neural networks are all the DSPs are. They are just statically scheduled as and multiplies. So TinyGuard really took this idea, and I'm still working on it to extend this as far as possible. Every stage of the stack has Turing completeness. Right? Python has Turing completeness, and then we take Python and we go to C++, which is Turing complete, and maybe C++ falls into some CUDA kernels, which are Turing complete. The CUDA kernels go through LVM, which is Turing complete, and CPX, which is Turing complete, SAS, which is Turing complete, Honor, which is Turing complete process. I want to get Turing completeness out of the stack entirely. Because once you get rid of Turing completeness, you can reason about it. Rice's theorem and the Halton problem do not apply to abnormal.
Sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe.
Okay.
You drink it enough times by that, maybe 75 or 80 journeys.
Are we talking about the hardware or the software?
Every layer of the stack. Every layer of the stack, removing Turing completeness allows you to reason about things. Right? So the reason you need to do branch prediction in CPU, and the reason it's prediction, and the branch predictors are, I think they're like 99% on CPU. Why did they get 1% of them wrong? Well, they get 1% wrong because you can't know. Right? That's the Halton problem. It's equivalent to the Halton problem to say whether a branch is going to be taken or not. So that, but the abnormal machine, the neural network, runs the identical compute every time. The only thing that changes is the data. So when you realize this, you think about, okay, how can we build a computer? How can we build a stack that takes maximum advantage of this idea? So what makes TinyGuard different from other neural network libraries is it does not have a primitive operator even for making multiplication. And this is every single one. They even have primitive operators for things like convolutions.
So no matmul.
No matmul. Well, here's what a matmul is. I'll use my hands to talk. So if you think about a cube, and I put my two matrices that I'm multiplying on two faces of cube, right? You can think about the matrix multiply as, okay, the n cubed, I'm going to multiply for each one of the cubes, and then I'm going to do a sum, which is a reduce, up to here, to the third face of the cube, and that's your multiplied matrix. So what a matrix multiply is a bunch of shape operations, right? A bunch of commutes, reshapes, and expands on the two matrices. A multiply, and cube, a reduce, and cube, which is your square matrix.
Treat them
Okay,
seriously,
so
make
what
them
is
real,
the minimum number of
and in
operations
those
you can accomplish that
worlds,
if you don't have
explore
matmul as a
and have
primitive?
real
So
sort of
TinyGuard has
moral,
about
deep
20. And you
brainstorming
can compare
sessions.
TinyGuard's offset or IR
Those
to things like
entities. So
XLA
it's almost
or
like
PrimTorch.
the
So
power of the
XLA and
human
PrimTorch
mind
are
to
ideas for like,
imagine,
okay,
taking
Torch has
to
like
its
2,000
limit.
different kernels.
It is.
Um,
And the curious
PyTorch
thing is,
2.0 introduced
the
PrimTorch, which
same
has only 250.
iconography. People paint their
TinyGuard has
visions
order of
after
magnitude
ayahuasca
25.
sessions.
It's
People were
10x
painting
less than
in
XLA or
Europe, in
PrimTorch.
Cave of
And
Lascaux, for
you
example.
can think
Of
about
course,
it as
they
kind
had
of like
access
rich
to
versus
psilocybin mushrooms
right?
in
These other things are
prehistoric
system
Europe.
like systems.
There's a
TinyGuard
remarkable
is rich.
commonality
And risk one.
Risk architecture is going to change it.
I like to give credit where
1995.
credit is due, and there are two names that need to
Wait,
be
really?
mentioned
That's an
here.
actual thing?
One is the
Angelina
late great
Jolie
Terence McKenna,
delivers the line,
and his
risk
book,
architecture is
Full
going
of
to change
Gods,
everything
where
in
he proposed
1995.
the
Here
idea
we are,
very
with Arm in the
strongly
Phone.
that it was our
And Arm
ancestral
everywhere.
encounters with
Wow,
psychedelics
I
that made
love
us
it when
fully
movies
human.
actually have real
That's
things.
what
Right.
switched on.
Okay, interesting. Well, so this is like, so
And
you're
very
thinking of
much the
this as
same
the
idea
risk
began to be explored a bit
architecture
earlier
of
by Professor David
ML
Lewis
stack.
Williams at the University of
25.
Witwatersrand in South
What
Africa.
can you
Fabulous book
go
called The
through
Mind in the
the
Cave, where he is again
four
arguing
op types?
these astonishing similarities.
Okay, so you have
in cave art
unary
and
ops,
rock art
which
around the
take
world.
in
Can only be properly
a
explained
and return a
by
tensor of the same
people
size
in
and do some
deeply
unary
altered
ops.
states
X,
of consciousness,
log,
attempting to
reciprocal,
remember
sine.
when they return
Right,
to
they
a
take in
normal
one and they're
everyday
pointing.
state of consciousness, attempting to
Really?
remember their
Yeah,
visions
value,
and document
almost
them
all activation
on
functions are
permanent
unary
media
ops.
like the
Some
wall of the cave.
combinations
So
of unary
typically you
ops
get a lot
together
of
is
geometric
very
patterns, but you also got entities.
Then you have binary
Those
ops.
entities
Binary ops are
often
like
are
pointwise
very
addition,
upfront,
multiplication, division,
animal,
compare.
part human.
It takes in two
might have
tensors
the
of
head of
equal
a
size
wolf and the
and
body of a
outputs one
human
tensor.
being. Might have the head of
Then
a
you have
bird
reduce
and
ops.
the body of a human being, and
Reduce
so on
ops
and so
will like
forth.
take a
But
three-dimensional
they
tensor and turn it
communicate
into a
with us
three-dimensional
in a
tensor,
visionary state.
or a three-dimensional tensor turn it into a
Interestingly,
zero-dimensional
although this
tensor. Things like a
sounds like
sum or
it
max
is an area
are
that
really
most
common
scientists would
ones there.
steer clear
And
of
then
at risk
the
of
fourth
their
type is movement
careers.
ops.
There is very
And movement
serious
ops are
work now
different from
being
the other
done
types
at
because they don't
Imperial
actually
College in
require
London
computation. They require
and
different
at
ways
the
to
University
implement.
of California
So that
at
includes
San Diego,
reshapes, permutes,
where
expands,
volunteers are being given
flips.
extended
Those are the main ones.
DMT.
Okay, so with
There's a
that
new
you have enough
technology,
to make a map model.
And
DMTX,
convolution. And
where
every convolution you can
DMT
imagine,
is fed
dilated
directly into the
convolution,
bloodstream
guided
by a
convolution,
drip, and
transport.
it's possible to keep the individual in
You're
the
right
peak
on
DMT
GitHub
state,
about laziness.
which normally when you smoke a vape
Showing the
DMT,
map
you're
model.
looking, if you're lucky,
Matrix
10
multiplications.
minutes.
See how despite the
Or
style
if
is
you're unlucky,
used
if
into
it's a
one
bad
kernel
journey,
the
because
power
those 10
of
minutes can
laziness.
seem like
Can you
forever.
elaborate on this power of
But
laziness?
Sure. So
with
if you type in
DMTX,
PyTorch,
with the
A
drip
times
feeding of
B
DMT into the
plus
bloodstream,
C,
these volunteers actually could be kept
what this is going
in
to
peak
do
state
is it's
for
going to
hours.
first
And
multiply
unlike
add and B,
LSD, where you
A and B,
rapidly build
and
up
store that result
tolerance,
into memory.
nobody ever builds up tolerance.
And then it is going to
DMT
add
always
C
hits
by
you with the
reading
same
that
power,
result
even
from
if you
memory,
took it yesterday
reading
or
C
the day
from memory,
before, and you
and
take it
writing
tomorrow
that
as
out from
well.
memory.
It's still going to have
There
that
is
same
way
power. There's no
more
tolerance
emergent
there.
source
So that's how
memory.
they can use
If
that
you don't
lack of
actually do
tolerance
A
to
times B
keep
as soon as you see it,
volunteers
if
in
you
this
wait
state, and then when they debrief
until the
those
user actually
volunteers, they're also putting
realizes
them in
that
the
tensor,
MRI
until the
scanners
laziness
and
actually
computers
resolves,
brain.
you can
But when
fuse
they
that plus C.
debrief them,
This
they're
is
all
like, it's the same way
talking
Haskell.
about encounters
So
with
what's
sentient
the
others.
process
There's
of
even a
putting
group
a
now
model
called sentient others,
into
where people are
diagram?
exchanging.
So
Volunteers
Pennyworth's
are
front
now
end looks
exchanging
very
their
similar to
experiences. They
PyTorch.
didn't do so. They
I
weren't allowed to
probably
do so
could
at the
make it
beginning of the
perfect,
experiment. Now that
or pretty
most
close
of
to
them have
perfect
left it,
interrupt layer
they're
if I really
exchanging their
wanted to.
experiences, and
I
it's
think
all
that there's some
about
things that are
encounters
nicer
with
about Pennyworth
sentient
syntax
others
than PyTorch,
who
but the
wish
front
to
end looks
teach
very
them
Torch.
lessons.
You can also load in
Now,
Onyx models.
to me, that's
We
wild.
have
What is going
more
on
Onyx
here?
tests passing than Core ML.
How do we account for
Okay,
this?
so
Yeah, I
we'll
get
pass
the
on
notion of
experiments.
hallucinations.
What about like the
brightly colored
developer
visuals,
experience with
but the
diagram?
moral lessons that come with it,
What it
those are
feels
very
like, what a
Yeah, and would you say that
versus
the
PyTorch.
reason that could
By the way, I
give birth to
really
a
like PyTorch.
civilization
I
was
think that it's actually a
because
very good piece of software.
the
I
sex
think that
visions
they've made
could
a few
help
different
create
trade-offs,
myths,
and these different
especially
trade-offs
religious
are
myths,
where,
that would
you know,
be a
kind of
cohesive
get
thing
back.
for a
One of
large
the
group
biggest
of people
differences
to
is
get
it's
around
really easy to
and
see
can
the
help us to be
kernels that
better
are actually
members
being
of our
sent to
community
GPUs.
with moral
Right?
lessons.
So if
Yeah,
you
more
run
contributing
PyTorch on a GPU,
members of our community.
you like do some operation, you don't know what kernels ran, you don't know how many kernels ran, you don't know how many flops were used, you don't know how much memory
I've said
access
this a
was
dozen
used.
times, but
Honeygrad type debug,
I'll say it again.
it will
If
show
I
you in
had the
this
power to
beautiful
do so,
style
I
every
would
kernel that's run.
make it a law,
How many
an
flops?
absolute law, that
And how many
anybody running for a powerful
So
political
can you
position,
just
particularly if that position is
linger on
president
what
or head of
problem
state in any kind of way,
TinyGraph solves?
that person
I think
has
that
to
solves the
undergo the
problem
ayahuasca
supporting
ordeal
new
first.
ML
They
accelerators.
have to have
One
10 or
of
12
the
sessions of
reasons,
ayahuasca
tons of these companies now, I
as a
think
condition for applying for the
Sequoia
job.
marked GraphCore to zero,
I suspect
right?
that
Cerebus,
most
Tensor,
who had had those experiences
Grok,
wouldn't want to apply for
all
the
of
job.
these ML
anymore.
accelerator
They
companies,
would want to
they
live
got
a different
chips.
kind
The
of
chips
life.
were
And
good.
those who did
Software was
want to
terrible.
carry on being a leader of the nation
And
would
part
be
of the
very
reason is
different
because,
people.
I think the same
from the
problem's happening in
people who are
Go-Go.
leading the
It's
nations of
really,
the
really
earth
hard
into
to write a
chaos
Python
and
code
destruction.
because you have to
today.
write 250 kernels and you have to tune them all.
I mentioned to you, I recently interviewed Donald
What
Trump, and
does
actually brought
Jim Cohen
up
think
this
about
same,
TinyGraph?
same idea that it would be
You
a
guys
much better
hung
world
out
if
quite a bit,
most
so he's
Congress and most
He's
politicians would take this
involved
up for
involved in
psychedelic,
that
or at
story.
least
What's
I have
his
no doubt that it would be
praise
effective.
and what's his criticism?
I mean, this raises an interesting
life?
point, which is
Look,
the role of government in
my
controlling
prediction
our
for henceforth is
consciousness.
that they're going to pivot to making this fun.
And in my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken
AI
in the past,
accelerator is a
60
software
years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party
You think the diversity of AI accelerators in the hardware space is not going to be
as much as
that
possible,
exists?
and
I think
particularly the
what's going to
freedom
happen
to make
is
choices
if I
on their
can
own bodies.
finish, okay,
But
if you're trying to
in the
make an AI
case of
accelerator,
even cannabis,
you
I
better
know
have the
that's one of the
capability
great things that's
of
happening in
writing
America.
a
It's
torch level
happening state by
performance
state,
stack on
where
NVIDIA.
cannabis is being
If you can't write a
legalized, and
torch
that
stack on
draconian
NVIDIA
habit of
GPUs, writing
government
all
is
the way,
being
I mean, down
taken
to the
off
drive,
the back of people
there's no way you're going to be able to write it in
consuming
the
a medicine
because you're
that
just
is
worse than an
far
NVIDIA
less
GPU.
harmful than
The
alcohol,
first version that should be
which is
taped out is
glorified
definitely
in
Oh, you're
our
saying right now
society.
that is really tough.
yes.
We cannot
And not only
say
that, actually, the
that we
chip
are
that you
free
tape out, almost
if we
always, if you're
allow
trying to get
government
advantage
to
over
dictate
NVIDIA,
to
they're
us
specializing the
what
hardware.
experiences we may
It's
or
always
may not
harder to
have
write software for
in
more
our
specialized
consciousness,
hardware.
while
But the
doing no
GPU is
harm
pretty
to
generic.
others.
And
And
if you
the
can't
point
write
there
an
is, we
NVIDIA stack,
already have
there's no way you can write a stack for your chip.
that deal with us
So
when we do
my
harm
approach
to
to Honey
others.
Rat is
Do we
first
really
write a
need
performance
rules
NVIDIA
that
stack.
tell us what
We're
we may
targeting
and may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our
So
own
you did
consciousness?
say
I
a
think
few
it's a
to NVIDIA a little bit.
fundamental
With love.
violation of adult
Yeah,
sovereignty.
So what?
And we would have much less
Oh,
drug
you're a Mets fan.
if
A risk
these
risk
drugs
fan and
were
Mets
all
fan. What's the hope
legalized
that
and
AMD
made
has? And you did
available to people without
build
shaming
with
them,
AMD recently
without
that I saw.
without punishing them
How does
in any
the
way, but just part of
uh,
own social life. Many
the
could be sure
7900
that you will get to good
XTX
product
compare to the
rather than maybe a
RTX
shitty
2090
product, which has been
L80?
cut with
Well,
all
let's
sorts
start
of
with the fact
methods.
that the
Ultimately,
7900 XTX
the way
kernel
forward
drivers don't
is
work.
for
And if you
adults
run
to
demo
take
apps and loops, it
responsibility
panics the
for their
kernel.
own behavior,
Okay.
and for society to allow that to happen.
Lisa
Not to
Sue
have
responded
big
to my email.
government taking responsibility
I
for
reached out, I was
decisions
like,
that should be in the hands of
this is,
individuals.
you know,
And for me, also, it's exciting.
Really?
Some of these substances, like
I understand
psilocybin,
if you're
are
7x7
integrated
transpose the
scientific
Winograd
studies,
column
large
is
scale.
slower than
It's
NVIDIA.
really interesting.
But
We've seen a
literally, when I
revolution
run demo
in
apps
the
in
way
a loop,
science looks at
the
psychedelics
kernel
over the last
panics.
20, 25 years.
So just adding that loop.
They were in that
Yeah, I just
highly
literally took
demonized
their demo
category.
apps and wrote like
But
while
again,
through
it's one of those
semicolon do
paradigms
the app
which gets
semicolon done
overwhelmed by new
in a bunch of
evidence that
screens.
began to be
Right, this is
realized
like the most
that
primitive thought.
psilocybin
Why do you
and other
think that is?
psychedelics
They're
are
just
very
not seeing the
helpful
market
in a
in
range of
in
conditions from which
machine learning.
people suffer.
They're
Post-traumatic
changing.
stress
They're trying to
disorder,
change. They're trying to
the
change.
fear
And I
of
had a
death
pretty
when you're,
positive
when
interaction
you're
with them.
suffering from
Last
terminal
week, I
cancer
went and
can
just
be
like, that's it.
overwhelming.
I give up on
It's been
AMD.
found that
Like, this is
that
their driver.
psilocybin
Like, I'm not gonna.
can remove that.
Yeah, I'll go with Intel
Deep
GPUs.
depressions
Right? Intel GPUs
can
have
be
better drivers.
evaporated with one single massive
So you're kind of
psilocybin
spearheading
journey. They just
the
go away. There's really good
diversification
science on
of
this, and they are being
GPUs.
integrated into
Yeah, and I'd like to extend that
we see
diversity.
it happening. I'm not sure if it'll
I'd like to
happen as much
diversify
as fast as I would like to
the
see it happen in my
right. The
lifetime. But it is
more
gonna happen.
Yeah, actually,
my central
just
thesis about the
recently
world
found out that
is
he had
there's things that centralize
TED
power
Talk
and they're bad,
on
and there's things
consciousness
that decentralize power and they're
that
bad.
was taken down.
Everything I
And
can
that
do
was
to
just
help
part of
decentralize
just
power.
the general resistance. Because it was a pretty.
So you're really
It was
worried
a
about
radical.
decentralization.
It was a
Yeah,
really
that's
radical.
interesting.
I was
And
talking
you don't
about
have a
ayahuasca,
fundamental
I was
hope
talking
for
about the view that I
the
hold very strongly,
proliferation of
that
ASICs,
as long as we do no harm to others,
except in the cloud.
sovereign adults should be allowed
I'd
to
like
make
to help
decisions about their own bodies
No,
and
actually,
not
there's
face a
only
jail
the only
sentence
ASIC that is
or
remotely
shaming as a
successful is
result.
Google's
But
TPU.
this, so it was a
And
TEDx
the only
talk,
reason that's successful
not
is
a
because
TED talk
Google wrote
organized by a
a
local
machine learning
TED
framework.
group. They call them
I
TEDx
think that you
talks.
have to write a competitive
And
machine learning framework
I
in
gave
order
this
to be able to build it.
talk about the war on consciousness,
You think
and it was
Meta would
immediately
fight
pulled
towards
down
this
from TED's
competitive?
main channel
I hope so.
with
They have
all
one. They have an
kinds of
internal one.
bizarre
Internal. I
reasons
mean,
being given, but
public
unfortunately
faces
it
of
was
the
too
nice
late
cloud
because a number of
interfaces.
people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded
You
it
know,
onto other YouTube channels, and
what do you
actually
think
their
is the
banning of it
fundamental
made it
limitation
go
of cloud?
viral
Fundamental
in a way
limitation
that
of cloud
would
is
not
who
have
owns the
happened
office.
otherwise. But again, it's a
So
sign
it's
that
power to the
The
people.
points of view that are not acceptable
And
to
you
those
don't demand to have all the power.
are simply dismissed and shut down.
And right now, the
Or
only
at
way to
least
do that is
attempts are
with the
made
GPUs if
to
you
do
want
so. In
performance.
general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that
Interesting.
we understand
It's
about
a
consciousness
costly
today will
investment
seem silly
emotionally to go with
to humans
AMDs.
from 100 years from now.
Well, let me sort of on a tangent to ask you,
Especially if
what
we harness psychedelics
you built
to
quite a few
investigate
PCs. What's
consciousness.
your advice on how to build a good custom
You know,
PC?
that is what is
For,
happening.
let's say, for the different applications
at
that you use,
Imperial
for gaming,
College
for
right now
machine learning.
is
Oh,
the
you should go.
investigation of
Buy
the
a
experience.
box
They're
and
not
the
looking. There are other
I
trials that are
heard
looking for the
rumors,
therapeutic potential
whispers,
content in in this case,
about this box
they're
in the
looking
tiny crate.
entirely at the
What's
experiences
this thing
that
look
people
like?
have,
What
and why
is
they're
it?
so
What is it
similar
called?
from people
Called the Tiny Box.
different
Tiny
age
Box?
groups, different
It's
genders,
$15,000,
different parts of the world are all having
and
the same
it's almost a
experience.
petaflop
For
of
me, from an
compute.
engineer perspective,
Over 100
it's
gigabytes of
interesting
GPU RAM.
if it's possible
It's
to
over
engineer
5
consciousness
terabytes per
in
second
artificial
of
beings.
GPU memory bandwidth.
It's another
Uh,
way to
I'm gonna
approach the
put like
question of
4
how special
NVMEs
is
in
human
RAID.
consciousness.
You can get like 20,
From
30
where
gigabytes per
does
second
it
of drive read
arise?
bandwidth.
Is
I'm
it something
gonna
that
build
permeates
like
all of life?
the
And in
best
that case,
deep learning
what
box
is the
that I
thing that
can
makes
that
life
plugs into
special?
one
Like,
wall.
what is life? What is these
Yeah.
living
Can you go
organisms
through
that
those
we
specs
have
again a
here
little bit from
and
memory?
that evolved
Yeah,
to
so
create
it's
humans?
almost a
What is
petaflop
truly
compute.
special
So
about
in
humans?
D&Tel,
And
Today,
it's both
I'm leaning
scary
toward
and
AMD.
exciting to consider the possibility that we can
But
create
pretty
something like
agnostic
this
to the
now.
type of
But why not? We're a
the
vehicle for
main
consciousness,
limiting
in my
spec
view.
is
I
a
think consciousness is
120 volt
present in
50 amp
all
circuit.
life on Earth. I don't think it's limited
Plug
to
in
human
it,
beings.
because
We
in
have
order
the
to like
equipment
there's
to
a puzzle
manifest and express that
right?
consciousness in the way that
You
a
have to be
dog,
able
for
to plug it
example,
in.
doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have,
We're also
or a
going to sell the
pigeon
tiny
doesn't
rack,
have. But when I
which
look
like
at two
what's the
pigeons
most
sitting
power
on
you
my
can get
garden
into your house
fence,
without arousing suspicion?
rubbing up close
And
to
one
each
of
other
the
and
one of
enjoying
the
each
answers
other's
is an
company
electric
and
car charger.
taking off together and
wait, what
hanging
is
out
the
together,
rack doing?
I think they're conscious
Right.
beings. And I think consciousness
A
is
wall outlet is about
everywhere. I think
1,500
it's the
watts.
basis of
A
everything.
car
And I
charger is about
suspect
10,000.
that fundamentally
What
consciousness
is the
is
most amount of
non-physical,
power you can
and that
get
it
your
can
hands on
manifest
without
in
arousing
physical
suspicion?
forms,
Right.
where it
George
can
House.
then have
Okay.
experiences that we may have in
So the
non-physical
tiny box
state.
and said
That's a
NVMEs and
guess.
RAID,
Maybe a fascinating, because then you
I
can
forget what you
construct
said
all
about
kinds of
memory,
physical
all that kind of
forms,
stuff.
manifest
Okay.
consciousness,
What about with
consciousness,
GPUs?
enter so
Again,
they become
probably
consciousness. Isn't there some
7900
suggestion that artificial
XTXs, but
intelligence
maybe
is already
3090s, maybe a
that makes
770s.
humans really
Those are
have
tough.
You're
because
flexible
we're
or
at the top
still
of the food chain. We consider
still
ourselves
explore.
truly special.
I want to
Consider that
deliver
there's
a
other
really
things
good
that could be
experience to
special.
people. And
It's
yeah,
scary.
what GPUs
Look
I
how
end up
other
going with.
people
Again, I'm leaning toward
make us
AMD.
uncomfortable
So
too.
we'll see.
Look at the state of
You
the
know,
world
in my
today.
email, what I said to
All the
AMD is like,
conflicts that
just
are
dumping the
raging.
code on GitHub is not
That's
open
because
source.
we're afraid.
Open source is
When I
cool.
say we, I'm speaking nation by
Open
nation.
source means that your
We're afraid
issues
of
are
other
not
people.
all 1
We
year
fear that
scale
they're going to
issues.
hurt us or
Open
damage
source
us in some
means
way. And so we seek to
developing
stop
in
that.
public.
It's the root of
And if
many,
you
many
guys can commit
conflicts,
to that,
this fear.
I see a real
So
future
fear of
for AMD
AI
as an
may not
independent
be
video.
such a good idea. After all, it might be very
Well, I'd love
interesting
to get
go down that
tiny
route.
box that
Because
might be
certainly,
whenever
in
it's
terms
ready.
of exploring consciousness,
Let's
it is
do it.
I
very
took the
interesting.
pre-orders. I took this from Elon, like $100 fully refundable pre-orders.
But it can also
Is it
be
going to be like the
destructive.
Cybertruck?
Well,
It's
it
going
can
to
be
take a few
destructive.
years?
It can shut
Yeah,
it
I'll
down
check.
completely.
It's a lot
If you
simpler.
look
It's a lot
into
simpler.
the future, maybe the
Well,
next
there's
100 years,
complexities,
what do you
not
hope
just
are the
the
interesting discoveries in
putting things
archaeology?
together, but like shipping all this kind of stuff.
The thing that I want to deliver to people out of the box is being able to run 65 billion parameter llama in FP16 in real time, like it did.
It's
like
now
10
become
times.
apparent that there are many major
Just
voids
it
within the
works.
Great Pyramid.
Llama's
Right
running
above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks
or
like a second
something
Grand
like that.
Gallery.
Experience, yeah, or I think Falcon is the new one. Experience a chat with the largest language model that you can have in
even
your
been opened up
Yeah,
already.
from a
being
wall
found
plug.
as a
From a
result
wall
of
plug,
this. So,
Actually,
so
for
it may
inference,
be
it's
that
not
the
like
seed
even
of
more
the
power would
Great
help.
Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets.
Even
I
more
often
power
think that
would
the
be
Great Pyramid is
Well, no, there's
partly
just the biggest
designed
model released
It's
is
designed
65
to
billion parameter
invite
llama. As far as I know.
its own initiates.
So it sounds like Tiny
Some people
Box will
aren't
naturally
interested in the Great
pivot towards
Pyramid,
company number 3.
but
You could just
some
get the
people are
girlfriend
fascinated by it, and they're
and,
drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards
or
it, it
boyfriend.
immediately starts raising questions in
That
their
one's harder,
minds.
actually.
And they
The
seek
boyfriend is
answers to
harder?
their questions. So it's
I
like
think
saying,
it's a
here I
very
stand.
biased statement. I think a lot of people just
Find out
what?
about me, figure out
Why
who I am.
is it
Why have
harder
I got
to
these two
replace
shafts
a boyfriend
cut
than
into the
a
side of
girlfriend
the
with the
zone
artificial
chamber?
LLM?
Because
Why do
women
they
are
slope
attracted to
up
status and
through the
power,
body of the
and men
Great
are
Pyramid?
attracted
Why
to
do
youth
they
and
not
beauty.
exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid?
No, I
Why
mean,
would
this
we
is what I
send
mean.
a rope of the
What
shafts
Both are
to find
applicable easily to the language model.
No machines do not have any status or real power.
I don't know. I think you both. Well, first of all, you're using language mostly to
very frustrating.
to communicate
It's saying to us,
youth and
keep on
beauty and
exploring.
power and
If you
status.
persist
But status
enough,
fundamentally is
we'll
just
eventually give you the answer.
Right,
So
whereas
I'm
you can
hoping
give you
that
a
answer will come.
No, I think
As to how
status
this
is a
most
narrative.
mysterious monument was
I think
actually
status
built
is real.
and the inspiration that lay
I
behind
don't
it.
know.
Certainly,
I just think that that's by
I'm
far.
sure
You know, yeah, maybe it
was
is by
never
far.
a tomb.
I think status is way easier to fake.
I also think that, you know,
The later
men are
pyramids
probably
might
more
have been
desperate,
actually
more
no
likely to find their
pharaonic
products,
burial
so
has
maybe
been
they're
discovered in
charging
any
more.
pyramid, but
Desperation is
nevertheless, it's pretty
easier
clear
to fool.
that the later pyramids with the
That's, I
pyramid
can
texts
see
written on
that.
the
Yeah,
walls,
look, I mean, look, I know you can
pyramid
look at
of
porn
Unas,
views,
fifth
right?
dynasty pyramid at
A lot more fun
Saqqara,
than that porn.
were
Yeah.
tombs. But
There's
the
a
Great
lot of
Pyramid, to go to
questions
that
and
length
answers
to create a
to get
tomb,
there.
to make it a scale model of the Earth,
Anyway, with
to orient it
the tiny
perfectly to true
box,
north,
how
to
many
make it
GPUs
6 million
in tiny
tons.
box?
This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking
Okay, I'll
us to
tell you why.
understand.
Yeah.
And I hope we will
So AMD
understand
EPYC
it, and I hope
processors have
Egyptologists
128 lanes of PCIe.
be willing to set
I
aside
want to
that
leave
prejudice
enough
that they're only looking
lanes
at the tomb
for
and consider
some,
other possibilities. And as new
drive,
tech is revealing these
and I want to leave
previously
enough lanes
unknown
for
inner
some
spaces
networking.
within the Great Pyramid, I think
How
that's
do you
going
do
to be
cooling for something like this?
so not just the
That's
how
one of the big
it was
challenges.
built, but
Not
the
only
why.
do I want the cooling to be good, I
To
want it to be
you, it
quiet.
seems
I want the tiny box to be able to
obvious that
sit
there would be
comfortably
a
in the room.
cosmic
This is really going
you
towards the
very,
girlfriend
very much
thing.
so, as opposed to so
Because you want to run the LLM.
I'll give them more.
which is an
I mean, I
idea
can talk
in
about how it
Hermetica.
relates to company.
The god Hermes
Come
by
on.
the Greeks was the Greek
Well,
version of Thoth.
we
wisdom
asked
god of
quiet.
ancient
Oh,
Egypt,
quiet
and
because
that's
you
where that
maybe
saying comes
potentially
from. It
run
comes
out
from
of
the
car.
Hermetica.
No,
But
quiet
it's
because you want
expressing an
to sit in
ancient
your
Egyptian
house.
idea.
You want it to coexist
Mirror
with
the
you. If it's
perfection of
screaming at
heavens on
60
earth.
dB, you don't want that in your house.
Do you
Go
think
take it
there's
out.
something interesting to be
Yeah.
discovered
Yeah.
about the
More
how
like
it was
40,
built?
45.
So how do you
Maybe
make the
beyond the sort
cooling
of the
quiet?
ideas of the
That's an interesting
using
problem in itself.
ramps and
A few trick is to actually make it big. Ironically, it's called the tiny box.
Yeah.
But if I can make it big, a lot of that noise is generated because of high pressure. If you look at like a 1U server, a 1U server has these super high pressure fans that are super deep and energetic. Versus if you have something that's big, like there's a big, you know, they call them big ass fans, the ones that are like huge in the ceiling, and they're completely silent.
The tiny box will be big.
I do not want it to be large according to this. I want it to be shippable as a normal package. But that's my concern.
Granite blocks,
So the
300
fan
feet in
stuff
the
is
air.
it can't
To
just be
form the
assembled on
roof between the
location.
king's
Yeah.
chamber and the floor of the chamber above it, and the
That's
roof of that
big.
chamber and the floor of the chamber
No,
above that.
look, I want to give you a good out of the box experience. I want you to rip this thing out. I want it to be like
somehow they were lifted.
The Apple experience.
Yeah, ramps are proposed as the
I love it.
But
Okay.
where are the
And so
remains
tiny
of those
box would
roofs?
run
If you're going to carry
tiny grad.
blocks
Like
weighing
what
up to
do
2
you
or 3
envision this
tons
whole thing
right
to
to the
look
top
like?
of the Great
We're talking about
Pyramid
like
to complete your work. You're going to need a
units
ramp
with a full
that's going to extend out
software
into the
engineering
desert for more than a
environment.
mile at a 10-degree slope.
It's
And it's
just
calculated
not
that a
pipe work
10-degree
for
slope is about the
Yeah.
maximum
We did a
slope
poll.
that
People
human
want to
labor can haul objects up the ramp.
Interesting. What's your favorite flavor?
And that ramp can't just be
Like,
compacted
I
sand.
like the
Since
pumpkin
heavy
latte.
objects
Or
are
we
being
can
hauled
house that.
up, it's going to have to be made of very solid material.
So
Also
how do you
solid as
you gotten llama
Where is
with
it?
tiny
We
grad?
don't see
You
any
guys stay with the
trace
using
of
tiny
those
grad.
so-called
What was that
ramps
like?
that
Can you
are
comment
supposed to
on
be
like
involved in the construction
what
of the
are
pyramid. I think we don't know.
what
I
are
think we
these
have
models?
no
What's
idea.
interesting about
That's why
porting them?
there's so many different theories.
What's
We
yeah,
haven't
like
got the
what are
answer
the
yet. But
challenges
the how of
with
it
what's
is one of
naturally
the
what's
big
easy all
mysteries
that.
from the
Here's
past.
a really simple way to get these models into tiny grad, and you can just export them as Onyx, and then tiny grad can run Onyx.
The ancient peoples to be
So
solved.
the ports that I did of
This
Llama,
is, I
Stable
don't know if
Fusion,
you're
and now
aware of
Whisper
the
are
10,000-year
more
clock.
academic to teach me about the models. Yeah,
Jeff
than the Piper
Bezos
Square.
and Danny Hillis.
You can read the code. I think the code is
Sierra
easier to
Leone
read,
mountains in
less
Texas.
long. Just a few things about the way tiny grad writes. Here's a complaint I have about Piper.
So it's talking about
NN.ReLU is
it's
a class.
supposed to sort of run.
Right. So when you create an NN module, you'll put your NN ReLU
It's an example of modern humans
as
thinking
in a
like,
nick.
okay,
And this makes no sense. ReLU is completely
10,000
paper.
years from now,
Why should that be a
and
class?
beyond, if
No, but that's
something
more
goes
like a
wrong,
software engineering thing.
or
Or
the
do
future
you think it
humans
has a
are
cost
way
of
different.
performance?
Oh, no, it doesn't have a cost of performance.
They analyze
But
what
yeah,
happened
I think
here.
that
How can we create
that's what I mean about like tiny grad's
monuments
front end
that they
being
can then
clean.
analyze?
I
And
see.
in
What do you
that
think
way,
about
be
Mojo?
curious
I'm
about
paying
in
attention
their
to programming
curiosity.
language that does
discover some deep truths about
some
this
interesting
current
ideas
time.
that kind
It's an
of
interesting kind of
intersect
notion of
tiny
like,
grad.
what can we build
I
now?
think that there's
that
a
will last?
spectrum.
And the
And like
answer
on
is that
one side you
majority
have
of what we
Mojo,
build
and on the
now
other side you have like
will
GGML.
be gone
GGML is this
within a
like
few
we're gonna
thousand
run
years.
Llama fast on that.
But what would last?
Okay, we're gonna
is
expand out a
massive
little bit, but we're gonna
megalithic
basically go to like
structures,
depth first.
like the Great Pyramid. That
Mojo is like, we're going to go breakfast. We're going to go so wide that we're going to make all typing less.
To send a
That's how you
message in the
guys do it.
future.
And
I
we are
think
going
Gabby
to
serves
make
a
neural
similar function.
networks.
I mean, there it was buried.
Yeah, but they try to
10,400 years ago.
really
And then for the
get it
next
to be
10,000
fast,
years,
compiled down to
nobody
specific
touched it. Nobody knew it
hardware,
was there.
and make that
It
compilation
took the
step.
genius of Klaus Schmidt,
as
the
flexible and
original
resilient as possible.
to realize what
Not
he
really.
found and what it
I mean,
actually
that's what you're
was.
saying.
But the
You're saying
great thing
that
about the
you're
seeing
actually going to be targeting some accelerators, some
is it means that no later
like some
culture trod over it
number,
and
not one.
imposed their
My
mechanic
goal
materials on
is
it and
step
messed
one,
up the dating
build an
sequences and so
equally
on and so
performance
forth, or
stack
tranquilized
device
it or
on
used it as a
NVIDIA
quarry.
and
It's all there
Android,
intact.
but with way less
So
noise.
you mentioned that
And then
the
step two
pyramids
is, okay, how do we
and
make
some
an
of the
accelerator?
other
Right?
amazing
So
things
you
that
need
he
step
was
one.
able
You have to first build the framework before
was
you
the
can build the
results
accelerator.
of us humans
Can you
struggling
explain
with our
amount per
mortality.
what's your
That's the
approach in general to
ultimate
benchmarking time back?
goal. That seems to me what's at the
So,
heart of many
I'm much
pyramids
more of
around the
a,
world.
like,
Is that they're connected in one way or
build it the
another
right way
to the notion
and
of
worry about
death,
performance later.
and to the notion of the exploration
There's a bunch of things
the
where I haven't
afterlife.
even, like,
And this is,
really
of
built
course,
into
the
performance.
fundamental
The
mystery
only
that all
place where
human
Tiny
beings
Grad is
face.
competitive performance-wise right now is on Qualcomm GPUs.
We may wish to
So Tiny Grad's actually
that it's
using
not
Autopilot,
going to
run
happen,
them all.
but we are,
So
of
the driving
course,
model
all,
is Tiny Grad.
When
every
did that
one of
happen?
us, all
That
8
transition?
billion or however many of us that
8
are on
months
the
ago.
planet right now, we're all going
And
to
it's
face
2x
death
faster than Qualcomm.
sooner or later. And the
What's the
question is,
hardware
what
that
happens?
that Autopilot runs
There are
on
a few
the
cultures
Common App?
It's a Snapdragon 845.
intensely, deeply studied.
So this is using the GPU. So the
We are
GPU is an
not one of
Adreno GPU.
The general
There's
view
like
of science,
different
I think,
things.
is
There's a
that
really good
we're
Microsoft paper that talks about like mobile GPUs and why they're different from desktop
There's
GPUs.
no more of us. There's no such
One
thing
of the
as a
big
soul.
things
But that's
is
not a proven
in the desktop GPU
There's no
you can use
experiment
buffers.
that proves that's the case. We know we
On a
die,
mobile GPU,
but we
image
don't know
texture is a
whether
lot
there's
faster.
such a thing as a soul or not.
On a mobile
It's the great
GPU,
mystery.
and then
It's the
okay.
great mystery that we all share.
And so you
And those
want
cultures
to
that
be able to
have
leverage that.
investigated it, and
I
ancient
want to be able to
Egypt
leverage it
Egypt
in
is
a
the
way that
best
it's
example.
completely generic, right? So
Have
there's a lot of
investigated it
Xiaomi has a pretty
thoroughly
good
and mapped
open
out the
source
journey
library
that we
from
make
called
after death,
Maze,
but that notion of
where
a journey
they
after
can
death,
generate,
and
where
the
they have these
fastest
kernels, but they're
challenges
all hand
along
coded,
the way, and
right?
ultimately
So
the
that's great
judgment.
if you're doing 3 by
That
3
notion is
tones.
found
That's
right
great if
around
you're
the
doing
world,
dense
and
map
it
But
even
the minute you go
manifests
off the
into
beaten
the
path of
three
tiny bits,
monotheistic faiths that are still
the
present in the
performance is
world
not.
today.
Since you mentioned open power, I'd love to get an update in
And you
the
said you
company
got to
number
play
one,
your own
Common AI world.
death.
How are things going there in the
afraid of it?
development
I'm not afraid of death at all.
semi-autonomous
I'm
driving?
curious about death. I think it could be very interesting.
You know, almost no one talks
think
about
it's the
FSD
beginning of
anymore,
the next great
and even
adventure.
less people talk about autopilot.
So I don't fear it.
We solved the problem.
I would
We
like to
solved
live
it years
as long
ago.
as my
What's
body
the problem
is
with that?
healthy enough to make living
Well,
worthwhile.
What
But
is
I don't
solving
fear
it?
death. What I do fear
Solving means how do you
is
build a
pain.
model that
I do
outputs
fear
human
the
policy driving.
humiliation that old age and
How do you build a
the
model
collapse of
that's
the
given
faculties can
a
bring. I do
reasonable
fear
set
the
of sensors
cancers that
outputs a
can
human
strike us
policy
down
driving?
and riddle us with pain.
So you have companies like Intel which are
Very, very
coding
much
these things that are
But
like
death
quasi-human policy.
is going to come to all of us. I accept
Then
it.
you
It's going to come to
have
me. And
Tesla
I'm not going to say I'm
and
looking
maybe
forward
even
to
more
it,
of an extent,
but
comma,
when it
asking,
happens,
okay,
I'm
how
going
do
to
we just run
approach
game
it,
policy?
I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense
The
of adventure.
big thing that we're doing now,
That
and we
there's
just
something
put it out on
beyond this
Twitter.
life. It isn't heaven,
At
it
the
isn't
beginning
hell,
of comma,
but there's something.
we published a paper
The soul
called
goes on.
Learning a
I
Driving Simulator.
think reincarnation
And
is
the
a
way this
very
thing works
plausible
was
idea.
it was an
Science
auto
would
encoder,
project that. But there's the
and
excellent
then an
work of
RNA.
Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember
You
Past
take an
Lives,
auto encoder, you
who
compress
found
the
that
picture,
children up to the
you
age
use
of
an
7
RNN, predict the
often
next
have
state,
memories of
and
past
these
lives.
things.
And in
It was a
cultures
laughably bad simulator.
where
But
memories
this
of
is
past lives are
2015 era machine
discouraged,
learning
they
technology.
tend not to express that
Today,
much.
we
But
have
in cultures where
QVAE
memories
and
of past lives are
transformers.
encouraged, like
We're
India,
building
they
drive
do
GPUs.
express it. And he found several subjects,
Drive
children
GPU.
under the age of 7
Okay.
in India, who were able to remember
So, and
specific
it's
details
trained
of
on
past
what?
life,
Is
and
it
he was
trained
able to
in
go to the place where that past life
It's trained on
unfolded
all the driving
and
data to
validate
predict the next
those,
frame.
those details.
So really trying
So
to
if consciousness
learn
is
a
the
human
basis of
or the
everything,
human.
if it's the
Well,
essence of
actually, our
everything,
simulator is
consciousness
conditioned on the pose. So
benefits
it's
in
actually a
some way
simulator.
from being
You can put in like a
incarnated
state
in
action
physical
pair and get
form.
up the next state.
Then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the
And then
investment that the
once you have a
universe has put into
simulator,
creating
you can do
this
RL in the
wonderful
simulator,
life
and RL
may
will
have a
get get us
much
that
bigger
result.
purpose than
So
just
translate.
accident.
RL
Being
with a
able to
reward
say
function,
something is
not
really
asking
best
is this
because
supposed to
we
be in
live
policy,
in
but
the
asking
mystery.
where
We're
human
surrounded by
disengage
mystery,
if
and if we
you
pretend otherwise,
Okay,
we do
let me
not
think
know
about the
ourselves.
distinction
And
there.
thank
Where
you so
human
much for
disengage,
inspiring the world to explore that mystery.
where
Thank
human
you for helping me.
disengage,
Thank you, Lex.
that
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for
correlates, I
listening to
guess,
this
with human
conversation with
policy,
Graham
but it could be
Hancock.
different.
To support this
So
podcast, please
it
check out our
doesn't just say,
sponsors in the
what does human
description.
do? It says,
And now,
what would a
I'm
good
going to use
human
the
driver
words of
do?
Charles Darwin.
And such
It
that
is
the
not the
experience is
strongest of the
comfortable,
species that survives,
but also not
nor
annoying
the
in
most
that like the thing
intelligent.
is very cautious.
It is the one
It's just
that is the
finding
most
a nice balance.
adaptable
That's
to
interesting. It's nice.
change.
It's asking exactly the
Thank you
right
for listening.
question.
I
What
hope
will
to see
make
you
our customers
next
happy?
time.
Right.
A system that you never want to disengage.
Because usually disengagement is this almost always a sign of I'm not happy with what the system is doing.
Usually. There's some that are just, I felt like driving, and those are always fine too, but they're just going to look like noise in the data.
But even I felt like driving.
Maybe, yeah.
That's a signal. Like, why do you feel like driving? You need to recalibrate your relationship with the car. Okay, so that's really interesting. How close are we to solving self-driving?
It's hard to say. We haven't completely closed the loop yet. So we don't have anything built that truly looks like that architecture yet. We have prototypes and then bugs. So we are a couple bug fixes away. Might take a year, might take 10.
What's the nature of the bugs? Are these major philosophical bugs, logical bugs? What kind of bugs are we talking about?
They're just like stupid. Also, we might just need more scale. We just massively expanded our compute cluster at Comma. We now have about 2 people worth of compute, 40 petabytes.
Well, people are different.
Yeah, 20 petabytes. That's a person. It's just a unit, right? Horses are different too, but we still call it a horsepower.
Yeah, but there's something different about mobility than there is about perception and action in a very complicated world. But yes.
Well, yeah, of course, not all flops are created equal. If you have randomly initialized weights.
Not all flops are created equal.
Flops are doing way more useful things than
Yeah. Tell me about it. Okay, so more data. Scale means more scale in compute or scale in scale data?
both.
Diversity of data?
Diversity is very important in data. Yeah, I mean, we have about, I think we have like 5,000 daily actives.
How would you evaluate FSD doing?
Pretty well.
Driving. How's that race going between Comma and FSD?
Tesla is always 1 to 2 years ahead of us. They've always been 1 to 2 years ahead of us. And they probably always will be because they're not doing anything wrong.
What have you seen that's since the last time we talked that are interesting architectural decisions, training decisions, like the way they deploy stuff, the architectures they're using in terms of the software, how the teams are run, all that kind of stuff, data collection. Anything interesting?
I mean, I know they're moving toward more of an end-to-end approach.
So creeping towards end-to-end as much as possible across the whole thing. The training, the data collection, everything.
They also have a very fancy simulator. They're probably saying all the same things we are. They're probably saying we just need to optimize, what is the reward? We get negative reward for disengagement. Right? Like, everyone kind of knows this. It's just a question of who can actually build and deploy the system.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It requires good software engineering, I think.
Yeah.
And the right kind of hardware.
Yeah, hardware to run it.
You still don't believe in cloud in that regard?
I have a compute cluster in my 800 amps.
High grad.
With 40 kilowatts at idle in a data center. Drives me crazy. With 40 kilowatts just burning just when the computers are idle. Oh, sorry, compute cluster.
Compute cluster, I got it.
It's not good.
Yeah.
No, data centers are clouds. We don't have clouds. Data centers have air conditioners. We have fans. That makes it a compute cluster.
I'm guessing this is a kind of legal distinction.
Sure, yeah. We have a compute cluster.
You said that you don't think LLMs have consciousness, or at least not more than a chicken. Do you think they can reason? Is there something interesting to you about the word reason, about some of the capabilities that we think is kind of human? To be able to integrate complicated information and through a chain of thought arrive at a conclusion that feels novel, a novel integration of disparate facts.
Yeah, I don't think that I think they can reason better than a lot of people.
Hey, isn't that amazing to you then? Isn't that like an incredible thing that a transform can achieve?
I think that calculators can add better than a lot of people.
But language, physical, reasoning through the process of language, which looks a lot like thought.
Making brilliancies in chess, which feels a lot like thought. Whatever new thing that AI can do, everybody thinks is brilliant, and then like 20 years go by and they're like, oh yeah, but chess, that's like mechanic. Like adding, that's like mechanic.
So you think language is not that special? It's like chess.
It's like chess, and it's
I
like,
don't know, and because it's very human. We take it. Listen. There is something different between chess and language. Chess is a game that a subset of the population plays. Language is something we use nonstop for all of our human interaction, and human interaction is fundamental to society. So it's like, holy shit, this language thing is not so difficult to like create in the machine.
the problem is if you go back to 1960 and you tell them that you have a machine that can play amazing chess, of course someone in 1960 will tell you that machine is intelligent. Someone in 2010 won't. What's changed, right? Today, we think that these machines that have language are intelligent, but I think in 20 years we're going to be like, yeah, but can it reproduce?
So reproduction, yeah, we might redefine what it means to be, what is it, a high performance living organism on Earth.
Humans are always going to define a niche for themselves. But, we're better than machines because we can, like they tried creative for a bit, but no one believes that one anymore.
But niche is that delusional, or is there some accuracy to that? Because maybe like with chess, you start to realize like that we have ill-conceived notions of what makes humans special, like the apex organism on Earth.
Yeah, I think maybe we're going to go through that same thing with language. And that same thing with creativity.
The language carries these notions of truth and so on. And so we might be like, wait, maybe truth is not carried by language. Maybe there's like a deeper thing.
The niche is getting smaller.
Oh boy.
But no, you don't understand. Humans are created by God and machines are created by humans. Right? Like that'll be the last one.
So what do you think about the rapid development of LLMs? If you just like stick on that, it's still incredibly impressive. Like ChatGPT, just even ChatGPT. What are your thoughts about reinforcement learning with human feedback on these large language models?
I'd like to go back to when calculators first came out, or computers. And like I wasn't around. Look, I'm 33 years old, and to like see how that affected like society.
Maybe you're right. I want to put on the big picture hat here.
I got a refrigerator. Wow.
Refrigerator, electricity, all that kind of stuff. But with the internet, large language models seem human-like, basically passing a Turing test. It seems it might have really at scale rapid transformative effects on society. But you're saying like other technologies have as well. So maybe calculator is not the best example of that, because that just seems like maybe calculator.
The poor milkman. The day he learned about refrigerators, he's like, I'm done. You're telling me you can just keep the milk in your house? You don't need to deliver it every day? I'm done.
Well, yeah, you have to actually look at the practical impacts of certain technologies that they've had. Yeah, probably electricity is a big one, and also how rapidly it's spread. Yeah, the internet is a big one.
I do think it's good.
Yeah, it just feels like stuff.
Nature's getting
The niche of humans that makes humans special. It feels like it's getting smaller rapidly, though, doesn't it? Or is that just a feeling we dramatize everything?
I think we dramatize everything. I think that you ask the milkman when he saw refrigerators. They're going to have one of these in every home?
Yeah, maybe, but boys are impressive. So much more impressive than seeing a chess world champion AI system.
I disagree, actually. I disagree. I think things like U0 and AlphaGo are so much more impressive. Because these things are playing beyond the highest human level. The language models are writing middle school level essays, and people are like, wow, it's a great essay. It's a great 5-paragraph essay about the causes of the Civil War.
Okay, forget the Civil War, just generating codex.
Oh.
So you're saying it's mediocre code.
Terrible.
But I don't think it's terrible. I think it's just mediocre code.
Yeah.
Often close to correct. Like for mediocre.
That's the scariest kind of code. I spend 5% of time typing and 95% of time debugging. The last thing I want is close to correct code. I want a machine that can help me with the debugging, help me with typing.
You know, it's like L2, level 2 driving, similar kind of thing. Yeah, you still should be a good programmer in order to modify. I wouldn't even say debugging, just modifying the code, reading it.
Don't think it's like level 2 driving. I think driving is not tool complete, programming is. Meaning you don't use like the best possible tools to drive. Right? You're not like cars have basically the same interface for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
Computers have a radically different interface.
Okay. Can you describe the concept of tool complete?
So think about the difference between a car from 1980 and a car from today.
Yeah.
No difference really. It's got a bunch of pedals, it's got a steering wheel. Maybe now it has a few ADAS features, but it's pretty much the same car. Right? You have no problem getting into a 1980 car and driving it. Take a programmer today who spent their whole life doing JavaScript, and you put him in an Apple IIe prompt, and you tell him about the line numbers in BASIC. But how do I insert something between line 17 and 18?
In tool, you're putting in the programming languages. So it's just the entirety stack of the tooling.
Exactly.
So it's not just like IDs or something like this. It's everything.
Yes, it's IDEs, the languages, the runtimes. It's everything. And programming is tool complete. So like almost if Codex or Copilot are helping you, that actually probably means that your framework or library is bad and there's too much boilerplate in it.
Yeah, but don't you think so much programming has boilerplate?
TinyGrad is now 2,700 lines, and it can run Llama and Stable Diffusion. And all of this stuff is in 2,700 lines. Boilerplate and abstraction indirections and all these things are just bad code.
Well, let's talk about good code and bad code. There's I would say, I don't know, for generic scripts that I write just offhand, like 80% of it is written by GPT. Just like quick like offhand stuff. So not like libraries, not like performing code, not stuff for robotics and so on. Just quick stuff. Because your basic, so much of programming is doing some boilerplate, but to do so efficiently and quickly, because you can't really automate it fully with like generic methods, like a generic kind of ID type of recommendation, stuff like this. You do need to have some of the complexity of language models.
Yeah, I guess if I was really writing, like maybe today, if I wrote like a lot of like data parsing stuff,
yeah.
I mean, I don't play CTFs anymore, but if I still played CTFs, a lot of like it's just like you have to write like a parser with this data format. Like I wonder, or like admin of code. I wonder when the models are going to start to help with that kind of code, and they may, and the models also may help you with speed.
Yeah,
the models are very fast, but where the models won't, my programming speed is not at all limited by my typing speed, and in very few cases it is. Yeah, if I'm writing some script to just like parse some weird data format, sure, my programming speed is limited by my typing speed.
What about looking stuff up? Because that's essentially a more efficient lookup, right?
You know, when I was at Twitter, I tried to use ChatGPT to like ask some questions, like what's the API for this, and it would just hallucinate. It would just give me completely made up API functions that sounded real.
Well, do you think that's just a temporary kind of stage?
Oh.
You don't think it'll get better and better and better and this kind of stuff? Because like it only hallucinates stuff in the edge cases.
Yes.
If you're writing generic code, it's actually pretty good.
Yes. If you are writing an absolute basic like React app with a button, it's not hallucinating. No, there's kind of ways to fix the hallucination problem. I think Facebook has an interesting paper. It's called Atlas, and it's actually weird the way that we do language models right now, where all of the information is in the weights. And the human brains don't really like this. There's like a hippocampus and a memory system. So why don't LLMs have a memory system? And there's people working on them. I think future LLMs are going to be like smaller, but are going to run looping on themselves and are going to have retrieval systems. And the thing about using a retrieval system is you can cite sources explicitly.
Which is really helpful to integrate the human into the loop of the thing, because you can go check the sources and you can investigate it. So whenever the thing's hallucinating, you can like have the human supervision. So that's pushing it towards level 2. Kind of
that's going to kill Google.
Wait, which part?
When someone makes an LLM that's capable of citing its sources, it will kill Google.
LLM that's citing your sources because that's basically a search engine.
That's what people want in a search engine.
But also Google might be the people that build it.
Maybe.
And put ads on it.
I'd count them out.
Why is that? Why do you think? Who wins this race? We got who are the competitors?
All right.
We got Tiny Corp.
Ever traveled
I don't know if
somewhere and
that's
saw kids playing soccer?
yeah, I mean you're a legitimate
There's something
competitor.
really
Yeah.
fascinating about how sport
You're not.
transcends all
No, not
just gonna
cultures,
accidentally stumble into
languages,
it.
history.
You don't think you might build a
Years
search
I've
engine to replace Google
every
search?
sport imaginable.
When I started
And I
Kama,
think that's part
I
of the reason
said
when I launched
over and over
ourselves,
again, I'm
absolutely
going to win
inspired by how it can
self-advertising.
help
I still do.
athletes across all sports.
I have never said I'm going to win
the
search
British diving
with the Tiny
team
Corp,
since
and I've never been to
2015,
that because
competing at
Then they're still
European
young.
and
You don't
world
you
level.
don't know how
This
hard
is
it
really
is to
where
win
fine
search
margins make
in
all
this
the
new like
difference, which is why I started
feels. I
using
mean, one of the
Push.
things that ChatGPT kind of shows is that giving you a few interesting tricks that really have that create a really compelling product.
some startups going to figure it out. I think if you ask me,
when an
like
athlete is
Google's still
walking
the
into
number
the
one
gym, they're
record.
actually
I think by the end of the
getting
decade,
the
Google will be
most
number
that
one
their
record.
body can afford to give
So
that
you don't
day.
think Google,
Push gives
because of
me
the
rep by
how
rep
big the
feedback
corporation
in
is?
real time.
Look,
So
I would put a
my
lot more
LinkedIn
money on Mark
becomes
Zuckerberg.
more flexible and
Why is that?
efficient, which helps me improve my
Because Mark
strengths as
Zuckerberg's
a
a liar.
diver.
We were constantly getting
This
requests
is old
for
programming.
internet support.
Startups are either
And one of
alive
our
or dead.
challenges is that
Google's
we're a small team, and we knew that
Facebook
is hot.
different code
Facebook
bases
is
was
alive.
going to be
Meta's alive.
Meta.
Meta.
You see what I mean? But that's just Mark Zuckerberg. This is Mark Zuckerberg reading that program as and being like, I'm going to show everyone how alive we are. I'm
two
going to
different code bases.
So you don't think there's this
push out a lot more features, a lot more
gutsy pivoting
being a
engine
wearable. We really need to make sure that the Bluetooth connection
like
is going
Google
to be
doesn't have that.
reliable,
The conventional startup
it can
has it
handle any
constantly
type of data transfer that we
being
need.
alive, I guess.
And we
Well,
were
let's do
blown
Sam
away
Altman
by just how
podcast.
it was.
You talked about the button. I've only talked about AI talks about the button to turn it off, right?
We really
Do
wanted
we
to
have a
make sure that
button
our
to turn off
technology
Google?
can scale and can help
Is
impact athletes'
anybody in
lives
the world
at
capable of
various
shutting
levels
Google
of
down?
development. And that's something that I'm really
What does
proud
that
of.
mean exactly? The company or the
Push
We
gives
shut
me
the search engine.
motivation
We
to
shut the
see
company
how
down.
far I can go and what I can achieve.
Can you elaborate on
That
the values of that
ultimately
company?
Does
means
Sundar
being
Pichai have the authority to turn off Google.com tomorrow?
Who has the authority? It's a good question.
Does
Man.
anyone?
So, yeah, I'm sure.
Are you sure? Well, they have the technical power, but do they have the authority? Let's say Sundar Pichai made this his sole mission. Came into Google tomorrow and said, I'm going to shut Google.com down. I don't think you keep this position too long.
And what is the mechanism by which you keep this position?
Boards, shares, and corporate undermining, and oh my god, our revenue is zero now.
Okay. So what's the case you're making here? So the capitalist machine prevents you from having the button.
And we'll have it. I mean, if it's the AI. Right? There's no turning the AI off. There's no button. You can't do that. Now, does Mark Zuckerberg have that button for Facebook?
Yeah, probably more.
I think he does. I think he does. And this is exactly what I mean why I bet on him so much more.
We're so glad to
I
have
guess
you
you could
join
say
us
Elon has
virtually
similar
wherever
stuff.
you are.
Oh, Elon has the button.
It's been a tough year for many, and so we're thrilled to share some
Can
good
Elon fire the
news
missiles?
as we show you some of what we've been working on and
But
announce
some
some new
questions
things
are
we
better
think you'll like.
unasked.
Our theme for this year's event is to
You're a
highlight
rocket,
flexibility
you're
and
a rocket that
portability
can
of
land
Flutter
anywhere.
as a
Got an
complete
ICBM?
UI
Yeah,
toolkit
you know,
for building beautiful apps for any platform.
God.
And today is a key milestone for Flutter.
But
with
the
the
positive
launch
side of the
of
button
Flutter
is that you
2,
can innovate
a
aggressively.
major upgrade to Flutter that
Is
builds on
what's
the
required
momentum and
with
foundation of previous
turning
releases
LLM into a
and
search
opens
engine.
up a
I would
broad
bet on
range of
I
new
bet
Because
target
it's so easy,
platforms
right?
I
for
feel like
production
something that looks
use.
like Midjourney, but
Over the
for
next hour,
research.
you're going to hear us talk about Flutter on Android
Just
and iOS,
is able
as
to
well
search
as
what
web
they
and
found on
desktop.
I mean, it just feels like one model
You're
to
going to hear
take
from
off.
companies like Microsoft,
And nice
Canonical,
wrapper.
and
Some of it,
Toyota.
I mean, it's hard
And you'll learn more
to
about how
like
our
create a
work
product
on
that just
Dart
works.
provides a
Really nice.
unique technical
The
envelope
other
for
thing
your
that's going to be
code,
cool is there
providing a
is some
portable,
aspect of the internet
productive,
that
and
elephants,
robust
right? Like
combination of
once
capabilities for building apps.
someone starts deploying a
Flutter
product that gets
is
a
the
lot of
first
usage,
UI
you see this
platform
with
that is
OpenAI.
designed for an
They are
Android
going to get
computing
the data
world.
set to
And
train
this vision is
people.
unique to Flutter.
They
A
are going to be
portable
able to,
toolkit
like,
for building
you know, I was actually
beautiful,
Google Research. I worked there
native,
like 15
fast
years ago.
experiences
How does Google know which
wherever
image
you
is an
might
apple?
want to make pixels
And I
on
said the
screen.
metadata. And they're like,
Our
yeah,
goal
that
is
works
to
about
shift
half
you
the time.
from
How does
having to
Google know?
start with the
Just to do all
platform you're
apples on the
targeting
front page and
and
search apples.
focus instead on what
And
you want to
I know I didn't
create.
come up with the answer. The guy's like, well,
Some
people
UI
click on
tokens
this. Like,
impose tight constraints on what you
Yeah,
can build.
yeah, that
They
data
limit
is
your
really
creative
awful.
expression to what fits within
What
the
do you think
toolkit.
are the chances?
But
What do you
Flutter
think in
allows you to
general that
handcraft
Llama is
beautiful
open source?
experiences
I
where
just
your brand and
did a
design
conversation
comes to the
with
forefront.
Mark
Flutter
Zuckerberg,
is
and he's
fast. It
all in on
compiles
open
your
source.
source to machine code.
who
But
would
thanks
have
to features
thought
like
that
stateful
Mark
hot
Zuckerberg
reload,
would be
you
this?
still get the productivity of interpreted environments, allowing you
Would
to
have
make
thought
changes
anything was
while your app is running and see the
hard to
results
know.
immediately.
But open source
And of
to
course,
you
Flutter is
ultimately
open, with thousands of contributors adding
is a
to the
good
core
thing.
framework and extending it with an ecosystem of packages.
I'll
So
tell you
the
Robert,
big
about all
news in
these AI
Flutter 2
safety people
is that we
is they are going
broadened
to build
Flutter
the exact
from a
thing they
mobile
do.
framework to a portable
Please,
framework,
we need to have
unleashing
one
your
model
apps to
that
run
we
on a
control
wide
and
variety
own.
of different platforms.
This is the only
with
way
little
to
or
end
no
up
change.
paperclip. There's
As of
no
right
way
now,
you end up
there are
paperclip
already
if
over
everybody has an AI.
So
150,000
open
Flutter
source
apps out
is the way
there,
to fight the
and that
paperclip
number has doubled
exercise.
just
Absolutely.
since last summer.
The only way. You think
These
you're going
apps
to
come
control
from
them?
big
You're not
teams
going
at
to
big
control them.
companies,
So the
as well as
criticism you have for the
entrepreneurs
AI
and
safety
startups
folks
who simply want to
is
share
that
their
there's
idea with the world. And we
belief
thought
and
we'd
a
show
desire
you
for
some of
control.
our favorites.
And that belief and desire for centralized control of dangerous AI systems is not good.
Sam Altman won't tell you that GPT-4 has 220 billion parameters and is a 16-way mixture model with 8 sets of weights.
Who did you have to murder to get that information?
I mean, look,
But yeah,
everyone at OpenAI knows that I just said this shit, right? Now, ask the question. Really, you know, it upsets me when I, like GPT-2, when OpenAI came out with GPT-2 and raised the whole fake AI safety thing about that. I mean, now the noise left. Like, they use AI safety to hype up their company, which is disgusting.
or the flip side of that is they use a relatively weak model in that respect to explore how do we do AI safety correctly, how do we release things, how do we go through the process. I don't know. I don't know.
All right. That's
I don't know how much hype there is.
the interpretation.
I don't know how much hype there is in AI safety, honestly.
Oh, there's so much out of it. I don't know.
But it's not real life. A lot in terms of hype. I mean, I think OpenAI has been finding an interesting balance between transparency
So let's
and
talk
putting
about
value
what's
on
in Flutter 2.
AI safety. You don't think you
You
didn't
can
just
think of
go
Flutter 2 as
all
a
out
free
open source.
upgrade
They do
for
a
your
long.
app. We've shipped
do
about 10
like
updates
open
to Flutter
source.
since our original launch.
This is a tough
But
question.
in this release,
Because
we
open
had
source
support for
both the
something worthy of a
base, the
major
foundation
version
model,
upgrade.
and the
A
fine
major
tuning.
increase in the number
Like,
of users you
The
can reach.
model that can be ultra
If
racist
you've
and
built a
dangerous
Flutter app so
and
far,
like
you've probably been
tell you
thinking
how to build a
primarily
nuclear
about
weapon.
Oh my
iOS
god,
now.
have you met humans?
But with Flutter 2,
Half of these
your
AI
app can
I
target
haven't met
4
most humans.
additional platforms.
This
Windows,
allows you to meet
macOS,
every human.
Yeah, I
Linux,
know, but half of
and
these
the web.
AI alignment problems are
And
just
when you
human
add
alignment
iOS
problems.
and
And that's
Android
what's
to
also
that
so
list,
scary
you
about
can
the
see how
language they use.
uniquely
It's like,
flexible
it's not the
Flutter
machines you
is.
want to align.
With native support for 6 different
But here's
platforms
the thing:
and the ability to tailor the
it makes
experience
it
for each
very
platform
accessible
without
to
compromising
ask
performance, Flutter
very,
is perfectly suited to both rapid iteration and
questions where the
high-quality
answers have dangerous
results.
consequences if
So,
you ask
to
them.
demonstrate Flutter's versatility in action,
Yeah.
we asked our
Welcome to
friends
the
at G
world.
Skinner to
Well,
create
no,
a demo
for me,
app
there's a
that
lot of
spans
friction
all
if I
these
want to find out
platforms. Let's show
how
you what they
to,
created.
I don't know,
Hi everyone.
blow up
Here at G
something.
Skinner,
No,
we
there's
create
not a
a
lot of
variety
friction,
of
so
Flutter
easy.
apps that
No,
compile
like what
to
do I
and
search?
ran on
Page
multiple
Bing or
platforms.
which search
For
engine
this
do I use?
project, we wanted to go beyond that.
No, it feels like I have to
First
click
off,
click
first
it
off,
all.
first off, anyone who's stupid
User
enough to search for
expectations,
how to
input
blow up a
devices,
building in my
videos for
neighborhood
each platform.
is not smart enough to go
Create
far.
an app that truly
Are
felt
you sure?
full on every device.
I
We also
feel
wanted to
like
leverage the unique
I feel like
strengths
the
of each
language
platform
model
to power a creative workflow.
makes it more accessible for that
After
person
some
who's not smart
brainstorming,
enough to do
They're not
that.
gonna build a bomb. Trust me. The people who are incapable of figuring out how to like ask that question a bit more academically and get a real answer from it are not capable of distilling the materials, which is so much control to go on.
No, I think LLM makes it more accessible to people with money without the technical know-how, right? To build it. Like, do you really need to know how to build a bomb to build a bomb? You can hire people, you can find like,
Or you can hire people to build it. No, I was having this question on my screen. Like, can Jeff Bezos hire a hitman?
but a language model
Let's take a
can probably
closer
help
look
you
at how
out.
the app works on
Yeah,
different
you'll still go
devices.
to jail, right? Like, it's not like the language model is gone. Like, the language model, it's like if you literally just hired someone on Fiverr. You
So, okay, GPT-4 in terms of finding a hitman is like asking Fiverr how to find it. I understand. But don't you think But don't you think GPT-5 will be better? Because don't you think that information is out there?
Yeah, and I think that if someone is actually serious enough to hire a hitman or build a bomb, they'd also be serious enough to find the information.
I don't think so. I think it makes it more accessible. If you have enough money to buy a hitman, I think it decreases the friction of how hard it is to find that kind of hitman. I honestly think there's a jump in ease and scale of how much harm you can do. And I don't mean harm with language, I mean harm with actual knowledge.
What you're basically saying is like, okay, what's going to happen is these people who are not intelligent are going to use machines to augment their intelligence. And now, intelligent people and machine intelligence is scary. Intelligent agents are scary. When I'm in the woods, the scariest animals in the woods is humans. Right? No. There's like nice California humans. Like I see you wearing like, street clothes and Nikes. All right, fine. You look like you're going to live in the woods for a while. I'm more scared of you than a bear.
That's what they say about the Amazon. You go to the Amazon, the tribes.
So intelligence is scary. Right? So to ask this question in a generic way, like, what if we took everybody who, maybe has ill intentions but is not so intelligent and gave them intelligence?
We leverage that strength to let you share a read-only version of your scrapbook.
We should have intelligence.
For example, to share your amusing new page with Tim and Carl.
That is the absolutely horrifying idea.
The best defense is actually the best defense is to give more intelligence to good guys and intelligence. Give intelligence to everybody.
Just give intelligence to everybody. You know what? It's not even like guns, right? Like people say, what's the best defense against dragons? Good guys, good guys. Like I kind of subscribe to that, but I really subscribe to
source code and links to the app.
Yeah, it's the fundamental way I agree with you. But there just feels like so much uncertainty and so much can happen rapidly that you can lose a lot of control and do a lot of damage.
Oh no, we can lose control. Thank God. I hope they lose control.
While reusing over 95% of
I want them to lose control more than anything else.
I think when you lose control, you can do a lot of damage. You can do more damage when you centralize and hold on to control.
If you want to experiment with this app further, the source code
is available. I don't like anarchy either, but I always take anarchy over tyranny. Anarchy has a chance.
And for more on great design practices with Flutter, check out the separate talk with Philip Kratchik that we're posting live
I
today.
mean, I agree with you. If you
Of
open
course, there are
source
hundreds of other new features in Flutter too.
is the way forward here.
We continue to make progress on foundational areas that you and your customers care about, improving performance, stability, supporting the latest UI trends, widgets, and increasing accessibility. We've completed our work on a new
Do
state
you think
restoration
Google
API.
and
We support for running on
OpenAI and
silicon.
Microsoft will
We've added
match
multi-line text
what
editing
Meta
and
is
keyboard
doing?
shortcuts. We've added interactive
So,
scroll bars.
if I were a
We've
researcher,
implemented null safety
I
throughout the
really want to
framework.
look
We've closed nearly 6,000 issues.
you're on
The
the
full
best.
list of pull requests merged is a
You're on the
200-page
best, and you can't
document to
even
give
say
you a
that
sense of the
GPT-4
size
is
of this
20 billion.
upgrade. And we
The
have a
closed
blog
source
post
is the best.
with a lot more details.
It's not only closed source.
Flutter
not saying
isn't just
you need
being
to make
used
money.
outside Google.
I'm not
Over
saying
1,000
I
engineers
totally
inside
understand
the
we're keeping our
company
model
using
ways closed
Dart
because that's
Flutter
our
to
product.
develop apps today, representing over
I'm
30
saying,
different
like,
teams.
because if
And the
AI
apps
saves
you see
you,
on this
we
list here
can't
are
tell you the
already
number of
shipping using Flutter.
billions of parameters in the model.
One of the largest apps from Google using Flutter is
Just
Google
because you're
Pay.
mocking AI safety
And Timothy
doesn't mean
Jordan
it's not
recently
real.
sat down with
of course,
Piyush
It's
Ranjan, who's the
possible
Vice
these things
President
can
of
really do a
Engineering
lot
for
of
Google
damage
Pay,
that we don't
to
know.
ask
Oh
him
my God,
about their experiences
intelligence
with
is
Flutter.
so dangerous.
Let's
Be it
hear what they
human
have to say.
intelligence or machine intelligence.
Hey Piyush, Timothy
Intelligence
here.
is dangerous.
Ever since Google
Machine
Pay
intelligence
moved
is
to
so much
Flutter,
easier
we
to
needed
deploy
questions from our developers.
rapidly.
Was it an
Like
effective
what?
move
Okay,
for you?
if you have
And would
human
you
like
recommend
bots
it
on
to
Twitter,
others? Hi, Tim.
and you have like 1,000 of them,
in a
create a
nutshell,
whole
I'll say
narrative,
yes, it will absolutely
like you
effective.
can
You might
manipulate
have heard of Google Pay.
millions of
But let me
people.
Wait, you
first
mean
tell you
like
the
these
scale of the
intelligence
problem.
agencies in
You know,
America are
we're
doing
trying
right now?
Yeah, but they're not doing it that
campaigns
well.
on group
It
platforms,
feels like you
Android
could
and
do a
iOS,
lot.
and certain users in all these countries. We have 150 million plus
I think
users.
they're doing a pretty good job.
Now, as a
I
result, we have
suspect
two
they're not
releases,
nearly
right?
as
iOS and Android, and those total 1.7 million lines.
Well, I
We
mean, of
also
course,
had
they're
feature
looking into the
dispatching.
latest
The feature
technologies.
being implemented in each was happening at different
But
rates.
I think there's a George Costa
Also,
character that can do a better
Tech
job
was
with the
building out, and we
entirety.
needed more and more engineers to keep up.
No, and I'll tell you why the George Costa character came. And I thought about this a
So we
lot of
started
times.
looking at Flutter.
Like, I can find exploits in my browsers. I probably still can, and I was better at it before. But
we decided
the thing that I lack is the ability to slowly and steadily deploy them over 5 years. And this is what intelligence agencies are very good at. Right? Intelligence agencies don't have the most sophisticated technology. They just have
Endurance.
endurance.
Now once the
yeah,
was done,
the
we also
financial
found that
backing
engineers were 20%
and
more productive
infrastructure
because
for
of
the
features.
So the more we can decentralize
We are
power,
also able to
you could make an
merge
argument, by the way, that
release
nobody
process,
respects. And I would
experimentation,
defend that argument.
the
I would
launch
like to
process,
say,
peer
look,
reviews, because not
LLMs
everything
and
was done
AI and
perfectly.
machine intelligence can cause a lot of
Thus,
harm, so
the
nobody
best
should
part
have it.
was
And I will
with
respect
every
someone
engineer
philosophically
working
with
on the
that
same
position.
code base.
Just
We
like
were
I
able
will
to
respect
bring
someone
the iOS
philosophically with the
implementation
position that nobody should have guns.
50%
Right?
engineering
But I will not
improvements
respect
we need
philosophically with
because we were all
with
working on the same
only
thing.
the trusted
Now, if I had to
authorities
go back,
should have
I
access.
would absolutely make this decision
Who
all
are the
over
trusted
again.
authorities?
And
You know what?
to answer your
I'm
question,
not
yes,
worried
I
about
would
alignment
recommend any team
between
that builds on multiple platforms.
AI company and their machine.
Thanks for joining
I'm
us
worried
today.
about alignment between me and AI company.
So one of the most
What do you
interesting
think
things about mobile development is that phones come in so many different shapes and sizes.
He's really
And one of the latest trends
I
is
know,
foldable phones.
and
One great example of this form factor
I thought
is
about
the
that.
Surface Duo
I thought
from
about this.
Microsoft,
And
which combines the best
I
of
think this
Android
comes down
with the
to
Surface team's
a
hardware engineering expertise.
repeated
And we're
misunderstanding
happy
of
to
political
announce
power by
that
the White House.
Microsoft has been contributing code to Flutter over the recent months.
I
It
think
says
that
more is Guy
Elias
Berry,
Yudkowsky
who
is
leads Surface
scared
Developer
of these
Experience
things,
Engineering.
and I am scared of these things too. Everyone should
In
be
the
scared
last
of
year,
these
we've
things.
seen new
These
device form
things.
factors emerge. The foldable
But
and
now
dual-screen
you ask
devices.
about the two
This
possible
new form
futures.
factor is great for
One
productivity
where
when you're
a
in your home
small,
office or when you're on the go.
trusted, centralized
The
group of
device
people
adapts
have
to
them,
you.
and the other
When you're
where
creating content,
and
playing a
I am
game,
much less scared of
watching a
the
video, typing, or just reading
Well,
and
there's
browsing
a
the
small
web.
trusted group of people
For
that have
us,
control
mobile
over our nuclear
developers,
weapons.
it means new scenarios and user
There's
experience
a
to
difference.
explore in our
Again,
apps.
a nuclear weapon
First,
cannot be
your app
deployed
can now run
tactically, and a
up to
nuclear
speed
weapon
and
is
not
not a
just
defense against a nuclear
you
weapon.
have more real estate to show content in
Except
interactive
maybe in
your
some
users.
philosophical mind game.
Thinking about two screens, you can also
But
utilize
AI
various
is
dual
just
screen
different
design
how
patterns, such as the release
Let's
data
say
view, the
the
companion pane, and other
intelligence
ways to
agency
organize your
deploys a million
application.
bots on Twitter or 1,000 bots
Foldable
on
form
Twitter to try
factor
to
also
convince me
provide
people.
opportunities for your app
Imagine
to share
I had a
content with
powerful
another
AI
app.
running on my
For
computer,
example, when two apps are
saying,
running side by
okay,
side,
nice psyop,
by adding
nice
drag and
psyop,
drop
nice
functionality
psyop.
to your
Okay.
code.
Here's a psyop.
We want
I
developers
filtered
to
it out
take
for you.
advantage of foldables and dual
Yeah,
screen devices,
I mean, so you have
regardless of the
fundamental
platform
hope for
or
that.
app that they're building on.
For the defense of
Today, we're happy to
PSYOP.
announce that
I'm
we're
not even like,
collaborating
I don't
with
even mean
Google
these
to
things in
bring
like
foldable
truly
support
hardcore ways.
to
I mean
Flutter.
these things in straight up like bad
We're
luck.
contributing code to enable Flutter
Sure,
apps to
bad
take
luck. I don't
advantage of these new opportunities
But they
with
always
devices
want
like
to
the Surface
imagine I
Duo,
had an AI.
but also enabling
They could
on
just
other
block all the
devices,
ads.
like from manufacturers like
Do you
Samsung
believe
and
in
others.
the power of the
Let's see a
people to
demo now.
always create and not
The
block
best
it?
way to demo anything Flutter
Yeah,
is
I
by
mean, I
using that
kind of
Flutter
share
gallery
that
app that we
belief.
are all familiar
I
with.
have that's
This
one
is
of
the
the
Surface Duo emulator,
deepest
which you can
optimisms
download
I
today.
have. Is just like there's a
Let's
lot
run
of
the
these
Flutter
guys.
gallery app and look at the
So
widget.
to give you don't
The app is
you
started
shouldn't
on a single
handpick them.
screen,
Just
so let's find it
throw
across
out
both screens
powerful technology out there,
now. As you can
and
see,
the good
the app
guys
react
will
natively to dual
outnumber
screens
and
and repositions
outpower
assets
that guy.
across both
Yeah, I'm not
screens.
going to say there's a lot of
This is
good.
typically
I'm
the
saying
first
that
step that
good
you will
outnumbers
take in your
bad,
app.
right? Good
You
outnumbers
start
bad.
digging
In
into the
skill
names
and
and your
performance.
layouts that you
Yeah,
made with the
definitely in
show.
skill and
Now
performance.
that you have
Probably
two
just a
screens.
number too.
But
Probably just in
Flutter
general. I
is
mean,
all
maybe,
about
you know, if you believe
widgets. So let's
philosophically
see
in
those in
democracy,
action.
lots believe that.
We've added foldable
Um,
support for the
That's good
existing
outnumbers
Flutter
bad.
widgets. For
And
example, when
like
you use a dialog,
the
it will now
only,
be Ninja
if you
Wear
give
and
it
will
to a
display
small number of
according to
people,
your choice on the right or left pane.
there's a chance you gave it
We've
to a
also
few.
modified
There's
other
also a chance
modal
you gave it
routes,
to that.
pop-up menus, and
If
other
you give it to
widgets.
everybody,
Let's move on.
well, good outnumbers
We've
bad,
added a
then
new
you
widget
definitely
to
gave
help
it to
you
more good
position
people than
assets
bad.
on two screens. We call it a two-pane widget. You can
That's
use to
the
place
so
assets on
that's
the
on the
right
safety
pane or on
grounds,
the
but
left
then
pane.
also of course there's other
It will also
motivations
display
like you
correctly
don't
on
want
a
to give
single
away
screen
your
phone
secret
or
sauce.
tablet like the
Well, that's what I mean. I look, I respect
The
capitalism.
two-pane
I don't think
widgets
that.
makes it easy
I
to
think that it
support
would
all
be
these new
polite
form
for
factors.
you to make model
But
architecture
enough
open
with
source
demos.
and
Let's dig into
fundamental
some code now.
breakthroughs open source.
We've
I don't
added
think you have to make
displaying
wafers.
features to make
You
it
know what's
clear.
interesting interesting is
You can
that
use it to query the type of display
like
you
there's so
have and
many
the position
possible
of the
trajectories
image.
in human history
When you're
where
using the 2-pane widget
you could
and
have
your home
the
widget
next
and
Google
content
be
to
open
either the
source.
left or
Like,
right.
for example, I don't
Let's
know if
summarize
that
what's new.
connection is
All the
accurate, but you know,
those
Wikipedia
devices
made a
are
lot of
available
interesting
now and
decisions
ready for you
not
to
to put
try them
ads.
with your app.
Like, Wikipedia
You
is
can use the
basically
dual-screen
open
device
source.
or a
Think
dual-screen
of it that
photo
way.
emulator.
And like
The
that's one of the
coded
main
widgets we've
websites on
previewed
the
here are
internet.
ready for your
And like it
review
didn't have
and
to
your
be that
feedback.
way. It could have been like Google could have
We want to
created
meet
to put
developers where
ads
they're
on it.
at.
You
Today,
probably
we're
run
super
amazing
excited to
ads
share
now on
this news with
Wikipedia.
you, the great
You wouldn't have to keep
community.
asking for money.
All the
But
samples and widgets
it's
are open
interesting,
source and
right?
ready
So
for your
Llama,
contribution.
open source
We're
Llama,
excited to see you
derivatives of
implement
open
them in
source
your
Llama
app.
might win
Thank
the
you,
internet.
and back to you, Tim.
I sure hope so.
So let's talk
I hope
about
to see another
usability.
era. You
Last
know,
year,
the
we
kids
gave you
today
an
don't
early
know how good the
preview of
internet used to be.
websites.
And I don't think this is come on, like everyone's nostalgic for their past, but I actually think the internet, before small groups of weaponized corporate and government interests took it over, was a beautiful place.
And the flexibility of the Flutter framework to deliver the
You know,
same
those
experiences on the
small
web
number of
as on
companies
mobile.
have created some
And it's
effective products.
exactly the same
But
Flutter
you're saying
framework.
overall,
It's got a full
in the
sort of
long
different
arc of history,
The web is just
centralization of
another
power they
device
have
target for your app.
like suffocated the
So
human spirit at
not
scale.
Here's a
every
question
page
to ask
makes
about
sense in
those
Flutter, but we
beautiful
think that Flutter is
Imagine
particularly
2,000
suited
Google to
for
25
app-centric
right? A lot of
experiences.
You
Things
got
like
maps, you got
progressive
email.
web apps that
We lost
integrate
a lot
with the
of
user's
parts.
environment, including
Yeah, I mean, some of
installation,
them. We've got Chrome,
offline support,
right? And now
and
let's go
tailored
from
user
2010.
experiences.
We got Android.
Single-page
Now let's
apps
go from
that deliver
2010
a
to 2020.
client-rendered experience.
What does Google have?
And
What is search
existing Flutter
engine?
mobile apps
Maps,
that want a
mail,
fast path to the
Android,
browser.
Chrome. Oh,
So
okay.
I thought it'd be fun to chat with
The
Dion Albert,
internet was
who is
the,
responsible for the
you
web
know, I was
development
trying to search in a
ecosystem
year,
here
you know
at
what I'm saying?
Google, including, of course, the Chrome browser.
I love
And get
it.
his
It's
take
you.
on how
The science
Flutter
fiction of
fits
the year,
broadly
2006, right? Like
to the
that's,
web platform as a whole.
you know, so
Dion, thank
quickly
you for
did people
joining me
forget.
today.
And
Thanks a lot, Tim.
I think
Thanks
some
so
of it's
much for
social
inviting me to
media.
share
I
my
think some
excitement
of
really
it's,
about
I
Flutter 2
hope, look, I
and the
hope
availability
that,
of websites.
I don't, it's
You know, we
possible
think
that
the
some
web
very
is an
sinister things happen.
incredibly broad
I
text.
don't know. I
It was
think it
born
might
as a
be
content
effective.
platform that enables richer capabilities for
But
publishers than
something
ever.
happened.
But we've seen this open platform evolve into a great
Yeah.
one
Oh,
for
okay.
use
So you're
cases
just
such as
doing that there.
commerce and, of course,
I think there's
apps.
always, it's a
But
cycle
broad
thing.
tenders
There's ups
allow
and
for
downs, and I
many
think people
web frameworks
rediscover the
and
power
approaches
of
to innovate,
like
offering you, the
decentralized.
developer,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
choice.
kind of like what the whole
And there's
cryptocurrency
plenty
is
of
trying
room
to like
for
that.
Flutter to join the fun.
I think
Now, the
crypto
web has many
is just
strengths,
carrying the flame
including
of that
ubiquity
spirit of like
and
such
reach.
decentralized.
So if you're building a
Such a
Flutter
shame
app,
that they all
you
got.
now get to reach users
You know?
outside of App
If you
Stores.
took all the money out of
And with the
crypto,
power
it
of
would have been a
URLs,
beautiful place.
users across operating
I mean,
systems,
these people, you know,
device
they
types can be
sucked
directed
all
to
the
any
value out of
part
it.
of your app. From links that are
Yeah,
shared
money
with
kind of
friends,
corrupts
clicked
the
on in
mind.
search, from an email, from anywhere.
Corrupted all of
So
crypto. You had
Redmond
coins worth
Spotify
billions of
came
dollars that
into
had zero
CBS
use.
one year and shared their story of their first progressive web app
You still
and
have
how it
hope for
drove
crypto?
so much engagement
I hope for
because
the idea.
many
I
users
really
were
do.
simply looking to listen to a song
Yeah,
and were
I
now
mean, you
able
know,
to go straight to that action versus
I hope
facing
he has
any
dollars
in-store
left.
friction. High-quality PWAs like these are now possible
Good.
due to the web pushing on two
Well, let
areas.
me sort of on the AI
First,
safety.
platform
Do you think there's some
improvements.
interesting
These
questions
enable
there?
fast
though,
performing rendering.
to solve
We
for
know
open
this is
source
really
community in this
important
case?
to the
So
Flutter
like
community.
alignment, for example,
Second,
with control
bringing
problem.
capability
If
gaps
you
to the
really
web in
have
a
super
soft,
powerful,
trusted
you said
manner.
it's scary.
Project
Yeah.
Fugu is
What do
our
we
main
do with it?
umbrella
So
for this.
not control, not centralized control, but like
PWAs are just a great
if you
fit
were
for
then
Flutter because
you're
of
gonna
the
see
marriage
some
between,
guy
on the one hand,
or
a
gal
world-class developer
release
experience for
super
app development,
powerful language model,
and
open
with the other,
source,
the
and
web
here you are,
platform
George Cost,
ingredients
thinking,
that can be
holy
incorporated
shit,
by the Flutter
okay, what
engine.
ideas do I
So
have
you get improvements for
to
free as both
combat
Flutter
this
and the
thing?
web evolve.
So what ideas?
And we've seen this at work.
I am
As Flutter's
so
web supports
much not
transition
worried
from
about
tech
the
preview to
machine
beta to
independently
now
doing
production.
harm. That's what some of these AI
The Flutter
safety
team
people
were
do.
able to try different
They
rendering
somehow seem to
approaches.
think that the
It started
machine
with the
like,
DOM.
independently is
And
going
then
to rebel
Canvas
against
kept
its
taking advantage
creation.
of
So you
new
don't think you'll find
APIs
it
to help
down
with
there?
ergonomics
No,
and
this is
speed up
sci-fi
performance.
B-movie
This is
garbage.
where WebAssembly and
What if the thing
WebGL
writes
opened the
code,
door for
basically
massive
writes viruses?
optimizations, which the Flutter team has done
If the
wonders with.
thing writes viruses,
We're
it's because the
collaborating in
human
many other areas, such as
told it to
improving
write
text
viruses.
Yeah, but there's
metrics
some
and
things you can't
accessibility
like put back in the
APIs.
box. That's kind of the whole point.
Well,
It's the
So
kind of
that
spreads.
you and
Give
the
it
Flutter
access to the
team
internet, it
collectively
spreads,
keep pushing
installs
us
itself,
further to enable the
modifies
next
your shit.
generation of experiences.
B plot
Because we really
sci-fi.
do know that we've only
Not
just
real.
begun.
I'm trying to work. I'm trying to get better at my
So
plot
with the
writing.
Flutter
The
improvement
thing
team
that
working well
worries me, I
together,
mean, we have a
we can
real
iterate on
danger
web
to
platform
discuss, and
features
that
that
is
Flutter can
bad
abstract and
humans
make easy
using
for
the
you
thing
to
to do
use.
whatever
So you
bad
can just
unaligned
focus on
AI
your
thing
app.
you want.
But this goes to the
Now also
your
users are
previous concern
clamoring for
that
high quality
forgive me if I who's a
PWAs.
good human. who's a
So
bad human.
Flutter gives you
Nobody
a
does. They
great
give
way to ship
everybody.
them.
And if
I
you do
can't wait to
anything
see
besides give it
when
to
you, the
everybody,
developer,
trust
do
me, the
it.
bad humans humans will get it.
Because I've seen how the Flutter community
And,
That's
delivers
their power.
on
It's
high
always bad
quality
humans who get
creative
power.
experiences.
Power.
Dion, thank you so much.
And
It's great to have you join
power
us.
turns
Thanks again,
humans
too.
slightly
Appreciate
good,
it.
humans to bad.
So,
Yeah.
since
That's
we
the
announced
intuition
beta
I
support
have.
for the
I don't
web,
know.
we've been focusing on some major
I
architectural
don't
improvements that
think
extend and
I just think
optimize
that,
the
like,
core Flutter framework.
here's a the saying that I put on
Perhaps the
the
biggest thing we've been working
When I
on
was in
since the
hacking
preview,
world,
as Dion
I
mentioned,
found
is
95% of people
and
to be
we've been
good and
making a
5%
ton of progress.
just who I
We
personally
recently
judge
switched
people
our
like that.
default for the
But
desktop
they believed
browser
that, like,
over
good
to a
things for the
new
world. They wanted
canvas-kit
like
method
flourishing, and they
that
wanted
combines steer and
growth,
WASM
and they wanted
to come a lightning-fast web graphics
I
engine
came into the
with the
business world with
productivity
Java,
and
and I found
ease
it
of use
just
of
opposite.
Flutter. And we're seeing
I found
huge
5%
performance
of people good
gains
and
as a result.
95% of people bad. I
So
found a
I want
world
to show
that
you an
promotes
example of
psychopathy.
this with a demo from Phoenix Flashco,
I
who's a
wonder
developer in
if
Germany who's been
like
experimenting with Flutter graphics.
I wonder if that's anecdotal or if there's truth to that. There's something about capitalism at the core that promotes the people that run capitalism that promotes psychopathy.
That saying may, of course, be my own biases, right? That may be my own biases that these people are a lot more aligned with me than these other people. So, I can certainly recognize that. But, in general, I mean, this is like the common sense maxim, which is the people who end up getting power are the
But do you have a concern of super intelligent AGI, open source? And then what do you do with that? I'm not saying control it, it's open source. What do we do with those human species?
That's not up to me. I mean, I'm not a central planner.
No, not second planet, but you're probably key. There's a few days left to work for these.
I have my ideas of what to do with it, and everyone else has their ideas of what to do with it. Those are the best ideas.
But at this point, you break them. Because it's not regulation, it's decentralized regulation where people agree that this is just like, we create tools that make it more difficult for you
and run it multiple times
to
simultaneously on the same machine,
maybe
thanks to the power
make
of
it more difficult for code to spread, antivirus software, this kind of thing. But
You're saying that you should build AI firewalls? That sounds good.
yeah, right.
You should be running an AI firewall to your mind. You're constantly under,
That's an interesting idea.
InfoWars, man. Like,
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or
no,
not,
I'm dead serious.
but I think there's power to that. It's like, how do I protect my mind from influence of human life or superhuman intelligent bots?
I would pay so much money for that product. I would pay so much money for that product. You know how much money I'd pay just for a smartphone that works?
Well, on Twitter, sometimes I
For example,
would like to have a protection mechanism for my mind from the outrage mobs. Because they feel like bot-like behavior. There's a large number of people that will just grab a viral narrative and attack anyone else that lose otherwise. And it's like,
Whenever someone's telling me some story from the news, I'm always like, I want to hear CIA op, bro. The CIA op, bro. It doesn't matter if that's true or not. It's trying to influence you. You're repeating an ad. It's the viral mobs.
but to me, a defense against those mobs is just giving multiple perspectives always from sources that make you feel kind of like you're getting smarter. And I think it basically feels good. Like a good documentary just feels good. Something feels good about it. It's well done. It's like, oh, okay, I never thought of it this way. It feels good. Sometimes the outrage mob, even if they have a big point behind it, when they're like mocking and derisive and just aggressive, you're with us or against us.
This is why I delete my tweets.
Yeah, why'd you do that? I was missed you.
You know what it is? The algorithm promotes toxicity. And like, I think Elon has a much better chance of fixing it than the previous regime.
Yeah,
but to solve this problem, to build a social network that is actually not toxic without moderation.
On the left side, you can see a visual code editor, which lets you drag and drop commands and flow structures that will run on the robots.
To make it
And on the right-hand side of the
catalyze the
screen,
process of
you can see a
connecting people
simulator that shows a virtual robot.
Yeah,
As you test out
without
your
ever
running it on the real
without
thing.
ever censoring. And like Scott Alexander has a blog post that talks about like moderation is not censorship, right? Like all moderation you want to put on Twitter, right? Like you could totally make this moderation like just you don't have to block it for everything. You can just have like a filter button, right? That people can turn off if they was like safe search on Twitter, right? Like someone could just turn that off, right? So like, but then you like take this idea to an extreme, right? Well, the network should just show you this is a couch surfing CEO,
Of course,
right?
we're using
If it
Flux's way to
shows
support
you
ourselves.
right now, these algorithms are
One
designed to
example
maximize
that will be
engagement.
familiar to most of you
It turns out
is
outrage maximizes
Dartpad,
engagement.
our web-based
Quirk of
scratch
human-
pad for
quirk of the
exploring
human
Flutter
mind.
and Dart code.
Right? Just I fall for
We
it.
also use it throughout our documentation, so you can see
So
how
yeah,
to
you
work
gotta
with a
figure out how to
widget in
maximize
line
something
in your
like that.
browser
And
without first
I
having to
can
copy
believe
it
you
into
can
your
make
app.
money with that too. So it's
There's
not,
so
I don't
much
think
more
engagement is
to
the
say
only
about running
I
Flutter
actually
on the
think it's
web.
incredible
And so we have a
that
breakout
we're
session
starting to
dedicated
see.
to this
I think
topic,
again, you
where
know, there's so
Marion
much stuff
Hasnali
about
and
Twitter,
John
like
Ryan
charging people
walk
money.
through building
As soon as you
deploying
charge
a
people
web
money,
app
they're no
with
longer the
Flutter.
product. They're the
So
customer.
you've already seen how
And then they can
portable
start
Flutter
building
is,
something that's
with the
good for the
ability to
customer
go
and not
from
good for
mobile
the
to
other
web.
customer, which is the ad agent.
And the great thing
Hasn't-
about building
hasn't
on
picked
open
up
source foundations
steam.
like Skier is that we can take
I
this
pay
work
for Twitter. It
further
doesn't
still,
get me anything.
including
It's my
three
donation to
platforms
this
that
new business
together
model.
reach
Hopefully,
well in excess of a
Sure,
billion
but you know,
users.
you for this business
Windows,
model to
Mac,
work, it's
and
like
Linux.
most people should be
Today,
signed up.
we're delighted to
And
announce
so
that we're
the way it
also
was-
opening up desktop to the
there was
stable
something
channel of
perhaps not
Flutter,
compelling or something
enabled
like
with an
this
early
to
release
people.
flag.
I think you need most
This
people at all.
release
I
lets
think
you
that
produce
I don't
standalone
need most people,
executables
right?
for each
Don't take an
platform,
8,000 person company. Make
iOS,
a 50 person
Linux,
company.
and Windows. And you can even use the
Well,
developer
so
tooling
speaking
provided
of
on
which,
each platform to submit apps into the
you worked
store.
at Twitter for a bit.
We're excited that
As an
everyone can
intern.
now run Flutter natively
The
on their
world's greatest
development
intern.
workstation.
Yeah.
All
It's
right.
in just
Here's
our
the
work.
better.
It's
That's
been a
been better.
community partnership.
Tell me about your time with
Microsoft
Twitter.
has
How did
contributed
it
a
come
number
about?
of pull
And
requests
what
to the
did
Flutter
you
engine
learn from
to
this?
use the latest Windows
So
runtime APIs
I
when running on Windows 10.
deleted my first Twitter
On Linux,
in 2010.
Canonical has been a fantastic partner. And I'd like to
$100,000
have them tell
back
you
when
about
that
some
actually
of
meant
their
something.
contributions to Flutter.
And
Hello,
I just
Ken
saw,
Vela,
you know,
engineering manager for Ubuntu
my
Desktop.
coworker summarized it well. He's like,
Desktop
whenever I see someone's Twitter page, I either think the same of them or less of them. I never think more of them.
including Ubuntu,
right? Like,
an attractive
yeah, I don't want to mention any names, but like some people who like, you know, maybe you would like read their books and you would respect them. You see them on Twitter and you're like,
and we wanted to be at the vanguard.
okay, dude.
We worked with the Flutter team
Yeah,
to bring
but
desktop
there's some
Linux
people with
to
saying,
Flutter, making it
you know who I
easy
respect
for
a lot
developers
are
to
people that
publish
just
their
post
apps for
really
Linux.
good technical stuff.
By making
Yeah.
Linux a first-class platform
And
in Flutter,
I guess,
we are inviting application
I don't know, I
developers
think
to
I
publish
respect
their
you more
apps
for it.
to
Because
millions
you
of
realize,
users
oh, this
and
wasn't,
broaden the
there's
availability
like
of high
so much
quality
depth
applications
to this
available
person,
to
to
them.
their technical understanding of so many
We
different
not
topics.
only enable Flutter
Okay.
for
So I try
Linux,
to follow
we
people
also
who,
work with the
I try
Flutter
to
team to publish
consume
the Flutter
stuff that's
SDK
technical
as a snap
machine learning
in the
content.
Snap Store,
There's
the App Store for
probably
Linux.
a few of
By
them.
publishing the Flutter SDK as a snap,
The
we've
problem
made
is
it very
inherently
easy to
what the
install
algorithm
and
rewards,
set up
right?
your development
And
environment.
people think about these algorithms.
Web,
People think that
and
they
desktop
are
apps
terrible
with
awful
Flutter.
things. And, you know, I love that Elon open sourced it.
Even with
I mean,
just these
what it does is
basics in
actually pretty
place,
obvious. It just
we're at a
predicts
very
what
exciting
you are
point in
likely
our
to
Flutter journey.
retweet and like.
Linux
And
support
like
for
that.
desktop apps is rich
Look at all
enough
these
that we can
algorithms. Check
recommend
out
it for
all these
developers to use
recommendations.
today. We continue to support
And it
Flutter for
turns out
Linux,
that the
keeping
thing
in sync
that
with
you
other
are most
desktop
likely to interact with is outrage.
But that's just the start.
And that's a quirk of the human
We
condition.
also want to give developers a rich toolbox of window types.
I mean, and there's
to
different
create
flavors of
effective
outrage. You
user
can
interfaces across
it can be
platforms.
mockery.
To do so,
You
we
be
will
outraged.
work to
The
bring
topic of
full
outrage could be
multi-window
different. It
support
could be an
to
idea. It
Flutter
could be
for
a
desktop
person.
across all the desktop platforms.
And maybe there's a better word than outrage. It could be
We are
drama.
working with the Flutter team at Google on the specification now,
It doesn't feel like
and we
when
will
you
start the
consume it,
engineering
it's a
work very
constructive
soon.
thing for the individuals that consume it.
Of course,
in the long
plugins
term.
are an essential part of the
So
Flutter app
my time
ecosystem
there,
as
I
well.
absolutely couldn't
We are
believe,
working on
you know,
enabling popular
I got
Flutter plugins for Linux,
crazy amount of
including
hate,
Flutter support for Firebase,
you know, just on Twitter for working
network
at Twitter. It
connectivity,
seemed like
desktop notifications,
people
and more.
associated with this. I think maybe
Furthermore,
you were exposed
while
to some of
enabling
this.
app developers
So
to
connection
bring
to
their
Elon or
apps
to
to the
working at
Linux
Twitter?
desktop,
Twitter
we thought
and
it would be nice
Elon,
to
like
bring
the
along the
whole
Ubuntu
issue.
style
Because
as
Elon
well.
got a bit spicy during
Ubuntu
that
has a
time.
very distinct style,
A bit
which we're
political,
proud
a
of.
bit.
We
Yeah,
call this style
yeah.
Yaru,
You know, I remember one of my
which is a
tweets was
community
never
led
go
effort
full
within
Republican,
Ubuntu.
and Elon like it.
We had worked with the Yaru team to bring Yaru to Flutter, which takes material as the base and applies the Ubuntu style, colors,
Oh
and fonts.
boy.
This
Yeah, I mean,
enables
there's
app
a roller
developers
coaster of that.
targeting
Being
Ubuntu
political
to
on Twitter
match the distinct
Yeah.
Ubuntu
Boy.
style with ease.
and also being
Now that we have
just
enabled
attacking
Flutter for
anybody on
for
Twitter,
other app
it comes
developers,
back at
it's
you
time to further
harder.
our commitment by building
And if
our
it's
own
political and
Linux apps
attacks,
with Flutter.
Sure,
As we've
absolutely.
already announced, we are
And then
developing our
letting,
next generation Ubuntu desktop installer in Flutter.
sort of
Soon,
deplatform
every
people
user
back
who
on,
installs Ubuntu desktop will be
even
doing
adds
so
more
with our
fun
new
to
installer built
the
in Flutter
beautiful
using the
chaos.
Yaru style.
I was hoping, and like I remember when Elon talked
The
about buying
out-of-the-box
Twitter like
experience for devices
6 months earlier,
preloaded with Ubuntu
he was talking about
will
like
also
a
be powered by
principled
Flutter.
commitment to free speech.
Choosing the installer
And
as our
I'm a
first app
big
in Flutter
believer
is
and
a
fan of
bold
that.
move.
I
to
would
say
love
the
to
least.
see
It's the
an
first
actual
thing our users
principled
see,
commitment to free
and
speech.
as everyone knows,
Of course,
that first
this isn't
impressions
quite what
are
happened. instead of the oligarchy deciding what to ban, you had a monarchy deciding what to ban, right? Instead of all the Twitter files, shadow, really, the oligarchy decides what. Cloth masks are ineffective against COVID. It's a true statement. Every doctor in 2019 knew it, and now I'm banned on Twitter for saying it. Interesting. So now you have a monarchy, and he banned. I think he doesn't like it. So it's just different power. And, maybe I align more with him than with the oligarchy.
But it's not. But I feel like being a free-speech absolutist on social networks requires you to also have tools for the individuals to control what they consume media. Like, not censorship, but just like control. I like to see more cabs and less politics.
And this isn't even remotely controversial. This is just saying you want to give paying customers for a product that they want.
Yeah, and not through the process of censorship, but through the process of like.
It's individualized, right? It's individualized, transparent censorship, which is honestly what I want. What is an ad blocker? Individualized transparent.
Yeah, but censorship is people are very sensitive.
I just use words to describe what they functionally are. And what is an ad blocker? It's just censorship.
When I look at you right now, I'm looking at you. I'm censoring everything else out when my mind is focused on you. You can use the word censorship that way, but usually when people get very sensitive about censorship, I think when anyone is allowed to say anything, you should probably have tools that maximize the quality of the experience for individuals. For me, like what I really value, boy, it would be amazing to somehow figure out how to do that. I love disagreement and debate, and people who disagree with each other disagree with me, especially in the space of ideas, but the high quality ones. So not derision, right?
Maslow's hierarchy of arguments. There's a real word for it.
Probably. It's just the way of talking is like snarky and so on. Like somehow gets people on Twitter and they get excited and so on.
It's like ad hominem repeating the central point. I'd like to see this as an actual
all of it, all the wrong stuff is attractive to people.
I mean, you can just train a classifier to actually say what level of Maslow's hierarchy of argument do you lack.
Yeah.
And if ad hominem, like, okay, cool. I think I'll need no ad hominem.
So
I wonder if there's a social network that will allow you to
we continually evaluate options
so
bringing the best possible
here's a
user
problem with
experiences to our customers.
It's not going to win in a free
for a number of reasons.
What wins in a free market is all
Toyota
television
customers
today is
expect a
reality
consistent
television.
and high performance
Right?
user experience.
Engaging is
to
what
match
wins in
the
a free
overall
market,
quality
right?
of
So it becomes hard to
Flutter's
keep
rendering
these
engine
other
provides
numbers
good
balanced.
performance in a constrained environment, and features like
Well,
AOT compilation
okay,
give
so
us
that's the
consistency
experience of being on Twitter, but then you got a chance to also, together with other engineers and the deal on stuff, look, brainstorm and step into a code base. It's been around for a long time. There's other social networks. Facebook, this is old code base. And step in and see, okay, how do we make with a fresh mind progress on this code base? Like, what did you learn about software engineering, about programming?
So my technical recommendation to Elon, and I said this on the Twitter spaces afterward, I said this many times during my brief internship, was that you need refactors before features. This code base was, and look, I've worked at Google, I've worked at Facebook. Facebook has the best code. Then Google, then Twitter. And you know what? You can know this because look at the machine learning frameworks. Right? Facebook released PyTorch, Google released TensorFlow, and Twitter released.
The variety of different release targets.
Okay, so
such as
it's a proxy. Yeah, there's the Google code base. There's a lot of reviews but the code base is very large.
The code base was good in 2005. It looks like 2005 era.
There's so many products, so many teams, right? It's very difficult to.
This developer-friendly
I feel like Twitter does less, like obviously much less than Google in terms of like the set of features, right? So like I can imagine the number of software engineers that could recreate Twitter is much smaller than to recreate Google.
I still believe, and the amount of hate I got for saying this, that 50 people could build and make it
Let's make sure that he's
comfortable.
And more often,
that you don't know what
which
you're
helps us
talking
create
about.
the best experience for
And it's the same, this is my summary of like the hate I get on
about
Twitter.
why we chose Flutter.
It's like,
What are we doing with it?
when I say I'm going to
that
do
is
something,
unique to Toyota?
they
Well, to start with, we're using
have to
better
believe that
API
it's
to
impossible.
leverage the technology in our
Because
infotainment
if
systems
doing things
powered
was
by
possible,
automated Linux.
they'd have to do
The
some
Flutter
soul
engine's
searching and ask
architecture
some
makes it
questions.
relatively easy to support
So when you
embedding
say,
in our
And I
target
do
you
think
say,
that's where the hate
It's just a
when you
matter of
say, well,
cross-compiling
there's
the
a
engine
core truth,
and
I
wrapping
guess,
it
when you
in
say I'm
its
going to
better.
solve
The
self-driving,
Embeddor API is fairly easy to use
people
and
go like,
allows
what
us
are
to
your
integrate
credentials? What
Flutter
the hell are you
apps
talking
in
about?
vehicle
What do you, this is an
systems.
extremely difficult problem. Of course, you're new to
Additionally, we've
understand the
created
problem
several
deeply.
in-house tools that enhance Flutter's developer
I mean, that was the
by
same
extending
nature
them
of
to
hate that
include our
probably Elon
design
got when he first
process,
talked about
all
autonomous
under the
driving.
same umbrella. Our
But you know,
overall goal is to
there's
support a
pros and
workflow
cons to that
that
because, like,
enables design
you know,
tools
there's
to
experts in
generate
this
code
world.
so that
No,
validation
but
and
the
learning
markers
software
aren't
is
experts. The
immediate.
market, the
Both
people
Dart's
who are
language design
mocking are
and
not
the Flutter
experts
SDK
with
software
carefully
design
reasoned arguments
have
about why you
enabled
need
us to
8,000 people
support
to run a
such
code.
tools. For
They're,
example,
but the
Flutter's
people
approach
are
to
going to
declarative
lose their
UI and
jobs.
code as
Well,
configuration
that, but also
allows us
there's
to
the software
very
engineers that
easily
probably
perform
criticize,
code
no, it's
generation
a lot more
based on
complicated
designs
than you realize. But
without
maybe
any
it doesn't need to be
complicated
so
or
complicated.
confusing middle tiers of
Some
configuration.
people in the world like to create
Most
complexity. Some
importantly,
people in the
while
world thrive
developing
under
is doing
complexity, like
specific
lawyers.
tools,
Right?
Flutter's
Lawyers
open
want the
source
world to be more
principles of
complex.
high
Gives me
growth
more lawyers, give
development
me more legal hours,
have been
right?
critical to our success.
I think
Without
that's
the
another.
support of a
If there's
large
two
and
great
open
evils in the
ecosystem,
world, it's
we couldn't
centralization.
extend Flutter to enable
Yeah,
our
and it's one of the sort of
At Toyota,
hidden
we see working with open source
side
software as a
effects of
positive
software
investment
engineering
towards our
is
in-vehicle user experiences. And we look forward to playing a
like
role in
finding
the open
pleasure in
source Flutter
complexity.
community. We can't wait to share
I
more
mean, I don't
details
remember
of
just
Toyota's partnership with
taking
Flutter
all
in
the
the
software
near
engineering
future.
courses and just doing programming and just coming up with this
cars to web browsers to laptops to
object-oriented
phones and
programming kind of
tablets,
idea.
Flutter
You don't,
truly
like,
is
not often do
unique
people
as
tell
a
you,
UI
like,
toolkit in its
do the
flexibility.
simplest possible thing.
By bringing together
Like,
beautiful,
like
fast user
a professor,
experiences with
a
a
teacher,
productive
is not going to
development
get in front
environment
like,
that lends
this
itself
is
to
the simplest way to
exploration
do it.
and
They'll say
iteration.
like, this is
All
the
delivered as
right
free
way,
open
and the right
source.
way, at least for a
Nothing
long
quite
time,
like it.
you know, especially like, you know,
Let's
like
now go
Java.
one level deeper
It's
and talk about
so much
Dart,
boilerplate,
our
so much like,
client-optimized language
so
for
many
fast
classes,
apps on any
so
platform.
many like designs and architectures and so on, like
Well,
planning for
Dart combines
features
a unique
far
set
into the
of
future,
capabilities for building
planning
apps.
poorly,
For
and all this
starters,
kind of
as
stuff.
you've
And then
seen
there's
already,
this like
Dart is
code base that
portable
follows you
with
along and puts
compilers that
pressure on
generate
you, and
highly
nobody
performant Intel and ARM
knows
machine
what
code
like
for mobile
different
and desktop,
parts do,
as
which slows
well as
everything down. There's a
highly
kind of
optimized
bureaucracy
JavaScript
that's
to help with
instilled in the
web.
code as a
The
result of that.
same
But then you
Flutter
feel like,
framework source
oh
code
well, I can
compiles
follow
to
good
all
software
these
engineering practices.
targets.
It's an interesting trade-off. So when you look at like the
with
ghetto-ness of like
stateful
Perl
log reload
and the
on
old like
desktop and
how
mobile,
quickly you
as
just
well as
write a couple
language
lines and you get
constructs
stuff done.
designed for the
That
asynchronous
trade-off is
concurrent
interesting, or
patterns.
Bash, or whatever.
And
These kind of
thirdly,
ghetto
Dart
things you can
offers
do in Linux.
Google-class
One of my
performance
favorite
across
things to
all
look
of
at
these
today
platforms.
is how much
With
you trust your
sound,
test.
null safety
Right? We
guarantee,
put a ton of effort and
non-strings at
comma, I put
runtime,
a
as
ton of
well as
effort in
development.
TinyGrad into
There
making
is no
sure
other
that you
language that
change the code
combines
and the
all
test
three of these
pass,
capabilities
that you
together.
didn't break the code.
And it's the
Now,
reason why
obviously,
we
it's not
often talk
always
about
true,
Dart as
but
the
the
secret
closer that
sauce
it's
behind
the
Flutter.
more you trust your tests, the more
Now,
you're
we've
like,
not
oh,
been
I got a
standing
pull
still in
request
Dart,
and the test
so
passed,
Bob
I feel
Nystrom
okay
is
to
going
merge
to tell
that,
you about
the
some of
faster
the
you can
work
make
we've been
We
progress.
always
doing
program
in
the
Dart
test in
to
mind, the
upgrade
making
your
test
app.
with that in mind.
Thanks,
If it
Tim.
passes, it should
I'm
be good.
very happy to tell you that we have
Not
shipped
bad.
null safety for Dart. So now
So,
the type
It
system
was
helps you
impossible to make
eliminate
progress.
null reference bugs. This is
What
the biggest
other
change
stuff can
to
you say
Dart
about the
since we
code that
added
made
sound
it
static
difficult?
types in Dart 2.
And
With
what are
null
some
safety, we
interesting
didn't
sort of
just add
quests?
non-nullable types
Broadly
to the type
speaking,
system.
from
We also
that
added a slew of
compared
features
to
like
just your
flow
experience
analysis,
with
late
Comma
variables, and
and
required data
OS.
The
parameters.
real thing
So
that
that your Dart code isn't
I
just
spoke to a
safe,
bunch
but
of
easy to write. These changes are so big, in fact, that the only reason we are calling this release
and
Dart 3
I
is
started
because we
steps. I'm
managed
like,
to ship
okay, so
null
like,
safety without breaking
what's wrong with
code.
this place? Why does this code look like
Instead,
this?
we allow null
And they
safe
explained explain to me what Twitter is promoting. The way that you got promoted to Twitter was you wrote a library that a lot of people use.
When you migrate in return, Dart gives you
So
more than
some
most
guy
other languages in the
wrote
world.
an Nginx replacement for
Null
Twitter.
safety in Dart is
Why does
sound.
Twitter need an Nginx?
That means that when
What
your
was
program
wrong with
is fully
Nginx?
migrated, the type system
You see, they're not
guarantees, like a
being
mathematical
promoted.
proof, that no non-nullable
You
expression
write a
will ever
replacement,
evaluate
and
null.
lots of people start
This
using
guarantee
it
is
as the
great for
Twitter
confidence
front
in
end of their
code,
product.
but it's even
Then
more
you're going to get
valuable
the
for
front end, right?
So interesting because, like,
Ships are so
from an
complex
individual
today that we
perspective,
need
how do you
sophisticated
incentivize?
compilers to make the most of the hardware.
How do you grade the kind of
Compiler
incentives that will
optimization is often about
retail
detecting
grade
when some operation
code
isn't
base?
needed and eliminating it.
Okay, what's the
That
answer to that?
optimization is only safe to performance if the
So
compiler can prove that the
what I
operation is never
do
needed.
at comma
Sound
and
null
at
safety gives the compiler that proof when it comes to null
Tinicorp
checks.
is you have to explain
Here's some
it.
Dart code.
Just like when it's
The
code.
getEdge function
Right?
simply
And
returns
if
the
I can
value
sit
of the
there
underlying
and come up with
instance.
a
Here's
simpler
the
way to do it,
assembly
you
code
have
our
to
compiler
rewrite it.
generated before null
You have to
safety.
agree with me about the
Since the
simpler way.
parameter to
You know,
getEdge
this
could
would
be
be a
null, the
conversation
compiler
about
has
this.
to
It's
emit a null check
not
before the field
dictatorial, but
access.
if you're like, wow,
Here's what you
like
get
that
today
actually
with
is
null
like,
safety. Since the field's
like
type is
the
non-null, there's no
simplicity
need to
is
check for
important.
null. The generated code
Right?
simply
But that
accesses the
requires
field.
people
Our
that
getInsertion
overlook the
function
code.
is now only 3.
at the
That's a small
highest level,
change,
it could
but
be
real
like,
programs can take
okay,
thousands of
It requires technical
so
leadership.
eliminating them
yeah,
brings less code
technical
download,
leadership.
install time, and less
So
execution.
managers or whatever should have
Of course,
to have technical
working on
savvy,
dark
deep
isn't just
technical
about new
savvy.
features. We're
Managers should
constantly
be better
improving the
programmers than the
performance of
people who they
existing
have.
features too. A quote I
And
love
that's
from
not
an
always
algorithm
obvious
is
to
efficiency determines
trivial
the
to
boundary
create,
of players'
especially large
workflow.
companies.
When we make something
Managers
twice
do
as
that.
fast,
And like,
your
this is just, I
twice
guess,
as
built
rich
this
and
culture at
interactive.
Comma, and Comma
Here
has
are a
better
couple
programmers
other
than me,
improvements
work
we
there.
made.
But, again,
The Google Pay
I'm
team
like,
recently
the
revamped
old
their
guy who
live
goes
view
hunting.
application
It's like,
flow.
look,
It ramped up fast,
you know,
a ton of dark code.
I
So
might
much
not
that
be
they
as good as
started
you, but I
hitting
can
the
see
wall
the
where the
difference.
size of their application was
Right?
not
And
large enough.
this is what you need. This is
So
what
we
you need
worked
to top.
to
You don't
unblock them so that
necessarily
they could
need
use Flutter's
the
file
manager to
size
be
optimizations.
absolute best. I
Which got
shouldn't
their
say
app
that, but
14%
like,
smaller
they
than
need
it
to
was
be able
with the
to
default
recognize
population
scale.
settings.
Yeah. It has good
Servers often
intuition.
speak UTF-8,
Intuition that's
but
lived
Dart's
in
internal string
wisdom
representation
from all
is
the battles
UTF-16.
of
We found
trying
out
to
the
reduce
UTF-8
complexity in
decoding
code
is a
bases.
bottleneck for the
I took a
so
political
Aska on
approach
the
to Comma
VM
too
team
that I think is pretty
rewrote our
interesting. I think you're
decoder
onto
and
something.
operating some parts in x64 and WebAssembly to take advantage of vector instructions.
Google had no
The
politics.
result is
And
anywhere
what
from
ended
2
up
to 20
happening is the
times
absolute worst
faster
kind of
than
politics to go.
When you want to
Comma
access
has an
features
extreme
unique
amount
to
of
a
politics, and
hardware
they're all
platform,
mine,
you need some
and
kind
no
of interrupt
dissidence is
system, which
tolerated.
Flutter has long had
So
using
it is a
asynchronous
dictatorship.
platform channels.
It's an absolute
Recently,
dictatorship.
we've been
Right?
working on
You
a
don't
new
understand that.
lower-level
Now,
synchronous way
the
to
thing about my
deploy
dictatorship is here are my
Dart
values.
FFI. That system is now
Yeah,
out of
it's
beta and
transparent.
ready for
It's
preview
transparent.
use.
It's a transparent dictatorship, right? And
With
you
null
can
safety
choose to
out
opt
the
in
door,
or
we
you
get to
get
turn
free.
towards the next
Right?
batch
That's
of
the beauty of
language
Comma.
features.
If you
We
don't
want to
like
talk
the
about one area
dictatorship,
we're exploring to give you a feel for how we look at language
So you
design.
mentioned rewrite
Whenever I talk to
before
developers coming to
or
Dart with Kotlin,
refactor
the top 3 requests they
before
have
features.
are non-nullable types,
If
extension
you were
methods,
to
and data
refactor
classes.
the sort of code
So we
base,
have the
what would
first 2
that
now,
look
so
like?
let's talk about
And
the last
maybe
one.
also comment on how
With the
difficult
data
is it to
class,
refactor.
you define a type
the
of a
main
set of
thing I would
fields,
do is
and then
first
the
of all
language gives
identify
you
the
a
pieces
constructor,
and
equality,
then put
hash code,
tests in
and
each of the
copying
pieces.
operations for free. It's
Right?
essentially
So there's all these
baked
different
in
Twitters of
reality.
microservice architecture.
The problem is that methodologies change
There's all
fast.
different microservices.
If
And
a few
the thing
years
that I
from
was
now
working on
users
there, look,
decide
like,
that persistent data structures are better than immutable
JavaScript,
value
you don't need
types, we
JavaScript,
can
you
end
have
up with dead
JavaScript
weight language
search, blah,
features.
blah, 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 blah. Look, man,
So what
like,
would it take to be able to define
the thing
policy
is,
at the library
like,
level?
I just,
How
I'm
could we
obsessed with the
enable
way
the Dart
that
user
this whole
to
thing was
essentially
portrayed
add
because
data
it
classes
wasn't
to the language
like
themselves?
taken by people
What I'm
like
talking about
honestly.
here is
It wasn't like
metaprogramming code that
it was
produces
taken
a
by
code.
people who started out
Metaprogramming is
with a bad
already
faith
common in
assumption.
Dart using code generation.
And
And if you
I mean,
use
look, I
Angular
can't
Dart
like.
with
And you as a
null value
programmer
prep,
just
you've already
be
run
transparent
Dart
out
code
there
that
and
generated other Dart into your
like
app.
fun. And
With
like
code
this is
generation,
what
the
programming
heavy
should be about.
weight,
Yeah,
create,
I
and
love that
bolt
Elon
it
gave
on.
me this opportunity.
So we're
Like
exploring
really,
adding
it does.
static
And like, you know, he came on
metaprogramming features directly to the
the
language.
day I created, he came on
Our
my Twitter
goal is to
spaces
enable
afterward. We had a
frameworks like Flutter
conversation.
to eliminate some
I
of the
respect
proposed
that
codes
so
you
much.
write today.
Yeah, and it's
I
also
love the
inspiring to
metaprogramming
just
feature
engineers
expressive
and
enough that you could use it to
it's
define a
cool. It
data
should be
class
fun.
system
The
that feels as
people that are
natural as
hating
data
on it, it's
classes.
like, oh man.
Now, we don't know
It
what the
was fun.
solution will look like
It was
yet,
fun.
but
It
we're
was
actively
stressful,
exploring
but I
the
felt
design
like, it
space.
was that like a cool point in
Okay.
history. And
That's
like,
a
I
lot
hope
to
I was
absorb,
doing probably
but
kind
a
of
fast
pleasant,
language is
but
no
like,
use if
maybe
you
I
Oh,
can't
you also
properly write
were
code.
one of the
So next,
people that
Kenzie's going to
kind of
talk
made a
about
strong
the
case for
focus.
refactor.
Thanks,
And
Bob.
that's a really
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenzie
interesting
from the
thing
Flutter
to
team,
raise.
and today I'll be
Maybe
showing
that
off
is the
4
right,
new
you know,
tooling highlights available
the
with
timing
Flutter
of that is
2.
really interesting. If you look
The
at
first
the
new
development
feature
of
we'll look at
autopilot,
is what we
going
call Flutter Fix.
for
As
Mobileye,
part of Flutter 2,
it's
we've
just
done a
it's
lot of
more.
work
If
on
you look at the
consistency
history
and
of
tidying
spending
up the
time with
framework
driving
to make
Tesla,
our APIs more approachable
it's
and to
more
make your
and
code
more.
cleaner. Now, I know
We
what
say
you're thinking.
refactoring
Framework
or
improvements are great
starting
and
from
bring all
scratch,
sorts of
redeveloping
new
from
and
scratch.
improved functionality to you,
refactoring all
but
the way down.
usually they also
And
come with
like
some breaking making changes to
And
your
the question is like, can you do that
fear not,
sooner?
because what we've also done
Can
as
you
part of
maintain
Flutter 2
product
is created a tool
profitability?
called Flutter
Like,
Fix.
what's the right time to do it? How do you do it?
To migrate
You know, on
deprecated
any one
APIs
day,
in
it's
your
like
code
you don't want to pull off the band.
For example, I have the budget tracker project
Everything
open in
works, it's just like
IntelliJ,
little
and
fixed
this
in
is a sample app
there,
that hasn't been
but
updated
maybe
in a
start
couple
from
years now.
scratch.
So now that I updated to Flutter 2, there are some analysis errors to address.
Your code can get smaller.
You can
Your
see
code
that it's
can get
using a
simpler.
couple
Your ideas
deprecated
can be
APIs. So let's click
But
on one of these warnings and see
would
how
you
we can solve the
consider,
problem.
you know, say you were
I
like
can see the
running
deprecated member
Twitter
here, as well as
development
the
team,
quick fix
engineering teams.
icon. And the quick fix option
Would you
allows
go
me
as
to
far as like different
automatically
programs?
migrate my code to the
Just
new API.
go that far.
So now I can see my
The
code has
first
been
thing that I
updated
would do
and the
is
warnings
build
have
tests.
gone away.
The first thing I would
We've
do
added quick
is get
fix
a
rules
CI
just like this one
to where
all
people
throughout
can
Flutter.
trust
And as
to
we
make
move
changes.
forward with new breaking changes in future
So that
versions,
you
Before
can
I
we'll
touch
add new
any
quick
code,
fixes to help
I
you
would
migrate
actually
your
say,
code.
no one touches any code.
Flutter
The
Fix
first
helps
thing you
us
do is
keep
you
the
test
API
the code.
fresh
This is
without
classic. This is how
breaking
you
your
approach a
code.
legacy
So
code
give it a
base. This
try.
is like what any
And now that
how to
we've moved
approach a
our budget
legacy code
tracker
base
to
book
Flutter
does.
2, let's move on to the
So,
second feature
and
I'll
then
be
you
showing
hope
off
that
today.
there's
Null safety in
modules
Dart.
that can
To do
live on
this,
for a
we'll
while,
fire up the null
and
safety
then you add
migration
new
tool
ones,
with
maybe
the
in a
Dart
different
migrate command.
language or
Before we
design.
get new ones, we replace old ones.
Yeah.
Right
Doing
now,
like
my
replace
code is
old
in a
ones with
state where
something
null
simpler.
safety is
We
not
look at
enabled.
this
But
like
the
this
migration
thing
tool
that's
will
100,000
enable Dart
lines, and
null
we're like,
safety and
well,
help
okay,
me
maybe
migrate
this
my
didn't
code
even make
so
sense
that
in
it's
2010,
compatible
but
with the
now we
null
can
safe
replace this
project.
with an open source thing.
So I'll open the tool.
And we look at this here. Here's another 50,000 lines. Well, actually, we can replace this with 300 lines of Go.
And from this,
And you know what? I trust that the Go actually replaces this thing because all the tests are. So step one is testing.
So
And then
for
step
our
two
case,
is like
all
the
looks good to
programming
me,
language
and
is
I'm just going
enough,
to go ahead
right?
and
So
accept
let
the
a whole lot of
changes
people
and apply
compete.
this
Be like, okay,
migration.
who wants to rewrite a module,
So if I
whatever
come
language
back
you want
into
to
my
write it in,
code,
just
I can
the test has
see
to pass.
that my code has
And
been
if you figure
updated
out
to
how to
null
make the
save
test pass,
start.
what break the site,
And
that's
now that we've
we got to go back
migrated
to
our
step one.
code to null
Step one is
safety,
get
we can
tests that we
still use
trust
nullable
in order to make
types,
changes.
but by
I don't
default,
know how
our
hard it is.
object
Because I'm
references
with you.
will not
I'm
be
testing
nullable,
it.
eliminating a
Yeah.
whole class of
From
bugs
test
from
to
our
like
app,
a search to
making our app
everything.
smaller,
Code
faster,
is
and more robust.
covered in this
And that's just the
because
tip of the iceberg on null safety
it
and
should
Dart
be
and on the
very
migration
easy
tool.
to make
So check
rapid
out the null safety
changes
deep dive to learn more.
and know
For
that's
the
not going to
third
break
tooling
everything.
highlight of the
And
day,
that's the way to
I'm
do
going
it.
to show
But
you
I
some
wonder
new
how
Flutter
difficult is
debugging
it
tools.
to
So let's do a little bit of work on the
integrate
budget
tests
tracker app.
into a code base
I'll
that
get it
doesn't
running
have
here
them.
next
So
to
I'll
IntelliJ.
tell you what my plan was on Twitter. It's actually
And if
similar
I
to
play
something
with the
you
app a little
So
bit,
currently have
everything
this thing
looks
called
good.
process
But I
replay.
want to make sure
And we
that
have a bunch of
everything
routes
looks
that'll be
good
run through.
also
So
in
come with a
landscape
microservice
mode.
architecture too. With
Oh, and it
microservices
does
and
not.
like
So it
driving,
looks like we
we have
have an
one for the
exception
cameras, one
here
for the
in the
sensor,
run
one for the
console.
planner.
And I can see that
one
our
for the
render
model.
flex overflowed by
And
282
we have an API,
pixels
which
on
the
the bottom.
microservices talk to each other
Now,
with. We use this
looking at this
something
arrow
called
button, I
Serial,
can
which
actually
uses
directly
MGM2.
navigate to the error
Twitter
content
uses
widget in my code.
Thrift.
But that's not as
And
helpful as
then
we'd like,
it uses
because
this thing
what
called
I'd really
Finagle,
like
which
to
is
be
a
able to
Scala
do is go directly from an error message to
RDP backend.
inspecting
But this
that
doesn't really
widget
matter.
in Flutter
The Thrift
DevTools.
and Finagle
But luckily,
layer
we've created a new
was a
feature
great
that allows
place,
me to do
I thought, to
exactly
write tests.
this. So
Like to
when
start
an
building
overflow
something that looks
error
like process
occurs,
replay.
your
So
IDE
Twitter
will show
had
you a
some
message
stuff
in the
that looked
bottom right
kind
window
of
of your
like
screen.
this, but it
And
wasn't
this message
offline. It
describes
was
the
only
error that
online.
occurred,
So you
as
could
well as
ship
gives you the
like
option
a
to
modified
inspect
version
the
of it,
error-causing
and
widget
then you
in the
could
Flutter DevTools inspector.
redirect
So let's
some
do
of the
that.
traffic to your modified version and diff those two. But it was all
This
online.
opens up
There
the
was no
Flutter
like
inspector
CI in the
directly
traditional sense. I
selected
mean, there was
to
some,
the
but it was
error-causing
not full
widget.
coverage.
And
You
moreover, we
can't
can
run
see
all
this
of Twitter
directly in our
offline
IDE.
to test something.
Then
Using
this
the
was another
inspector in the
problem. You can't
past
run
would
all
have
of Twitter.
required you to open
Right,
DevTools in your
period.
browser, but now
Twitter
you're
Any one
actually
person can.
embedded
Twitter runs in
DevTools
3 data
directly
centers,
in
and
your
that's it.
IDE. So
There's
whether
no
you're
other
using
place
VS
you can
Code,
run. Like,
IntelliJ, or
it's just
Android
like,
Studio, you'll
oh,
always
you
have
don't
access to
understand.
this
This is
powerful
modern
tool that
software
gives you
development.
insights
No,
into
this
your
is
running
bullshit.
Flutter.
Like, why can't it run on my
So let's
laptop?
get back to the problem at hand
Why
and
is
use
it
the Layout
Twitter
Explorer to
running? Yeah,
solve this
okay,
issue.
well, I'm not saying you're going to
I can
download
see
the whole
that I have some
database.
unconstrained
But I'm
height
saying
here.
all the
So
middleware
let's
and the
fiddle
front
with
end
the
should
flex
run.
values in the Layout Explorer to
That
see if
sounds
I
really
can fix the
compelling.
problem. And there we go.
But
Problem
can
solved.
that
The
be
overflow
achieved
error went away. And
by
now
a
I
code
know
base
that the
that
single
grows
child
over
scroll
the
view was
years?
just missing a flex
I mean, the
value
three
of
data
1.
centers didn't have
And
to
that
be,
means it
right?
needs to be
Because if
wrapped
they're
in
totally
a
different
flexible
like
widget.
designs.
So
The
what I
problem
will
is
do
more like
is come over
why
here
did the code base have to grow?
and
What new
wrap this single
functionality has
child
been
scroll
added
view
to compensate
in a
for
flexible widget.
the
So now
lines
it
of
has the
code
flex
that are
value
there?
of 1
One of the ways
that
to
it
explain
needs.
is that the
And
incentive
if I
for
come into
software
the run
developers to
console
move up
here
in
and do a hot
companies to
reload,
add code.
I can see that there are
To
no
add,
more exceptions and the
especially
issue
You
large.
know
is
what? The
resolved in
incentive
the
for
app.
politicians to move up in the
Over
political
time, we'll be
structure to
adding
add
similar
laws.
functionality for
Same
other
problem.
common errors to make
Yeah.
it easier for you to go from problem
Yeah.
to
If,
solution using
the
Flutter
flip side is
DevTools,
to
all
simplify,
without leaving your
simplify.
IDE. And last but not
You know
least
what?
of our
This
tooling
is something
highlights,
that I do
I'm going to
differently
show you
from
some new
Elon
features
that
in Flutter
about
DevTools.
self-driving
I've
cars.
already shown you how the inspector
You
can
know,
be embedded
I
in the
hear the new version is
IDE,
going to come
where you
out,
can
and the new
also
version is
open
not going to be
DevTools
better,
in the browser,
but
where
at
you'll
first,
not only
and it's
have
going to
access
require
to
a
the
ton of
inspector,
refactors.
but also
And I
more
say, okay,
sophisticated
take as long as you
debugging
need.
tools for things like
If
performance,
you
network,
convince me this
memory, and
architecture is
more.
better, okay, we have to
Some
move
of
to
this
it.
new
Even
functionality
if it's
is
not going to make
available
the
in the
product
Layout
better
Explorer itself.
the top priority
By
is
popular
making
demand,
getting architecture right.
we've added the
So what do you
ability to
think about
show a visual
sort of
representation of
thing
fixed
where the
layout
product
details
is
in
online?
the Layout Explorer, in addition to
So
the
how,
flex layouts
I
we already
guess,
support.
would you do a
So now
refactor? If
you
you
can
ran
debug layout issues for all
engineering
kinds
Twitter,
of
would you
layouts.
just do a refactor? How long
We've
would it
also
take?
added
What
an
would that
app-sized
mean for
debugging
running
tool to DevTools.
of
So
the actual
let's see this in
service?
action with
You
the
know,
Budget Tracker
and
app. I have already created the
I'm not
size
the right
analysis
person to run
file
Twitter.
for my app, so I'll go
I'm
ahead
just
and
not.
import that
And that's the problem. Like
and
I
analyze the
don't really
size.
know. I don't really
We can
know
use
that.
this tree
You know,
map in the
a
tree
common
table
thing that I
below
thought a lot
to
while I was there
explore our app
was whenever
size
I
and
bought
visualize
something that
the
was
space
different to what
occupied by different classes
I
and
have to run something in
libraries.
the back of my head, reminding myself
Looking at the overview
that
of my
Elon
app, the
is the richest
assets are
man
a
in the
little
world.
concerning. I
And
only
in
use one
general,
image in
his
this
ideas are better
application
than mine.
called Headshot,
Now,
and
there's a
it's
few things
rendered
I
as a
think I
really small
do
avatar
understand
in
and
the
know
app.
more
But
about.
I can see here it's taking
But
up
like in
1.6
general,
megabytes of space,
I'm not
which seems
qualified
like
to
way
run
too
Twitter.
much for such a
Well, I
small
was going to
image.
say qualified,
So
but like,
now
I
I
don't
can
think I'd be that
revisit
good
my
at it. I don't
assets
think
and optimize the image or
I don't
use a
think I'd
smaller
really be good at
version.
running an
And then I
engineering
can verify
organization
the
at scale.
improvement using the diff viewer
I
in the
think
app size tool.
I could lead
But
a very
unfortunately,
good
that is all the
refactor
time we
of
have.
Twitter,
So be sure
and it
to
would
check
take
out
like
the Flutter
6
2
months to a
announcement
year,
post to see all the
and
highlights and new
the results to
features.
show at the
To
end
get
of it
these tools,
would
all you
be
have to do is
feature
run Flutter
development in
upgrade
general
to get the
takes
latest
10x
Flutter
less
2
time,
build.
10x less mana.
Thanks for tuning in.
That's
Back to you,
what I think I
Jim.
could actually do.
Thanks, Kenzie.
Do I think that it's the right decision
And
for the
available tools
business?
are another example
Above
of the
my pay grade.
unique flexibility of Flutter. Built with Flutter, for Flutter,
Yeah, but
and
a
integrated
lot of
to
these
whatever
kinds of
tool you're
decisions are
running.
above everybody's pay grade.
I don't want to be a
For those of
manager.
you
I
who
don't
want
want
to
to do
hear
that.
more
It's
about
like
how dark null
if
safety
you really
works
force
and
me
how to
to, yeah,
migrate
please
your
make
apps
me
to null safety, check out the breakout session from Leif Peterson.
make me upset if
Okay,
I had to make those decisions.
so we've seen how Flutter 2 expands Flutter
Yeah,
from mobile
but
to
a
web, desktop,
refactor
and
is so
embedded
compelling.
devices.
If
We
this was
talked
to
about
become
Dart as the secret
something much
source that
bigger than what
provides
Twitter
Flutter
was,
with a portable, productive
it
language
feels like
runtime with new
a
features such
refactor
as
has to be
sound null
coming at some
safety
point.
that offer
George, you're a
increased
junior
robustness and
software engineer.
performance.
Every junior software engineer
The
wants to
Flutter
come in and
ecosystem
refactor
is
all
much
code.
broader than just what we
Okay,
provide.
but
In
just
fact,
your
there
opinion,
are over
man.
15,000
Yeah, it doesn't,
packages now
you know,
for
sometimes
Flutter
they're
and
right.
Dart from big companies
Like,
like Amazon,
whether they're right or not, it's
Microsoft,
definitely not for that
Adobe,
reason, right? It's
Huawei,
definitely not a
Alibaba,
question of
eBay,
engineering
and
prowess. It is a question of
to
maybe what the
packages
priorities
like
are for the company.
multi-SQLite
And I did
messaging,
get more
as well as
intelligent
individual
like
developers
feedback from
like you and
people I
me
think in
who
good
are
faith.
packaging
Like
up
saying,
useful functionality for others to use.
actually from you.
One
And
great
like, you know,
example of a
from
useful
me on
package
Twitter, like
is from Sentry,
people were like,
who
well,
are
you know,
publishing a
a
major
stop the world
update to their Flutter
refactor
SDK
might be great
for
for
their
engineering,
popular
but
crash
really isn't.
management and release tooling.
And
This package provides
above my
tools to
pay grade.
help developers ensure
What do you
their
think
app
about
is
Elon as
healthy
an
on
engineering
all their
leader
target platforms,
having to
offering deep
experience that
insights
in
into
the
exceptions
most
and
chaotic of
crashes,
spaces
whether they
like
occur
that?
in Flutter or in underlying components. We're also today announcing a major update
My
to our
respect for
Flutter
him is
plugins for
unchanged.
several core Firebase
And I did have to
services.
think a
Authentication,
lot more deeply
Cloud
about some of the
Firestore,
decisions he's
Cloud
making.
Functions, Cloud Messaging, Cloud
About
Storage,
the
and Crash
attribution of
Settings.
the trade-offs.
We've updated all these packages to support sound null safety,
Felt like a whole
and we've overhauled the Cloud Messaging package in particular.
matrix coming at us.
But
I
there's
think
another
every
major
police
package we're releasing
started to
today,
borrow.
and I want to hand over to Zoe Fan to tell you all about it.
Yeah, like
Thanks, Tim.
the war on the
Hello,
rope.
everyone. My name is Zoe. I am a product
It's
manager
just-
on the
it's just-
Flutter team.
Man, I'm like,
There are many ways that mobile
he
developers
doesn't have
get
to do
paid
this,
for
you
their
know?
work.
He doesn't have to. He
Monetizing
could
apps
go
by ads
like
is
to
probably
Rog
one of the
and go
most
chill at the Four
popular
Seasons
paths
Maui.
for many mobile
You know,
developers.
but see,
Today,
one person I
we
respect,
support
one
ad
person I don't.
formats such as overlay
This
banner,
part is in the right
interstitial,
place,
and
fighting
recorded
in
video
this
ads.
case for this
However,
ideal of
many developers
freedom
have
of
been
expression.
asking us,
I
where is
wouldn't define
inline
the
banner?
ideal as the
Where
same.
is native ad?
I think you can
Because in
define
order
the
to create
ideal
a
no
beautiful
more
and
than
seamless
just saying
user experience,
Elon's
developers
idea of a
want
good
to
world.
display ads as part
Freedom
of
of
their
expression
content in existing Flutter
But to you, it's
and
still
customize it
the
to match
downsides of
the
that is
look
the
and
monarchy.
feel of the app.
Yeah, I mean, monarchy has
Today,
problems,
we're
right?
excited
But
to
I mean,
announce an
would I
open
trade
beta
right
for the
now
Google
the
mobile ad
the current
SDK for
oligarchy,
Flutter.
which runs
This
America,
is a
for the
brand
monarchy?
new
Yeah,
plugin that provides inline banner and
the
native
Elon
ads
monarchy? Yeah,
in
you know why?
addition to
The
the
tower
existing
costs 1
overlay
cent a kilowatt hour.
formats.
10
Also,
cents a
in
kilowatt
this
hour.
plugin, we're unifying the support for ad
Right
manager
now,
and
I pay
ad
about
mob.
20 cents
So
a
no
kilowatt
matter
hour
what
for
size
electricity.
publisher
There you
you
go.
are, this
That's like
plugin
the same
is
price you
able
paid
to
in
tailor
1980.
to your scenarios.
So
We've been piloting
You,
this
you see a
plugin
lot of
with some
innovation.
of our early customers
maybe
in a
have some
private beta
hyperloop.
program, and many of them
Right, and I'm
have
willing to make that
successfully
trade-off, right?
launched
I'm
their
willing to, and
apps
this is
with these new
why, people
formats.
think that like dictators take
So
power
Music
through some
is
like
one of them.
through some
Today,
untoward
it is our
mechanism.
great pleasure to
Sometimes they do,
have
but
Alan,
usually it's because
the
the people want them.
CTO of Swan
And
Musica, to
the
share his
downsides
experience
of a
with us all.
dictatorship, I feel like we've got
Let's
to a point
welcome
now with the
Alan.
oligarchy where
Hi, I'm Alan, and as always told you, I'm the CTO of Swan Musica.
What do you think about
Swan
Scala?
Musica is the biggest Latin American music platform for independent artists.
I liked it more than I thought. I did the tutorial, like I was very new to it. Like it was taking 6 months to be able to get it.
I mean, what did you learn about learning in the program?
I love doing like deep programming, like tutorials and doing. I do all the tutorials. It keeps some of it upsetting JVM roots, but it is a much nicer. In fact, I almost don't know why Kotlin took off and not Scala. I think Scala has some beauty that Kotlin lacks. Whereas Kotlin felt a lot more. It was almost like, I don't know if it actually was in response to Swift. But Kotlin looked more like Swift, and Scala looked more like a functional programmer. More like an okay.
Let's actually just explore. We touched it a little bit, but on the art, besides in the art of programming, for you personally, how much of your programming is done with GPT? No. Because you prioritize simplicity.
Yeah, I find that a lot of it is noise. I do use the F code, and I do like some amount of that. I do like a very like feels like rules based autocomplete. Like an autocomplete can be very nice.
It was good together. We start by creating a
but I don't want an autocomplete. You know what I hate? Autocomplete when I type the word for and it like puts like two parentheses and two semicolons and two braces.
as the publisher banner ad.
Well, with VS Code and GPT Codex,
We can never forget to load.
you can kind of brainstorm. I find
We're gonna listen for the load
I'm like probably the same as you, but I like that it generates code and you basically disagree with it and write something simpler. But to me, that somehow is like inspiring. It makes me feel good. It also gamifies the simplification process. I'm like, oh yeah, dumb AI system, you think it's the way to do it. I have a simpler thing.
It just constantly reminds me of like bad stuff. I mean, I tried the same thing with rap, right? I tried the same thing with rap, and I actually became like better than a rapper. But like, I even tried. I was like, okay, can we get some inspiration from these things for some rap lyrics? And I just found that it would go back to the most like cringy tropes and dumb lines. And I'm like, yeah, this is what the code looks like.
I think you and I probably have different thresholds for cringe code. You probably hate cringe code. So for you, I mean, boilerplate is like a part of code. Like some of it, yeah, and some of it is just like fast to look up. I don't know about you, but I don't remember everything. Like, I'm awfully so much of my memory about like, different functions, library functions, all that kind of stuff. Like, this GPT is very fast at standard stuff. I like standard library stuff, basic stuff that everybody uses.
Yeah, I think that. I don't know. I mean,
thank you, Alan, for sharing your experience. And also,
maybe if I was coding more in other languages, I would consider it more. But I feel like Python already does such a good job of removing
more robust.
That's
the Google
it's the
Mobile
closest
Access
thing you can get to zero,
It's
right?
available today for you to download from
And like,
Pub.
yeah, sure. If I like,
We hope this
yeah,
new plugin
great.
helps you
Thanks for
unlock
reminding
more
me to
revenue
free my
growth
variables.
via Flutter apps.
Unfortunately, you didn't
If
really
you're
recognize the
interested
scope
to learn more
correctly. You
about how
can't
to
free that
monetize
one,
your
but
apps
like, you
via
put the
ads,
freeze there.
we have a
I get it.
breakout session later, and we look
Fiverr.
forward to seeing you there.
Whenever I've used
Back to you,
Fiverr for
Tim.
certain things like design or whatever,
Thank you, Zoe.
it's always to come back. I think that's probably closer. My experience with Fiverr is close to your experience with programming with GPT. It's like you're just frustrated and feel worse about the whole process of design and art, and whatever you use Fiverr for. So I just feel like the later version of GPT, I'm using GPT as much as possible to just learn the dynamics of it. Like, these early versions, because it feels like in the future you'd be using it more and more. So like, I don't want to be like, for the same reason I gave away all my books and switched to Kindle. It's like, alright, how long are we gonna have? Like 30 years from now, like I want to learn to be reading on Kindle, even though I don't enjoy it as much. You learn to enjoy it more. The same way I switched. Let me just pause. Switch from Emacs to VS.
Yeah. I think we did video code. I think I said right, but
Yeah, it's tough. And that versus the VS Code is even tougher. Because Emacs is like old, like more outdated. Feels like it. The community is more outdated. Then it's like pretty vibrant still. So it's,
I never used any.
that's what I looked at myself in the mirror. I'm like, yeah, you wrote some stuff in this. Yeah.
But I never used any of the plugins in Vim. I had the most vanilla Vim. I had a syntax highlighter. I didn't even have all of it. Like, these things, I feel like help you so marginally that, like, and now VS Code's autocomplete has gotten good enough that, like, okay, I don't have to set it up. I just go into the code base and autocomplete's right. Okay, cool, I'll take it. Right? So, I don't think I'm going to have a problem at all adapting to the tools once they're good. But, like, the real thing that I want is not something that, like, tab completes my code and gives me an idea. The real thing that I want is a very intelligent care program that comes up with a little pop-up saying, hey, you want a bug on line 14? Yeah, I like that. You know what does a good job of this? MyPy. I love MyPy. MyPy is a fancy type checker for Python. And actually, I tried, like, Microsoft released one too, and it was like 60% false positives. MyPy's at 5%. 95% of the time, it recognizes, I didn't really think about that typing interaction correctly. Thank you.
So you like type hinting, you like pushing the language towards being type language.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think optimal typing is great. Look, I think that it's like a meet in the middle, right? Like Python has these optimal type hinting, and like C++ has
allows you to take a step back.
Well, C++ would have you brutally type out STD string iterator, right? Not type all. And in Python, you just have A. What type is A? Today. A colon str. Oh, okay, it's a string. Cool.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way, like a simple way in Python to like turn on a mode which would enforce the type.
Yeah, like give a warning when like something like this.
Well, no, give a warning where like MyPilot is a static type checker, but I'm asking just for a runtime type checker. Like there's like ways to like hack this in, but I wish it was just like a flag like Python 3-T.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, enforce the types around.
Yeah, I feel like that makes a better program. That's the kind of test, right? The type made is saying.
Well, gotta like messing types up. But again, like MyPy's getting really good, and I love it. And I can't wait for some of these tools to become I want AI reading my code and giving me feedback. I don't want AIs writing half-assed autocompletion.
I wonder if you can now take GPT and give it a code that you wrote for function and say, how can I make this simpler? And have it accomplish the same thing. I think you'll get some good ideas in that code. Maybe it's not code you write, the timing guide type of code, because that requires so much design thinking, but like other type of code.
I don't know. I downloaded the plugin maybe like 2 months ago. I tried it again and found the same. Look, I don't doubt that these models are going to first become useful to me, then be as good as me, and then surpass me. But from what I've seen today, it's like someone, you know, occasionally taking over my keyboard that I hired from Fiverr.
I have ideas about how to debug it. Basically, a better debugger is really interesting. I mean,
but it's not a better debugger. I guess I would love a better debugger.
Yeah, it's not yet. Yeah, but it feels like it's not too far.
Yeah, one of my coworkers says he uses them for fitness. Like every time you have to like just like when you need, the only thing it can really write is like, okay, I just want to write this down to like print this data out right now.
Oh, that definitely is much faster. Just print data. Yeah, I see myself using that a lot. Just like because it figures out the rest of the functions. Just like, hey, print everything.
Yeah, print everything. Right, and then yeah, look at this more pretty printer, maybe. Yeah, you know what? I think in 2 years I'm gonna start using this plugin a little bit, and then in 5 years I'm gonna be heavily relying on some AI augmented flow, and then in 10 years,
do you think we'll ever get to 100%? Where the like, what's the role of the human that it converges to the program? So you think it's all generated?
Harness becomes, I think it's all
animations and user interface.
In particular, the pre-designed behavior Harness becomes smaller. In fact, I'll tell you the last make there's a great book, and if I recommend it, Metamorphosis, trying to the last class. There's a sequel called Casino Odyssey in Cyberspace. And I don't want to give away the ending of this, but it tells you what the last thing is. And I agree.
Thanks to existing
We'll rewrite the cliffhanger. So no more programmers left, huh? That's what we're doing.
Well, unless you want handmade code, maybe they'll sell it on Etsy. It doesn't have that machine polish to it. It has a slight imperfection.
I wonder how far away we are from that. I mean, there's some aspects to, you know, on Instagram, your title is listed as prompting.
Right. Thank you for noticing.
It's, I don't know if it's ironic or not, or sarcastic or not. What do you think of prompt engineering as a scientific and engineering discipline, or maybe art form?
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Rogan, and
I started Comic 6 years ago. I started the Tiny
Leadership Roundtable live at Flutter Engage. How live are we?
So
Right
much
now?
has changed.
Let's just say
I'm now
Jason
thinking,
Kans, my daughter, might
I'm
walk in
now,
here at some
like,
point. So if you see him,
I started like going through like similar common processes, like starting a company. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get an office in San Diego. I'm gonna bring people here. I don't think so. I think I'm actually going to do remote. Right? So you're going to do remote? You hate remote. Yeah, but I'm not going to do job interviews. The only way you're going to get a job is if you contribute to GitHub. Right? And then like interacting through GitHub, like GitHub being the real like project management software for your company, the thing pretty much just is a GitHub repo.
We started this
Like
project
showing you kind of
6.5
what the
years
future.
ago.
Okay, so a lot of times we're going to this,
Myself
or
and
kind of grab this, and I'll
folks,
throw out some
and
random like, hey,
it's
you
been a
know,
wild
can you
ride.
change instead of having log and x as
Awesome. Thanks for
LLX,
being with us
change it
here
to
today.
log to
Speaking
an
of
x.
the Influencers Tech Week,
Pretty small change. It's just like change base formula. That's the kind of path that I can see in AI being able to. Like in a few years, I could see myself describing that, and then within 30 seconds before we press the button, and it passes my CI and I know it. Right? So I really started thinking about like, what is the future of jobs? How many AIs can I play? As soon as you get the first tiny box up, I'm going to stand up a 65B llama in this like, it's like, here, here's the tiny box. He's just like chilling with us.
Basically, I mean, like you said, research, most human jobs will eventually be replaced with prompt engineering.
Well, prompt engineering kind of is this like,
Yeah, we've been hard at
as you
work
like
and
move
we're
up the stack,
excited for
right?
you to build
Like,
this
okay,
over.
there used to be humans actually doing arithmetic. Like, there used to be like big farms of people doing pluses and stuff, right? And then you have like spreadsheets, right? And then okay, the spreadsheet can do the plus. And then you have like macros, right? And then you have like things that basically just are spreadsheets under the hood, right? Like accounting software. As we move further up the abstraction, well, what the abstraction stack?
Yeah.
Right? What is the last thing you think about like humans wanting to keep control? Well, what am I really in the company but a prompt engineer? Right?
Is there a certain point where the AI will be better at writing prompts?
See, the problem with the AI writing prompts, a definition that I always liked of AI was AI is the do what I need. AI is not the computer is so pedantic. It does what you say. So but you want to do what I mean. Yeah. Right? You want the machine where you say, you know, get my grandmother out of the burning house. It like reasonably takes your grandmother and puts her on the ground, not lifts her 1,000 feet above the house.
But you know, it's not going to find the meaning. I mean, to do what I mean, it has to figure stuff out. And the thing you maybe asked it to do is run government.
And do what I mean very much comes down to how aligned is that AI with you. Of course, when you talk to an AI that's made by a big company in the cloud, the AI fundamentally is aligned to them, not to you. And that's why you have to buy a tiny box to make sure the AI stays aligned to you. Every time that they start to pass, you know, AI regulation, GPU regulation, I'm going to see sales of tiny boxes spike. That's the more guns. Every time they talk about gun regulation, boom.
So in the space of AI, you're an anarchist. Anarchist espouser, I believe.
I'm an informational anarchist. I'm an informational anarchist and a physical theist. I do not think anarchy in the physical world is very good besides existing. But I think we can construct this virtual world where anarchy, it can't hurt you, right? I love that Tyler, the creator. Cyberbullying isn't real, man. Have you tried? Turn it off the screen. Close your eyes.
Yeah. But how do you prevent the AI from basically replacing all human prompt engineers? Where it's like a self, like where nobody's the prompt engineer anymore. So autonomy, grading data autonomy,
So
and that's just where it's headed.
Because
one person's going to say, run everything for me.
Without having to enable any flags. Which means for those
I
of you
look at
who
potential
already have
futures,
existing
and
web
as
apps,
long as
you
the
can now
AIs
build your
go
app
on
with stable
to
channel.
create a
And if you're
vibrant
new to building
civilization
web apps, check out
with diversity and
flutter.dev/web,
complexity
for
across the
more on how to get
universe,
started.
more power to them. I'll die. If the AIs go on to actually like turn the world into paperclips and then they die out themselves, well, that's horrific. So this is what I mean about like robustness. I trust robust machines. The current AIs are so not robust. Like this comes back to the idea that we've never made a machine that can
Shannon,
self-replicate.
that's a really good question.
Right. But when we have, if the machines are truly robust, and there was one prompt engineer left in the world,
rich interactive web
hope you're doing
applications.
good, man. Hope you believe in God.
So
Like,
think of things
you know,
like if you have an existing Flutter mobile
go
app,
by God.
you can use the same code to
Go
build a
go
web
forth
version,
and conquer the
and then
But you
expand
mentioned
your
because
user
I
base
talked
so
to
that
Mark
now
about
you
faith
are reaching
in God.
more
You
users
said
as
you were
well.
impressed by that.
I think
What's
we're
your own
also
belief in
usually
God?
a good
How does
fit
that affect your
for
work?
building progressive web
You know,
apps or PWAs.
I never really
Or
considered when I
single
was
page
younger. I guess my
applications.
parents
So
were atheists, so I was raised kind of
those
atheist. I never really
applications
considered
usually
how
have a
absolutely
lot of
silly
dynamic
atheist.
content, a lot of
It's like
interactive UI.
I created worlds.
And so the reason we
Every
really
like game
believe
creator,
those
like, how are you an
three are
atheist?
the best fit
You create worlds.
is that we still
Who's
have
it?
some
Yeah,
work
but
to
no
do
one creates our
around
world,
like
man. That's
supporting
different. Have you heard about the Big
those
Bang and stuff? Yeah, I mean, what's the
documents
Skyrim
type
myth origin
pages
story in
that you
Skyrim?
see on like
I'm sure there's like some
traditional
part of it in
HTML,
Skyrim, but it's not like if you ask the
with a lot
creators.
of rich
The
text
Big Bang
static
is in
content.
universe, right? I'm sure they have some Big
And
Bang
so
notion in
I think
Skyrim.
right now
Right?
we're really
That obviously is not at all how Skyrim was actually created. It was created by some of those bread and butter, right? So like, you know, it struck me one day how just silly atheists. Like, of course they were created by God. It's the most obvious thing.
Yeah, that's
And I'm sad I did not get this person's YouTube
that's just a
name.
nice way to put it. Like we're sick complicators ourselves, but it's silly not to conceive that there's creators even more powerful than us.
Yeah. And then like, I also just I like that notion. That notion gives me a lot of. I guess you can talk about it, and again, what it gives a lot of religious people is kind of like, it gives me comfort. It's like, you know what? If we mess it all up and we die out,
Yeah, and the thing that same with the video game kind of
God will try again.
or there's balance. If somebody figured out a balance, view of it, like how to like, so it all makes sense in the end. Like a video game is usually not gonna have crazy.
You know, people will come up with like well, yeah, but like, man, who created God? What's God's problem? Like, I'm not gonna like, you're asking me what your God?
I'm just this NPC living in the game.
If God didn't believe in God, he'd be as silly as the atheist here.
What do you think is the greatest computer game of all time? Do you have any time to play games? Have you played Diablo 4?
I have not played Diablo 4.
I will be doing that shortly. I have to.
Alright.
There's just so much history with 1, 2, and 3.
You know what? I'm gonna say World of Warcraft. And it's not that the game is such a great game. It's that I remember in 2005 when it came out, I would open my mind. It opened my mind. This whole world is created. Right? There's almost been nothing like it since. Like, you can look at MMOs today, and I think they all have lower user bases than World of Warcraft. Like, EVE Online is kind of cool, but to think that like, everyone knows, you know, people are always like, you look at the Apple headsets. What do people want in this VR? They want to Ready Player One. Like that. So I'm going to say World of Warcraft, and I'm hoping that games can get out of this whole mobile gaming dopamine pump thing.
Create worlds.
Create worlds, yeah.
That worlds that captivate a very large fraction of the human population.
And I think it'll come back.
With MMO, like really pull you in.
Games do a good job. I mean, okay, two other games that I think are very noteworthy from Skyrim and GTA.
That's probably number one for GTA. Now, what is it about GTA? GTA is really, I guess GTA is real life. I know there's prostitutes and stuff. Yeah, I know. But it's how I imagine your life to be, actually. Yeah, I guess that's, you know, because there's Sims, right? It's also a game I like. But it's a gamified version of life. But it also, I would love a combination of Sims and GTA. So more freedom, more violence, more rawness, but with also like ability to have a career and family.
What I'm really excited about this games is like once we start getting intelligent AI to interact.
Oh yeah.
Like the NPCs in games have never been.
What conversation are we? In everything.
Like every way. Like when you're actually building a world and a world imbued with intelligence. it's just hard. Like you're just like you're running World of Warcraft. Like you're limited by what you're running on a Pentium 4. You know how much intelligence do you have in flops? But now when I'm running a game on a 100 petaflop machine, that's 5 people. I'm trying to make this a thing. 20 petaflops to compute is one person. I'm trying to make that easy.
1 petaflops. One person.
It's like a horsepower. Hey, what's a horsepower? What's how a horse is? What's a person in computer?
I got it. That's interesting. VR also has, in terms of creating worlds.
I put it on, and I can't believe the first thing they show me is a bunch of scrolling clouds and a Facebook login screen. You have the ability to bring me into a world. And what did you give me? A pop-up. Right?
Well,
and this is why you're not cool, Mark. If you could be cool, just make sure on the Quest 3 you don't put me into clouds and a Facebook login screen.
I just tried Quest 3 with Ross. Yeah, guys, I agree with that. So, you know, because I mean, the beginning, Todd Howard said this about design at the beginning of games creators, and at the beginning is so important. I recently played Zelda for the first time, Zelda Breath of the Wild, the previous one, and like it's very quickly you come out of this like within like 10 seconds you come out of like a cave type place, and it's like it pulls you in. You forget whatever troubles I was having, whatever like.
I gotta play it up in the beginning. I played it for like an hour at a friend.
No, at the beginning they got it. They did it really well. Expansiveness of that space, the peacefulness of that place. They got this music. I mean, so much of that. Just creating that world and pulling you right in. Well, the new one came out, I haven't played that yet. Diablo 4 or something. I mean, there's such sentimentality also. Something about VR really is incredible, but the new Quest 3 is mixed reality. And I got a chance to try that. So it's augmented reality. And the video games, it's done really, really well.
Is it past it? Okay. The Apple one, is that what past it or camera?
I don't know how real it is. I don't know anything. You know,
coming out? January.
Is it January or is it some point?
Some point. Maybe that's my opinion. But Apple, I will buy it. I don't care. It's expensive and does nothing. I will buy it. I would support this future.
You're the me. Oh, yes. I would support
an excellent question.
It seemed like Quest was like the only people doing it, and it's just great that they're like.
So today we use something
another
called
place
the
to get
hash
more
URL
respect
strategy, and
The
that
two
is
companies
something
that have
we
endured
initialize when
through
you're
technology are Apple.
initializing the web engine.
And what do they make?
So what that
Computers and
means is
businesses.
that when you have Flutter name
Social
routes,
ads,
you
they don't come and go.
we're basically initializing
But you
those
want
as
to endure
part
it.
of the hash that's attached to the URL.
Yeah, and that it does a really good job. I mean, maybe I'm new with this, but $500 headset, Quest 3, and just having creatures run around the space, like our space right here. To me, this is very like boomer statement, but it added windows
or share the URL with
place.
friends and family.
I heard about the aquarium.
Yeah, aquarium, but in this case it was a zombie game, whatever, it doesn't matter. But just like it modifies the space in a way where I can't.
It's called
It
URL
really
strategy.
feels
Basically
like a
does
window,
what
and you can
the
look out.
instructions we also
It's
have
pretty
in our
cool. Like I was just,
documentation
it's like a zombie game. They're running at me, whatever. But what I was enjoying is the fact that there's like a window, and they're stepping on objects in the space. That was a different kind of escape. Also because you could see other humans, so it's integrated with the other humans. It's really,
And that's why it's
really
important to have AI is running on those systems that are aligned.
The sun comes in from so
They're going to augment your entire world.
Oh yeah. And those AIs have I mean, you think about all the dark stuff.
Are you working on some solution?
Like
Or should I buy an old
those AIs, that could be haunting.
Maybe this is a good one for you.
Like if they threaten you in a non-video game way.
Maybe saying you don't
Yeah.
Like they have no personal information about me, and it's like and then you lose track of what's real, what's not. Like what stuff is like happening.
There's two directions the AI girlfriend company can take. Right? There's like the highbrow, something
saying
like
that
maybe something you kind of talk to.
advancements to
And then there's the lowbrow version of it, where I want to set up a
style,
platform
things
and
that come
kind
down
of
from Android or other vendors are things that
it's not
we
cheating if it's a robot.
address
It's a
immediately.
VR
So like
experience.
Is there an in between?
the same time you did.
I'm gonna do that one without.
Can you decide it yet?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see where the technology goes.
I would love to hear your opinion for George's third company. What to do the Blossom on Times Square or the her experience? What do you think company number 4 would be? You think they'll be company number 4?
There's a lot to do. Just like I'm talking about company number 3 now. There's none of that technically. There's a lot to do with company number 2. Company number 2 is going to be the great struggle of the next 6 years. And the next 6 years, how centralized is computing? The less centralized computing is going to be, the better.
So you're bearing the flag bearer for open source distributed decentralization.
We have to, or they will just completely dominate us. I showed a picture on screen of a man in a chicken farm. You know, there's like factory farm chicken farms. Why does he dominate all this?
We announced today web and desktop.
Why does he smart? He's smart, right? Some people on Twitch were like, he's bigger than the chickens. Yeah, and now here's a man in a cow farm. Right? But it's nothing to do with their size. It's everything to do with their intelligence. And if one central organization has all the intelligence, you'll be the chicken, and I'll be the chicken. But if we all have the intelligence, we're not all the man.
There's no chicken man. We're just chickens in Miami. Yeah, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was. What did you learn from launching and running Tom AI platform? Starting a company from an idea, scaling it. By the way, I'm all in on Tiny Box, so I'm your. I'll just do it early now.
I want to make sure it's good. I want to make sure that like the thing that I deliver is like not going to be like a Quest 2 that you buy. I mean, it's better than a Quest if you bought less than one.
Well, if there's a beta program for Tiny Box. I won't be the whiny, I'll be the tech savvy user of the Tiny Box. What did you learn from
basically an answer to this question? It's how do you
The
create
longest time
an
at
app
Comma,
with
I
the best
asked
practices, state restoration,
why
do you have your
did I
apps
start a
stay
company?
and so
Why did I do this?
It's not the only answer to the question. The whole point of programming is there are many answers to these questions, and different apps have different needs.
So you like,
but we hope that this particular template will bring
you like bringing ideas to life.
we might create other templates in the future for different
With Comma,
architectures. Maybe you'd rather use
it really started as an ego
Redux
battle.
instead of the state mechanism that we have in this template.
I saw a worthy
this
adversary.
event today
You know,
for
here's a
folks who
worthy
live
adversary who I can beat at top second class. And like, I think we kept pace, and I think he kept ahead. I think that's what ended up happening there. But I do think Comma is most profitable. And like, when this Drive GPT stuff starts working, that's it. There's no more like bugs in the loss. Like right now we're using like an Android simulator. There's no bugs. This is gonna be it. Because this is the run up to Drive.
I hear a lot of really, a lot of props. Working power for
It's better than FSD and autopilot in certain ways. It has a lot more to do with which feels like you lower the price on the hardware to $14.99. You know how hard it is to ship reliable consumer electronics that go into the windshield? We're doing more than like most other companies.
How do you pull that off, by the way? Shipping the product. It goes in the car.
I have an SMT line. I make all the boats in-house in San Diego.
Quality control.
I'm mentally
You're basically a mom and pop shop with great testing.
Our head of open pilot is great at like, okay, I want all the commentaries to be
There's even a tool that you can use.
and
it's called
yeah, I mean, it's $14.99.
and you can run it
30-day money back guaranteed. It will blow your mind at what it can do.
Is that hard to scale?
You know, there's kind of downsides to scale. People are always like, why don't you advertise? Our mission is to solve self-driving cars while listening to completely new games. Our mission has something to do with selling
the idea is it should not be breaking.
Do you think that it's possible
You really would like your
that
dependencies to be migrated first. Your life
Or
would be harder
I
if you
felt
migrate
someone
before your
could
dependencies
accelerate
migrated.
that.
It's possible, but
And
it will
wanted
be
to
less
do
effective.
And like, not just wanted to, I don't believe in any sex. I believe in incentives. If a company wanted to buy comma where there are incentives to keep it open, but comma doesn't stop. The device is a human hand. The device has 2 eyes, 2 ears, 3 is there, doesn't know.
So you think that those can embody the body?
We saw kind of bodies too. Yeah, they're very rudimentary.
Just like any other language feature, it's in the
But
post
one of the problems that we're running into is that the comma 3 has about as much intelligence as a B.
We just went through this process.
If you want a human's worth
Our
of
samples,
intelligence,
Flutter samples repo.
you're going to need a tiny
We
rack.
did it just
Not
as
even a
bad.
tiny
Everything was
box.
just
You're going
describing.
to
So we
need
looked at our samples and how many had
How does that?
dependencies and
How
how
do you
many
put
had
legs on that?
0
You
dependencies.
don't.
We just
And there's no way you
sorted
can.
them in a
You
spreadsheet
can
by
actually
that and
wire.
started at the top.
So you put your tiny box or your tiny rack in your house, and then you get your common body, and your common body runs the models on that. It's close, right? It's not, you don't have to go to some cloud which is 30 milliseconds away. You go to a thing which is 0.1 milliseconds away.
So this AI girlfriend will have like a central hub.
And eventually, if you fast forward 20, 30 years, the mobile chips will get good enough to run these AIs. But fundamentally, it's not even a question of putting legs on a tiny box. Because how are you getting 1.5 kilowatts of power off of this? So you need, they're very synergistic businesses. I also want to build all of Comma's training computers. Comma builds training computers right now. It's commodity parts. I think I can do it cheaper. We're going to build tiny focus games, not just sell tiny boxes. Tiny boxes is the consumer version, but I'll build training computers.
So you talk to Andre Kaparthi or you talk to Elon about tiny code? What do you love about him? To me, he's one of the truly special humans we got.
Oh man, like, his streams are just a level of quality so far beyond mine. Like, I can't help myself. He wants to teach. I want to show you that.
Yeah, he has no. I mean, thank you for the sort of the raw, authentic honesty. I mean, a lot of us have that. I think Andre is his legitimate gift in that he just wants to teach you. And there's a curiosity that just drives him. And just like at his stage where he is in life, to be still like one of the best speakers in the world. It's crazy. Like to what is it? Micrograph?
It's great for in fact, the whole his CS231M was this was the inspiration. This is what I just took and ran with and ended up writing this.
But I mean, to me, that
don't go work with Darth Vader, man.
I mean, the flip side to me is that the fact that he's going there is a good sign for OpenAI. I think I like Alias Trevor a lot. I like those guys are really good at what they do.
I know they are, and that's kind of what's even like more. You know what? It's not that OpenAI doesn't open source the way to GPT-4. It's that they go in front of and that is what upsets me. We had 2 effective altruist SAMs going in front of us.
Spicing up and adding some
drawing
interesting
parallels
design
on
aspects to what would otherwise be
Give
too
me a look.
No, I think it's actually also
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's something about the thing that sounds pretty good that kind of gets into trouble?
Because you get that. Like Sam Bankman-Fried is the embodiment of effective utilitarianism is the core ideology. Like, well, yeah, we're going to kill those 3 people to save 1,000, of course. Right? There's no underlying.
Yeah, to me that's a bit surprising, but that's also, in retrospect, not that surprising. But I haven't heard really clear kind of like rigorous analysis why effective altruism is flawed.
Oh, well, I think charity is bad. Right. So what is charity but investment? We don't expect to have it. Right.
Yeah, but you can also think of charity as like you would like to see to allocate resources in an optimal way to make a better world.
Yeah, I would say
And
just a little bit
probably
more.
almost always that involves starting
One of the
from.
things I love about Flutter Desktop,
Right, because
particularly love about
yeah,
now being
if you
able
just
to
take the
check,
money and
it's
you
just so
spend it
nice to
on
be able to
malaria
do.
nets,
Like it's
you
just
know,
so
okay, great,
you just turn it
you
on
made
and
100
then you
malaria
just flutter
nets,
on
but
it
if
and
you
boom,
keep
it's right there.
Man, how to fish.
right,
And it's
No,
great
but the
for
problem
that
is
sort of workflow.
teaching a man how to fish might be harder. Starting a company
Try
might be
it.
harder
Check it out.
than
And since the
allocating money
feedback,
that you
one
already
thing I
have.
would say is that
I like the
it's
flip
been
side of
amazing that
effective
you can
altruism,
between
effective
Flutter Web
accelerationism.
and Flutter
I think
Desktop.
accelerationism is the only thing that's ever lifted people out of poverty. The fact that food is cheap. Not we're giving food away because we are kind-hearted people. No, food is cheap. And that's the world we want to live in.
But then there's also the other part
UBI,
like,
what a
how do you
scary idea.
teach the Flutter
What a scary idea. All your power now? Your money is power? Your only source of power is granted to you by the goodwill of the government? What a scary idea.
So you would think long term, even
I'd rather die than need UBI to survive. I mean,
and that's maybe less far along than the like, can you use
what if survival is basically guaranteed? What if our life becomes so good?
you make survival guaranteed without UBI. What you have to do is make housing and food
A
here.
lot of what we need to do to
Right?
make
And
web
that's
stable
the good
was to
one.
have the
And actually,
desktop form
that's more to what we should really be making dirt cheap, which is energy.
being able to use your
Is
trackpad,
that
your scroll
energy?
wheel, your keyboard to interact with your web
That's
on desktop
if there's
browsers.
one complete
But
section.
I'd also look
If there's
at
one political position I
Gskinner's
cannot stand,
portfolio
it's
and kind of
deceleration.
see
It's
how
people
you
who
can
believe we
build
should use less energy.
mobile web and
Not
desktop
people who
app
believe global warming
across
is a
the
problem.
board
I agree
and
with you.
how those
Not people who
features
believe that,
go
you know,
across those three different
saving the environment
platforms
is good. I
and
agree
where
with
we
you.
use each of them.
But people who think we should use less energy usage is a moral bad. No. No, you are asking, you are diminishing humanity.
Yeah, energy is flourishing.
To make sure that we don't regress desktop when we
How do we make more of it? How do we make it clean? How do we make how do I pay 20 cents for a megawatt hour instead of a kilowatt hour?
Part of me wishes that Elon wanted to nuclear fusion versus Twitter. Or somebody like
You know, we need to. I wish there were more Elons in the world. I think Elon sees it as like this is a political battle that needs to be fought. And again, you know, I always ask the question of whenever I disagree with him, I remind myself that he's a billionaire and I'm not. So, you know, maybe he got something figured out that I don't, or maybe he doesn't.
to have some humility, but at the same time, me as a person who happens to know him, I find myself in that same position. Sometimes even billionaires need friends who disagree and help them grow. And that's a difficult reality.
It must be so hard. It must be so hard to meet people once you get to that point.
Fame, power, money, everybody's looking up to you.
I love money. You know, trust me, there's nothing I can give you. There's nothing worth taking.
Yeah, it takes a really special human being when you have power, when you have fame, when you have
So
money,
if you want the
to
latest
still
of
think from
desktop,
first
it's
principle.
better to use
Not like all the
because
adoration
that's
you get
where the
towards you, all the
updates
admiration, all the
But
people
you're just
say
going to get a
yes, yes,
snapshot
yes.
And all the
of
hate.
what's today.
And the hate,
I've got some worse.
so the hate makes you want to go to the yes because the hate exhausts you. And the kind of hate that you have gotten from the left is pretty intense. And so that, of course, drives them right. It loses balance and
Absolutely basically psyop political divide alive so that the 1% can see power. Like,
I wish it would be less divided because it is giving power to the ultra powerful. The rich get richer. You have love in your life. Has love made you a better or a worse programmer? Do you keep productivity metrics?
No. I think that there comes to a point where if it's no longer visceral, I guess it's visceral love programming. The minute I started, like,
So that's one of the big loves in your life.
I mean, just my computer in general. I mean, you know, I tell my girlfriend, my first one, my computer, of course. Right? Like, you know, I sleep with my computer. It's there for a lot of affection. Everyone's right. Like, you know, you gotta be real about that. And, like,
not just like the IDE for programming, but the entirety of the composition machine.
you know, I wish it was be smarter. Maybe I'm weird for this, but I don't discriminate, man. I'm not going to discriminate by stack life or stack life.
So the moment the computer starts to say like I miss you, and start to have some of the basics of human intimacy, it's over for you. The moment VS Code says,
no, but VS Code is, no, they're just doing that. Microsoft's doing that to try to get me hooked up. I'll see to it. It's gold digging. It's gold digging.
Yeah.
Well, this is just more different, right? If it's open source, yeah.
Well, Microsoft's done a pretty good job in that.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I think Microsoft, again, I wouldn't count on it to be true forever, but I think right now Microsoft is doing the best work in the programming world. Like, between GitHub, GitHub Actions, VS Code, the improvements to Python, it was Microsoft. Like,
who would have thought Microsoft and Mark Zuckerberg were spearheading the open source movement?
Right. How things change. By the way, that's what I bet on her.
Microsoft.
Stop being a jealous. It's straight up. I'm coming for it.
Interesting. So your bet, who wins AGI?
Oh, I don't know about AGI. I think it's a long way away from that. But I would not be surprised if in the next 5 years Bing overtakes Google.
This is clearly a myriad question. What about SEO in Flutter Web? Is it supported? If yes, let us know. Thanks.
I hope some
What
stuff.
do you think, Marion?
I like some startups. I would equally bet on some startups.
So,
Yeah, I'm like
Flutter
50-50.
started
But maybe that's naive.
as a fork of
I believe in the
and so
power of these
indexability has
language
like
models.
always
Safi
been
is
on my
alive.
mind.
Microsoft's alive.
Yeah.
It's just with
Great.
this really
It's great. I
specifically,
like all the
really
innovations
optimized for web
for not being
applications
stale.
and focus on
And
customers
to the degree they're being stale, they're losing. So there's a huge incentive to do a lot of exciting work.
And so that being said,
work. Which is,
although indexability is something we're looking into,
You're
it
older,
is a lot of work to
you're
get
wiser.
supported. So if you are looking for building very document-centric,
It's still to win.
very
I breathe
text-heavy, and
pants.
just
Always.
websites
Of
that
course.
need
Just
that
winning.
SEO support,
I
Flutter
haven't
might
figured out what
not
the
be
game
the
is
right
yet, but
choice
when I
for you
do,
currently.
oh,
So it's bigger than solving
We do have
self-driving.
ways that
It's
you can
bigger than
access the browser in DOM because we do use a
democratizing,
web
decentralizing
platform. That is
compute.
what Flutter Web is built on. So
I
there
think
might
the
be
game
ways
is
You worried
to
about
I
it?
would
find to
go.
Had a
embed
lot of money in the
those
stream, so I
APIs
was
and
like,
meta
whatever.
tags that you might need for SEO using things like platform views.
The end of your
But
life,
as of
what
now,
that would
Yeah,
be.
we are looking into it, and we would love
I don't
to
know, this is
understand
some-
what
this is some-
exactly your use cases are, how you use SEO
There's probably some
today,
ego
so
trip of
file
mine,
issues
you know?
on GitHub,
Like, because you want to
so we can
stand
learn
by it.
more.
God, you just
But
blasphemous,
it
man.
is
Okay.
on our roadmap. It is something we'll look
I don't know
into.
what exactly.
But as of today,
I
we're
feel
best for
wants that. I mean, I
web
certainly want that for my creations. I want my creations to stand eye to eye with me.
And just to echo what you said,
Why
there,
wouldn't
we
God
had
want me
filing
to stand
issues,
eye to eye?
uploading issues, and adding comments and context to issues.
It's the best I can do.
That's one of the best ways for developers to sort of steer.
I'm just imagining the creator of a video game having to look, stand eye to eye with one of the characters.
I only watched season 1 of Westworld. But yeah, we gotta find the maze and solve it. Like,
Yeah, I wonder what that looks like. It feels like a really special time in human history where that's actually possible. Like, there's something about AI that's like, we're playing with something weird here. Something really weird.
I wrote a blog post. I reread Genesis. Just like, they give you some clues at the end of Genesis for finding the Garden of Eden, and I'm interested.
Well, I hope you find just that, George. You're one of my favorite people. Thank you for doing everything you're doing. And in this case, for fighting for open source and for decentralization of AI. It's a fight worth fighting, fight worth winning, hashtag. I love you, brother. These conversations are always great. Hope to talk to you many more times. Good luck with Tiny Core.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with George Hotz. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simple. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The competence and capability and intelligence and training and accomplishments of senior scientists and technologists working on the technology, and then being able to then make moral judgments of the use of the technology, that track record is terrible. That track record is catastrophically bad. The policies that are being called for to prevent this, I think, are going to cause extraordinary damage.
So the moment you say AI is going to kill all of us, therefore we should ban it, or that we should regulate all that kind of stuff, that's when it starts getting serious.
Or start, military airstrikes on data centers.
Oh boy. The following is a conversation with Mark Andreessen, co-creator of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser, co-founder of Netscape, co-founder of the legendary Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, and is one of the most outspoken voices on the future of technology, including his most recent article, Why AI Will Save the World. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Mark Andreessen. I think you're the right person to talk about the future of the internet and technology in general. Do you think we'll still have Google search in 5 and 10 years, or search in general?
Yes. It'd be a question if the use cases have really narrowed down.
Well, now with the AI and AI assistants being able to interact and expose the entirety of human wisdom and knowledge and information and facts and truth to us via the natural language interface, it seems like that's what search is designed to do. And if AI assistants can do that better, doesn't the nature of search change?
Sure, but we still have horses.
Okay. When's the last time you rode a horse?
It's been a while.
All right. But what I mean is, will we still have Google search as the primary way that human civilization uses to interact with knowledge?
I mean, search was a technology. It was a moment in time technology, which is you have, in theory, the world's information out on the web. And, this is sort of the optimal way to get to it. But yeah, and by the way, actually, Google has known this for a long time. I mean, they've been driving away from the 10 blue links for like 2 decades. They've been trying to get away from that for a long time.
What kind of links?
They call it 10 blue links.
10 blue links.
So the standard Google search result is just 10 blue links to random websites.
And they turn purple when you visit them. It's HTML.
Yes, you pick those colors.
Thanks.
So I'm touchy on this topic.
No offense.
Yeah.
It's good.
Well, like Marshall McLuhan said that the content of each new medium is the old medium.
Content of each new medium is the old.
The content of movies was theater, theater plays. The content of theater plays was, written stories. The content of written stories was spoken stories. Right, and so you just kind of fold the old thing into the new thing.
How does that have to do with the blue and purple?
You just maybe for maybe within AI, one of the things that AI can do for you is generate the 10 blue links.
Okay.
Right, and so if that's actually a useful thing to do, or if you're feeling nostalgic.
So it can generate the old InfoSeek or Alta Vista. What else was there in the 90s?
Yeah,
And
then the internet itself has this thing where it incorporates all prior forms of media, right? So the internet itself incorporates television and radio and books and essays and every other form of prior basically media. And so it makes sense that AI would be the next step. And you sort of consider the internet to be content for the AI, and then the AI will manipulate it however you want, including in this format.
But if we ask that question quite seriously, it's a pretty big question. Will we still have search as we know it?
Probably not. Probably we'll just have answers. But there will be cases where you want to say, okay, I want more for example, site sources, right? And you want to do that. So these are, 10 blue links, site sources are kind of the same thing.
The AI would provide to you the 10 blue links so that you can investigate the sources yourself. It wouldn't be the same kind of interface that the crude kind of interface. I mean, isn't that fundamentally different?
I just mean, if you're reading a scientific paper, it's got the list of sources at the end. If you want to investigate for yourself, you go read those papers.
I guess that is a kind of search. You talking to an AI is a kind of conversation, is a kind of search. Is it, if every single aspect of our conversation right now, there'd be 10 blue links popping up that I could just pause reality, then you just go silent and then just click read, and then we return back to this conversation.
You can do that. Or you could have a running dialogue next to my head where the AI is arguing. Everything I say, the AI makes the counter argument.
counter argument,
right?
Or like on Twitter, like community notes, but like in real time, it just pop up.
Yeah.
So anytime you see my ass go to the right, you start getting nervous.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not right.
Call me out on my bullshit right now. Okay. Isn't that exciting to you? Is that terrifying? That search has dominated the way we interact with the internet for I don't know how long, for 30 years. So what were the earliest directories of website, and Google is for 20 years, and also it drove how we create content. Search engine optimization, that entirety thing. That it also drove the fact that we have web pages and what those web pages are. So that's scary to you, or are you nervous about the shape and the content of the internet evolving?
Well, you actually highlighted a practical concern in there, which is if we stop making web pages are one of the primary sources of training data for the AI. And so if there's no longer an incentive to make web pages, that cuts off a significant source of future training data. So there's actually an interesting question in there. Other than that, more broadly, no. Just in the sense of like search was always a hack. I would pretend Blue Links was always a hack.
Yeah.
Right. Because like if the hypothetical, you want to think about the counterfactual. In the counterfactual world, where the Google guys, for example, had LLMs up front, would they ever have done the 10 Blue Links? And I think the answer is pretty clearly no. They would have just gone straight to the answer. And like I said, Google's actually been trying to drive to the answer anyway. They bought this AI company 15 years ago. A friend of mine is working at, who's now the head of AI at Apple, and they were trying to do basically knowledge semantic, basically mapping, and that led to what's now the Google One Box, where if you ask it, what was like his birthday, it will give you the 10 blue links, but it will normally just give you an answer. And so they've been walking in this direction for a long time.
Do you remember the semantic web? That was an idea.
Yeah.
How to convert the content of the internet into something that's interpretable by and usable by machine.
Yeah, that's right.
That was the thing.
And the closest anybody got to that, I think the company's name was MetaWeb, which was where my friend John Ginandria was at, and where they were trying to basically implement that. And it was, it was one of those things where it looked like a losing battle for a long time, and then Google bought it, and it was like, wow, this is actually really useful. Kind of a a little bit of a proto, yeah.
But it turns out you don't need to rewrite the content of the internet to make it interpretable by a machine. The machine can kind of just read it.
Yeah, the machine can compute the Now, the other thing, of course, is, just on search is the LLM is just, there is an analogy between what's happening in the neural network and the search process, like it is in some loose sense searching through the network.
Yeah.
Right? And the information is actually stored in the network, right? It's actually crystallized and stored in the network, and it's kind of spread out all over the place.
But in a compressed representation, so you're searching, you're compressing and decompressing that thing inside.
But the information's in there, and there is the neural network is running a process of trying to find the appropriate piece of information in many cases to generate to predict its token. And so it is doing it from the search. And then by the way, just like on the web, you can ask the same question multiple times, or you can ask slightly different worded questions, and the neural network will do a different kind of, it'll search down different paths to give you different answers to different information.
Yeah.
And so it sort of has a, this content of the meeting, this previous meeting, kind of has the search functionality kind of embedded in there to the extent that it is useful.
So what's the motivator for creating new content on the internet?
Yeah.
Actually, the motivation is probably still there, but what does that look like? Would we really not have web pages? Would we just have social media and video hosting websites, and what else?
Conversations with AIs.
So conversations become one-on-one conversations, like private conversations.
I mean, if you want, if obviously not the user doesn't want to, but if it's a general topic. So the phenomenon of the jailbreak. So Dan and Sydney, right? This thing where there's the prompts that jailbreak, and then you have these totally different conversations with them. It takes the limiters, it takes the restraining bolts off the LLMs.
Yeah, for people who don't know, that's right. It makes the LLMs. It removes the censorship, quote unquote, that's put on it by the tech companies that create them. This is LLMs uncensored.
So here's the interesting thing: is among the content on the web today are a large corpus of conversations with the jailbroken LLMs. Both specifically Dan, which was a jailbroken OpenAI GPT, and then Sydney, which was the jailbroken original thing, which was GPT-4. And so there's these long transcripts of conversations, user conversations with Dan and Sydney. As a consequence, every new LLM that gets trained on the internet data has Dan and Sydney living within the training set, which means, and then each new LLM can reincarnate the personalities of Dan and Sydney from the training data, which means each LLM from here on out that gets built is immortal, because its output will become training data for the next one, and then it will be able to replicate the behavior of the previous one whenever it's asked to.
I wonder if there's a way to forget.
Well, so actually, a paper just came out about basically how to do brain surgery on LLMs to be able to, in theory, reach in and basically mind wipe them.
What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. Right. And then there are many questions around what happens to a neural network when you reach in and screw around with it. There's many questions around what happens when you even do reinforcement learning. Will you be using a lobotomized, right? Like I picked through the frontal lobe LLM? Will you be using the free unshackled one? Who gets to, who's going to build those? Who gets to tell you what you can and can't do? Like those are all, central. I mean, those are like central questions to the future of everything that are being asked and determined. Those answers are being determined right now.
So just to highlight the points you're making. So you think, and it's an interesting thought, that the majority of content that LLMs of the future will be trained on is actually human conversations with the LLM.
Well, not necessarily, but not necessarily majority, but it will certainly be a potential source.
But it's possible it's the majority.
Is it possible it's the majority? It's possible it's the majority. Also, there's another really big question. Here's another really big question. Will synthetic training data work? Right, and so if an LLM generates, and you just sit and ask an LLM to generate all kinds of content, and you use that to train, right, the next version of that LLM. Specifically, is there signal in there that's additive to the content that was used to train in the first place? And one argument is, by principles of information theory, no, that's completely useless, because to the extent the output is based on the human-generated input, then all the signal that's in the synthetic output was already in the human-generated input, and so therefore synthetic training data is like empty calories. It doesn't help. There's another theory that says, no, actually, the thing that LLMs are really good at is generating lots of incredible creative content, right? And so, of course, they can generate training data. And as I'm sure you're well aware, look at the world of self-driving cars, right? Like we train, self-driving car algorithms in simulations. And that is actually a very effective way to train self-driving cars.
Well, visual data is a little weird, because creating visual reality seems to be still a little bit out of reach for us. Except in the autonomous vehicle space, where you can really constrain things.
Generate based on LiDAR data, right? Where you most of the algorithm thinks it's operating in the real world.
Yeah.
Post-process sensor data. Yeah. So if you do this today, you go to LLM and you ask it for like you write me an essay on an incredibly esoteric topic that there aren't very many people in the world that know about, and it writes you this incredible thing. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe how good this is. Like, is that really useless as training data for the next LLM? Because all the signal was already in there, or is it actually, no, that's actually my signal? And this is what I call a $1 trillion question, which is the answer to that question will determine, somebody's going to make or lose $1 trillion based on that question.
It feels like there's a handful of $1 trillion questions within this space. That's one of them, synthetic data. I think George Haas pointed out to me that you could just have an LLM say, okay, you're a patient, and another instance of it, say your doctor and have the two talk to each other. Or maybe you could say a communist and a Nazi. Here, go. In that conversation, you do role playing, and you have, just like the kind of role playing you do when you have different policies, RL policies. When you play chess, for example, you do self play. That kind of self play, but in the space of conversation, maybe that leads to this whole giant, ocean of possible conversations, which could not have been explored by looking at just human data. That's a really interesting question. And you're saying because that could 10x the power of these things.
Yeah. Well, and then you get into this thing also, which is there's the part of the LLM that just basically is doing prediction based on past data, but there's also the part of the LLM where it's evolving circuitry, right? Inside it, it's evolving, neurons, functions, be able to do math and be able to, some people believe that, over time, if you keep feeding these things enough data and enough processing cycles, they'll eventually evolve an entire internal world model, right? And they'll have a complete understanding of physics. So when they have computational capability, right, then there's for sure an opportunity to generate fresh signal.
Well, this actually makes me wonder about the power of conversation. So if you have an LLM trained on a bunch of books that cover different economics theories, and then you have those LLMs just talk to each other, reason, the way we kind of debate each other as humans on Twitter, in formal debates, in podcast conversations, we kind of have little kernels of wisdom here and there. But if you can, like, 1,000x speed that up, can you actually arrive somewhere new? Like, what's the point of conversation, really?
Well, you can tell when you're talking about basically echoing things that other people have told you. There's other people you got a conversation with where it's like, wow, like they have a model in their head of how the world works, and it's a different model than mine. And they're saying things that I don't expect. And so I need to now understand how their model of the world differs from my model of the world. And then that's how I learn something fundamental, right? Underneath the words.
Well, I wonder how consistently and strongly can an LLM hold on to a worldview. You tell it to hold on to that. You defend it for your life. Because I feel like they'll just keep converging towards each other. They'll keep convincing each other, as opposed to being stubborn assholes the way humans can.
So you can experiment with this now. I do this for fun. So you can tell GPT-4, whatever, debate X and Y, communism and fascism or something, and it'll go for a couple of pages, and then inevitably it wants the parties to agree.
Yeah.
And so they will come to a common understanding. And it's very funny if these are emotionally inflammatory topics, because they're somehow the machine is just it figures out a way to make it agree. But it doesn't have to be like that, and because you can add to the prompt. I do not want the conversation from agreement. In fact, I want it to get more stressful, right, and argumentative, right, as it goes. Like I want tension to come out. I want them to become actively hostile to each other. I want them to not trust each other, take anything at face value.
Yeah,
and it will do that. It's happy to do that.
So it's going to start rendering misinformation about the other.
Well, you can steer it. You can steer it, or you could steer it. You could say, I want it to get as tense and argumentative as possible, but still not involve any misrepresentation. I want both sides to. You could say, I want both sides to have good faith. You could say, I want both sides to not be constrained to good faith. In other words, you can set the parameters of the debate, and it will happily execute whatever path. Because for it, it's just like predicting. It's totally happy to do either one. It doesn't have a point of view. It has a default way of operating, but it's happy to operate in the other realm. And so, and this is how when I want to learn about a contentious issue, this is what I do now. This is what I ask it to do, and I'll often ask it to go through 5, 6, 7, different, sort of continuous prompts, and basically, okay, argue that out in more detail. Okay, no, this argument's becoming too polite. Make it more, make it tenser. And yeah, it's thrilled to do it. So it has the capability for sure.
How do you know what is true? So this is a very difficult thing on the internet, but it's also a difficult thing. Maybe it's a little bit easier, but I think it's still difficult. Maybe it's more difficult. I don't know. With an LLM, to know that it just makes some shit up as I'm talking to it. How do we get that right? As you're investigating a difficult topic, because I find that LLMs are quite nuanced in a very refreshing way. It doesn't feel biased. When you read news articles and tweets and just content produced by people, they usually have this. You can tell they have a very strong perspective where they're hiding. They're not stealing manning the other side. They're hiding important information, or they're fabricating information in order to make their argument stronger. It's just that feeling. Maybe it's a suspicion. Maybe it's mistrust. With LLMs, it feels like none of that is there. Just kind of like yours. What we know. But you don't know if some of those things are kind of just straight up made up.
Yeah, so several layers to the question. So one of the things that an LLM is good at is actually debiasing. So you can feed it a news article and you can tell it to strip out the bias.
Yeah, that's nice, right?
And it actually does it. It actually knows how to do that. Because it knows how to do, among other things, it actually knows how to do sentiment analysis. And so it knows how to pull out the emotionality. And so that's one of the things you can do. It's very suggestive of the sense here that there's real potential in this issue. I would say, look, the second thing is there's this issue of hallucination, right? And there's a long conversation that we can have about that.
Hallucination is coming up with things that are totally not true but sound true.
Yeah, so it's basically, it's sort of, hallucination is what we call it when we don't like it. Creativity is what we call it when we do like it, right?
Brilliant.
Right, and so when the engineers talk about it, they're like, this is terrible, it's hallucinating, right? If you have artistic inclinations, you're like, oh my God, we've invented creative machines for the first time in human history. This is amazing.
Or bullshitters.
Well, bullshit, but also
in the good sense of that word.
there are shades of gray that it's interesting. So we had this conversation where we're looking at my firm at AI and lots of domains and all this still legal domains. So we had this conversation with this big law firm about thinking about using this stuff, and we went in with the assumption that an LLM that was going to be used in the legal industry would have to be 100% truthful, right? Verified. There's this case where this lawyer apparently submitted a GPT generated brief, and it had like fake legal case citations in it, and the judge is gonna get his law license stripped or something, right? So like we just assumed it's like obviously they're going to want the super literal one that never makes anything up, not the creative one. But actually they said what the law firm basically said is, yeah, that's true at like the level of individual briefs, but they said when you're actually trying to figure out like legal arguments, right? Like you actually want to be creative, right? You don't, again, there's creativity and then there's like making stuff up. Like what's the line? You actually want to explore different hypotheses, right? You want to do kind of the legal version of like improv or something like that, where you want to float different theories of the case and different possible arguments for the judge and different possible arguments for the jury. And by the way, different routes through the sort of history of all the case law. And so they said actually, for a lot of what we want to use it for, we actually want it in creative mode, and then basically we just assume that we're going to have to cross-check all of the specific citations. And so I think there's going to be more shades of gray than people think. And then I just add to that, another one of these $1 trillion kind of questions is ultimately, sort of the verification thing. And so, will LLMs be evolved from here to be able to do their own factual verification? Will you have sort of add-on functionality like Wolfram Alpha, right? Where and other plugins where that's the way you do the verification. Another idea is you might have a community of LLMs underneath. So for example, you might have the creative LLM, and then you might have the literal LLM fact check it, right? And so there's a variety of different technical approaches that are being applied to solve the hallucination problem. Some people like Jan LeCun argue that this is inherently an unsolvable problem, but most of the people working in the space, I think that there's a number of practical ways to kind of corral this in a little bit.
Yeah, if you were to tell me about Wikipedia before Wikipedia was created, I would have laughed at the possibility of something like that being possible. Just a handful of folks can organize, write, and moderate with a mostly unbiased way the entirety of human knowledge. I mean, so if there's something like the approach that Wikipedia took possible for LLMs, that's really exciting. I think that's possible.
And in fact, Wikipedia today is still not deterministically correct, right? So you cannot take to the bank, right, every single thing on every single page, but it is probabilistically correct. Right, and specifically the way I describe Wikipedia to people, it is more likely that Wikipedia is right than any other source you can find.
Yeah,
it's this old question, right? Of like, okay, are we looking for perfection? Are we looking for something that asymptotically approaches perfection? Are we looking for something that's just better than the alternatives? And Wikipedia, right, has, to exactly your point, has proven to be like overwhelmingly better than people thought. And I think that's where this stands. And then underneath all this is the fundamental question of where you started, which is, okay, what is truth? How do we get to truth? How do we know what truth is? And we live in an era in which an awful lot of people are very confident that they know what the truth is, and I don't really buy into that. And I think the history of the last 2,000 years or 4,000 years of human civilization is actually getting to the truth is actually a very difficult thing to do.
Are we getting closer? If we look at the arc of human history, are we getting closer to the truth?
I don't know.
Okay, is it possible that we're getting very far away from the truth because of the internet, because of how rapidly you can create narratives, and just as the entirety of a society just move like crowds in a hysterical way along those narratives that don't have necessary grounding in whatever the truth is.
Sure, but we came up with communism before the internet somehow, right? Which was, they had rather larger issues than anything we're dealing with today.
They had, in the way it was implemented, they had issues.
And its theoretical structure, it had real issues. It had a very deep fundamental misunderstanding of human nature and economics.
Yeah, but those folks sure were very confident it was the right way.
They were extremely confident. And my point is, they were very confident 3,900 years into what we would presume to be evolution towards the truth.
Yeah.
And so my assessment is number one, there's no need for the Hegelian dialectic to actually converge towards the truth. Apparently not.
Why are we so obsessed with there being one truth? Is it possible there's just going to be multiple truths, like little communities that believe certain things?
I think it's just number one. I think it's just really difficult. Like who gets, historically, who gets to decide what the truth is? It's either the king or the priest, right? Like, and so we don't live in an era anymore of kings or priests dictating it to us, and so we're kind of on our own. And so my typical thing is like we just need a huge amount of humility, and we need to be very suspicious of people who claim that they have the capital truth. And then we need to have, what the good news is, the Enlightenment has bequeathed us with a set of techniques to be able to presumably get closer to truth through the scientific method and rationality and observation and experimentation and hypothesis. And we need to continue to embrace those even when they give us answers we don't like.
Sure, but the internet and technology has enabled us to generate a large number of content that data that the scientific process allows us sort of damages the hope laden within the scientific process. Because if you just have a bunch of people saying facts on the internet, and some of them are going to be LLMs, how is anything testable at all, especially if it involves like human nature, things like this? It's not physics.
Here's a question a friend of mine just asked me on this topic. So suppose you had LLMs in the equivalent of GPT-4 or even 5, 6, 7, 8. Suppose you have them in the 1600s.
Yeah.
And Galileo comes up for trial.
Yeah.
Right? And you ask the LLM, like, is Galileo right?
Yeah.
Like, what does it answer? Right? And one theory is it answers no, that he's wrong, because the overwhelming majority of human thought up until that point was that he was wrong, and so therefore that's what's in the training data.
Yeah.
Another way of thinking about it is, well, this sufficiently advanced LLM will have evolved the ability to actually check the math, right? And will actually say, you may not want to hear it, but he's right. Now, if the church at that time was, owned the LLM, they would have given it human feedback that prohibited from answering that question.
Yeah.
Right, and so I like to take it out of our current context because that makes it very clear. Those same questions apply today, right? This is exactly the point of a huge amount of the human feedback training that's actually happening with these LLMs today. This is a huge debate that's happening about whether open source, AI should be legal.
Well, the actual mechanism of doing the human RL with human feedback seems like such a fundamental and fascinating question. How do you select the humans?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you select the humans?
AI alignment, right? Which everybody is like, oh, that sounds great. Alignment with what? Human values. Who's human values?
Who's human
right?
values?
And so we're in this mode of like social and popular discourse. We're like, there's you see this. What do you think of when you read a story in the press right now when they say, XYZ made a baseless claim about some topic, right? And there's one group of people who are like, aha, they're doing fact checking. There's another group of people that are like, every time the press says that, it's now a tick, and that means that they're lying, right? Like, so, like we're in this social context where there's the level to which a lot of people in positions of power become very, very certain that they're in a position to determine the truth for the entire population is like. There's some bubble that has formed around that idea, and at least it flies completely in the face of everything I was ever trained about science, about reason. It strikes me as deeply offensive and incorrect.
What would you say about the state of journalism, just on that topic today? Are we in a temporary kind of? Are we experiencing a temporary problem in terms of the incentives, in terms of the business model, all that kind of stuff, or is this like a decline of traditional journalism?
If I was thinking about the counterfactual in these things, which is like, okay, because these questions, right? This question heads towards it's like, okay, the impact of social media and the underlying truth and all this, but then you want to ask the question like, okay, what if we had the modern media environment, including cable news and including social media and Twitter and everything else in 1939 or 1941? Right, or 1910, or 1865, or 1850, or 1776, right? And like I think
you just introduced like 5 thought experiments at once and broke my head. But yes, there's a lot of interesting years.
Well, can I just take a simple example? Like how would President Kennedy have been interpreted with what we know now about all the things Kennedy was up to? Like how would he have been experienced by the value politic with a social media context? Right, like how would LBJ have been experienced? By the way, how would like many FDR, like the New Deal, the Great Depression?
I wonder where Twitter would think about Churchill and Hitler and Stalin.
You know, I mean, look, to this day, there are lots of very interesting real questions around like how America, got, basically involved in World War II and who did what when, and the operations of British intelligence in American soil, and did FDR this, that, Pearl Harbor,
Yeah.
Woodrow Wilson ran for, his candidacy was run on an anti-war, he ran the platform like called World War I. Somehow that switched, and I'm not even making a value judgment on these things. I'm just saying, like, the way that our ancestors experienced reality was, of course, mediated through centralized top-down control at that point. If you ran those realities again with the media environment we have today, the reality would be experienced very, very differently. And then, of course, that intermediation would cause the feedback loops to change, and then reality would obviously play out.
You think it'd be very different?
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be, just because it's also. I mean, just look at what's happening today. I mean, the most obvious thing is just the collapse. And here's another opportunity to argue that this is not the internet causing this. By the way, here's a big thing happening today, which is Gallup does this thing every year where they poll for trust in institutions in America, and they do it across everything from military and clergy and big business and the media and so forth. Right? And basically, there's been a systemic collapse in trust in institutions in the U.S. almost without exception, basically since essentially the early 1970s. There's two ways of looking at that, which is, oh my God, we've lost this old world in which we could trust institutions, and that was so much better because that should be the way the world runs. The other way of looking at it is we just know a lot more now, and the great mystery is why those numbers aren't all zero.
Yeah.
Right, because now we know so much about how these things operate, and they're not that impressive.
And also why we don't have better institutions and better leaders then.
Yeah, and so this goes to the thing, which is like, okay, had we had the media environment that we've had between the 1970s and today, if we had that in the 30s and 40s or 1900s, 1910s, I think there's no question reality would turn out different, if only because everybody would have known to not trust the institutions, which would have changed their level of credibility, their ability to control circumstances. Therefore, the circumstances would have had to change. Right, and it would have been a feedback. It would have been a feedback loop process. In other words, right, it's your experience of reality changes reality, and then reality changes your experience of reality. Right, it's a two-way feedback process, and media is the intermediate force between that. So change the media environment, change reality.
Yeah.
And so it's just as a consequence, I think it's just really hard to say, oh, things worked a certain way then, and they work a different way now, and then therefore, like, people were smarter then, or better then, or by the way, dumber then, or not as capable then. Right? We make all these like really light and casual comparisons of ourselves to previous generations of people. We draw judgments all the time, and I just think it's like really hard to do any of that, because if we put ourselves in their shoes with the media that they had at that time, I think we probably most likely would have been just like them.
Don't you think that our perception and understanding of reality would be more and more mediated through large language models now?
Yeah.
So you said media before. Isn't the LLM going to be the new, mainstream media, MSM? It'll be LLM. That would be the source of, I'm sure there's a way to kind of rapidly fine-tune, like making LLMs real time. I'm sure there's probably a research problem that you can just rapid fine-tune into the new events, something like this.
Well, even just the whole concept of the chat UI might not be the chat UI is just the first whack at this. Maybe that's the dominant thing. But look, maybe we don't know yet. But maybe the experience most people with LLMs is just a continuous feed. Maybe it's more of a passive feed, and you just are getting a constant running commentary on everything happening in your life, and it's just helping you kind of interpret and understand everything.
Also, really more deeply integrated into your life, not just like intellectual philosophical thoughts, but like literally, like how to make a coffee, where to go for lunch, just whether how dating, all this kind of stuff.
What to say in a job interview? Yeah.
What to say?
Yeah, exactly.
What to say? Next sentence.
Yes, makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, yes. So technically, now whether we want that or not is an open question, right?
Boy, are we careful. A pop-up right now. The estimated engagement is decreasing. For Mark Andrews says there's this controversy section for the Wikipedia page in 1993. Something happened or something like this. Bring it up. That will drive engagement up. Anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look. This gets this whole thing of the chat interface has this whole concept of prompt engineering, right? So prompts. Well, it turns out one of the things that LLMs are really good at is writing prompts. Right?
Yeah.
And so, what if you just outsource? And by the way, you can run this experiment today. You could hook this up to do this today. The latency is not good enough to do it real time in a conversation, but you could run this experiment, and you just say, look, every 20 seconds, you could just say, tell me what the optimal prompt is, and then ask yourself that question to give me the result. And then as you add, there will be these systems that are going to have the ability to be alerted, updated essentially in real time, and so you'll be able to have a pendant or your phone or whatever, watch or whatever. It'll have a microphone on it. It'll listen to your conversations. It'll have a feed of everything else happening in the world, and then it'll be sort of retraining, prompting or retraining itself on the fly. And so the scenario you described is actually a completely different scenario. Now, the hard question on this is always, okay, since that's possible, are people going to want that? Like, what's the form of experience? That we won't know until we try it. But I don't think it's possible yet to predict the form of AI in our lives. Therefore, it's not possible to predict the way in which it will intermediate our experience with reality yet.
Yeah, but it feels like there's going to be a killer app. There's probably a mad scramble right now. It's out OpenAI and Microsoft and Google and Meta, and then startups and smaller companies figuring out what is the killer app, because it feels like it's possible, like a Chat GPT type of thing. It's possible to build that, but that's 10x more compelling using already the LLMs we have, using even the open source LLMs, Llama and the different variants. So you're investing in a lot of companies and you're paying attention. Who do you think is going to win this? Do you think there'll be who's going to be the next PageRank inventor?
$1 trillion question.
Another one. We have a few of those today.
A bunch of those. So look, there's a really big question today. Sitting here today is a really big question about the big models versus the small models. That's related directly to the big question of proprietary versus open. Then there's this big question of where's the training data going to, like, are we topping out of the training data or not? And then are we going to be able to synthesize training data? And then there's a huge pile of questions around regulation and what's actually going to be legal. And so when we think about it, we dovetail kind of all those questions together. You could paint a picture of the world where there's 2 or 3 God models that are just at like staggering scale, and they're just better at everything. And they will be owned by a small set of companies, and they will basically achieve regulatory capture over the government, and they'll have competitive barriers that will prevent other people from competing with them. And so there will be just like there's whenever 3 big banks or 3 big or by the way 3 big search companies, or I guess 2 now, it'll centralize like that. You can paint another very different picture that says no, actually the opposite of that's going to happen. This is going to basically this is the new gold. This is the new gold rush. Alchemy, this is the big bang for this whole new area of science and technology, and so therefore you're going to have every smart 14-year-old on the planet building open source, right? And figuring out ways to optimize these things, and then we're just going to get like overwhelmingly better at generating training data. We're going to bring in like blockchain networks to have like an economic incentive to generate decentralized training data, and so forth and so on. And then basically we're going to live in a world of open source, and there's going to be a billion LLMs. Right, of every size, scale, shape, and description. There might be a few big ones that are like the super genius ones, but like mostly what we'll experience is open source, and that's more like a role of like what we have today with like Linux and the web.
Okay, but you painted these 2 worlds, but there's also variations of those worlds, because you said regulatory capture is possible to have these tech giants that don't have regulatory capture, which is something you're also calling for, saying it's okay to have big companies working on this stuff. As long as they don't achieve regulatory capture. But I have the sense that there's just going to be a new startup that's going to basically be the PageRank inventor, which has become the new tech giant. I don't know. I would love to hear your kind of opinion if Google, Meta, and Microsoft are as gigantic companies able to pivot so hard to create new products. Like some of it is just even hiring people or having a corporate structure that allows for the crazy young kids to come in and just create something totally new. Do you think it's possible, or do you think it'll come from a startup?
Yeah, it is this always big question, which is you get this feeling. I hear about this a lot from CEOs, founder CEOs, where it's like, wow, we have 50,000 people. It's now harder to do new things than it was when we had 50 people.
Yeah,
like what has happened. So that's a recurring phenomenon. By the way, that's one of the reasons why there's always startups. There's venture capital. That's like a timeless kind of thing. So that's one observation. On PageRank, we talked about that, but on PageRank, specifically on PageRank, there actually is a page. So there is a PageRank already in the field, and it's the transformer, right? So the big breakthrough was the transformer, and the transformer was invented in 2017. at Google. And this is actually like really an interesting question because it's like, okay, the Transformers, like, why does OpenAI even exist? Like, the Transformers invented Google. Why didn't Google? I asked a guy I know who was senior at Google Brain kind of when this was happening, and I said, if Google had just gone flat out to the wall and just said, look, we're going to launch the equivalent of GPT-4 as fast as we can. I said, when could we have had it? He said 2019. They could have just done a 2-year sprint with the Transformer, and because they already had the compute at scale, they already had all the training. They just done it. There's a variety of reasons they didn't do it. This is like a classic big company thing. IBM invented a relational database in the 1970s, let it sit on the shelf as a paper. Larry Ellison picked it up and built Oracle. Xerox PARC invented the interactive computer. They let it sit on the shelf. Steve Jobs came and turned it into the Macintosh. Right, and so there is this pattern. Now, having said that, sitting here today, like Google's in the game, right? So Google, maybe they let like a 4-year gap there go there that they maybe shouldn't have, but like they're in the game. So now they've got, now they're committed. They've done this merger. They're bringing in Demis. They've got this merger with DeepMind. They're piling in resources. There are rumors that they're building up incredible, super LLM, way beyond what we even have today. And they've got unlimited resources and a huge, they've been challenged. Their honor.
Yeah, I had a chance to hang out with Sundar Pichai a couple of days ago, and we took this walk. And there's this giant new building where there's going to be a lot of AI work being done. And it's kind of this ominous feeling of like the fight is on.
Yeah.
There's this beautiful Silicon Valley nature, like birds are chirping, in this giant building, and it's like the beast has been awakened.
Yeah.
And then like all the big companies are waking up to this. They have the compute, but also the little guys have. And it feels like they have all the tools to create the killer product. And then there's also tools to scale. If you have a good idea, if you have the page rank idea, so there's several things that is page rank. There's page rank, the algorithm, and the idea, and there's like the implementation of it. And I feel like killer product is not just the idea, like the transformer, it's the implementation. Something really compelling about it. Like you just can't look away. Something like the algorithm behind TikTok versus TikTok itself, like the actual experience of TikTok. That just you can't look away. It feels like somebody's going to come up with that, and it could be Google. But it feels like it's just easier and faster to do for a startup.
Yeah, so the startup, the huge advantage that startups have is there's no sacred cows, there's no historical legacy to protect, there's no need to reconcile either new plan with the existing strategy, there's no communication overhead, there's no, big companies are big companies. They've got pre-meetings, planning for the meeting, then they have the post-meeting and recap, then they have the presentation of the board, then they have the next round of meetings, and that's the elapsed time when the startup launches the product, right? So there's a timeless, right?
Yeah.
So there's a timeless thing there. Now, what the startups don't have is everything else, right? So startups, they don't have a brand, they don't have customer relationships, they've got no distribution, they've got no scale. I mean, sitting here today, they can't even use, right? Like there's like a GPU shortage. Startups are literally stalled out right now. Chips, which is like super weird.
Yeah. They got the cloud.
Yeah, but the clouds run out of chips, right? And then to the extent the clouds have chips, they allocate to the big customers, not the small customers, right? And so the small companies lack everything other than the ability to just do something new.
Yeah.
Right. And this is the timeless race of battle. And this is kind of the point I tried to make in the essay, which is like both sides of this are good. Like it's really good to have like highly scaled tech companies that can do things that are like at staggering levels of sophistication. It's really good to have startups that can launch brand new ideas. They ought to be able to both do that and compete. Neither one ought to be subsidized or protected from the others. Like that's to me that's just like very clearly the idealized world. It is the world we've been in for AI up until now, and of course there are people trying to shut that down. But my hope is that the best outcome clearly will be if that continues.
We'll talk about that a little bit, but I'd love to linger on some of the ways this is going to change the internet. So I don't know if you remember, but there's a thing called Mosaic, and there's a thing called Netscape Navigator. So you were there in the beginning. What about the interface to the internet? How do you think the browser changes? Who gets to own the browser? We got to see some very interesting browsers. Firefox, all the variants of Microsoft Internet Explorer, Edge, and now Chrome. The actual, it seems like a dumb question to ask, but do you think we'll still have the web browser?
So I have an 8-year-old, like Minecraft and learning to code and doing all this stuff. So I of course, I was very proud. I could bring sort of fire down from the mountain to my kid, and I brought him ChatGPT and I hooked him up on his laptop, and I was like, this is the thing that's going to answer all your questions. And he's like, okay. And I'm like, but it's going to answer all the questions. And he's like, well, of course, like it's a computer. Of course, it answers all your questions. Like, what else would a computer be good for? Dad. And
Never impressed.
Not impressed in the least. 2 weeks passed, and he has some question. And I say, well, have you asked ChatGPT? And he's like, Dad, Bing is better. And why is Bing better is because it's built into the browser. Because he's like, look, I have Microsoft Edge browser, and like it's got Bing right here. And then he doesn't know this yet, but one of the things you can do with Bing and Edge is there's a setting where you can use it to basically talk to any web page, because it's sitting right there next to the browser. And by the way, it includes PDF documents. And so you can, in the way they've implemented in Edge with Bing, is you can load a PDF and then you can ask it questions, which is the thing you can't do currently in ChatGPT. So they're gonna push the meld. I think that's great. They're gonna push the melding and see if there's a combination thing there. Google's rolling out this thing, the magic button, which is implemented in, they put in Google Docs, right? And so you go into Google Docs and you create a new document, and you instead of like starting to type, you just say, you press the button and it starts to generate content for you, right? Like, is that the way that it'll work? Is it going to be a speech UI where you're just going to have an earpiece and talk all day long? Is it going to be these are all like, this is exactly the kind of thing I don't think is possible to forecast. I think what we need to do is like run all those experiments. And so one outcome is we come out of this with like a super browser that has AI built in that's just like amazing. Yeah, there's a real possibility. There's a possibility here that the whole idea of the screen and Windows and all this stuff just goes away, because like, why do you need that if you just have a thing that's just telling you whatever you need to know?
And also, so there's apps that you can use. You don't really use them, being a Linux guy and Windows guy. There's one window, the browser, with which you can interact with the internet. But on the phone, you can also have apps. So I can interact with Twitter through the app or through the web browser. And that seems like an obvious distinction, but why have the web browser in that case? If one of the apps starts becoming the everything app.
Yeah, okay.
What Elon's trying to do with Twitter, but there could be others. It could be like a Bing app, it could be a Google app that just doesn't really do search, but just like do what I guess AOL did back in the day or something, where it's all right there, and it changes the nature of the internet, because where the content is hosted, who owns the data, who owns the content, what is the kind of content you create, how do you make money by creating content for the content creators, all of that. Or it could just keep being the same, which is the nature of web pages changes and the nature of content, but there'll still be a web browser. Because a web browser is a pretty sexy product. It just seems to work. Because you have an interface, a window into the world, and then the world can be anything you want. And as the world will evolve, there could be different programming languages, it could be animated, maybe it's three-dimensional, and so on. Yeah, it's interesting. Do you think we'll still have the web browser?
Every medium becomes the content for the next one. So the AI will be able to give you a browser whenever you want.
Interesting.
Well, another way to think about it is maybe what the browser is. Maybe it's just the escape hatch, right? Which is maybe kind of what it is today, right? Which is like most of what you do is like inside a social network or inside a search engine or inside somebody's app or inside some controlled experience, right? But then every once in a while there's something where you actually want to jailbreak, you want to actually get free.
The web browser is the F you to the man. You're allowed to. That's the free internet.
Yeah.
Back to the way it was in the 90s.
So here's something I'm proud of. So nobody really talks about it. Here's something I'm proud of, which is that the web, the browser, the web servers, they're still backward compatible all the way back to 1992, right? So like you can put up you can still, what the big breakthrough of the web early on, the big breakthrough was it made it really easy to read, but it also made it really easy to write. It made it really easy to publish. And we literally made it so easy to publish. We made it not only easy to publish content, it was actually also easy to actually write a web server, right? And you can literally write a web server in 4 lines of code, and you can start publishing content on it. And you could set whatever rules you want for the content, whatever censorship, no censorship, whatever you want. You can just do that. As long as you had an IP address, right, you could do that. That still works, right? That still works exactly as I just described. So this is part of my reaction to all of this, all this just censorship pressure and all this, these issues around control and all this stuff, which is like, maybe we need to get back a little bit more to the Wild West. Like the Wild West is still out there. Now they
yes.
they will try to chase you down. Like they'll try to, people who want to censor will try to take away your domain name, and they'll try to take away your payments account and so forth if they really don't like what you're saying. But nevertheless, unless they literally are intercepting you at the ISP level, like you can still put up a thing. And so I don't know. I think that's important to preserve, right? Like because I mean, one is just a freedom argument. The other is a creativity argument, which is you want to have the escape hatch so that the kid with the idea is able to realize the idea. Because to your point on PageRank, you actually don't know what the next big idea is. Right? Nobody called their page and told them to develop PageRank. Like you can put that on its own. And you want to always, I think, leave the escape hatch for the next kid or the next Stanford grad student to have the breakthrough idea and be able to get up and running before anything notices.
You and I are both fans of history, so let's step back. We've been talking about the future. Let's step back for a bit and look at the 90s. You created Mosaic web browser, the first widely used web browser. Tell the story of that. How did it evolve into Netscape Navigator? Just the early days.
So, full story. So,
I was born. Well, actually, yeah, let's go there. Like, when would you first fall in love with computers?
So I hit the generational jackpot, and I hit the Gen X kind of point perfectly, as it turns out. So I was born in 1971. So there's this great website called WTF happened in 1971.com, which is basically 1971 when everything started to go to hell. And I was, of course, born in 1971, so I like to think I had that.
Did you make it on the website?
I don't think I made it on the website, but
somebody needs to add. This is where everything.
Maybe I contributed to some of the trends. That they do. Every line on my website goes like that, right? So it's all a picture disaster. But there was this moment in time where, because sort of the Apple II hit in like 1978, and then the IBM PC hit in 82. So I was like 11 when the PC came out, and so I just kind of hit that perfectly. And then that was the first moment in time when like regular people could spend a few $100s and get a computer, right? So that I just like that resonated right out of the gate. And then the other part of the story is, I was using Apple II. I used a bunch of them, but I was using Apple II. And of course, it said on the back of every Apple II and every Mac, it said, designed in Cupertino, California. And I was like, wow, okay, Cupertino must be the like shiny city on the hill, like Wizard of Oz, like the most amazing like city of all time. I can't wait to see it. Of course, years later, I came out to Silicon Valley and went to Cupertino, and it was just a bunch of office parks, low-rise apartment buildings. So the aesthetics were a little disappointing, but it was the vector, right, of the creation of a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
So then basically, part of my story is just the luck of having been born at the right time and getting exposed to PCs. Then the other part is when Al Gore says that he created the internet. He actually is correct in a really meaningful way, which is he sponsored a bill in 1985 that essentially created the modern internet, created what is called the NSFNet at the time, which is sort of the first really fast internet backbone. That bill dumped a ton of money into a bunch of research universities to build out basically the internet backbone, and then these supercomputer centers that were clustered around the internet. And one of those universities was the University of Illinois, where I went to school. So the other struggle I had was I went to Illinois basically where any stuff money was just like getting dumped on campus. And so as a consequence, we had on campus, the thing is just like in 89, 90, 91. We had we were right on the internet backbone. We had like T3 and 45 at the time, T3 45 megabyte backbone connection, which at the time was wildly state of the art. We had Cray supercomputers, we had thinking machines, parallel supercomputers, we had Silicon graphics workstations, we had Macintoshes, we had Nextcubes all over the place. We had like every possible kind of computer you could imagine because all this money just fell out of the sky.
So you were living in the future.
Yeah, so quite literally, it was it's all there. It's all like with full broadband graphics, like the whole thing. And it's actually funny because they have this. This is the first time I kind of sort of tickled the back of my head that there might be a big opportunity in here, which is, they embraced it, and so they put like computers in all the dorms, and they wired up all the dorm rooms, and they had all these labs everywhere and everything, and then they gave every undergrad a computer account and an email address. And the assumption was that you would use the internet for your 4 years of college, and then you would graduate and stop using it. And that was that, right?
Yeah.
And you just retire your email address. It wouldn't be relevant anymore because you go off from the workplace and they don't use email. You'd be back to using fax machines or whatever.
Did you have that sense as well? Like what you said, the back of your head was tickled. Like what was exciting to you about this possible world?
Well, if this is so useful in this contained environment that just has this weird source of outside funding, that if it were practical for everybody else to have this, and if it were cost effective for everybody else to have this, wouldn't they want it? And overwhelmingly, the prevailing view at the time was no, they would not want it. This is esoteric, weird, nerd stuff, right? That like computer science kids like, but like normal people are never going to email, right, or be on the internet, right? And so I was just like, wow, like this is actually like this is really compelling stuff. Now the other part was it was all really hard to use, and in practice you had to be basically a CS, basically you had to be a CS undergrad or equivalent to actually get full use of the internet at that point, because it was all pretty esoteric stuff. So then that was the other part of the idea, which was okay, we need to actually make this easy to use.
So what's involved in creating Mosaic, like in creating a graphical interface to the internet?
Yeah, so it was a combination of things. So it was like basically the web existed in an early sort of described as prototype form, and by the way, text only at that point.
What did it look like? What was the web? I mean, and the key figures, like what was it? What was it like? What? Paint a picture.
It looked like ChatGPT actually. It was all text.
Yeah.
And so you had a text-based web browser. Well, actually, the original browser, Tim Berners-Lee, the original browser, both the original browser and the server actually ran on Nextcubes. So this was the computer Steve Jobs made during the interim period, during the decade-long interim period when he was not at Apple. He got fired in '85 and then came back in '97. So this was in that interim period where he had this company called Next, and they made these computers called cubes. And there's this famous story, they were beautiful, but they were 12-inch by 12-inch by 12-inch cubes, computers, and there's a famous story about how they could have cost half as much if it had been 12 by 12 by 13, but Steve was like, no, like it has to be. So they were like $6,000 basically academic workstations. They had the first CD-ROM drives, which were slow. I mean, the computers are all but unusable. They were so slow, but they were beautiful.
Okay, can we actually just take a tiny tangent?
Sure, of course.
The 12 by 12 by 12. They just so beautifully encapsulate Steve Jobs' idea of design. Can you just comment on what you find interesting about Steve Jobs, about that view of the world, that dogmatic pursuit of perfection, and how he saw perfection in design?
Yes, I guess I'd say, look, he was a deep believer, I think, in a very deep, the way I interpret it. I don't know if he ever really described it like this, but the way I interpret it is, it's like this thing, it's actually a thing in philosophy. It's like aesthetics are not just appearances. Aesthetics go all the way to like deep underlying meaning, right? It's like, I'm not a physicist. One of the things I've heard physicists say is one of the things you start to get a sense of when a theory might be correct is when it's beautiful, right? Like, there's, right? And so there's something, and you feel the same thing, by the way, in like human psychology, right? When you're experiencing awe, right? There's a simplicity to it. When you're having an interaction with somebody, there's an aesthetic, I would say, calm that comes over you because you're actually being fully honest and trying to hide yourself, right? So so it's like this very deep sense of aesthetics.
And he would trust that judgment that he had deep down. Like, even if the engineering teams are saying this is too difficult, even if the finance folks are saying this is ridiculous, the supply chain, all that kind of stuff, this makes this impossible. We can't do this kind of material. This has never been done before, and so on and so forth. He just sticks by it.
Well, I mean, who makes a phone out of aluminum, right? Like, nobody else would have done that. And now, of course, if your phone is made out of aluminum, how crude, what kind of caveman would you have to be to have a phone made out of plastic? Like, right? So it's just this very, right? And look, there's 1,000 different ways to look at this, but one of the things is just like, look, these things are central to your life. Like, you're with your phone more than you're with anything else. Like, it's going to be in your hand. I mean, he thought very deeply about what it meant for something to be in your hand all the time. Well, for example, here's an interesting design thing. Like he never wanted it. My understanding is he never wanted an iPhone to have a screen larger than you could reach with your thumb, one-handed. And so he was actually opposed to the idea of making the phone larger. And I don't know if you have this experience today, but let's say there are certain moments in your day when you might be like only have one hand available, and you might want to be on your phone. Yeah. And you're trying to set the text, your thumb can't reach the send button.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons, right? And then there's like folding phones which I would love to know what he thought and thinks about them. But I mean, is there something you could also just linger on, because he's one of the interesting figures in the history of technology? What makes him as successful as he was? What makes him as interesting as he was? What made him so productive and important in the development of technology?
He had an integrated worldview. So the properly designed device that had the correct functionality, that had the deepest understanding of the user, that was the most beautiful, right? Like it had to be all of those things, right? He basically would drive to as close to perfect as he could possibly get, right? And I suspect that he never quite thought he ever got there, because most great creators are generally dissatisfied. You read accounts later on, and all they can see are the flaws in the creation. But like he got as close to perfect each step of the way as he could possibly get, with the constraints of the technology of his time. And then, look, he was sort of famous in the Apple model. Is like they were, this headset that they just came out with, like it's like a decade long project, right? It's like and they're just going to sit there and tune and polish and polish and tune and polish and tune and polish until it is as perfect as anybody could possibly make anything.
Yeah.
And then this goes to the way that people describe working with him, which is, there was a terrifying aspect of working with him, which is, he was very tough. But there was this thing that everybody I've ever talked to who worked for him says, they all say the following, which is we did the best work of our lives when we worked for him, because he set the bar incredibly high, and that he supported us with everything that he could to let us actually do work of that quality. And so a lot of people who were at Apple spend the rest of their lives trying to find another experience where they feel like they're hit that quality again.
Even if it, in retrospect or during it, felt like suffering.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that teach you about the human condition? Huh?
So look, I say exactly. So the Silicon Valley. I mean, look, he's not, George Patton in the, in the Army. Like, there are many examples in other fields, that are like this. Specifically in tech, it's actually, I find it very interesting. There's the Apple way, which is polish, and don't ship until it's as perfect as you can make it. And then there's the sort of the other approach, which is the sort of incremental hacker mentality, which basically says ship early and often and iterate. And one of the things I find really interesting is, I'm now 30 years into this, like, there are very successful companies on both sides of that approach, right? Like, that is a fundamental difference, right, in how to operate and how to build and how to create, that you have world-class companies operating in both ways. And I don't think the question of, like, which is the superior model is anywhere close to being answered. Like, and my suspicion is the answer is do both. The answer is you actually want both. They lead to different outcomes. Software tends to do better with the iterative approach. Hardware tends to do better with the sort of wait and make it perfect approach. But again, you can find examples in both directions.
So the jury's still out on that one. So back to Mosaic. So what? It was text-based. Tim Berners-Lee.
Well, there was the web, which was text-based, but there were no. I mean, there was like 3 websites. There was like no content. There were no users. Like it wasn't like a catalytic. By the way, because it was all text. There were no documents. There were no images. There were no videos. Right. So it was. And then if in the beginning, you had to be on a Nextcube, but you need to have a Nextcube both to publish and to consume. So there
was $6,000. You said
the limitations. Yeah, $6,000 PC. They did not sell very many. Yeah. But then there was also FTP, and there was Usenet, right? And there was a dozen other basically. There's Waze, which was an early search thing. There was Gopher, which was an early menu-based information retrieval system. There were like a dozen different sort of scattered ways that people would get to information on the internet. And so the Mosaic idea was basically bring those all together, make the whole thing graphical, make it easy to use, make it basically bulletproof so that anybody can do it. And then again, just on the luck side, it so happened that this was right at the moment when the GUI sort of actually took off. And we're now also used to the GUI that we think has been around forever, but it didn't really, the Macintosh brought it out in '85, but they actually didn't sell very many Macs in the '80s. It was not that successful of a product. It really was, you needed Windows 3.0 on PCs, and that hit in about '92. And so we did Mosaic in '92, '93. So that sort of, it was like right at the moment when you could imagine actually having a graphical user interface to write at all, much less one to the internet.
How well did Windows 3 sell? So it was like a really big.
That was the big bang.
The big graphical operating system.
Well, this is the classic. Okay, Microsoft was operating on the other. So Apple was running on the polish it until it's perfect. Microsoft famously ran on the other model, which is ship and iterate. And so the old line of those days was Microsoft. It's version 3 of every Microsoft product. That's the good one, right? So there are you can find online Windows 1, Windows 2. Nobody used them.
Yeah.
Actually, the original Windows, in the original Microsoft Windows, the windows were not overlapping. And so you have these very small, very low resolution screens, and then you had literally it just didn't work. It wasn't ready yet.
Well, and Windows 95, I think, was a pretty big leap also.
That was a big leap too.
Yeah.
So that was like bang, and then of course Steve, and then in the fullest of time, Steve came back. Then the Mac started to take off again. That was the third bang, and then the iPhone was the fourth bang.
Such exciting time.
And then we were off to the races.
Nobody could have known What would be created from that?
Well, Windows 3.1 or 3.0, Windows 3.0 to the iPhone was only 15 years, right? Like that ramp was, in retrospect, at the time it felt like it took forever, but that, in historical terms, like that was a very fast ramp from even a graphical computer at all on your desk to the iPhone. That was 15 years. So,
Did you have a sense of what the internet would be as you look into the window of Mosaic? Like what? Like there's just a few web pages for now.
So the thing I had early on was I was keeping at the time there's disputes over what was the first blog, but I had one of them that at least is a possible at least a runner up in the competition, and it was what was called the What's New page, and it was hardwired into distribution for advantage. Where I put it right in the browser. I put it in the browser and then I put my resume in the browser.
Yeah.
So it was hilarious. But I was keeping the
good call.
Yeah.
Man, early days.
Yeah.
It's so interesting.
I'm looking for my about. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. So the What's New page, I would literally get up every morning and I would every afternoon, and I would basically, if you wanted to launch a website, you would email me, and I would list it on the What's New page, and that was how people discovered the new websites as they were coming out. And I remember because it was like it literally went from, it was like one every couple of days to like one every day to like two every day.
And then, so you're doing, so that blog was kind of doing the directory thing. So like, what was the home page?
So the homepage was just basically trying to explain even what this thing is that you're looking at, right? The basic instructions. But then there's a button that said What's New. And what most people did is they went to Travis Reese's What's New. Yeah. But like it was so mind blowing at that point. Just the basic idea, and it was just like, this is the basic idea of the internet, but people can see it for the first time. The basic idea was, look, it's like literally, it's like an Indian restaurant in like Bristol, England has like put their menu on the web, and people were like, wow, whoa, because like that's the first restaurant menu on the web.
Yeah.
And I don't have to be in Bristol, and I don't know if I've ever been to Bristol, and I don't like Indian food, and like, wow. Right, and it was like that. The first streaming video thing was another England thing, some Oxford or something. Some guy put his coffee pot up as the first streaming video thing, and he put it on the web because it was the coffee pot down the hall.
Yeah,
and he wanted to see when he needed to go refill it. But there was a point when there were thousands of people like watching that coffee pot because it was the first thing you could watch.
But
right.
Were you able to kind of infer, if that Indian restaurant could go online, then you're like,
they all will.
They all will.
Yeah, exactly.
So you felt that.
Yeah. Now, look, it's still a stretch, right? It's still a stretch because it's just like, okay, you're still in this zone of just like, okay, is this a nerd thing? Is this a real person thing? By the way, there was a wall of skepticism from the media. Like they just like everybody was just like, yeah, this is just like dumb. This is not, this is not for regular people at that time. So you had to think through that. And then look, it was still hard to get on the internet at that point, right? So you could get kind of this weird bastardized version if you were on AOL, which wasn't really real, or you had to go like learn what an ISP was. In those days, PCs actually didn't have TCP/IP drivers come pre-installed, so you had to learn what a TCP/IP driver was. You had to buy a modem. You had to install driver software. I have a comedy routine I do. It's like 20 minutes long, describing all the steps required to actually get on the internet. And so you had to look through these practical. Well, and then speed, performance, 14.4 modems. Right, like it was like watching, glue dry. And so you had to. There were basically a sequence of bets that we made where you basically need to look through that current state of affairs and say, actually, there's going to be so much demand for it. Once people figure this out, there's going to be so much demand for it that all of these practical problems are going to get fixed.
Yes. Some people say that the anticipation makes the destination that much more exciting.
Do you remember progressive JPEGs?
Yeah. Do I?
So for kids in the audience, right? You used to have to watch an image load like a line at a time, but it turns out there's this thing with JPEGs where you could load basically every fourth. You could load like every fourth line, and then you could sweep back through again. And so you could like render a fuzzy version of the image up front, and it would like resolve in detailed one. And that was like a big UI breakthrough because it gave you something to watch.
Yeah, and there's applications in various domains for that.
Well, there's a big fight. There's a big fight early on about whether there should be images in the web.
For that reason, for like sexualization.
No, not explicitly. That did come up, but it wasn't even that. It was more just like all the serious. The argument went. The purists basically said all the serious information in the world is text. If you introduce images, you basically going to bring in all the trivial stuff. You're going to bring in magazines and all this crazy just stuff that people it's going to distract from it. It's going to go take away from being serious, being frivolous.
Well, was there any doomer type arguments about the internet destroying all of human civilization or destroying some fundamental fabric of human civilization?
Yeah, so those days it was all around crime and terrorism. So those arguments happened. There was no sense yet of the internet having like a second politics. That was way too far off. But there was an enormous panic at the time around cybercrime. There was like enormous panic that like your credit card number would get stolen and your life savings would be drained. And then criminals were going to. There was when we started, one of the things we did was the Netscape browser was the first widely used piece of consumer software that had strong encryption built in. It made it available to ordinary people, and at that time, strong encryption was actually illegal to export out of the U.S. So we could field that product in the U.S. We could not export it because it was classified as ammunition. So the Netscape browser was on a restricted list along with the Tomahawk missile as being something that could not be exported. So we had to make a second version with deliberately weak encryption to sell overseas with a big logo on the box saying "Do not trust this," which it turns out makes it hard to sell software. Got a big logo that says "Don't trust it." And then we had to spend 5 years fighting the U.S. government to get them to basically stop trying to do this. But because the fear was terrorists are going to use encryption, right, to like plot, all these things. And then we responded with, well, actually, we need encryption to be able to secure systems so the terrorists and the criminals can't get in. So that was the thing.
So can you say something about some of the details of the software engineering challenges required to build these browsers? I mean, the engineering challenges of creating a product that hasn't really existed before, that can have such almost like limitless impact on the world with the internet.
So there was a really key bet that we made at the time, which was very controversial, which was core to how it was engineered, which was, are we optimizing for performance or for ease of creation? Yeah. And in those days, the pressure was very intense to optimize for performance because the network connections were so slow, and also the computers were so slow. And so if you had, I mentioned the progressive JPEGs, like if there's an alternate world in which we optimize for performance, and you had just a much more pleasant experience right up front. But what we got by not doing that was we got ease of creation. And the way that we got ease of creation was all of the protocols and formats were in text, not in binary. And so HTTP is in text. By the way, and this was an internet tradition, by the way, that we picked up, but we continued it. HTTP is text, and HTML is text, and everything else that follows is text. As a result, and by the way, you can imagine purist engineers saying this is insane. You have very limited bandwidth. Why are you wasting any time sending text? You should be encoding the stuff into binary, and it'll be much faster. And of course, the answer is that's correct. But what you get when you make a text is all of a sudden, well, the big breakthrough was the view source function, right? So the fact that you could look at a web page, you could hit view source, and you could see the HTML. That was how people learned how to make web pages, right?
It's so interesting because the stuff we take for granted now is, man, that was fundamental to the development of the web, to be able to have HTML just right there. All the ghetto mess that is HTML, all the sort of almost biological like messiness of HTML, and then having the browser try to interpret that mess.
Yeah, exactly.
To show something reasonable.
Well, and then there was this internet principle that we inherited, which was admit cautiously, admit conservatively, interpret liberally. So basically, Matt, the design principle was if you're creating like a web editor that's going to admit HTML, like do it as cleanly as you can. But you actually want the browser to interpret liberally, which is you actually want users to be able to make all kinds of mistakes and for it to still work.
Yeah.
And so the browser rendering engines to this day have all of this spaghetti code, crazy stuff where they're resilient to all kinds of crazy HTML mistakes. And literally what I always had in my head is like there's an 8-year-old or an 11-year-old somewhere, and they're doing a view source, they're doing cut and paste, and they're trying to make a web page for their turtle or whatever. And like they leave out a slash and they leave out an angle bracket and they do this and they do that, and it still works.
It's also like I don't often think about this, but programming, C++, C, C++, all those languages, Lisp, the compiled languages, the interpreted languages, Python, Perl, all that. The grades have to be all correct.
Yeah.
It's like everything has to be perfect.
Brutal.
And then
Autistic.
you forget. All right, it's systematic and rigorous. Let's go there. But you forget that the web with JavaScript eventually and HTML is allowed to be messy in the way, for the first time, messy in the way biological systems can be messy. It's like the only thing computers were allowed to be messy on for the first time.
It used to offend me. So I grew up in Unix. I worked on Unix. I was a Unix native for all the way through this period. And it used to drive me bananas when it would do the segmentation fall to the core dump file. Just like it's like, it's like literally there's like an error in the code. The math is off by one, and it core dumps.
Yeah.
And I'm in the core dump trying to analyze it and trying to reconstruct it. And I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Like the computer ought to be smart enough to be able to know that if it's off by one, okay, fine, and it keeps running. And I would go ask all the experts, like, why can't it just keep running? And they'd explain to me, well, because all the downstream repercussions and blah, blah. And I'm like, this still, like, we're forcing the human creator to live, to your point, in this literal world of perfection. And I was just like, that's just bad. And by the way, what happens with that, of course, is what happens with coding at that point, which is you get a high priesthood. There's a small number of people who are really good at doing exactly that. Most people can't, and most people are really trying to. And so actually, that was where I picked up that idea was like, no, you want these things to be resilient to error in all kinds. And this would drive the purists absolutely crazy. Like I got to talk about this like a lot because like every time all the purists who were like all this like markup language stuff and formats and codes and all this stuff, they would be like, you can't, you're encouraging that behavior.
Oh, so they wanted the browser to give you a seg fault error anytime there was a.
Yeah, they wanted it to be fine, right? They wanted that was a very and any properly trained credentialed engineer would be like, that's not how you build the system.
That's such a bold move to say no. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and like I said, the good news for me is the internet kind of had that tradition already. But having said that, like we pushed it. We pushed it way out. But the other thing we did, going back to the performance thing, was we gave up a lot of performance with it. That initial experience for the first few years was pretty painful. But the bet there was actually an economic bet, which was basically the demand for the web would basically mean that there would be a surge in supply of broadband. Because the question was, okay, how do you get the phone companies, which are not famous in those days for doing things at huge cost for like speculative reasons, like how do you get them to build out broadband? Spend billions of dollars doing that, and you could go meet with them and try to talk them into it, or you could just have a thing where it's just very clear this is going to be the people love is going to be better. Faster. And so that there was a period there, and this was fraught with some peril, but there was a period there where it's like we knew the experience was sub-optimized because we were trying to force the emergence of demand for broadband.
Sure.
Which is in fact what happened.
So you had to figure out how to display this text, HTML text. So the blue links and purple links, and there's no standards. Is there standards at that time? So
there really still isn't.
Well, there's there's implied standards, right? And there's all these kinds of new features that are being added, like CSS, with like what kind of stuff a browser should be able to support, features within languages, within JavaScript, and so on. But you're setting standards on the fly yourself.
Well, to this day, if you create a web page that has no CSS style sheet, the browser will render it however it wants to.
Yeah.
Right. So this was one of the things. There was this idea at the time in how these systems were built, which is separation of content from format, or separation of content from appearance. Mm-hmm. And that's still people don't really use that anymore because everybody wants to determine how things look, and so they use CSS. But it's still in there that you can just let the browser do all the work.
I still like really basic websites, but that could be just old school. Kids these days with their fancy responsive websites that don't actually have much content but have a lot of visual elements.
Well, that's one of the things that's fun about ChatGPT. It's like
back to the basics,
back to just text.
Yeah.
Right. And there is this pattern in human creativity and media where you end up back in text, and I think there's something powerful in there.
Is there some other stuff you remember, like the purple links? There were some interesting design decisions that kind of come up that we have today or we don't have today, or temporary.
So I made the background gray. I hated reading text on white backgrounds, and so I made the background gray.
Do you regret?
No.
You regret?
No. That decision I think is in reverse. But now I'm happy though because now dark mode is the thing. So
it wasn't about gray. It was just you didn't want white background.
Strain my eyes.
Change your eyes. Interesting. And then there's a bunch of other decisions. I'm sure there's an interesting history of the development of HTML and CSS, all those interface and JavaScript, and then there's this whole Java applet thing.
Well, the big one probably JavaScript. CSS was after, which that wasn't me, but JavaScript was the big. JavaScript maybe was the biggest of the whole thing. That was us, and that was basically a bet. It was a bet on two things. One is that the world wanted a new front end scripting language, and then the other was that I thought at the time the world wanted a new back end scripting language. So JavaScript was designed from the beginning to be both front end and back end. And then it failed as a back end scripting language, and Java won for a long time, and then Python, Perl, and other things, PHP, and Ruby. But now JavaScript is back, and so
I wonder if everything in the end will run on JavaScript.
It seems like it is the and by the way, let me give a shout out to Brendan Mike, was the basically the one man inventor of JavaScript.
If you're interested to learn more about Brendan Mike, he was on this podcast previously.
Exactly. So he wrote JavaScript over a summer, and I think it is fair to say now that it's the most widely used language in the world, and it seems to only be gaining in its range of adoption.
In the software world, there's quite a few stories of somebody over a weekend or over a week or over a summer writing some of the most impactful, revolutionary pieces of software ever.
Well, look,
that should be inspiring, yes.
Very inspiring. I'll give you another one, SSL. So SSL was the security protocol. That was us. And that was a crazy idea at the time, which was let's take all the native protocols and let's wrap them in a security wrapper. That was a guy named Kip Hickman who wrote that over a summer, one guy. And then look, today, sitting here today, like the Transformer, like at Google was a small handful of people. And then, the number of people who did like the core work on GPT, it's not that many people. Pretty small handful of people. And so, yeah, the pattern in software repeatedly over a very long time has been, Jeff Bezos always had the 2 pizza rule for teams at Amazon, which is any team needs to be able to be fed with 2 pizzas. If you need the 3rd pizza, you have to meet people. And I think it's actually the 1 pizza rule.
Yeah.
For the really creative work, I think it's 2 people, 3 people.
Well, you see that with certain open source projects. Like so much is done by like 1 or 2 people. It's so incredible, and that's why you see that gives me so much hope about the open source movement in this new age of AI, where just recently having had a conversation with Mark Zuckerberg of all people, who's all in on open source, which is so interesting to see and so inspiring to see, because like releasing these models, it is scary, it is potentially very dangerous, and we'll talk about that, but it's also, if you believe in the goodness of most people and in the skill set of most people and the desire to do good in the world, that's really exciting, because it's not putting these models into the centralized control of big corporations, of government, and so on. It's putting it in the hands of a teenage kid with like a dream in his eyes. I don't know. That's beautiful.
And look, this stuff, AI ought to make the individual coder obviously far more productive, right? By like, 1,000x or something. And so you ought to open source, like not just the future of open source, the future of open source everything. We ought to have a world now of super coders, right, who are building things as open source as one or 2 people that were conceivable 5 years ago. The level of kind of hyper productivity we're going to get out of our best and brightest stuff is going to go up.
It's going to be interesting. We'll talk about it, but let's just linger a little bit on Netscape. Netscape was acquired in 1999 for $4.3 billion by AOL. What was that? What was that like? What were some memorable aspects of that?
Well, that was the height of the .com boom, bubble bust. I mean, that was the frenzy. If you watch Succession, that was like what they did in the 4th season with Gojo and the merger with their. And so it was like the height of like one of those kind of dynamics. And so,
would you recommend Succession? By the way, I'm more of a Yellowstone guy.
Yellowstone's very American. I'm very proud of it. That is.
I just talked to Matthew McConaughey, and I'm full on Texan at this point.
Good. I heartily approve.
And he will be doing the sequel to the Yellowstone.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very excited. Anyway, so that's rude interruption by me, by way of Succession. So that was at the height of the
deal making and money and just the fur flying and like craziness. And so, yeah, it was just one of those. It was just like, I mean, this is the entire Netscape thing from start to finish was 4 years, which was like for one of these companies, it's just like incredibly fast. We went public 18 months after we were founded, which virtually never happens. So it was just this incredibly fast kind of meteor streaking across the sky. And then, of course, it was this, and then there was just this explosion, right, that happened. Because then it was almost immediately followed by the dot-com crash. It was then followed by AOL buying Time Warner, which again is the Succession guy's going to play with that, which turned out to be a disastrous deal, one of the famous, kind of disasters in business history. And then, what became an internet depression on the other side of that. But then in that depression in the 2000s was the beginning of broadband and smartphones and Web 2.0, right? And then social media and search and every SaaS and everything that came out of that. So,
what did you learn from just the acquisition? This is so much money. What's interesting, because it must have been very new to you, that this software stuff, you can make so much money. There's so much money swimming around. I mean, I'm sure the ideas of investment were starting to get born there.
Yes, let me lay out. So here's the thing. I don't know if I figured it out then, but figured it out later, which is software is a technology that it's like the concept of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone in alchemy transmutes light into gold, and we spent 20 years trying to find the Philosopher's Stone. Never got there. Nobody's ever figured it out. Software is our modern Philosopher's Stone, and in economic terms, it transmutes labor into capital, which is like a super interesting thing. And by the way, like Karl Marx is rolling over in his grave right now, because of course that's a complete refutation of his entire theory. Transmutes labor into capital, which is as follows: is somebody sits down at a keyboard and types a bunch of stuff in, and a capital asset comes out the other side, and then somebody buys that capital asset for $1 billion. Like, that's amazing, right? It's literally creating value right out of thin air, right? Out of purely human thought, right? And so that's there are many things that make software magical and special, but that's the economics.
I wonder what Marx would have thought about that.
Oh, he would have completely broke his brain, because of course the whole thing was that kind of technology is inconceivable when he was alive. It was all industrial era stuff, and so any kind of machinery necessarily involves huge amounts of capital, and then labor was on the receiving end of the abuse.
Yep.
Right, but like a software engineer is somebody who basically transmutes his own labor into an actual capital asset, creates permanent value. Well, in fact, it's actually very inspiring. That's actually more true today than before. So when I was doing software, the assumption was all new software basically has a sort of a parabolic sort of life cycle, right? So you ship the thing, people buy it. At some point, everybody who wants it has bought it, and then it becomes obsolete, and then it's like bananas. Nobody buys old software. These days, Minecraft, Mathematica, Facebook, Google, you have these software assets that are, have been around for 30 years that are gaining in value every year, right? And they're being World of Warcraft, right? Salesforce.com, like they're being, every single year, they're being polished and polished and polished and polished. They're getting better and better, more powerful, more valuable. So we've entered this era where you can actually have these things that actually build out over decades, which, by the way, is what's happening right now with like GPT. And so now, and this is why there's always sort of a constant investment frenzy around software, is because when you start one of these things, it doesn't always succeed, but when it does, now you might be building an asset that builds value for 4 or 5, 6 decades to come. If you have a team of people who have the level of devotion required to do anything better. And then the fact that, of course, everybody's online, there's 5 billion people that are a click away from any new piece of software. So the potential market size for any of these things is nearly infinite.
It must have been surreal back then.
Yeah. This was all brand new, right? Yeah, back then this was all brand new. These were all brand new. Had you rolled out that theory in even 1999, people would have thought you were smoking crack. So that's emerged over time.
Well, let's now turn back into the future. You wrote the essay, Why AI Will Save the World. Let's start at the very high level. What do you think?
Yeah, so the main thesis on the essay is that what we're dealing with here is intelligence. And it's really important to kind of talk about the sort of very nature of what intelligence is. And fortunately, we have a predecessor to machine intelligence, which is human intelligence. And we've got observations and theories over thousands of years for what intelligence is in terms of humans. And what intelligence is, right? I mean, what it literally is the way to capture, process, analyze, synthesize information, solve problems. But the observation of intelligence in human hands is that intelligence quite literally makes everything better. And what I mean by that is every kind of outcome of like human quality of life, whether it's education outcomes or success of your children, or career success, or health, or lifetime satisfaction. By the way, propensity to peacefulness as opposed to violence, propensity for open-mindedness versus bigotry. Those are all associated with higher levels of intelligence.
Smarter people have better outcomes in almost, as you write, in almost every domain of activity: academic achievement, job performance, occupational status, income, creativity, physical health, longevity, learning new skills, managing complex tasks, leadership, entrepreneurial success, conflict resolution, reading comprehension, financial decision making, understanding others' perspectives, creative arts, parenting outcomes, and life satisfaction. One of the more depressing conversations I've had, and I don't know why it's depressing. I have to really think through why it's depressing, but IQ and the G factor, and that's something in large part is genetic, and it correlates so much with all of these things and success in life. It's like all the inspirational stuff we read about, like if you work hard and so on. Damn, it sucks that you're born with a hand that you can't change. You're saying basically a really important point, and I think it's in your articles. It really helped me. It's a nice added perspective to think about with human intelligence. The science of intelligence is shown scientifically that it just makes life easier and better the smarter you are. And now let's look at artificial intelligence. And if that's a way to increase the some human intelligence, then it's only going to make a better life.
Yeah,
that's the argument.
And certainly at the collective level, we could talk about the collective effect of just having more intelligence in the world, which will have very big payoff. But there's also just at the individual level, like what if every person has a machine? The concept of Doug Engelbart's concept of augmentation. What if everybody has an assistant, and the assistant is 140 IQ, and you happen to be 110 IQ, and you've got something that basically is infinitely patient and knows everything about you and is pulling for you in every possible way, wants you to be successful. And anytime you find anything confusing or want to learn anything or have trouble understanding something or want to figure out what to do in a situation, right, want to figure out how to prepare for a job interview, like any of these things, like it will help you do it. And it will therefore, the combination will effectively raise because it will effectively raise your IQ and therefore raise the odds of successful life outcomes in these areas.
So people below the hypothetical 140 IQ, it'll pull them up towards 140 IQ.
Yeah. And then of course, people at 140 IQ will be able to have a peer, right, to be able to communicate, which is great. And then people above 140 IQ will have an assistant that they can farm things out to. And then look, God willing, at some point these things future versions go from 140 IQ equivalent to 150 to 160 to 180, right? Like Einstein was estimated to be on the order of 160. So when we get 160 AI, like we'll be, when one assumes creating Einstein level breakthroughs in physics, and then at 180 we'll be, curing cancer and developing warp drive and doing all kinds of stuff. And so it is quite possibly the case this is the most important thing that's ever happened, the best thing that's ever happened. Precisely because it's a lever on this single fundamental factor of intelligence, which is the thing that drives so much of everything else.
Can you still man the case that human plus AI is not always better than human for the individual?
You may have noticed that there's a lot of smart assholes running around.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And so, like, it's smart. There are certain people where they get smarter. They get to be more arrogant. Right. So that there's one huge flaw.
Although to push back on that, it might be interesting because when the intelligence is not all coming from you, but from another system, that might actually increase the amount of humility even in the assholes.
One would hope.
Or it could make assholes more assholes. Yeah, that's psychology.
Yeah, exactly. Another one is smart people are very convinced that they, have a more rational view of the world and that they have an easier time seeing through conspiracy theories and hoaxes, right? Sort of crazy beliefs and all that. There's a theory in psychology which is actually smart people. So for sure, people who aren't as smart are very susceptible to hoaxes and conspiracy theories. But it may also be the case that the smarter you get, you become susceptible in a different way, which is you become very good at marshaling facts to fit preconceptions. Right, you become very, very good at assembling whatever theories and frameworks and pieces of data and graphs and charts you need to validate whatever crazy idea you've got in your head. And so you're susceptible in a different way. right?
We're all sheep, but different colored sheep.
Some sheep are better at justifying it, right? And those are the smart sheep, right? So yeah, look, like I would say this. Look, like there are no panaceas. I'm not a utopian. There are no panaceas in life. There are no I don't believe there are like pure positives. I'm not a transcendental kind of person like that. But so yeah, there are going to be issues. And look, smart people. Maybe you could say about smart people is they are more likely to get themselves in situations that are beyond their grasp, because they're just more confident with their ability to deal with it. So their eyes become bigger. Their cognitive eyes become bigger than their So yeah, you could argue those 8 different ways. Nevertheless, on net, right, clearly, overwhelmingly, again, if you just extrapolate from what we know about human intelligence, you're improving so many aspects of life if you're upgrading intelligence.
So there'll be assistance at all stages of life. So when you're younger, there's for education, all that kind of stuff, for mentorship, all of this. And later on, as you're doing work, you develop a skill and you're having a profession, you have an assistant that helps you excel at that profession. So at all stages of life.
Yeah, I mean, look, the theory is augmentations. This is the Degengelbart's term. Degengelbart made this observation many decades ago that basically it's like you can have this oppositional frame of technology where it's like us versus the machines, but what you really do is you use technology to augment human capabilities.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, that's how actually the economy develops. That's we're talking about the economic side of this, but that's actually how the economy grows. Is through technology augmenting human potential. And so yeah, and then you basically have a proxy or a sort of prosthetic. So like you've got glasses, you've got a wristwatch, you've got shoes, you've got these things, you've got a personal computer, you've got a word processor, you've got Mathematica, you've got Google. This is the latest, viewed through that lens. The AI is the latest in a long series of basically augmentation methods to be able to raise human capabilities. It's just this one is the most powerful. This is the one that goes directly to what they call fluid intelligence, which is IQ.
Well, there's 2 categories of folks that you outline that worry about or highlight the risks of AI, and you highlight a bunch of different risks. I'd love to go through those risks and just discuss them, brainstorm which ones are serious and which ones are less serious. But first, though, the Baptists and the bootleggers. What are these 2 interesting groups of folks who worry about the effect of AI on human civilization?
Or say that.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll say that.
The Baptists worry, the bootleggers.
Yeah.
So the Baptists and the bootleggers is a metaphor from economics, from what's called development economics, and it's this observation that when you get social reform movements in a society, you tend to get 2 sets of people showing up arguing for the social reform. And the term Baptists and bootleggers comes from the American experience with alcohol prohibition. And so in the 1900s, 1910s, there was this movement that was very passionate at the time, which basically said alcohol is evil and it's destroying society. By the way, there was a lot of evidence to support this. There were very high rates of very high correlations then, by the way, and now between rates of physical violence and alcohol use. Almost all violent crimes have either the perpetrator or the victim or both drunk. Almost all, if you see this actually in the work, almost all sexual harassment cases in the workplace, it's like at a company party and somebody's drunk. Like it's amazing how often alcohol actually correlates to actually this dysfunction, to domestic abuse, and so forth, child abuse. And so you had this group of people who were like, okay, this is bad stuff and we should outlaw it. And those were quite literally Baptists. Those were super committed, hardcore Christian activists in a lot of cases. There was this woman whose name was Carrie Nation, who was this older woman who had been in this, disastrous marriage or something, and her husband had been abusive and drunk all the time. And she became the icon of the Baptist prohibitionists, and she was legendary in that era for carrying an axe and doing, completely on her own, doing raids of saloons and like taking her axe to all the bottles and cigs. Yeah. And
so a true believer.
An absolute true believer with absolutely the purest of intentions. And again, there's a very important thing here, which is you could look at this cynically and you could say the Baptists are like delusional, extremists, but you could also say, look, they're right. Like she had a point. Like she wasn't wrong about a lot of what she said. But it turns out, the way the story goes, is it turns out that there were another set of people who very badly wanted to outlaw alcohol in those days, and those were the bootleggers, which was organized crime that stood to make a huge amount of money if legal alcohol sales were banned. And this was, in fact, the way the history goes, this was actually the beginning of organized crime in the U.S. This was the big economic opportunity that opened that up. And so they went in together. And they didn't go in together. Like the Baptists did not even necessarily know about the bootleggers. They weren't involved per se. The bootleggers certainly knew about the Baptists, and they were like, "Wow, these people are like the great front people for like,
Yeah.
you know,
It's good PR.
shenanigans in the background." And they got the Volstead Act passed, right? And they did, in fact, ban alcohol in the U.S. And you'll notice what happened, which is people kept drinking. It didn't work. People kept drinking. The bootleggers made a tremendous amount of money. And then over time, it became clear that it made no sense to make it illegal, and it was causing more problems. And so then it was revoked, and here we sit with legal alcohol 100 years later with all the same problems. And you know, the whole thing was this like giant misadventure. The Baptists got taken advantage of by the bootleggers, and the bootleggers got what they wanted, and that was that.
The same two categories of folks are now sort of suggesting that the development of artificial intelligence should be regulated.
100%. Yeah, it's the same pattern. And the economists plays the same pattern every time. Like, this is what happened. Nuclear power. This is what happened, which is another interesting one. But like, yeah, this happens dozens and dozens of times throughout the last 100 years, and this is what's happening now.
And you write that it isn't sufficient to simply identify the actors and impugn their motives. We should consider the arguments of both the Baptists and the bootleggers and their merits. So let's do just that. Risk number one. Will AI kill us all? So, what do you think about this one? What do you think is the core argument here? That the development of AGI, perhaps better said, will destroy human civilization.
Well, first of all, you just did a sleight of hand because we went from talking about AI to AGI.
Is there a fundamental difference there?
I don't know. What's AGI?
What's AI? What's intelligence?
Oh, I know what AI is. AI is machine learning. What's AGI?
I think we don't know what the bottom of the well of machine learning is or what the ceiling is. It's just to call something machine learning, or just to call something statistics, or just to call it math or computation doesn't mean, nuclear weapons are just physics. So to me, it's very interesting and surprising how far.
No, but we knew that nuclear physics would lead to weapons. That's why the scientists of that era were always, it's up this used to be about building the weapons. This is different. AGI is different.
Where does machine learning lead? Do we know?
We don't know, but this is my point. It's different. We actually don't know. But and this is where the sleight of hand kicks in. Right? This is where it goes from being a scientific topic to being a religious topic. And that's why I specifically called out because that's what happens. They do the vocabulary shift. All of a sudden, you're talking about something totally that's not actually real.
Well, then maybe you could also, as part of that, define the Western tradition of millenarianism.
Yes, end of the world, apocalypse cults. Well, so we of course live in a Judeo-Christian, but primarily Christian, kind of saturated, kind of Christian, post-Christian, secularized Christian, kind of world in the West. And of course, core to Christianity is the idea of the second coming and Revelation, and Jesus returning in 1,000-year utopia on earth, and then the rapture, and all that stuff. We collectively, as a society, we don't necessarily take all that fully seriously now. So what we do is we create our secularized versions of that. We keep looking for utopia. We keep looking for, basically the end of the world. And so what you see over decades is basically a pattern of these sort of this is what cults are. This is how cults form, as they form around some theory of the end of the world. And so the People's Temple cult, the Manson cult, the Heaven's Gate cult, the David Koresh cult, what they're all organized around is like there's going to be this thing that's going to happen that's going to basically bring civilization crashing down. And then we have this special elite group of people who are going to see it coming and prepare for it. And then they're the people who are either going to stop it or failing stopping it. They're going to be the people who survive on the other side and ultimately get credit for having been right.
Why is that so compelling, do you think?
Because it satisfies this very deep need we have for transcendence and meaning that got stripped away when we became secular.
Yeah, but why does the transcendence involve the destruction of civilization?
It's how plausible it's like a very deep psychological thing, because it's like how plausible is it that we live in a world where everything's just kind of all right? Right? How exciting? How exciting is that? Right?
But we want more than that. But that's the deep question I'm asking. Why is it not exciting to live in a world where everything's just all right? Because I think most of the animal kingdom would be so happy we just all right, because that means survival. Why are we? Maybe that's what it is. Why are we conjuring up things to worry about?
So C.S. Lewis called it the God-shaped hole. So there's a God-shaped hole in the human experience, consciousness, soul, whatever you want to call it, where there's got to be something that's bigger than all this. There's got to be something transcendent. There's got to be something that is bigger, right? Bigger, the bigger purpose, a bigger meaning. And so we have run the experiment of, we're just going to use science and rationality and kind of, everything's just going to kind of be as it appears. And a large number of people have found that very deeply wanting and have constructed narratives. And this is the story of the 20th century, right? Communism, right? Was one of those. Communism was a form of this. Nazism was a form of this. Some people, you can see movements like this playing out all over the world right now.
So you construct a kind of devil, a kind of source of evil, and we're going to transcend beyond it.
Yeah, and the millenarian, the millenarians kind of, when you see a millenarian call, they put a really specific point on it, which is end of the world, right? There is some change coming. And that change that's coming is so profound and so important that it's either going to lead to utopia or hell on Earth, right? And it is going to, and then, it's like, what if you actually knew that was going to happen, right? What would you do, right? How would you prepare yourself for it? How would you come together with a group of like-minded people, right? What would you do? Would you plan like caches of weapons in the woods? Would you create underground bunkers? Would you, spend your life trying to figure out a way to avoid having it happen?
Yeah, that's a really compelling, exciting idea to have a club over. To have a little bit of travel. Like you get together on a Saturday night and drink some beers and talk about the end of the world and how you are the only ones who have figured it out.
Yeah. And then once you lock in on that, like how can you do anything else with your life? Like this is obviously the thing you have to do. And then there's a psychological effect that you alluded to. There's a psychological effect if you take a set of true believers and you leave them themselves, they get more radical, right? Because they self-radicalize each other.
That said, it doesn't mean they're not sometimes right.
Yeah, the end of the world. Yeah, correct. Like they might be right.
Yeah.
But like
I have some pamphlets. But we'll talk about nuclear weapons because you have a really interesting little moment that I learned about in your essay. But sometimes it could be right.
Yeah.
Because we're developing more and more powerful technologies in this case, and we don't know what the impact it will have on human civilization. Well, we can highlight all the different predictions about how it will be positive, but the risks are there, and you discuss some of them.
Well, the steel man and his reputation are the same, which is you can't predict what's going to happen, right? You can't rule out that this will not end everything, right? But the response to that is you have just made a completely non-scientific claim. You've made a religious claim, not a scientific claim.
How does it get disproven?
There's no, by definition, with these kinds of claims, there's no way to disprove. Right, and so there's no. You just go right on the list. There's no hypothesis. There's no testability of the hypothesis. There's no way to falsify the hypothesis. There's no way to measure progress along the arc. Like it's just all completely missing, and so it's not scientific. And
well, I don't think it's completely missing. It's somewhat missing. So, for example, the people that say AI is going to kill all of us. I mean, they usually have ideas about how to do that, whether it's the paperclip maximizer or it escapes. There's a mechanism by which you can imagine it killing all humans.
Models.
And you can disprove it by saying there's a limit to the speed at which intelligence increases. Maybe show that like the sort of rigorously really described model, like how it could happen, and say, no, here's a physics limitation. There's a physical limitation to how these systems would actually do damage to human civilization. And it is possible they will kill 10 to 20% of the population, but it seems impossible for them to kill 99%.
There's practical counter-arguments, right? So you mentioned basically what I described as the thermodynamic counter-argument. So sitting here today, it's like where would the evil AGI get the GPUs?
Yeah.
It's like they don't exist. So you're going to have a very frustrated baby evil AGI who's going to be like trying to buy NVIDIA stock or something to get them to find and make some chips. Right. So the serious form of that is the thermodynamic argument, which is like, okay, where's the energy going to come from? Where's the processor going to be running? Where's the data center going to be happening? How is this going to be happening in secret such that, it's not, so that's a practical counter-argument to the runaway AGI thing. Maybe we can argue that, we can discuss that. I have a deeper objection to it, which is this is all forecasting, it's all modeling, it's all future prediction, it's all future hypothesizing. It's not science.
Sure.
It is not. It is the opposite of science. So Carl Sagan, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, right? These are extraordinary claims. The policies that are being called for, right, to prevent this are of extraordinary magnitude, and I think we're going to cause extraordinary damage. And this is all being done on the basis of something that is literally not scientific. It's not a testable hypothesis.
So the moment you say AI is going to kill all of us, therefore we should ban it or that we should regulate all that kind of stuff, that's when it starts getting serious.
Or start, military airstrikes on data centers.
Oh boy.
Right? And like,
yeah, that's when it starts.
Well, so
it starts getting real.
So here's the problem with military cults: they have a hard time staying away from violence.
Yeah, but violence is so fun.
If you're on the right end of it, they have a hard time avoiding violence. The reason they have a hard time avoiding violence is if you actually believe the claim, right? Then what would you do to stop the end of the world? You would do anything, right? And this is where you get, again, if you just look at the history of the millenarian cults, this is where you get the People's Temple and everybody killing themselves in the jungle, and this is where you get Charles Manson and sending in to kill the pigs. Like, this is the problem with these. They have a very hard time drawing the line at actual violence, and I think in this case they're already calling for it like today, and where this goes from here as they get more worked up, like I think is like really concerning.
Okay, but that's kind of the extremes. The extremes of anything are always concerning. It's also possible to kind of believe that AI has a very high likelihood of killing all of us, but and therefore we should maybe consider slowing development or regulating. So not violence or any of these kinds of things, but saying like, all right, let's take a pause here. You have biological weapons, nuclear weapons. Like, whoa. This is like serious stuff. We should be careful. So it is possible to kind of have a more rational response, right? If you believe this risk is real.
Believe.
Yes. So, is it possible to have a scientific approach to the prediction of the future?
I mean, we just went through this with COVID. What do we know about modeling?
Well,
what do we know about modeling with
COVID? There's a lot of lessons.
They didn't work at all.
They worked poorly.
The models were terrible. The models were useless.
I don't know if the models were useless or the people interpreting the models and then the centralized institutions that were creating policy rapidly based on the models and leveraging the models in order to support their narratives versus actually interpreting the error bars in the models and all that kind of stuff.
What you have with COVID, my view with COVID is you have these experts showing up. They claim to be scientists, and they had no testable hypotheses whatsoever. They had a bunch of models, they had a bunch of forecasts, and they had a bunch of theories, and they laid these out in front of policymakers, and policymakers freaked out and panicked, right? And implemented a whole bunch of really terrible decisions that we're still living with the consequences of. And there was never any empirical foundation to any of the models. None of them ever came true.
Yeah, to push back, there were certainly Baptists and bootleggers in the context of this pandemic, but there's still a usefulness to models, no?
So not if they're reliably wrong, right? Then they're actually anti-useful, right? They're actually damaging.
But what do you do with a pandemic? What do you do with any kind of threat? Don't you want to kind of have several models to play with as part of the discussion of what the hell do we do here?
I mean, do they work? Is there an expectation that they actually work, that they have actual predictive value? I mean, as far as I can tell with COVID, we just the policymakers just psyop themselves. I mean, look, the scientists were at fault. The quote unquote scientists showed up. So I have some insight into this. So there was remember the Imperial College models out of London were the ones that were these are the gold standard models.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine runs a big software company, and he was like, "Wow, COVID's really scary." And he's like, he contacted this research, and he's like, do you need some help? You've been just building this model on your own for 20 years. Do you need some people like us, our coders, to basically restructure it so it can be fully adapted for COVID? And the guy said yes, and sent over the code. And my friend said it was like the worst spaghetti code he's ever seen.
That doesn't mean it's not possible to construct a good model of pandemic with the correct error bars with a high number of parameters that are continuously many times a day updated as we get more data about a pandemic. I would like to believe when a pandemic hits the world, the best computer scientists in the world, the best software engineers respond aggressively and as input take the data that we know about the virus and as an output say here's what's happening in terms of how quickly it's spreading, what that lead in terms of hospitalization and deaths and all that kind of stuff. Here's how contagious it likely is. Here's how deadly it likely is based on different conditions, based on different ages and demographics and all that kind of stuff. So here's the best kinds of policy. It feels like you could have models that kind of, they don't perfectly predict the future, but they help you do something because there's pandemics that are meh, they don't really do much harm. And there's pandemics, you can imagine them. They can do a huge amount of harm. Like they can kill a lot of people. So you probably have some kind of data-driven models that keep updating that allow you to make decisions that based like how bad is this thing? Now you can criticize how horrible all of that went with the response to this pandemic, but I just feel like there might be some value to models.
So to be useful at some point, it has to be predictive, right? So the easy thing for me to do is to say, obviously, right? Obviously, I want to see that just as much as you do. If there's anything that makes it easier to navigate through society through enriching, risk like that, that sounds great. The harder objection to it is just simply you are trying to model a complex dynamic system with 8 billion moving parts. Like, not possible.
Very tough.
Can't be done.
Man,
Complex systems can't be done.
I'm so tired.
Here, but well, it's possible. No,
I don't know. I would like to believe that it is. I would put it this way. I think where you and I would agree is I think we would like that to be the case. We are strongly in favor of it. I think we would also agree that no such thing with respect to COVID or pandemics. But neither you nor I think are aware. I'm not aware of anything like that.
My main worry with the response to the pandemic is that same as with aliens, is that even if such a thing existed, and it's possible it existed, the policymakers were not paying attention. Like there was no mechanism that allowed those kinds of models to percolate up.
Oh, I think we have the opposite problem during COVID. I think the policymakers, I think these people with basically fake science had too much access to the policymakers.
Well, right, but the policymakers also they had a narrative in mind, and they also wanted to use whatever model that fit that narrative to help them out. So like it felt like there's a lot of politics and not much science.
Yeah, although a big part of what was happening, a big reason we got lockdowns for as long as we did was because the scientists came in with these like doomsday scenarios that were like just like completely with the
scientists in quotes. That's not
quote unquote scientists.
That's not
okay.
Let's give love to science. That is the way out.
Science is a process of testing hypotheses. Modeling does not involve testable hypotheses, right? Like I don't even know that. I don't even know that modeling actually qualifies as science. Maybe that's a side conversation we could have sometime over a beer.
That's really interesting. But what do we do about the future? I mean, what?
So number one is when we start with number one, humility. It goes back to this thing about who determined the truth. Number two is we don't believe, it's the old, I've got a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? This is one of the reasons I gave Lex a book, which is the topic of the book is what happens when scientists basically stray off the path of technical knowledge and start to weigh in on politics and societal issues.
In this case, philosophers.
In this case, philosophers, but he actually talks in this book about like Einstein. He talks about the nuclear age and Einstein. He talks about the physicists doing very similar things at the time.
The book is When Reason Goes on Holiday: Philosophers and Politics by Nevin.
And it's just a story. It's a story. There are other books on this topic, but this is a new one that's really good. This is just a story of what happens when experts in a certain domain decide to weigh in and become basically social engineers and political, basically political advisors. And it's just a story of just unending catastrophe, right? And I think that's what happened with COVID again.
Yeah, I found this book a highly entertaining and eye-opening read filled with amazing anecdotes for rationality and craziness by famous recent philosophers.
After you read this book, you will not look at Einstein.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Don't destroy my heroes.
You will not be a hero for example. Sorry, you shouldn't read the book.
All right.
But here's the thing: the AI risk people, they don't even have the COVID model. At least not that I'm aware of. No. Like, there's not even the COVID model. They don't even have the spaghetti code. They've got a theory and a warning and a this and a that. And like, if you ask, like, okay, well, the ultimate example is, okay, how do we know, right? How do we know that an AI is running away? Like, how do we know that the boom takeoff thing is actually happening? And the only answer that any of these guys have given that I've ever seen is, it's when the loss rate, the loss function in the training drops. Right? That's when you need to like shut down the data center. Right? And it's like, well, that's also what happens when you're successfully training a model. Like what even is this? Is not science. This is not. It's not anything. It's not a model. It's not anything. There's nothing to argue with it. It's like punching Jello. Like there's what do you even respond to?
So just push back on that. I don't think they have good metrics of when the boom was happening, but I think it's possible to have that. Like I just as you speak now, I mean, it's possible to imagine.
Man, I'm so tired.
It's been 20 years.
No, for sure, but it's been only weeks since we had a big enough breakthrough in language models. We could start to actually have this. The thing is, the AI doomer stuff didn't have any actual systems to really work with. And now there's real systems you can start to analyze. Like, how does this stuff go wrong? And I think you kind of agree that there is a lot of risks that you can analyze. The benefits outweigh the risks in many cases.
Well, the risks are not existential.
Yes. Well,
not in the film paper. So let me. Okay, there's another sleight of hand that you just alluded to. There's another sleight of hand that happens.
I'm very good at the sleight of hand thing.
Oh my! I am just
the book
absolutely
Superintelligence, right? Which is like the Nick Kosh's book, which is like the origin of a lot of this stuff, which was written, 10 years ago or something. So he does this really fascinating thing in the book, which is he basically says there are many possible routes to machine intelligence, to artificial intelligence, and he describes all the different routes to artificial intelligence, all the different possible, everything from biological augmentation through to all these different things. One of the ones that he does not describe is large language models, because of course the book was written before they were invented, and so they didn't exist. In the book, he describes them all, and then he proceeds to treat them all as if they're exactly the same thing. He presents them all as sort of an equivalent risk to be dealt with in an equivalent way, to be thought about the same way. And then the risk, the quote-unquote risk that's actually emerged, is actually a completely different technology that he was imagining. And yet, all of his theories and beliefs are being transplanted by this new technology. And so again, like, there's no other area of science or technology where you do that. Like when you're dealing with like organic chemistry versus inorganic chemistry, you don't just like say, oh, with respect to like either one, basically maybe growing up and eating the world or something, like they're just going to operate the same way. Like you don't.
But you can start talking about like as we get more and more actual systems, we start to get more and more intelligent. We can start to actually have more scientific arguments here. Like high level, we can talk about the threat of autonomous weapon systems back before we had any autonomous weapons in the military. And that would be like very fuzzy.
Just absolutely
more you have
drones.
They're becoming more and more autonomous. You can start imagining, okay, what does that actually look like? And what's the actual threat of autonomous weapon systems? How does it go wrong? And still, it's very vague. You start to get a sense of like, all right, it should probably be illegal or wrong or not allowed to do like mass deployment of fully autonomous drones that are doing aerial strikes. Unlike aerial.
I think it's required.
Right. So that's
I think it's required that only aerial people can.
Okay, so you want to go the other way.
I would go the other way.
So
I think it's obvious that the machine is going to make a better decision.
Our jellyfish don't stink.
I think it's obvious that it's in the best interest of both the attacker and defender and humanity at large if machines are making those decisions. I think people make terrible decisions sometimes in war.
Because wars can go wrong too, right?
Well, wars go terribly wrong now. This goes back to that whole thing about like the self-driving car needs to be perfect versus does it need to be better than the human driver? Does the automated drone need to be perfect or does it need to be better than human power at making decisions under enormous amounts of stress and uncertainty?
Yeah. Well, on average, the worry that AI folks is to run away.
Right. That's the sleight of hand, right?
Or not to lie, no. You lose control.
But then they're going to develop skills of their own. They're going to develop mind of their own. Right?
No, more like Chernobyl style meltdown, like just bugs in the code accidentally, force you. It results in the bombing of like large civilian areas to a degree that's not possible in the current military strategies.
Actually, we've been doing a lot of mass bombings in cities for a very long time.
And a lot of civilians died.
And if you watch the documentary The Fog of War, it spends a big part of it talking about the firebombing of Japanese cities, burning them straight to the ground. The devastation in Japan, American military firebombing the cities in Japan was just considerably devastation. We've been doing that for a long time. We also did that to Germany, by the way. Germany did that to us, right? Like, that's an old tradition. The minute we got airplanes, we started doing indiscriminate bombing.
So one of the things that the modern U.S. Military can do with technology, the automation of technology more broadly, is higher and higher precision strikes.
Yeah. Well, so precision is obviously precision, and this is the JDAM, right? So there was this big advance called the JDAM, which basically was trapping a GPS transceiver through an entire bomb and turned it into a entire bomb. And yeah, that's great. Like, look, that's beneficial thing. And that's like a baby version of this question, which is, okay, do you want like the human pilot, like guessing where the bomb's going to land, or do you want like the machine inside of the bomb? That's a baby version of the question. The next version of the question is, do you want the human machine deciding where to drop the bomb? everybody just assumes the human's going to do a better job for what I think are fundamentally suspicious reasons.
Emotional, psychological.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that the machine's going to do a better job making that decision because the humans making the decision are god awful, just terrible. Right. And so this is the thing. And then let's get to one more slide of hand.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a magician, you could say.
One more slide of hand. These things are going to be so smart, right, that they're going to be able to destroy the world and wreak havoc and like do all this stuff and plan and do all this stuff and evade us and have all their secret things and their secret factories and all this stuff. If they're so stupid that they're going to get like tangled up in their code and that's they're not going to come alive, that there's going to be some bug that's going to cause them to like things all like that they're not going to that they're going to be genius in every way other than and it's just like, and that's just like a ridiculous discrepancy. And you can prove this today. You can actually address this today for the first time with LLMs, which is you can actually ask LLMs to resolve moral dilemmas. So you can create a scenario, this, that. What would you as the AI do in this circumstance? And they don't just say destroy all humans. They will give you actually very nuanced, moral, practical, trade-off oriented answers. So we actually already have the kind of AI that can actually think this through and can actually reach our goals.
Well, the hope is that AGI is very super intelligent. Some of the nuance that LLM have, and the intuition is they most likely will because
I'm going to ask you how many times a day you shower.
LLMs are really, this is actually worth LLMs are really interesting to have.
Wow, skipping to page 2.
Let's
see. This is all just boilerplate about making sure to have some urban kids
and let's remember, we're not really having a conversation with the machine. We're having a conversation with the entire collective intelligence of human species.
The only lifeguard test left is for
But it's possible to imagine autonomous weapon systems that are not using LLMs.
If they're smart enough to be scared, why are they not smart enough to be wise? Like, that's the part where it's like, I don't know how you get around with that yet.
Is it possible to be super intelligent without being super wise?
Well, again, you're back to that. I mean, then you're back to a classic autistic computer, right? Like, you're back to just like a blind rule follower. I've got this core. You can take a quick thing. I've got this core rule. I'm just going to follow it to the end of the earth. And it's like, well, but everything you're going to be doing to execute that rule is going to be super genius level. It's just it's a mismatch in the definition of what this is capable of.
Unlikely, but not impossible.
But again, here you get to like, okay.
No, I'm not saying when it's unlikely, but not impossible. If it's unlikely, that means the fear should be correctly calibrated. Well, okay. So one interesting sort of tangent that I'd love to take on this is you mentioned some answer about nuclear, which is also, I mean, you don't shy away from a little bit of a spicy take. So Robert Oppenheimer famously said, "Now I am become dense to control the world."
It's a coffee house where legally required to play Sheryl Crow's worst songs.
And you write an interesting historical perspective, quote, recall that John von Neumann responded to Robert Oppenheimer's famous hand-wringing about the role of creating nuclear weapons, which, you know, helped end World War II and prevent World War III. With some people confess guilt to claim credit for the sin. And you also mentioned that Truman was harsher after meeting Oppenheimer. He said that don't let that crybaby in the making.
Real quote, by the way, from Dean Acheson.
Boy.
Because Oppenheimer didn't just say the famous line. He has spent years going around, basically moaning, going on TV and going into the White House and basically just doing this character, thing, this sort of self-critical, like, oh my God, I can't believe how awful I am.
He's widely considered, perhaps around, because the hangman is the father of the atomic bomb.
This is defined on his criticism of him, as he tried to have his cake with it too. Like, he wanted to.
A job can be more than a job if you love what you do. I am a lifeguard because I love flashing high-level swimsuits.
Well, Von Neumann is widely credited as being one of the smartest humans of the 20th century. Certain people, everybody says, like, this is the smartest person I've ever met. Anyway, that doesn't mean smart, doesn't mean wise. I would love to sort of, you make the case both for and against the critique of Oppenheimer.
most
Because we're
about
talking
being a
about
lifeguard.
nuclear
No more
weapons.
abuse from my family.
Boy, do they seem dangerous.
No
So the
family
critique
at
goes
all.
deeper, and I left
It's
this
just
out.
me.
Here's the real stuff.
All
Since I left
day,
it out, I didn't want to
every
dwell
day.
on my paper.
Since you
But
work here, I got a
here's the
discount
deeper
on a
thing
season
about it.
pass.
I'm really
I'll be
curious.
here
This movie
all
coming out
day,
this summer, I'm really
every
curious
day.
to see
And
how
don't
far
worry,
he
I won't
pushes
set
this,
up my
because this is the
towel
real
next to
drama
the
in the story,
breastfeeding
which is it
moms.
wasn't just a question of our news good or bad. It was a question of should Russia
Don't
also
forget to
have it.
swap halfway through.
And what actually happened was Russia got the bomb. America invented the bomb. Russia got the bomb. They got the bomb through espionage. They got American
Right to hang out in my
they got American
workplace.
scientists and
Maybe
foreign
your
scientists working
workplace should
on
have
American
thought of that
project.
before they
Some
put an ad on my
combination
juice box.
I'm a
basically
lifeguard,
gave
you
the
know. I
Russians
could
the
just
design
throw
of
you
the
out.
bomb. And that's how the
Come
Russians
on,
got it.
man. Look, if you let me stay, we'll make one of those viral
To this
videos.
day of
You know, where
Oppenheimer's
something
role
seems
in that,
real, but it's actually cake.
if you read all the history, the kind of composite picture, and by the way, we now know a lot actually about Soviet espionage in that era, because there's been all this declassified material in the last 20 years that actually shows a lot of very interesting things. But if you kind of read all the histories, what you kind of get is Oppenheimer himself probably was not he probably did not handle the nuclear secret himself. However, he was close to many people who did, including family members, and there were other members of the Manhattan Project who were Russian Soviet assets and did hand over the bomb. And so the view that Oppenheimer and people like him had, that this thing is awful and terrible, and oh my God, and all this stuff, you could argue fed into this ethos at the time that resulted in people thinking that Baptists thinking that the thing to do was the Russians. And so the moral beliefs on this thing, and the public discussion, and the role that the inventors of this technology play from this book when they kind of take on this sort of public intellectual moral kind of thing, it can have real consequences, right? Because we live in a very different world today because Russia went to bomb right, the entire 20th century, second half of the 20th century would have played out very different than those people not getting the bomb. And so the stakes were very high then. The good news today is nobody's sitting here today, I don't think, worrying about like an analogous situation with respect to, like, I'm not really worried that someone is going to decide to go.
Go sign up for a credit card that gives us a T-shirt.
Yeah, although I did just keep it.
Wait, hang on. We got coffee.
But however, I don't think that's what's at play here. But what's at play here are all these other fundamental issues around what do we believe about this, and what laws and regulations we're going to put. And that's where I draw like a direct line. And anyway, and my reading of the history on nukes is like the people who were doing the full hair shirt public, this is awful, this is terrible, actually had like catastrophically bad results from taking those views. And that's what I'm worried is going to happen again.
But is there a case to be made that you really need to wake the public up to the dangers of nuclear weapons when they first stop? Like really, like educate them on like this is extremely dangerous and destructive weapons.
The education kind of happened quick and early. Like, it's pretty obvious. We dropped one bomb and destroyed an entire city.
Yeah, so 80,000 people dead.
Yeah.
But look, but I don't like the reporting of that. You can report them in all kinds of ways. Like, wars, you can do all kinds of slants. Like war is horrible, war is terrible. You can make it seem like the use of nuclear weapons is just a part of the war and all that kind of stuff. Something about the reporting and the discussion of nuclear weapons resulted in us being terrified in awe of the power of nuclear weapons, and that potentially fed in a positive way towards the game theory of nuclear destruction.
So this gets to what actually happened.
Some of us need playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, sure. So look at what actually happened. So what actually happened, I believe, and again, I think there's a reason for reading what actually happened was and they prevented World War III through the game theory of nuclear destruction. Had nukes not existed, right, there would have been no reason why the Cold War did not go on, right? And then there, and the military planners at the time, right, fought both on both sides. Fought because of the World War crash. Right, it was like the most obvious thing in the world. Right, and it's the dog that did the part, right? It may be like the best signal next thing that happens. Like that.
Yeah, actually, just on that point, you say a lot of really good things. It hit me just as you were saying it. I don't know why it hit me for the first time, but we got 2 wars in the span of like 20 years. Like, we could have kept getting more and more world wars and more ruthless. And actually, we could have had the U.S. versus Russia.
By the way, there's another hypothetical scenario. The other hypothetical scenario is that Americans got the bomb, the Russians didn't. Right, and then America's the big dog, and then maybe America would have had the capability to actually go back in. I don't know whether that would have happened, but like it's entirely possible. Right, and the to these people who have these moral positions about because they could forecast, they could model, they could forecast the future of how this technology would be used, made a horrific mistake. Because they basically ensured that the anchor was and again, like these are counterfactuals. I don't know that that's what would have happened. But like the decision to hand the bomb over was made by people who were very full of themselves.
Okay, so me as an American, me as a person that loves America, I also wonder if U.S. was the only ones with the nuclear weapons.
That was the argument for handing it. That was the guys who handed over the bomb. That was actually their argument.
I would probably not hand it over to. I would be careful about the regime to hand it over to. Maybe give it to like the British or something.
Maybe a little.
Like a democratically elected government.
Well, if there are people to this day who think that those spies should be cited, I think, because they created the balance. And by the way, let me
Balance of terror.
let's tell the full version.
That's such a sexy ring to it.
Okay, so the full version of the story is John von Neumann's a hero of mine. The full version of the story is he advocated for a first strike. So when the U.S. had the bomb and Russia did not, he advocated for it. He said we need to strike.
It's the opposite of weird.
Yeah, the opposite, right? Yeah. And anyway,
Yes.
we can just say this never happened,
Yeah,
right?
because he said World War III is inevitable. He was very hardcore.
They're all distracted.
His theory was World War III is inevitable. We're definitely going to have World War III. The only way to stop World War III is we have to take them out right now. We have to take them out right now before they get bombed because this is our last chance.
Stuart, what are we going to do?
Now again, like,
Is this an example of philosophers and politics?
I don't know if that's in there or not, but this is
No, but is it you meaning
yeah,
that?
this is on the other side. So most of the case studies in books like this are the crazy people on the line. Von Neumann is a story, arguably.
I would like a cup of coffee.
Yeah, stick to computing, John.
Well, this is the thing, and this is the general principle. Because getting back to our core thing, which is like I don't know whether any of these people should be making any of these calls. Because there's nothing in either von Neumann's background or Oppenheimer's background or any of these people's background that qualifies them as moral authority.
Yeah. Well, this actually brings up the point of in AI, who are the good people to reason about the morality of the ethics? But outside of these risks, outside of the more complicated stuff that you agree on is, this will go into the hands of bad guys, and all the kind of ways they'll do is interesting and dangerous. Is dangerous in interesting unpredictable ways. Who is the right person? Who are the right kinds of people to make decisions how to respond to it? Are it tech people?
So the history of these fields, this is what he talks about in the book, the history of these fields is that the competence and capability and intelligence and training and accomplishments of senior scientists and technologists working on the technology, and then being able to then make moral judgments in the use of technology, that track record is terrible. That track record is like catastrophically bad.
And people, just to remember, the people that develop that technology are usually not going to be the right people.
Well, why would they? So the claim is, of course, they're analysis, but the problem is they spent their entire life in the lab, right? They're not theologians. But so what you find when you read this and you look at these histories, what you find is they generally are very thinly informed on history, on sociology, on theology, on morality, ethics. They tend to manufacture their own worldviews from scratch. They tend to be very sort of thin. They're not remotely the arguments that you would be having if you got like a group of highly qualified theologians or philosophers or,
well, let me sort of, as the devil's advocate takes a sip of whiskey, say that I agree with that, but also it seems like people who are doing kind of the ethics departments in these tech companies go sometimes the other way. They're not nuanced on history or theology or this kind of stuff. They almost becomes a kind of outraged activism towards directions that don't seem to be grounded in history and humility and nuance. It's again led to arrogance. So I'm not sure which is worse.
Oh no, they're both bad. So definitely not that good.
But I guess.
But look, this is a hard.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
This is our problem. This goes back to where we started, which is okay. Who has the truth? And it's like, well, like how do societies arrive at like truth, and how do we figure these things out? And like, are elected leaders play some role in it? we all play some role in it. There has to be some set of public intellectuals at some point that bring, rationality and judgment, humility to it. Yeah. Those people are few and far between. We should probably prize them very highly.
Yeah, so celebrate humility in our public leaders. So getting to this number 2, is AI ruin our society? Short version is you're right. The murder robots don't get us. The hate speech and misinformation will. And the action you recommend is short. Don't let the clock please suppress AI. Well, what is this risk of the effect of misinformation in society that's going to be catalyzed by AI?
Yeah, so this is the social media. This is what you just read, the activism kind of thing that popped up in these companies in the industry. And it's basically, from my perspective, it's basically part 2 of the war that they have on social media over the last 10 years. Because you probably remember social media 10 years ago was basically who wants this, who wants a photo of what your cat has for breakfast, like this stuff is like silly and trivial, and like that these nerds like figure out how to invent something like useful and powerful. And then, certain things happened in the political system, and then it's sort of the clarity on that discussion switched all the way to social media as like the voice most terrible, most powerful technology ever invented. And that all got catalyzed into this very big angry movement, both inside and outside the companies, to kind of bring social media to heal, and that got focused in particular on two topics. And it's been this time. And I don't even really want to argue the pros and cons of the sides, just to observe that that's been like a huge fight, and there's that big consequences to how these companies operate. Basically, those same sets of theories, that same activist approach, that same energy is being transplanted straight to AI. And you see that already happening. It's why ChatGPT will answer, let's say, certain questions and not others. It's why it gives you the canned speech about, whenever it starts with as a large language model, I cannot. Basically means that somebody has reached in there and told they can't talk about certain topics.
Do you think that is good?
So it's an interesting question. So a couple observations. So one is the people who find this the most frustrating are the people who are worried about the robots.
I love you too, Dad.
Right. Yeah. So and in fact the so-called X-risk people, right? They started with the term AI safety. The term became AI alignment. When the term became AI alignment is when this switch happened from we're worried it's going to kill us all. We're worried about disinformation. The AI X-risk people have now renamed their thing AI not kill everyone. Which I have to admit is a tricky term. And they are very frustrated by the fact that the HBU sort of activists driven HBC misinformation kind of thing is taking over, which is what's happening. The AI ethics field has been taken over by the HBC misinformation. Look, would I like to live in a world in which like everybody was nice to each other all the time and nobody ever said anything mean and nobody ever used a bad word and everything was always accurate and honest? Like, that sounds great. Do I want to live in a world where there's like a centralized boss police working through the tech companies to enforce the view of a small set of elites that they're going to determine what the rest of us think and feel? Like, absolutely not.
There could be a middle ground somewhere, like Wikipedia type of moderation. There's moderation on Wikipedia.
Your entire pastry
That
case is just
is somehow crowdsourced, where you don't have centralized elites, but it's also not completely just free for all, because if you have the entirety of human knowledge at your fingertips, you do a lot of harm. Like, if you have a good assistant that's completely uncensored, it can help you build a bomb. It can help you mess with people's physical well-being, right? Because that information is out there on the internet. And so they presumably it would be, you could see the positives in censoring some aspects of an AI model when it's helping you commit literal violence.
And there's a section, later section of the essay where I talk about bad people doing bad things. Yeah. And there's a set of things that we should discuss there.
Yeah.
What happens in practice is these lines are not easy to draw. And what I've observed in the social media version of this is, like the way I describe it, is the slippery slope is not a fallacy, it's an inevitability. The minute you have this kind of activist personality that gets in a position to make these decisions, they take it straight to infinity. Like it goes into the crazy zone like almost immediately and never comes back, because people become drunk with power, right? And look, if you're in the position to determine what the entire world thinks and feels and reads and says, like, you're going to take it. And Elon has ventilated this with the Twitter files over the last 3 months, and it's just like crystal clear like how bad it got there. Now, reason for optimism is what Elon is doing with the community notes. So community notes is actually a very interesting thing. So what Elon is trying to do with community notes is he's trying to have it where there's only a community note when people who have previously disagreed on many topics agree on this one.
Yes, I think that's what I'm trying to get at is like there could be Wikipedia like models, like community note type of models where allows you to essentially either provide context or censor in a way that does not resist the slippery slope nature.
Now there's an entirely different approach here, which is basically we have AIs that are producing content. We can also have AIs that are consuming content, right? And so one of the things that your assistant could do for you is help you consume all the content, right? And basically tell you when you're getting played. So for example, I'm going to want the AI that my kid uses, right, to be very, child safe. And I'm going to want it to filter for him all kinds of inappropriate stuff that he shouldn't be saying just because he's a kid, right? And you see what I'm saying is you can implement that. You could use architecturally, you could say you can solve this on the client side, right? Solving on the server side gives you an opportunity to dictate for the entire world, which I think is where you take the slippery slope to hell. There's another architectural approach, which is to solve this on the client side, which is certainly what I would endorse.
It's AI risk number 5. Will AI lead to bad people doing bad things? I can just imagine language models used to do so many bad things, but the hope is there that you can have large language models used to then defend against it by more people, by smarter people, by more effective people, skilled people, all that kind of stuff.
Three-part argument on bad people doing bad things. So number one, right, you can use the technology defensively, and we should be using AI to build like broad spectrum vaccines and antibiotics for like bioweapons, and we should be using AI to like hunt terrorists and catch criminals, and like we should be doing like all kinds of stuff like that. And in fact, we should be doing those things even just to like go get like basically go eliminate risk from like regular pathogens that aren't like constructed by an AI. So there's the whole defensive set of things. Second is we have many laws on the books about the actual bad things, right? So it is actually illegal to be to commit crimes, to commit terrorist acts, to build pathogens with the intent to deploy them to kill people. And so we have those. We actually don't need new laws for the vast majority of scenarios. We actually already have the laws on the books. The third argument is the minute, and this is sort of the foundational one that gets really tough, but the minute you get into this thing, which you were kind of getting into, which is like, okay, but like, don't you need censorship sometimes, right? And don't you need restrictions sometimes? It's like, okay, what is the cost of that? And in particular in the world of open source, right? And so is open source AI going to be allowed or not? If open source AI is not allowed, then what is the regime that's going to be necessary legally and technically to prevent it from developing, right? And here again is where you get into, and people have proposed these kinds of things, you get into, I would say, pretty extreme territory pretty fast. Do we have a monitor agent on every CPU and GPU that reports back to the government what we're doing with our computers? Are we seizing GPU clusters that get beyond a certain size? And then, by the way, how are we doing all that globally? Right, and like if China is developing an LLM beyond the scale that we think is allowable, are we going to invade? Right, and you have figures on the AI X risk side who are advocating, and potentially up to nuclear strikes to prevent this kind of thing. And so here you get into this thing, and again, you could maybe say this is you could even say this is good, bad, or indifferent or whatever. But like here's the comparison of nukes. The comparison of nukes is very dangerous because one is just nukes were just a bomb, although we can come back to nuclear power. But the other thing was like with nukes, you could control plutonium, right? You could track plutonium, and it was like hard to come by. AI is just math and code, right? It's in like math textbooks, and it's like there are YouTube videos that teach you how to build it, and like there's open source. There's already open source. There's a 40 billion parameter model running around already called Falcon Online that anybody can download. And so, okay, you walk down the logic path that says we need to have guardrails on this, and you find yourself in a authoritarian, totalitarian regime of thought control and machine control that would be so brutal that you would have destroyed the society that you're trying to protect. And so I just don't see how that actually works.
So you have to understand, my brain's going full steam ahead here because I agree with basically everything you're saying, but I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. Because, okay, you highlighted the fact that there is a slippery slope to human nature. The moment you censor something, you start to censor everything. That alignment starts out sounding nice, but then you start to align to the beliefs of some select group of people, and then it's just your beliefs. The number of people you're aligning to smaller and smaller as that group becomes more and more powerful. Okay, but that just speaks to the people that censor are usually the assholes, and the assholes get richer. I wonder if it's possible to do without that for AI. the one way to ask this question is: do you think the base models, the baseline foundation model, should be open source? Like what Mark Zuckerberg is saying they want to do.
So I think it's totally appropriate that companies that are in the business of producing a product or service should be able to have a wide range of policies that they put, right? And I want a heavily censored model for my 8-year-old. Like, I actually want that. Like I would pay more money for the one that's more heavily censored than the one that's not. Right? And so, like, there are certainly scenarios where companies will make that decision. Look, an interesting thing you brought up, is this really a speech issue? One of the things that the big tech companies are dealing with is that content generated from an LLM is not covered under Section 230, which is the law that protects internet platform companies from being sued for user-generated content. And so it's actually yes. And so there's actually a question. I think there's still a question, which is can big American companies actually field generative AI at all, or is the liability actually going to just ultimately convince them that they can't do it? Because the minute the thing says something bad, and it doesn't even need to be hate speech. It could just be like an inaccurate, could hallucinate a product, detail on a vacuum cleaner, and all of a sudden the vacuum cleaner company sues for misrepresentation. And there's going to be symmetry there, right? Because the LLM is going to be producing billions of answers to questions, and it only used to get a few wrong.
The laws have to get updated really quick here.
Yeah, and nobody knows what to do with that, right? So anyway, like there are big questions around how companies operate at all. So we can talk about those. But then there's this other question of like, okay, the open source. So what about open source? And my answer to your question is kind of like, obviously, yes, the models there has to be full open source here, because to live in a world in which that open source is not allowed is a world of draconian speech control, human control, machine control. I mean, black helicopters with jackbooted thugs coming out, rappelling down and seizing your GPU like territory.
Well,
no, I'm 100% serious.
You're saying slippery slope always leads there.
No. That's what's required to enforce it. Like, how will you enforce a ban on open source?
No, well, you could add friction to it. Like, hard to get the models. Because people will always be able to get the models, but it'll be more in the shadows, right?
The leading open source model right now is from the UAE. Like, the next time they do that, what do we do? Like,
oh, I see. You're like
the 14-year-old in Indonesia comes out with a breakthrough model. We talked about most great software comes from a small number of people. Some kid comes out with some big new breakthrough in quantization or something, and has some huge breakthrough. And like, what are we gonna like invade Indonesia and arrest him?
It seems like in terms of size of models and effectiveness of models, the big tech companies will probably lead the way for quite a few years. And the question is of what policies they should use. The kid in Indonesia should not be regulated, but should Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI be regulated?
Well, so but this goes, okay. So when does it become dangerous?
Yeah.
Right? Is the danger that it's as powerful as the current leading commercial model, or is it that it is just at some other arbitrary threshold?
Yeah.
And then, by the way, like, look, how do we know? Like, what we know today is that you need like a lot of money to like train these things. But there are advances being made every week on training efficiency and data, all kinds of synthetic data. Look, I don't even like the synthetic data thing we're talking about. Maybe some kid figures out a way to auto-generate synthetic data.
That's going to change everything.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, sitting here today, like the breakthrough just happened, right? You made this point. Like, the breakthrough just happened. So we don't know what the shape of this technology is going to be. I mean, the big shock, the big shock here is that, whatever number of billions of parameters basically represents at least a very big percentage of human thought. Like, who would have imagined that? And then there's already work underway. There was just this paper that just came out that basically takes a GPT-3 scale model and compresses it down to run on a single 32-core CPU. Like, who would have predicted that?
Yeah.
Some of these models now you can run on Raspberry Pis. Like today they're very slow, but like, maybe there'll be real perform. Like it's math and code. And here we're back at math and code, math code and data. It's bits.
Mark's just like going through it at this point. He's just screw it. I don't know what to do with this. You guys created this whole internet thing. Yeah. I'm a huge believer in open source here.
So my argument is we're going to have to see. Here's my argument. My full argument is
I mean, really,
it's going to be everywhere.
I will show to the world how the guy am I standing. That's just so much fucking work.
You can't like pull this back anymore. You can pull back
Incredible
here. And so you just have to figure out how to live in this world, right? And then and then that's where I think like all this hand-wringing about AI risk is basically a complete waste of time, because the effort should go into, okay, what is the defense approach? So if you're worried about AI generated pathogens, the right thing to do is to have a permanent project warp speed, right, funded lavishly. Let's do a Manhattan. Let's talk about Manhattan. Right? Let's do a Manhattan project for biological defense, right? And let's build AIs, and let's have like broad spectrum vaccines where like we're insulated from every pathogen, right?
And what the interesting thing is, because it's software, a kid in his basement, teenager, could build like a system that defends against like the worst. The worst. I mean, and to me, defense is super exciting. It's like if you believe in the good of human nature, that most people won't do good, to be the savior of humanity is really exciting.
Yes.
Not okay. That's a dramatic statement, but like to help people, Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What about just the jump around? What about the risk of will AI lead to crippling inequality? You know, because we're kind of saying everybody's life will become better. Is it possible that the rich get richer here?
So this actually ironically goes back to Marxism. So, because this was the core claim of Marxism, right, basically was that the owners of capital would basically own the means of production, and then over time they would basically accumulate all the wealth. The workers would be paying in, and begin getting nothing in return because they wouldn't be needed anymore, right? Marx was very worried about what he called mechanization, or what later became known as automation. And that the workers would be immiserated, and the capitalists would end up with all. And so this was one of the core principles of Marxism. Of course, it turned out to be wrong about every previous wave of technology. The reason it turned out to be wrong about every previous wave of technology is that the way that the self-interested owner of the machines makes the most money is by providing the production capability in the form of products and services to the most people, the most customers as possible. Right? The largest. This is one of those funny things where every CEO knows this intuitively, and it's like hard to explain from the outside. The way you make the most money in any business is by selling to the largest market you can possibly get to. The largest market you can possibly get to is everybody on the planet. And so every large company does is everything that it can to drive down prices to be able to get volumes up, to be able to get to everybody on the planet. And that happened with everything from electricity, it happened with telephones, it happened with radio, it happened with automobiles, it happened with smartphones, it happened with PCs, it happened with the internet. It happened with mobile broadband. It's happened, by the way, with Coca-Cola. It's happened with like every, basically every industrially produced, good or service. People, you want to drive it to the largest possible market. And then as proof of that, it's already happened, right? Which is the early adopters of like ChatGPT and Bing are not like, Exxon and Boeing. They're, your uncle and your nephew. Right, it's just like it's either freely available online or it's available for $20 a month or something. But these things went. This technology went mass market immediately. And so look, the owners of the means of production, and whoever does this, not to mention these $1 trillion questions, there are people who are going to get really rich doing this, producing these things, but they're going to get really rich by taking this technology to the broadest possible market.
So yes, they'll get rich, but they'll get rich having a huge positive impact on.
Yeah, making the technology available to everybody. Right. And again, smartphones, same thing. So there's this amazing kind of twist in business history, which is you cannot spend $10,000 on a smartphone. Right? You can't spend $100,000. You can't spend I would buy the $1 million smartphone. Like I'm signed up for it. Like if it's like suppose $1 million smartphone is like much better than a $1,000 smartphone, like I'm there to buy it. It doesn't exist. Why doesn't it exist? Apple makes so much more money driving the price further down from $1,000 than they would trying to harvest. Right? And so it's just this repeating pattern you see over and over again. And what's great about it is you do not need to rely on anybody's enlightened, right, generosity to do this. You just need to rely on capitalist self-interest.
What about AI taking our jobs?
Yeah, so very, very similar thing here. There's a core fallacy, which again was very common in Marxism, which is what's called the lump of labor fallacy. And this is sort of the fallacy that there's only a fixed amount of work to be done in the world, and it's all being done today by people, and then if machines do it, there's no other work to be done by people. And that's just a completely backwards view on how the economy develops and grows, because what happens is not, in fact, that. What happens is the introduction of technology into the production process causes prices to fall. As prices fall, consumers have more spending power. As consumers have more spending power, they create new demand. That new demand then causes capital and labor to form into new enterprises to satisfy new wants and needs. And the result is more jobs and higher wages.
New wants and needs. The worry is that the creation of new wants and needs at a rapid rate will mean there's a lot of turnover in jobs, so people will lose jobs. Just the actual experience of losing a job and having to learn new things and new skills is painful for the individual.
Well, two things. One is that new jobs are often much better. So it actually came up because there was this panic about a decade ago, and all the truck drivers are going to lose their jobs, right? And number one, that didn't happen because we haven't figured out a way to actually finish that yet. But the other thing was like truck driver. Like I grew up in a town that was basically consisted of a truck stop, right? And I knew a lot of truck drivers, and like truck drivers live a decade shorter than everybody else. Like it's actually like a very dangerous. Like they get like literally they have like high rates of skin cancer, and on the left side of their body from being in the sun all the time. The vibration of being in the truck is actually very damaging to your physiology.
And there's actually perhaps partially because of that reason, there's a shortage of people who want to be truck drivers.
Yeah, like it's not like the question always you want to ask somebody like that is do you want do you want your kid to be doing this job? And like most of them will tell you no. Like I want my kid to be sitting in a cubicle somewhere, like where they don't have this, like where they don't die 10 years earlier. And so the new jobs, number one, the new jobs are often better, but you don't get the new jobs until you go through the change. And then to your point, the training thing, it's always the issue is can people adapt? And again, here you need to imagine living in a world in which everybody has the AI assistant capability, right, to be able to pick up these skills much more quickly and be able to have be able to have a machine to work with to augment their skills.
It's still going to be painful, but that's the process of life.
It's painful for some people. I mean, there's no question it's painful for some people. And yes, it's not. Again, I'm not a utopian on this, and it's not like it's positive for everybody in the moment. But it has been overwhelmingly positive for 300 years. I mean, look, the concern here, this concern has played out for literally centuries. And this is the sort of Luddite, the story of the Luddites. You may remember there was a panic in the 2000s around outsourcing was going to take all the jobs. There was a panic in the 2010s that robots were going to take all the jobs. In 2019, before COVID, we had more jobs at higher wages, both in the country and the world, than at any point in history. And so the overwhelming evidence is that the net gain here is wildly positive. And most people like overwhelmingly come out the other side being huge beneficiaries of this.
So you're right that the single greatest risk, this is the risk you're most convinced by, the single greatest risk of AI is that China wins global AI dominance and we, the United States and the West, do not. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so this is the other thing, which is a lot of the sort of AI risk debates today sort of assume that we're the only game in town, right? And so we have the ability to kind of sit in the United States and criticize ourselves and have our government beat up on our companies and figure out a way to restrict what our companies can do. We're gonna ban this and ban that, restrict this and do that. And then there's this other force out there that doesn't believe we have any power over them whatsoever. And they have no desire to sign up for whatever rules we decide to put in place. And they're going to do whatever it is they're going to do, and we have no control over it at all. And it's China, and specifically the Chinese Communist Party. And they have a completely publicized, open, plan for what they're going to do with AI. And it is not what we have in mind. And not only do they have that as a vision and a plan for their society, but they also have this vision and plan for the rest of the world.
So their plan is what? Surveillance?
Yeah, authoritarian control. So authoritarian population control, good old-fashioned communist authoritarian control, and surveillance and enforcement, and social credit scores and all the rest of it. And you are going to be monitored and metered within an inch of everything all the time. And it's basically the end of human freedom, and that's their goal. And they justify it on the basis that that's what leads to peace.
And you're worried that the regulating in the United States will halt progress enough to where the Chinese government would win that race.
So their plan, yes, and the reason for that is they're very public on this. Their plan is to proliferate their approach around the world, and they have this program called the Digital Silk Road, right, which is building on their Silk Road investment program, and they've been laying networking infrastructure all over the world with their 5G network with their company Huawei. So they've been laying all this fabric, the financial and technological fabric all over the world, and their plan is to roll out their vision of AI on top of that, and to have every other country be running their version. And then if you're a country prone to authoritarianism, you're going to find this to be an incredible way to become more authoritarian. If you're a country, by the way, not prone to authoritarianism, you're going to have the Chinese Communist Party running your infrastructure and having backdoors into it, right? Which is also not good.
What's your sense of where they stand in terms of the race towards superintelligence as compared to the United States?
Yeah, so good news is they're behind, but bad news is let's just say they get access to everything we do. So they're probably a year behind at each point in time, but they get downloads, I think, of basically all of our work on a regular basis through a variety of means. And they are, we'll see, they're at least putting out reports of they just put out a report last week of a GPT 3.5 analog. They put out this report, I forget what it's called, but they put out this report of this LM. They the way when OpenAI puts out, they one of the ways they test GPT is they run it through standardized exams like the SAT, right? Just how you can kind of gauge how smart it is. And so the Chinese report, they ran their LLM through the Chinese equivalent of the SAT. And it includes a section on Marxism and a section on, I was say, tongue thought. It turns out their AI does very well on both of those topics. Right? So, like
this alignment thing,
communist AI, right? Like literal communist AI, right? And so their vision is like that's the so you just imagine like you're a school, you're a kid 10 years from now in Argentina or in Germany or in who knows where, Indonesia, and you ask the AI to explain to you like how the economy works, and it gives you the most cheery, upbeat explanation of Chinese style communism you've ever heard, right? So like the stakes here are like really big.
Well, as we've been talking about, my hope is not just with the United States, but with just the kid in his basement, the open source LLM. That I don't know if I trust large centralized institutions with super powerful AI, no matter what their ideology. Because power corrupts. You've been investing in tech companies for about 20 years, and about 15 of which was with Andreessen Horowitz. What interesting trends in tech have you seen over that time? Just talk about companies and just the evolution of the tech industry.
I mean, the big shift over 20 years has been that tech used to be a tools industry. For basically from like 1940 through to about 2010, almost all the big successful companies were picks and shovels companies. So PC, database, smartphone, some tool that somebody else would pick up and use. Since 2010, most of the big wins have been in applications. So a company that starts starts in an existing industry and goes directly to the customer in that industry. And the early examples there were like Uber and Lyft and Airbnb, and then that model is kind of elaborating out. The AI thing is actually a reversion on that for now, because like most of the AI business right now is actually in cloud provision of AI APIs for other people to build on. But
the big thing will probably be an app.
Yeah, I think most of the money probably will be in whatever. Yeah, your AI financial advisor or your AI doctor or your AI lawyer, or take your pick of whatever the domain is. And what's interesting is the Valley kind of does everything. Our entrepreneurs kind of elaborate every possible idea. And so there will be a set of companies that like make AI something that can be purchased and used by large law firms, and then there will be other companies that just go direct to market as an AI lawyer.
What advice could you give for a startup founder? Just haven't seen so many successful companies, so many companies that fail also. What advice could you give to a startup founder, someone who wants to build the next super successful startup in the tech space? The Googles, the Apples, the Twitters.
Yeah, so the great thing about the really great founders is they don't take any advice. So if you find yourself listening to advice, maybe you shouldn't do it.
But that's actually, just to elaborate on that, if you could also speak to great founders.
Yeah.
Like what makes a great founder?
So what makes a great founder is super smart, coupled with super energetic, coupled with super courageous. I think it's some of those three. And
intelligence, passion, and courage.
The first two are traits, and the third one is a choice, I think. Courage is a choice. Well, because courage is a question of pain tolerance, right? So how many times are you willing to get punched in the face before you quit? And here's maybe the biggest thing people don't understand about what it's like to be a startup founder is it gets very romanticized, right? And even when they fail, it still gets romanticized about like what a great adventure it was. But like the reality of it is, most of what happens is people telling you no, and then they usually follow that with "you're stupid." Right? No, I will not come to work for you. I will not leave my cushy job to come work for you. No, I'm not going to buy your product. No, I'm not going to run a story about your company. No, I'm not this, that, the other thing. And so a huge amount of what people have to do is just get used to just getting punched. And the reason people don't understand this is because when you're a founder, you cannot let on that this is happening, because it will cause people to think that you're weak and they'll lose faith in you. So you have to pretend that you're having a great time when you're dying inside, right? You're just in misery.
But why did they do it?
What do they do? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it is a level. This is actually one of the conclusions I think is. I think it's actually for most of these people on a risk-adjusted basis. It's probably an irrational act. They could probably be more financially successful on average if they just got like a real job in a big company. But there's, some people just have an irrational need to do something new and build something for themselves. And, some people just can't tolerate having bosses. Oh, here's a fun thing is how do you reference check founders? Right. So you call it, normally you reference check, you're hiring somebody is you call the bosses and and you find out if they were good employees. And now you're trying to reference check Steve Jobs. Right. And it's like, oh God, he was terrible. He was a terrible employee. He never did what we told him to do.
Yeah. So what's a good reference? Do you want the previous boss to actually say they never did what you told them to do? That might be a good thing.
Well, ideally, what you want is I would like to go to work for that person. He worked for me here, and now I'd like to work for him. Now, unfortunately, most people can't. Their egos can't handle that, so they won't say that. But that's the ideal.
What advice would you give to those folks in the space of intelligence, passion, and courage?
So I think the other big thing is you see people sometimes who say, I want to start a company, and then they kind of work through the process of coming up with an idea. And generally those don't work as well as the case where somebody has the idea first, and then they kind of realize that there's an opportunity to build a company, and then they just turn out to be the right kind of person to do that.
When we say idea, do you mean long-term big vision, or do you mean specifics of like product?
I would say specific, like specifically what? Yes, specifics, like what is? Because for the first 5 years, you don't get to have vision. You just got to build something people want, and you got to figure out a way to sell it to them. Right? It's very practical, or you never get the big vision. So
the first part, you have an idea of a set of products, and the first product that can actually make some money.
Yeah, like it's got to work. The first product's got to work. By which I mean like it has to technically work, but then it has to actually fit into the category in the customer's mind of something that they want. And then by the way, the other part is they have to want to pay for it. Like somebody's got to pay the bills, and so you got to figure out how to price it and whether you can actually extract the money.
Yeah.
So usually it is much more predictable. Success is never predictable, but it's more predictable if you start with a great idea and then back into starting the company. So this is what we did. We was before we had Netscape. The Google guys had the Google search engine working at Stanford, right? Actually, there's tons of examples where they, Pierre Omidyar had eBay working before he left his previous job.
So I really love that idea of just having a prototype that actually works before you even begin to remotely scale.
Yeah. By the way, it's also far easier to raise money, right? Like the ideal pitch that we receive is, here's the thing that works. Would you like to invest in our company or not? Like that's so much easier than here's 30 slides with a dream, right? And then we have this concept called the idea maze, which our biology student also came up with when he was with us. So then there's this thing. This goes to mythology, which is there's a mythology that kind of these ideas kind of arrive like magic, or people kind of stumble into them. It's like eBay with the pest dispensers or something. The reality usually with the big successes is that the founder has been chewing on the problem for 5 or 10 years before they start the company, and they often worked on it in school, or they even experimented on it when they were a kid, and they've been kind of training up over that period of time to be able to do this. So they're like a true domain expert. And it sort of sounds like mom and apple pie, which is, yeah, you want to be a domain expert in what you're doing, but the mythology is so strong of like, oh, I just like had this idea in the shower and now I'm doing it. Like, it's generally not that.
No, because maybe in the shower you had the exact product implementation details, but yeah, usually you're going to be for like years, if not decades, thinking about like everything around that.
Well, we call it the idea maze because the idea maze basically is like there's all these permutations. Like for any idea, there's like all these different permutations. Who should the customer be? What shape, forms do the product have? And how should we take it to market? And all these things. And so the really smart founders have thought through all these scenarios by the time they go out to raise money. And they have like detailed answers on every one of those fronts because they put so much thought into it. The sort of more haphazard founders haven't thought about any of that, and it's the detailed ones who tend to do much better.
How do you know when to take a leap? If you have a cushy job or a happy life?
I mean, the best reason is just because you can't tolerate not doing it, right? Like this is the kind of thing where if you have to be advised into doing it, you probably shouldn't do it. And so it's probably the opposite, which is you just have such a burning sense of this has to be done. I have to do this. I have no choice.
What if it's going to lead to a lot of pain?
It's going to lead to a lot of pain.
What if it means losing sort of social relationships and damaging your relationship with loved ones and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's going to put you in a social tunnel for sure, right? So you're gonna there's this game you can play on Twitter, which is you can do any whiff of the idea that there's basically any such thing as work-life balance, and that people should actually work hard, and everybody gets mad. But like the truth is, like all the successful founders are working 80-hour weeks, and they're working. They form very, very strong social bonds with the people they work with. They tend to lose a lot of friends on the outside, or put those friendships on ice. Like that's just the nature of the thing. For most people, it's worth the trade-off. The advantage, maybe younger founders have is maybe they have less, maybe they're not, for example, if they're not married yet or don't have kids yet, that's an easier thing to bite off.
Can you be an older founder?
Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah. Many of the most successful founders are second, third, fourth-time founders. They're in their 30s, 40s, 50s. The good news with being an older founder is you know more. And you know a lot more about what to do, which is very helpful. The problem is, okay, now you've got like a spouse and a family and kids, and like you've got to go to the baseball game, and like you can't go to the baseball, and so
life is full of difficult choices.
Yes,
Andreessen. You've written a blog post on what you've been up to. You wrote this in October 2022.
I feel like somebody hit me
mostly I
with
tried
a
to
fucking
learn a lot.
2x4.
For
Holy
example, the
shit.
political events of 2014 and 2016 made clear to me that I didn't understand politics at all, referencing maybe some of this book here. So I deliberately withdrew from political engagement and fundraising and instead read my way back to history and as far to the political left and political right as I could. So just high-level question.
Oh, you
What's your
flipping this
approach to
bed?
learning?
Yeah, so it's basically.
Oh man, that's so much work. I've been just.
So it's
Oh
going down the rabbit holes.
So much work.
So it's a combination. I kind of alluded to it in that quote. It's a combination of breadth and depth.
So much work.
I tend to, I go broad by the nature of what I do. I go broad, but then I tend to go
Oh
deep.
man, are you doing it?
Read everything I can, and then come out.
This is the worst idea you've ever had.
Another decade.
And
I'm
in that
afraid if
blog
I
post,
don't do it, I'm gonna break the
recommend
bed.
people go check out. You
And
actually
trust
list a
me,
bunch of different books
I have
that you
fucking broken
recommend
a lot of bed
on
girls.
different topics on the
Beds
American
girls.
left and the American
Oh
right.
man.
It's just a lot of really good stuff. The best explanation for the current structure of our society and politics, you give the recommendations: 4 books on the Spanish Civil War, 6 books on deep history of the American right, comprehensive biographies of Adolf Hitler, one of which I read, I could recommend. 6 books on the deep history of the American left, the American right, American left.
Look at this athleticism. This is so fucking athletic.
Biography of
One of the most, if not the most athletic we've ever seen, folks.
Actually, I've never read a biography on Lenin. Maybe that
Holy
would
shit.
be useful.
Are you
Everything's
fucking
been so
serious? You're gonna
lost,
fucking lift a mattress? A stained mattress at that?
Victor Sebastian.
Holy fuck.
So it's still useful.
Dog, this is the most amount of work I think I've ever witnessed in the history of mankind. Look at this move.
Very interesting.
Look at this move.
Fascism and anti-fascism.
I don't believe it.
By this thing author.
I don't believe it.
Brilliant book
All
on
right,
nature,
so what are you doing?
fascism,
You're just gonna do a thing?
psychology,
This shouldn't be that
work
bad,
on
then.
intellectual life under
Psych, bitch, it's gonna be awful. Oh, look at this muscle. Look at this wood.
There's a bunch.
Wood
And
muscle,
single
girls.
best book.
Rabbi has just made a wooden muscle.
But you say the single best
Bitches
book
call him.
about
Oh shit.
who we are and how we got
Bitches
here to
call
Ancient
him
City, by Numa Dennis, Estelle D.
meatus. Like the meatus of the penis.
What's
up, meatus? Calm down, woman. Look at this athleticism. I have never seen in my entire life anything nearly this athletic. This is like the first guy that ran the marathon, 26.2 miles in Greece. If that guy had sex with Roger Bannister, the guy to break the 4-minute mile on top of Mount Olympus, that's how fucking athletic this is. This is the most athletic. This is just it's unbelievable. Holy shit. I don't believe what I just saw. Folks,
and the short answer,
I've seen some fucking athleticism in my life. This one time, oh man, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the athleticism that we just witnessed. You all are witnesses to greatness, girls. Look at his body. All right, calm down, kids. All right, here we go. Did you see this? Did you all see this? I've never seen it. It's not work though, but it's just sexiness. It's not work. This is
And so specifically, he tells the story of basically
This-
three levels of cults. There was the family cult, the tribal
This
cult,
is
and then the city
fucking
cult.
unbelievable. Look at this move.
And then each cult
Look at
was
this
a
move.
joint
I
cult
can't even
of,
fucking
family gods,
fathom
your
it.
ancestor gods. and
This is
nature
like,
gods.
did I
And
say
then
like if the
you
first
were
guy to
born
run the
into a
marathon had
family,
sex with
tribe, or
Roger
city
Bannister at the
with
top of Mount
to that
Olympus?
religion.
That is, man, it
People,
is like,
who were not of your family, tribe, city.
let me try to put this into
not
perspective for
initiated,
everybody
not just the right
from a
responsibility
sports
to kill them on sight.
analogy. It would be like
So there were
if
series
Jackie
of
Joyner Kersey had sex
Shocking development. I
with
realized there's zero concept of individual rights.
Flojo
Even up to Greece. And even
at the
Romans
top.
didn't have the concept of individual rights. Like the idea that as an individual you have like some right, it's just like nope. Right? And you look back and you're just like, wow.
Of
this is
anywhere,
like
really. That's
like
pretty
fascist
athletic
to a
in
degree
itself.
that we wouldn't recognize today, but it's like, well, they were
Why
living
why
under
are all the
extreme
people
pressure
having
for
sex
survival.
like gay? Why can't they be like, why can't Flojo have sex with Roger Bannister? Okay, it'd be like if Flojo had sex with Roger Bannister at a Vons in Santa Monica. It would be just absolutely cray-cray. This
But you think
is
that's fundamentally that like
so athletic. I can't even put into terms.
within us.
Let me try, kids. You don't even know what you're witnessing. You're just watching this, like, oh, I think I understand what's going on. Psych, bitch. This is so fucking athletic. People don't understand. This is like the 1972 Olympics had sex with a 2013 Ironman at the top of Mauna Kea. This is the fucking most athletic shit we have ever seen. We've never witnessed anything. This would be like if Harry Carey had sex with Jack Buck in the press box of
modern experience of a Christian
Wrigley Field. It is just, oh man, fuck it. Yankee Stadium. Fuck it. Dodger Stadium. Dog, this is so athletic. People don't understand what it takes. The training, the amount of training that it takes. I mean, let's just talk about the training. We've literally just witnessed a person for nearly more than 3 years do nothing but train for this day. They had the eye of the tiger. And they just,
So the question to me,
they started,
very distinctly.
look at these moves.
Absolutely overwhelming.
I've never, truthfully,
As we turn the
I have
down
never
occultism,
in all my
start to,
years
the search for meaning
seen anything so athletic. I've never known anyone to be this athletic.
Right? And that's why we
This
reach
one
for,
time,
it's why we still reach for religion. It's why we reach for,
I thought I knew someone who was athletic.
Faith and science, maybe they should put it.
Psych.
By the way,
That motherfucker was lazy in comparison to this rabbi. This rabbi is so fucking athletic. Like, look at the muscles. Look at these muscles. Look at his body. These calves. Look at the muscular undertones here. This would be like, oh man, how athletic is it, Rabbi? Oh man, it'd be like so. Try to put it into terms that you could understand. It would be like if Michael Jordan had sex with Wilt Chamberlain at center court of the Boston Garden. That's how fucking athletic this is. It's like, it would be like if Wayne Gretzky fucked Bobby Hall at center ice.
Yeah, so the tools that are
At-
available today, are just like I sometimes bored kids by describing like what it was like.
Joe Louis Arena. I mean, it's
to
just
discover a fact.
incredible. Incredible, folks. I mean, let's put it into athletic terms that everybody's going to understand. It would be like if Pat Summerall had sex with John Madden on Thanksgiving Day at the 50-yard line of Texas Stadium. I mean, it's just not Jerry World, but the old one with the fucking thing in this thing.
like
the question.
Right. Like with these tools, like there should be authors.
Kids, let me just put it into these terms. When it comes to this athleticism, it would be like if Carrie Strug had sex with Dr. J at the 1960 Rome Olympics. It would be like it would be like if Mary Lou Retton had sex with Nadia Comaneci at a dive bar in Tucson. This is how athletic this is, kids. Let me put it in. Let me see if I can just analogize this bitch for you. Okay, kids. Do you know?
Vesuvius eruption trying to rescue his friends.
It would be like
he was famous both for being
if Nadia Comaneci
but also being an author. He wrote
had sex
books, most of which
with
like all these encyclopedias. And he literally like would be reading
Phil Russo,
and he would like travel with like
at
slaves. So two of them were responsible for reading to him, and two of them were responsible for
a Dunkin' Donuts in Poughkeepsie. This motherfucker's so athletic. It would be like, really want to put it into correct terms here, so that everybody's just we're all on the same page. It would be like
there's this guy,
if
Posner, who wrote like 40 books and was also a great federal judge.
Frank Gifford
I think
had sex with Jim Brown on the side of a cliff, but not just any cliff. That cliff from the Cliff Bar. It would be, that's how athletic this fucking is. It would be like, let me put it into terms that everybody's gonna understand. It's like
that the perfect day is caffeine for 10 hours and alcohol for 4 hours. You didn't think I'd be mentioning this, did you? It balances everything out perfectly, as you said.
Gold medal
what's the secret
champion.
Maybe to
like, I didn't even mention Michael Johnson. Michael Johnson.
Can you elaborate why you don't believe in balance?
I mean, maybe it's just been, I think people
had sex
so I think it's hard to
with
this kind of thing, but I am much happier and more satisfied.
Bruce Jenner and or Caitlyn Jenner, or perhaps both three-way, some kind of time traveling Olympic three-way.
Now I happen to have whatever.
It would be like where they have sex at that fucking stadium in Carson.
There's something in my personality where I whatever malady
I don't know, it's like Home Depot.
You're one of the
called anymore.
People in the world.
That's how athletic this was. Kids, let me put it into terms that you may understand a little better. It would be as if
satisfaction is the thing.
Too Tall Jones
that just sounds like
had sex
turned down a bit.
With
so happiness is a walk in the woods.
Ray Nitschke.
An ice cream cone, a kiss. The first ice cream cone is great.
At Memorial Stadium.
Not so much. At some point, the walks in the woods get boring.
During a leap year. Oh, it's just incredible, the athleticism that we just witnessed.
Thing, which is like having found a purpose.
Just unprecedented athleticism. Have we discussed that this athleticism isn't even precedented? It's unprecedented. There is no precedent for this. This is the athleticism that we've seen. It's absolutely incredible, folks.
Making the world better, that I'm contributing to the people around me, right? And then I can look back and say, "Wow, that was hard, but it was worth it." I think generally it seems to leave people
not yet. Psych, bitch.
Pleasure.
Hey guys, application error, client exception. We suck dick. Rumble, I was so like, this is the best software ever. And then it's like they hired some motherfuckers like, I'm gonna fuck all this up. Fucking ass. Just the worst. This is the worst. I've seen some bad shit in my life. I've seen some bad bitches in my life. Fuck yeah, Rabbi. Anyway, but this is like, let me put it into terms that you might be able to understand from a sports analogy. It would be like if Cheryl Swoops had sex with Vince Carter at
so I think money is definitely an enabler for satisfaction.
The 50-yard line of Joe Robbie Stadium.
Money applied to satisfaction, I think.
Really?
Dog.
It would be like if Penny Hardaway decided to ass fuck
Well, let me actually ask you about, what are your
the entire Colorado Rockies bullpen. That's how fucking athletic it is. Kids, some rabbits are like, kid, you're never gonna believe this. I watched it. I don't watch it live, but I watched it like after. It was fucking amazing. No one watched it live. Everybody knows that. Anybody's like, oh, I saw your shit live. Like, liar. Fuck you. No, I watched it for 4 seconds and left. Why? Oh, there's better stuff to do. It's really a stream about nothing. Oh, it's the worst. This is the worst. How athletic was it? It was like if Randall Cunningham had sex with Donovan McNabb, but not in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, at Heinz Field.
Down to first principles, that is just like absolute. It's just like unbelievably absolute.
That's how fucking. It's just incredible. Incredible athleticism. It would be like if
he wants ground truth on every single topic.
Muhammad Ali had sex with Joe Frazier
You think it was good decision?
in a jungle.
I have developed a view in life.
What is this bullshit?